Chapter 1. Divine Level Duplication. The Great Yu Dynasty. Ningzhou, Lanqiong City. 10 miles south of the city lies a verdant forest, where suddenly emerges a youth of 16 or 17, his face radiant as the bright moon, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Have I traversed realms? Xiao Yuan clutches his head, gradually assimilating the memories of this new existence. By a curious twist of fate, he shares the same name, Xiao Yuan, age 16, recently inheriting his father's responsibilities as the new proprietor of the Yuanqing General Store in the 9th district of Lanqiong City, a role he has held for less than 3 months. Due to his mere first-level cultivation and his tender age, he struggles to maintain authority, leading to an avalanche of pressing issues. These include, but are not limited to, overwhelming debts, mismanagement, and overdue taxes. While debts may be postponed, the taxes demanded by the lord of the city cannot be delayed even by a moment otherwise. Xiao Yuan, stripped of the lord's protection, would face utter ruin alongside his store, torn asunder by creditors. Alas, the Yuanqing General Store, despite its unremarkable name, specializes in the cultivation trade, with clientele and creditors comprised entirely of practitioners. Xiao Yuan's modest, mid-first-level cultivation renders him weaker than an ant. He is left with no choice but to liquidate the treasures left by his father, hoping to exchange them for yuan stones to weather this crisis before considering other options. However, the origins of these treasures are dubious, and he dares not sell them at the Grand Merchant Association, instead opting to venture into the ghost market of the southern forest under the cover of night. Before he could reach the ghost market, he was ambushed by an unknown assailant, and upon regaining consciousness, he finds himself as the current Xiao Yuan, with the treasures vanished without a trace. Prior to this unexpected journey, Xiao Yuan was an ordinary wage slave, leading a routine life, yet the shocks of the information age had imbued him with the ability to discern that the root of all his troubles lay in the sudden demise of his father atop Deer Peak. With the loss of his pillar, the Yuanqing General Store became a coveted prize, and Xiao Yuan inevitably became a victim of his own fortune. Yet there is one aspect that perplexes Xiao Yuan. If the murderer could strike from the shadows to eliminate his predecessor, why would they not destroy the evidence? Despite the dense woods and the presence of wolves, traces could easily be uncovered. At this moment, however, Xiao Yuan is too preoccupied to ponder such matters, for his golden opportunity has arrived. Xiao Yuan. Level 1. Skill. Duplication requires physical contact and full observation. Energy storage. 0 yuan stones. Experience. 0-100 duplication attempts. Xiao Yuan's spirits soar. This golden opportunity is exceedingly formidable. In simple terms, Xiao Yuan can input information about an object by touching and observing it, then consume yuan stones to create an exact replica, with the cost of yuan stones varying between 1% to 20% of the original item's value, depending on the level. A divine level duplication ability. The system saves him 90 to 80% of costs, translating into pure profit for Xiao Yuan. What a lucrative method of making money! With this system at his disposal, he need not fear failing to pay taxes or debts, and he could even elevate his own cultivation to a higher realm. Since the treasures are lost, there is no longer any need to visit the ghost market. He should hasten back to the city, where he remains under the protection of the Lord, ensuring greater safety. As the moon reaches its zenith, Xiao Yuan navigates through his memories toward Lanqiong City. The city gates are tightly shut, the walls towering and deep, with guards patrolling incessantly. Following his recollections, Xiao Yuan finds a small dog hole to slip into the city. The northern district is home to officials and practitioners, while the Yuanqing General Store, located on the edge of the 9th district, is adjacent to the northern city. Xiao Yuan hastens along the wall, entering through the dog hole into the district. Tap, tap, tap. He knocks rhythmically 3 times at the back door, which creaks open. Young master, are you all right? The maid, Xiao Rou, rushes forward, her youthful countenance overwhelming to Xiao Yuan, who hastily closes the door and retreats to his room with her. Xiao Yuan's mother passed away early, and his father, Xiao Heng, had casually purchased servants from the southern city to attend to his daily needs, with Xiao Rou being of similar age to him. Having transitioned from a slum in the southern city to a cultivation general store, Xiao Rou quickly gained strength after improving her diet, yet her youthful features still resembled that of a little girl. In the past, Xiao Yuan had taken his fortune for granted, even complaining about Xiao Rao's youthful appearance, lamenting that she couldn't even haggle with the vegetable vendor. Yet now, he finds himself benefiting from her presence, with blood rushing to his head. Feeling physiological urges overpowering psychological ones, Xiao Yuan swiftly pushes Xiao Rou aside and instructs, "Fetch the land deed and store contract." Xiao Rao's face pales at once. "Young master, do you mean to sell the store? This has been our home since childhood." Tears stream down her cherubic face as she speaks. "Do not weep, I am not selling the store, merely employing a strategic measure." Xiao Yuan comforts her. Currently, the store holds not a single yuan stone had it not been for the loyal servant, Old Zhang, trained by Xiao Heng, who does not require a salary. The store would have no one to open its doors. Xiao Yuan can only consider mortgaging the land deed and store contract to temporarily acquire yuan stones, using his duplication ability to earn the difference and rescue the store from its crisis. In his era, mortgaging was a common practice, but in this quasi-ancient cultivation age, it often signified impending bankruptcy, as the interest rates from money houses were exorbitant, making recovery nearly impossible. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Yuan's request for the land deed, Xiao Rou immediately panics. After a considerable time soothing her, they locate the land deed and store contract. Having breakfast with Old Zhang, they open the front store as usual, and Xiao Yuan changes in a fresh attire, preparing to head straight to the money house. The major merchant associations within the city all engage in mortgage lending, and adhering to the principle of business integrity, Xiao Yuan opts for the Great Yu Merchant Association's Ningzhou Money House. After all, as a state-run money house, it operates in conjunction with the Lord's office, ensuring that at least they would not swindle him out of his land deed and contract immediately after he exchanges them for yuan stones. The Ningzhou Money House is not particularly warm in its dealings. They hastily assess the land deed and store contract, valuing a store worth 20 to 30,000 yuan stones at a mere 8,000. Adding to this, with a monthly interest rate of 20% over 3 months, Xiao Yuan ultimately receives 5,000 yuan stones. This means that after 3 months, Xiao Yuan must repay the money house 8,000 yuan stones. Failure to do so results in the immediate forfeiture of the contract. Is this not extortion? Indeed, it is exceedingly exploitative. For the Ningzhou Money House, the Yuanqing store is inconsequential, and Xiao Yuan is but an unknown figure. Obtaining any loan has already been a concession, and there is no further room for negotiation. Xiao Yuan endures this indignity. Though he is to be bitten by this deal, he has no choice, for he lacks any initial capital. Would you prefer yuan tickets or yuan stones? A yuan stone is roughly the size of an infant's fist, filled with pure yuan energy, allowing practitioners to absorb it and accelerate their cultivation progress, while yuan tickets are redeemable throughout the Great U.S. certificates for yuan stones. The clerk's gaze constantly scans Xiao Yuan, clearly doubting that someone needing to mortgage yuan stones would possess a spatial artifact. For 5,000 yuan stones would require at least 2 or 3 large bags, making it challenging for one person to carry. Purchasing elixirs or treasures can be done using yuan tickets, yet the system only accepts yuan stones for storage, necessitating conversion back to yuan stones later. So it's better to take all yuan stones. Yuan stones. The clerk raises an eyebrow in skepticism. All in yuan stones? Indeed. 2 large bags each contain 2,000, while a small bag holds 1,000, quickly placed before Xiao Yuan. The clerk wears a faintly mocking expression, seemingly eager to witness how Xiao Yuan intends to carry bags nearly his height, let alone more than one. Chapter 2. Shin-level elixirs. Unperturbed, Xiao Yuan reaches into the large bag, murmuring, "Energy storage." The 4,000 yuan stones are swiftly absorbed by the system, causing the bag to sag instantly. Xiao Yuan nonchalantly shoulders the small bag containing 1,000 yuan stones and departs with flair. The clerk, wearing a wry smile, hastens to assist Xiao Yuan with the larger bag. Since you possess a spatial artifact, why bother mortgaging the store? Even the cheapest storage ring could fetch over 10,000 yuan stones. Xiao Yuan rolls his eyes. If he truly had a spatial artifact, why would he allow you to profit from this transaction? The 1,000 yuan stones weigh heavily, filling Xiao Yuan with anxiety. Had it not been for the yuan stones streaming into the system that cannot be refunded, he would not endure this ordeal. Fortunately, despite his youth, he possesses first-level cultivation, though slightly taxing. He moves swiftly. Xiao Yuan? You. Upon reaching the store entrance, an unexpected exclamation nearly causes him to drop the bag. Turning around, he finds it is He Tian, the proprietor of the neighboring He family noodle shop in his 30s, who has been bustling about all morning and has finally stepped out to catch his breath. Yet Xiao Yuan senses something amiss. What is so surprising about carrying a large bag? Why the ghostly expression? Xiao Yuan narrows his eyes. Is there something you need? Uncle He? Nothing. He Tian waves his hands repeatedly. I just saw you carrying such a large bag. Do you need assistance? I have arrived. Old Zhang rushes in response to the noise, helping Xiao Yuan with the bag as they enter the backyard. The crisp sound of the bag hitting the ground instantly alerts old Zhang, who cries out, Yuan stones? Indeed. Young master, where did you acquire so many Yuan stones? Surely not over 1,000? Do not concern yourself with that. Xiao Yuan replies, Go retrieve the Great Yu Elixir Directory. Xiao Rou, who has been cleaning the testing rabbit's enclosure, rushes over upon seeing Xiao Yuan return, her eyes widening at the sight of the bag of Yuan stones, her expression clouded with astonishment. Young master, you should have sold the store. I have not sold it. What of the contract? Xiao Yuan replies earnestly, Xiao Rou, do you believe in your young master? Xiao Rou mumbles, Of course I believe, but young master cannot be without a home. If you trust me, take good care of the testing rabbit. The Yuanqing store will always remain, and Xiao Rou will be able to cultivate in the future. I do not wish to cultivate, I only want a home with young master. After sending Xiao Rou away, old Zhang presents a tome as thick as a brick, the Great Yu Elixir Directory. This directory is a compilation established by the Great Yu Merchant Association in conjunction with the Tianhua and Liandao merchant guilds, detailing the tiers and pricing of cultivation resources, revised once every 100 years. It serves to stabilize the prices of most mainstream elixirs, treasures, and cultivation materials, allowing for minor fluctuations around the established values. The Danqi record primarily publishes treasures of the 4 stages of heaven and earth, with prices denominated in yuanshi. Xiao Yuan meticulously evaluates the cost and the system's replication expense, seeking suitable targets in the market. Precious materials and magical implements are swiftly dismissed, for they cannot be consumed as sustenance and are difficult to sell. Even in the realm of elixirs, he focuses on those that are in high demand among the general cultivators, such as the entry-level Kamaden of the Shisui Dan and Xingyuan Dan for lower-tier cultivators, and the healing and energizing elixirs like the Bushui Dan and Yangqi Dan for those engaged in combat. As Xiao Yuan diligently searches, he is suddenly approached by old Zhang in a hurried manner. You handle matters regarding the shop, he says. The Yuanqing shop now possesses only a few unsold yellow-tier materials, totaling less than 300 yuanshi, which would not even suffice to cover the taxes. Xiao Yuan, therefore, lacks the inclination to manage the trifles, merely opening the shop out of habit each day. Old Zhang adds, A person insists on seeing you, claiming to be well acquainted with the old shopkeeper. After a moment's deliberation, Xiao Yuan sets aside the directory and strides toward the shop. The Yuanqing General Store resembles other establishments, structured like a Sihiyuan. The front consists of 3 rooms, a large one in the center serving as the main shop, with a smaller room on the east side where old Zhang resides to keep watch at night, and another small room on the west side designated for receiving guests. As Xiao Yuan steps into the shop, he is immediately drawn into the small reception room on the west. What brings you here, esteemed guest? He inquires. The man, appearing to be in his 30s with a haggard visage, possesses a surprisingly strong grip. Xiao Yuan finds it difficult to break free and, not wishing to cause a commotion, follows him into the reception room. My name is Fu Bin. I'm an old friend of Xiao Heng. Previously, he sought to purchase some elixirs from me, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the deal fell through. I have come bearing elixirs in hopes of fulfilling Xiao's final wishes, he states solemnly. Xiao Yuan scoffs inwardly, maintaining a placid demeanor as he accepts the vial of elixirs. Upon inspection, he discovers round, glimmering pills radiating a crimson hue. Xiao Yuan is momentarily taken aback, pouring the pills into his palm for a closer sniff. A Shinir Kai maiden, he exclaims. Fu Bin confirms, indeed. Xiao Yuan shakes his head, returning the pill to the vial. Though I may not be exceptionally talented, I have already ascended to the first stage and have no need for a Chimaiden to break through. You claim to have had an agreement with my late father, but it eludes me why he would spend such a substantial amount on this seemingly useless elixir. Having just borrowed 5,000 yuanshi from the Ningzhou Bank, he finds it absurd that a mysterious individual would approach him with a Xiantier elixir purportedly worth the same amount as he take me for a fool. Fu Bin pleads, as the proprietor of a shop, perhaps you might have other uses for it. Regrettably, my father perished on Looting Mountain, leaving no remains, let alone any last words or belongings. Even if he had an agreement with you, it is challenging to discern its authenticity now, Xiao Yuan replies coolly. Moreover, the realm of elixirs is heavily reliant on the reputation of the alchemist. Perhaps my father trusted your expertise, but to me, it is akin to taking a perilous gamble. Fu Bin's expression darkens. Nephew, I implore you, please accept this elixir. I truly require the yuanshi. Xiao Yuan is unmoved by this emotional appeal. You possess only one elixir, which cannot be tested. Even consigning it to my shop carries significant risk. I urge you to seek another avenue. But I have no other options. Tianhua, Liandao, Diyue, none of the various trading associations will accept it. Fu Bin laments. Then seek out the local markets at the very least. The ghost market may prove fruitful. My shop is powerless to assist further, Xiao Yuan states, his irritation growing. Zhang Shu, please escort our guest out. With that, he turns and returns to the courtyard. After a while, old Zhang informs him that Fu Bin has departed. Xiao Yuan contemplates for a moment and then calls out, Xiao Rou, bring me the test rabbit. Though he is reluctant to purchase Fu Bin's Chimaiden, he harbors no qualms about the elixir itself. Thus, while examining the elixir, he records the details of the Chimaiden. The replication cost for Xiantier treasures is merely 5%. Fu Bin's Chimaiden would require 250 yuanshi. Xiao Yuan considers it prudent to conduct a trial. If the elixir proves satisfactory, it could yield a pure profit of 4,750 yuanshi. The test rabbit, with its pristine white fur and faintly visible veins, is administered the replication of the Chimaiden. As he quietly observes its reaction, it indeed exhibits the effects of a Xiantier Chimaiden. The verification methods employed by various trading associations are largely similar. If he finds no fault in the elixir, it stands to reason they would not detect any issues either. With this thought, Xiao Yuan's eyes gleam with excitement. He gathers around 20 clean vials into his sleeves and, bidding farewell, hastens toward the main trading association's headquarters. He rules out small to medium-sized shops, as he needs to test a singular elixir. It would be best to find an association capable of consuming the Chimaiden whole. With 5,000 yuanshi, he can replicate 20 Xiantier Chimaidens, testing one himself and reserving another for the association, leaving 18 remaining. Even if he were to take a substantial discount and sell them for 4,900 yuanshi, that would amount to a staggering order of over 88,000 yuanshi. The mere thought sends a thrill through Xiao Yuan as he envisions his impending fortune. As he walks, he soon arrives at the doorstep of the Liandao Trading Association. Chapter 3. The Sale of Elixirs. The Alchemy Guild stands as one of the 3 premier commercial associations within the vast realm of Diyue, backed by the formidable alchemy sect. Even the government-affiliated Diyue merchants dare not engage in any underhanded dealings with it. Xiao Yuan seeks to evade the recently mortgaged Diyue merchants Ningzhou Bank while simultaneously shedding the burden of small shops that he is left with just 2 options, and he will simply have to try them both. As patrons grace the Alchemy Guild with their presence, the attendant, beaming with a smile, welcomed Xiao Yuan into the grand hall. Do you have any treasures that pique your interest? I possess a rare medicinal elixir that I wish to sell to your esteemed guild. May I inquire whom I should approach? Do you have a business card, esteemed guest? I am but a country bumpkin, obscure and nameless. Did I ask there a title by which this alchemist is known? Just an idle wanderer, lacking any noteworthy reputation. The attendant's smile gradually fades. That I must apologize, esteemed guest, but our establishment does not accept elixirs of unknown origins. Xiao Yuan remains composed. The elixir I offer is of the Xian grade, medium quality with approximately 20 pills produced in a single batch, and I am open to a trial of the elixir that I hope you will consider my proposition. Upon hearing this, the attendant dares not delay and hastily seeks out the steward of the building. After all, a transaction worth tens of thousands of yuan stones is not something to be taken lightly. Soon, A robust and astute middle-aged man descends the stairs, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Indicating he is at least a third-tier master, that my young friend. You possess a vibrant spirit and an extraordinary visage. Undoubtedly, your future is boundless, Liu Qing. Not one to appear uncouth, begins with a flattering remark. Xiao Yuan, not wishing to appear presumptuous, bows in respect after hearing the introduction from the attendant. I am Xiao Yuan. Honored to meet Steward Liu. I am unworthy of your generous praise. That Liu Qing leads Xiao Yuan to the reception room and instructs the attendant to prepare tea. What elixirs do you have for sale, and in what quantities? Xiao Yuan produces a vial. This is the Xian grade opening veins pill that I invite Steward Liu to examine the elixir, should it pass your scrutiny. We can discuss quantities thereafter. That Liu Qing smiles lightly, that if the quantity is too scarce, there's little purpose in testing the elixir, that if the alchemy sect were to take interest in my elixirs, even 1,000 would require painstaking effort to refine. Such grandiose claims, Liu Qing remarks, bring Elder Su to appraise the elixir that is Xiao Yuan by, with hair and beard as white as snow, yet brimming with vitality. Enters the reception room accompanied by a small attendant carrying a monkey, that he inspects the elixir with great care, observing, smelling, and touching. After a moment, Su Yuanbai crushes an opening veins pill, feeds half to the monkey, and consumes the other half himself. Both Xiao Yuan and Liu Qing watch as the monkey, with nearly translucent veins, displays signs of vitality. After a lengthy pause, Su Yuanbai nods. Indeed, it is the Xian grade opening veins pill. Worthy of being classified as medium quality. Liu Qing smiles. Esteemed guest, please present all your elixirs. Xiao Yuan retrieves a wooden box containing 18 jade vials, each filled with the elixir. Su Yuanbai inspects each one carefully. Just 18 pills? How can one boast so grandly? Xiao Yuan replies nonchalantly. It is merely the yield of a single batch, that if Steward Liu finds the quality satisfactory, I can readily provide more elixirs of equal caliber. Su Yuanbai strokes his long beard and replies coolly, it is simply an opening veins pill. Countless within our sect can refine such elixirs. The guild need not acquire in excess. Liu Qing, feeling a touch of embarrassment, shoots Xiao Yuan a glare before escorting Elder Su back. Initially hoping to procure more, the opportunity now slips away, all due to your insistence on boasting. Xiao Yuan, astonished, retorts, what does this have to do with me? Steward Liu ridiculed my elixirs for their scarcity. I cannot simply claim to possess more when I do not. Enough, enough. Elder Su has spoken. I cannot afford to acquire more than what is presented. The market price is 5,000 per pill, and the Alchemy Guild offers 4,008. That how ruthless. A mere back and forth has cost me 3,006 yuan stones, enough to purchase an Xian grade detoxification pill. You must understand, large guilds like the Alchemy Guild typically do not purchase finished products. Many disciples await the chance to sell their elixirs for yuan stones, and they must also uphold their reputation for your elixirs of uncertain provenance. Steward Liu, I have already sacrificed one elixir for testing. You claim not to accept my opening veins pill in the future, leaving me at a loss of nearly 10,000 yuan stones. Xiao Yuan feigns a pitiful demeanor. What if I intend to purchase some precious artifacts and elixirs from your esteemed guild? In light of the opening veins pill, might you offer me some discount? Liu Qing's eyes flicker with consideration to 86,400 yuan stones. Xiao Yuan clutches the receipt, nearly bursting with excitement, elated by the prospect of substantial fortune. Let us ascend and procure goods. Wait, I mean to restock. Xiao Yuan declares, brimming with enthusiasm. 31,000 for a earth-grade washing marrow pill. Purchase 12,000 for a yellow-grade storage ring. Purchase. 35,000 for earth-grade increase yuan pill. Purchase. Earth-grade techniques. Earth-grade weapons. Before long, he finds himself unable to afford more. A faint sadness crosses Xiao Yuan's face as he retrieves the increase yuan pill, feigning reluctance that I shall return this, and instead procure an earth-grade weapon. The Xingyang Sword. The earth-grade Xingyang Sword, magnificent and radiant, capable of sensing hostility. The attendant, with a smile that does not quite reach his eyes, responds, once an elixir has passed through our hands, it cannot be returned. Such is the guild's rule, but I have yet to leave the guild. Xiao Yuan protests, please forgive me, esteemed guest, it is the guild's rule, and we cannot lightly err. Steward Liu? Liu Qing shakes his head. This rule is not merely the guild's tyranny, It is also to protect our guests. Sufficient observation and olfactory examination are necessary to ascertain the quality of the elixirs. Even an alchemist would not carelessly handle the elixirs to avoid contamination. If you seek yuan stones, why not return the washing marrow pill? I can vouch for the fact that you have not touched it, ensuring your return. Damn it, it is precisely because I have not touched it that the system failed to capture the information of the washing marrow pill, preventing its return. Only the increased yuan pill remains, perhaps due to an oversaturated supply, as Earth-grade elixirs command prices in the thousands, and their market may not be so robust. Yet, he truly desires the Xinjiang sword. The ability to sense hostility is particularly fitting for Xiao Yuan's current situation, that as Lu Qing and Su Yuanbai noted. Major guilds possess their own supply channels, and it is improbable they would purchase finished products in bulk. Xiao Yuan must sell a significant quantity of elixirs to amass wealth rapidly and accumulate initial capital. Purchasing elixirs from the alchemy sect and selling large quantities within the city, whether to the Tianhua Diyue merchants or in the marketplace, could spell disaster. He would be inviting the alchemy guild scrutiny. Where did you acquire such a bounty from the alchemy sect? Did you steal it? Or are you colluding with the guild's disciples? Must Xiao Yuan explain. I have deciphered the alchemy sect's methods and replicated them. Setting aside his limited understanding of alchemy, does he truly believe he can decode their core secrets and sell counterfeit goods without repercussions? Thus, Xiao Yuan must take the risk of venturing into the ghost market. Given the circumstances of his predecessor, he must acquire a substantial weapon for protection. The Earth-grade Xinjiang sword is indeed an excellent choice. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yuan muses, though I cannot handle the elixirs, surely I can at least test the weapon, correct? May I see the Xinjiang sword? Lu Qing replies, the weapon's description is quite clear. If you wish to purchase, we can provide it, that if not, you may not treat this as a child's plaything. Xiao Yuan protests, how can it be so unreasonable? How can I ascertain whether it suits my disposition without trying it? I forego any discounts. I simply wish to test the Xinjiang sword. Very well, just give it to him. Lu Qing dismisses with irritation. Xiao Yuan receives the Xinjiang sword, over 3 feet long, gleaming with a fierce radiance and substantial weight. The system has recorded the information, yet his expression remains devoid of joy. It is one thing to have the opening veins pill devalued, but to be denied the opportunity to handle a weapon worth over 10,000 yuan stones is a blatant show of the alchemy guild's might. Xiao Yuan feels thoroughly regarded as a simpleton. With a clang, the sword is sheathed. Please convert the remaining funds into yuan stones and bring them to me. Chapter 4. Re-entering the ghost market having departed from the alchemy guild. Xiao Yuan now possesses a yellow-grade storage ring, 1 earth-grade washing marrow pill, 1 increased yuan pill, and still has 11,400 yuan stones remaining. Upon returning to the Yuanqing shop, Xiao Yuan immediately replicates the earth-grade Xinjiang sword, spending 5,000 yuan stones, with a cost roughly 1/10 of that. Shaking off distractions, Xiao Yuan concentrates on refining the Xinjiang sword. Days pass, and he gradually senses a resonance between his yuan power and the sword, leading him to conclude his retreat. Why now? It is the 10th day of the 5th month, with less than 20 days remaining until the tax payment at the city lord's manor, at which point various creditors are sure to come knocking. He not only needs to amass yuan stones, but must also elevate his cultivation level to AT16. Xiao Yuan is at the mid-stage of the first tier. His talent is neither extraordinary nor abysmal. To rapidly enhance his cultivation, he must rely heavily on external elixirs, such as the increased yuan pill and washing marrow pill. Medicine is 3 parts poison. Even the finest elixirs can accumulate residual potency within the body, rendering it impossible to absorb. Given that I now possess a god-level replication system, I should not be content merely with earth-grade elixirs. Heaven-grade and earth-grade elixirs not only differ in price by a factor of 10, but their effects are also incomparable. When the time comes to gamble, one must not hesitate. Xiao Rou is busy sewing a black robe for Xiao Yuan, glancing at him as she stitches the "Do not worry. I have ventured to the ghost market before. Nothing will happen." Xiao Yuan gently pats Xiao Rou's head, though his gaze involuntarily drifts toward her ample figure, leading him to awkwardly turn away. Tomorrow at the hour of the tiger. Xiao Rou will wait at the back gate for the young master. Very well. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Yuan unsheathed the Xinjiang sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light that a sharp, needle-like pain surged within his heart. He relaxed his grip on the sword, which then seemed to pivot, pointing directly towards a certain location in the west, its body trembling as if yearning to pierce the void. Excellent. It truly deserves to be classified as a terrestrial-grade treasure. Xiao Yuan scoffed. Ever since he returned with the bag, the flustered expression of Tian had piqued Xiao Yuan's vigilance, prompting him to keep a close watch on the owner of the neighboring noodle shop. Each night, any movement from his side would be met with subtle rustlings from next door, revealing that the owner was indeed observing him. In recent days, he had deliberately made noise by opening and closing the back door. And moments later, he could hear someone from next door come out to investigate. It was no wonder that his previous incarnation had been caught off guard during his first visit to the ghost market. It seemed he had long been under scrutiny by others this moment. As the Xinjiang sword was being refined, he sensed malice emanating from the neighboring establishment, why the time of the dog hour. The sky had turned dark, and Xiao Yuan intentionally left the back door ajar, slipping out quietly under the cover of night. When the pig hour arrived, Xiao Rou, following Xiao Yuan's instructions, created a commotion by shutting the back door, pressing her ear against it only to hear the sound of approaching footsteps. How could they be so devious? Xiao Rou exclaimed in anger, unable to believe that the seemingly kind-hearted aunt he was secretly monitoring the young master. Despite having spent her days with Aunt He at the market selling vegetables and cooking together. Meanwhile, Wang Xian had already arrived at the southern part of the city, at the Nevernight Forest Ghost Market. The Ghost Market opened daily, not only for trading cultivation resources, but also for gambling, dueling, and all manner of dealings shrouded in secrecy. From the pig hour to the rat hour, one had to pay 100 to enter the forest, with an additional 100 required for a stall. The advantage was that as long as one rang a bell, any disputes within the Ghost Market would be resolved by the experts of the Nevernight Forest. It was rumored that Lanqiong County had once attempted to eradicate the Ghost Market, only to be thwarted by the overlords of the Nevernight Forest, allowing all visitors to leave safely. Lanqiong City, the county seat, was renowned throughout Ningzhou, which made the nightly market bustling with activity. Cloaked in black robes and a black hat, Xiao Yuan approached a stall, hanging up a sign that read, "Terrestrial-grade cleansing pills from the alchemy sect. 20 off." The rules of the night market stated that no inquiries about the source or destination of goods were permitted. Once a transaction was made, the seller bore no responsibility to entice customers. One had to be willing to lower prices. Thus, Xiao Yuan drastically slashed the price by over 6,000, and the effect was immediate. Is this truly the alchemy sect's elixir? A similarly cloaked figure approached. Obscured in shadow, Xiao Yuan cleared his throat. "Fellow practitioner, you may examine and sniff it closely. The alchemy sect employs unique techniques that are not easily replicated by others." The man picked up a pill bottle, scrutinizing it under the lantern light, carefully inhaling the medicinal aroma. "What is the price?" Xiao Yuan adjusted the sign. "According to the Alchemy Merchant Association's pricing, it's 20 off. Cleansing pills for 24,000 and growth pills for 28,000. How many do you have?" "Friend, the Nevernight Forest does not entertain such inquiries." The man chuckled. "My apologies that he did not rush to reveal the quantity, as the market's rules dictated that once the price was asked and the quantity stated, a deal must be struck." Xiao Yuan noticed that the man seemed to harbor ulterior motives, but remained unperturbed, continuing to draw in customers that DOU of 100 of each. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. Terrestrial-grade pills were extraordinary. The request for 100 of each meant a staggering cost of 520,000. Deal. According to the rules, you must pay the first that DOU accept. A few million would be a trap if exchanged at the bank. The man smiled. "That is indeed the case, but do you have enough storage rings to accommodate several 100,000? With that, he extended his right hand, revealing a white storage ring. The terrestrial-grade storage ring was large enough to hold several buildings, while his yellow-grade storage ring could only fit 3 water tanks. That yellow-grade storage ring replication. Yellow-grade storage ring replication. Hidden within the heavy black robes, his hands were not replicated until both hands were adorned with rings. A total of 32. When Xiao Yuan extended his left hand, he was met with a sight of fingers densely populated with rings, causing the cloaked figure to burst into laughter and shake his head, systematically depositing the end of the storage rings. Why buy so many yellow-grade storage rings when you could save and purchase a terrestrial-grade one? Xiao Yuan retracted his left hand, continuously funneling the freshly acquired into the system, and replicated the pills and their bottles, ensuring the alchemy sect's authenticity. The cost barely increased by a single, and he was feeling generous, as business was paramount and time was of the essence. He had no time to fill each one individually, that he had never anticipated that just moments ago he had been gloating over his empty stall, only to be overwhelmed by 200 orders. With the most exhausting part being not the production but the collection of payments. The transmission took a full quarter of an hour, switching hands and utilizing both the system and storage space. He finally amassed 520,000 simultaneously. He retrieved a yellow-grade storage ring from his pocket and transferred 200 terrestrial-grade pills to the cloaked figure. The man examined each bottle, though his facial expression was obscured. His actions conveyed astonishment that terrestrial-grade pills were not commonplace, and especially for a significant force like the alchemy sect, where disciples were more likely to aspire to become heavenly-grade alchemists rather than spend their days concocting pills for profit. Where did the stall owner acquire such a substantial stock? Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan was also analyzing the cloaked man that a terrestrial-grade storage ring would be valued at around $1 million, and the casual display of over 500,000 raised questions about his identity. After the cloaked figure completed his inventory, he departed contentedly. Xiao Yuan temporarily closed his stall, that he was not concerned about being discovered for his recent exploits. On the contrary, he relished the thought of making a name for himself to attract more customers and achieve a decisive victory. Xiao Yuan merely sought a stall where he could procure a terrestrial-grade storage ring. In his haste to sell the pills, he had not thoroughly inspected the surroundings, but after a brief search, he found no practitioner specializing in storage rings. Just as he resolved to make do, he suddenly spotted a white storage ring among the wares of a certain stall owner. Indeed, a terrestrial-grade one. True Show Alchemist's Legacy. Chapter 5. Alchemist's Legacy. The stall owner exuded an air of dominance, leaning on a long sword, adorned with a golden mask, resembling a general commanding the center of an army. Showing no signs of concealment. Fellow practitioner, may I inquire if this item is a terrestrial-grade storage ring? The stall owner cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuan. Indeed. What is the price? 10 million. No, I only want the storage ring, not the contents within. Xiao Yuan hastily replied. Are you jesting? I currently possess only 455,000, all freshly earned. Foolishness. The True Show Alchemist is a renowned terrestrial-grade alchemist from the Southern Ridge. Gaining his legacy is worth countless millions of .to buy only the storage ring, while disregarding the legacy is akin to buying a box and discarding the pearl within. It would be a laughingstock. If it were a complete terrestrial-grade alchemist's legacy, I would wager that you would never sell it for less than $1 million. Since it is incomplete, why cling to it? Xiao Yuan picked up the storage ring. May I take a look? Of course. Xiao Yuan feigned inspection of the legacy, while in reality, he was inputting the information of the terrestrial-grade storage ring, then shook his head and set the ring down. Only 2 jade slips and a few books combined. They likely do not amount to the value of the pills inside. Although I am an alchemist, I truly cannot afford this price. Farewell. Xiao Yuan departed without hesitation, and the stall owner bore no ill will. Watching Xiao Yuan leave with a cheerful demeanor, little did he know, Xiao Yuan was even more elated. The replication of the terrestrial-grade storage ring consumed 120,000 since he did not access the contents within. The replicated ring was empty, which Xiao Yuan took in stride as he marveled at the vast space within, suppressing the urge to laugh aloud. System, it's not that I'm unwilling to recharge my storage, but spent cannot be recovered, and I still need to purchase treasures. He wrapped the yellow-grade storage ring, keeping one of each grade as a facade, and continued his trade. Xiao Yuan set his prices quite low. Not only could he use them himself, but with a bit of courage, he could stockpile them for profit. That night, a steady stream of customers visited, though not as extravagant as the first. He sold over 100 pills in just over 2 hours, netting an additional 273,000. Inside the terrestrial-grade storage ring lay a tranquil sum of 716,000, pure profit from just one night, while the previous incarnation had struggled with the yearly tax of 800. Xiao Yuan simply needed to replicate pills and sell them for a task so straightforward it was almost effortless. Xiao Yuan felt he might lose his mind, daring not to linger any longer. Seizing the opportunity before the ghost market dispersed, he discreetly slipped away. The journey home was filled with trepidation, fearing an ambush at any moment, but fortunately, the path was calm, and he arrived home safely. Young master, are you all right? Xiao Yuan was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu, the scene feeling eerily familiar, He lowered his voice to assure he was fine, before leading Xiao Rou into the main room. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Yuan could hardly contain his excitement, embracing Xiao Rou tightly and ruffling her hair. "We've struck it rich, Xiao Rou. Yuanshan Pavilion will not only survive, but will thrive." Xiao Rou's previously furrowed brow relaxed. The young master is the best. Her delicate features and adorable expression nearly caused Xiao Yuan to lose his composure, and he quickly urged her to step outside. Allowing himself to calm down, upon closer inspection of the system, he found that his experience points were maxed out at 100, with an energy reserve of 10,000 and a piece of Dao source gold. He could ascend to level 2. What is Dao source gold? It doesn't even appear on the commodity list. The following day, Xiao Yuan strode confidently into the Tianhua Merchant Association. Alchemy Merchant Association? The disdainful attitude of the elder is palpable, as he admonishes the onlookers to elevate their perspectives. "This pristine essence stone shall not be allowed to enrich you." The Tianhua Commerce Association, spanning the East Sea and the Southern Ridge, indeed surpasses the local Great U Merchant Association and the Refinement Association in specialization, ensuring that customers do not feel discriminated against or treated differently. The Heavenly Stage Opening Pulse Pill is priced at 470,000 per piece. Purchased, the Heavenly Stage Washing Marrow Pill at 270,000 each. Acquired, the Heavenly Stage Enhancement Pill at 350,000 apiece. Secured, the Heavenly Stage Blood Blossom Pill at 520,000. Bought. I shall reiterate, Xiao Yuan is not merely shopping. He is procuring supplies. Witnessing such extravagant spending from a customer, the attendants of Tianhua Commerce were taken aback. After all, this is not a marketplace where one buys Heavenly Stage elixirs in bulk. Nonetheless, despite sweeping through the mainstream elixirs, encompassing both heavenly and earthly stages, Xiao Yuan's total expenditure amounts to a mere 4,830,000 stones. Elixirs, being consumables, yield multiple doses per furnace, making their prices significantly more affordable than those of artifacts and techniques. What others perceive as shortcomings, Xiao Yuan regards as substantial advantages. Consumables signify rapid turnover, leaving scant evidence behind, while affordability implies a broad and swift market. He is poised to delve deeper into the replication of elixirs with meticulous effort. Following Xiao Yuan, he also selected a volume of Dragon Sparrow Technique and Pure Heart Technique, both Heavenly Stage methodologies suited for male and female practitioners respectively. Regrettably, their total price is exorbitant, and for the moment, Xiao Yuan can only afford to temporarily acquire 2 scrolls, sufficient for cultivation up to the 2nd stage. The abundance of treasures at Tianhua Commerce leaves Xiao Yuan somewhat overwhelmed. However, his sights are set solely on Heavenly Stage treasures, each priced over 1 million, rendering immediate acquisition impossible. He resolves to take the initiative, appealing to the attendants' emotions, expressing a desire to personally test several heavenly arms. The attendants hesitate, acutely aware that cultivators often possess extraordinary abilities. Should any foul play ensue, they would bear the brunt of the consequences. They can only summon the Elder Steward. Upon learning that Xiao Yuan's expenditures at this establishment exceed 5 million stones, Li Xiu is astonished and promptly offers to allow him to handle 5 heavenly arms while wearing the Xinjin silkworm gloves under the Elder Steward's supervision. Under the watchful gaze of the Elder Steward, Xiao Yuan stealthily pilfers the Tianhua Pavilion's heavenly arms patents, embodying the spirit of freeloading as he records the Xinxiao sword for offense, the Xuanwu armor for defense, the Void platform for escape, and the Fengxing boots for disguise along with the Nuo god mask. Finally, he utilizes the remaining essence stones to purchase the exquisite artifact, the Tianxin mirror, which resonates with the heavens above and reflects the people's will below. Capable of withstanding lethal attacks below the 5th stage, contingent upon the intensity of the assault, it may shatter after 1 or 2 uses. For others, 2 million stones might not guarantee survival, a significant loss. Yet for Xiao Yuan, it translates to immense profit. With a replication cost for Heavenly Stage items at 1/5, 40,000 can save a life, and with an unending supply of essence stones, this concept transforms him into a gold-spending deity, an immortal overlord. With his storage ring brimming and a mere 20,000 stones left in his pocket, Xiao Yuan finally finds tranquility, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Li Xiu in the reception room. This question about esteemed guests momentarily leaves me at a loss for words. When Xiao Yuan inquired about how the strength of heavenly arms and those below the fifth stage is determined. Li Xiu, with years of experience as a steward in the commerce, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After pondering for a while, he explained, the classification of the four types of weapons, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, is not arbitrary but determined by the natural world. Artificers utilize the forces of heaven and earth to meld materials into a single forge. When the weapon is completed, if it exhibits yellow patterns, it is classified as yellow stage. If it appears blackish-red, it is mysterious stage. White signifies earthly stage, and blue denotes heavenly stage. That we then test the weapons and discover that yellow stage weapons can contend with the second stage, overpowering the first. Mysterious stage weapons can withstand the third stage and dominate the first. Heavenly stage weapons can resist the fifth stage, surpassing the first. This method of refining weapons and combat experience has been passed down through generations, culminating in the current system of elixir and artifact evaluation, which has extended to raw materials as well. Li Xiu continued. For those below the fifth stage, it is merely the density of essence and the attributes of the stages that differ. Provided one possesses sufficient essence stones and physical capability, even a first-stage cultivator can wield the might of heavenly arms several times. The allure of heavenly arms has spurred artificers to delve deeper into research and development, further driving down prices and making them accessible to a broader audience. That he sighed deeply after finishing his explanation. Xiao Yuan, however, seemed to grasp the unspoken implications that it was merely a lament about the proliferation of heavenly arms leading to more severe casualties in cultivator conflicts. Yet ironically, he is entrenched in this very industry. Once Li Xiu finished reflecting, Xiao Yuan slowly inquired, as a steward of Tianhua commerce, being well-versed in various matters, have you ever heard of the Dao source gold? Li Xiu's teacup froze in mid-air. Chapter 6. Dao source gold. The aroma of the tea suddenly dissipated. Li Xiu glanced at the tea, then set it down. Where did you hear about this substance? The fragmented ancient texts are vague. Li Xiu contemplated for a moment and replied, the existence of Dao source gold is not a secret, but for low-tier cultivators, even a speck of powder could spell disaster. Therefore, anyone who possesses it keeps it closely guarded, afraid to reveal it. Xiao Yuan refilled his cup with fresh tea, listening intently as Li Xiu elaborated. This place is Ningzhou, Lanxiong County, under the jurisdiction of Great Yu, where the Great Yu Emperor's sword is a formidable imperial weapon that sweeps across the East Sea. After the founding emperor of Great Yu achieved enlightenment, he sought the elusive celestial gold, but found none in sufficient quantity to forge the exclusive imperial weapons that all emperors possess. In desperation, he sought offerings from various sacred sites, gathering 6 or 7 types of celestial metals as primary materials, along with countless Dao-sourced gold as auxiliary materials, and through the application of the emperor's Dao principles, he succeeded in elevating the forged emperor's sword to the imperial level. Li Xiu continued. The Great Yu Emperor's era is already quite distant, and since then, it has become increasingly rare to find celestial gold for subsequent emperors who achieved enlightenment, leading to the extensive use of Dao-source gold as a material for imperial weapons. This series of tribulations has resulted in the scarcity of Dao-source gold, making it exceedingly precious. With a single grain worth over 10,000 jade stones, Yuan jade, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, one piece can be exchanged for over 10,000 essence stones. Indeed. Xiao Yuan composed himself. So, Dao source gold is a type of material for weapon forging. Approximately, Dao source gold is formed from the condensation of the principles of heaven and earth, and its growth locations are not determined by humans. Even those of imperial caliber can only expedite its growth, but cannot control its formation. Li Xiu drained his cup of tea and stated, I have done my utmost to satisfy your curiosity, esteemed guest, that I hope you will continue to frequent Tianhua commerce and seek out my services as a steward. Xiao Yuan replied, the treasures at Tianhua Pavilion are dazzling. I wish I could reside here, were it not for the constraints of my finances. Li Xiu laughed heartily, escorting Xiao Yuan out of the pavilion. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yuan's mind wandered, simultaneously troubled by the elusive quest for Dao source gold and intrigued by the potential changes in the replication system post-upgrade. Upon returning to the Yuanqing shop, Xiao Yuan immediately entered seclusion that he first consumed the heavenly stage washing marrow pill obtained from Tianhua Pavilion, cleansing the impurities within his body. The gentle medicinal power flowed like a warm current, purging his limbs and bones. Before long, a dark residue was expelled through his pores, enveloping him in a thick black cocoon. Xiao Yuan was astonished, despite his diligent cultivation and relentless pursuit of improvement in his previous life. His body still harbored such a significant amount of impurities, truly alarming. This serves as a testament to the extraordinary nature of heavenly stage elixirs, which can reach every nook and cranny of the body. After cleansing himself, Xiao Yuan set aside the Great Yu Dynasty's foundational technique he had previously practiced and exclusively studied the Dragon Sparrow technique. The former, while a compilation of the efforts of many great powers suitable for all practitioners, was overly simplistic and slow to progress. In contrast, the Dragon Sparrow technique is strikingly perilous and fierce, characterized by two major features. First, its ability to devour as long as resources are sufficient. Progress can be extraordinarily rapid, exceeding 3 to 5 times the norm. Second, it is combative. The Dragon Sparrow, akin to a phoenix, is solitary and fierce, and the technique named after it is exceptionally powerful in battle. Its drawback, however, is the propensity to lose oneself in the process of devouring and combat. Thus, Xiao Yuan meticulously selected the Pure Heart technique, a practice primarily for female cultivators that promotes tranquility and can temper the ferocity of the Dragon Sparrow technique. Cultivating at the 5th stage aims to tame the spirits of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Having already sown the water seed and nurtured it to the mid-stage using essence power, Xiao Yuan shifted to the Dragon Sparrow technique to refine the water seed anew in less than 3 days. A complete transformation occurred, showcasing the dominance of the technique. This juncture, consuming another washing marrow pill revealed that there were no more impurities to expel. Thus, Xiao Yuan unreservedly consumed the enhancement pill to refine his cultivation. The ferocity of the Dragon Sparrow technique left him trembling with astonishment. The rapid digestion of heavenly stage elixirs could only be described as ravenous, while others could only consume heavenly stage elixirs once a month. He completed the entire process in less than 10 days. Not only did his cultivation fully convert into Dragon Sparrow essence power, but he also advanced to the late 1st stage, with the pinnacle of perfection within reach. Excellent. This is precisely what I require. Just as Xiao Yuan prepared to seize the momentum and continue consuming enhancement pills to break through to the pinnacle of the 1st stage, the elderly Zhang hurriedly reported, "Today marks the final day for tax payment, and the city lord's tax officials may arrive at any moment, alongside numerous debt collectors." His face was filled with worry and trepidation, and Xiao Rua, frightened by the tense atmosphere, clung tightly to Xiao Yuan's arm. Xiao Yuan replied calmly, "Xiao Rua, continue practicing the Pure Heart technique. There is no need to worry about the shop in the front courtyard. Uncle Zhang, brew the finest tea from the shop and accompany me to the reception room to await the arrival of the tax officials. Young master, do you have essence stones? The tax is only 800, but the debts owed by the former shop owner are countless. Uncle Zhang, rest assured, starting today, the Yuanqing shop will not only avoid closure, but will gradually expand. There will be plenty for you to attend to in the future." Xiao Yuan meticulously arranged the surroundings, seated early in the reception room on the left side of the shop, awaiting the arrival of the tax officer. Before long, he heard faint discussions from outside, which soon escalated. Peering through the crack of the door, he noticed a considerable number of people gesturing towards the Yuanqing shop, suggesting a prearranged gathering. Xiao Yuan curled his lips in a cold smirk. Zhang has arrived. Just as old Zhang finished speaking, Xiao Yuan spotted a middle-aged man clad in official attire of the Yu striding confidently towards the Yuanqing shop, flanked by 2 minor officials. Hu Ping's countenance was grave as he got straight to the point. Brother Xiao Heng has suddenly perished on Looting Mountain, leaving behind neither treasure nor legacy, but a heap of debts and outstanding payments to Yuan. Even if you manage to sustain the annual principal tax of 300 and the passing tax of 800, how many years will it take to clear the debts? He surveyed the meager shelves of the Yuanqing shop and continued, "Regardless of the circumstances, Brother Xiao Hong accompanied the imperial forces to Looting Mountain. I could report to the city lord's mansion and allow you to enter the Dao Academy for cultivation. Whether you aspire to serve in the court or engage in battles, it would be preferable to enduring a precarious existence managing an uncertain shop." Hu Ping, having shared a long-standing friendship with Xiao Hong, spoke with a degree of consideration towards Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Hua, for your kind intentions. However, The Yuanqing shop is the culmination of my late father's efforts and has been my home since childhood. I cannot stand idly by and witness its demise that if today you cannot pay the taxes in full and settle the debts, maintaining the shop will be impossible. The do you understand? I understand, Xiao Yuan replied, gesturing for Hu Zhangshu to enter. Hu Ping adjusted his robe and entered the reception room with the two minor officials. Zhangshu, served he, no need for that. Let us get to the matter at hand. Xiao Yuan nodded, producing two wooden boxes with a flick of his hand. Hu Ping's expression shifted as he instructed his subordinates to open the boxes. 10, 100,000, 4,000 yuan stones. The officials gasped after counting and verifying the contents. Hu Ping raised an eyebrow. It seems my esteemed nephew has discovered a lifeline for the Yuanqing shop. However, what does it mean that you present 4,000 when the tax is 800? Xiao Yuan smiled slightly. One must learn from past experiences to avoid future mistakes. The TO prevent the shop's owner from missing the tax deadline due to unforeseen circumstances, and given the lack of cash flow. I have presented the amounts for the next 4 years in advance. Record this and issue an invoice, Hu Ping commanded. The tax is merely a minor issue. The creditors outside are numerous, and do you have a strategy to cope with them? Chapter 7. The clarity of Yuanqing. Xiao Yuan smiled confidently. I seek to have Uncle Hu witness this, aiming to settle the debts and allow the Yuanqing shop to rise from the ashes. Ambitious, but be prepared for the reality. Hu Ping cautioned that TO gather resources for the assault on Looting Mountain. Brother Xiao Hung has left behind considerable unpaid debts and has borrowed extensively. After speaking, he approached the door and called out, anyone holding debt notes from the late Master Xiao or the Yuanqing shop may come to settle today. The street erupted in commotion. Hu Ping continued, let me make this clear. With Master Xiao having ascended to immortality on Looting Mountain and all his belongings lost. Unless you possess the late Master Zhao's signature, the Yuanqing shop's official seal, and notarization from the city lord's mansion, 2 out of 3, you should not present yourself to embarrass us. Someone immediately shouted. Master Xiao has always had a remarkable reputation in the 9th district that I previously borrowed yuan stones from him based on his name, without leaving a note. Does that not count now? Whoever made that statement, why not step forward boldly? Hu Ping's fierce gaze swept across the crowd that I know Xiao Heng's character well. Any loan exceeding 10 yuan stones must be recorded for clarity. If you truly were a close friend and lent him 300 to 500 yuan stones without documentation, you must certainly be a friend of Xiao Heng. When Xiao Heng's son is here, he will recognize the truth. Anyone daring to forge documents to deceive the Yuanqing shop will face severe punishment from the city lord's mansion. Behind the counter, Xiao Yuan opened the wooden boxes, revealing glistening yuan stones. Old Zhang and the creditors verified the documents, checking the ledger and counting the amounts. 300, 500, 200. In no time, he had attended to over 20 individuals, yet the boxes appeared inexhaustible, continuously yielding yuan stones. Some began to retract their claims. Forgive me, esteemed nephew, I misheard the rumors and thought the Yuanqing shop was on the verge of closure, so I hastily came to demand payment. It turns out that is not the case. I am willing to relinquish my claim and stand with the Yuanqing shop. Xiao Yuan glanced at the name in the ledger, Hu Zhishuan, a beast tamer who often consigned yuan beast pelts and materials for cultivation or refining at the Yuanqing shop. His total debt did not exceed 100, yet individuals like him were crucial for the Yuanqing shop's survival in this peripheral market of the North City. Friend Hu, as the saying goes, one must settle accounts clearly. The future business direction of the Yuanqing shop remains uncertain. It is best to clarify past debts that if there is a need in the future. I will certainly not forget you. Over 6,000 yuan stones flowed out, and the number of creditors dwindled. The entire street buzzed with speculation about how Xiao Yuan had acquired such wealth shortly after taking over the shop. Hiding in the crowd, Tian's expression changed, yet he ultimately stepped forward, striding confidently into the Yuanqing shop. The onlookers could not help but laugh. Old He, what brings you, a noodle shop owner, to this commotion? Tian, suppressing his urge to respond, maintained a stern demeanor. Before Xiao Heng departed, he used the Yuanqing shop as collateral to borrow 10,000 yuan stones, promising to repay within 3 months. Otherwise, the shop would belong to the He family's noodle shop, and the time has nearly come. The crowd erupted in laughter, but Xiao Yuan's gaze sharpened. Though your noodle shop dabbles in dishes related to cultivation, such as yuan beast meat noodles, how long will it take to earn 10,000 yuan stones? Old He, Hu Zhangshu, is present. This is not a place for jest. That Tian remained expressionless. I possess a contract to present for Hua Zhangshir's review. Hua Ping pondered momentarily, accepting the contract from Tian, studying it for a while before shaking his head, although it bears Xiao Heng's signature and the old seal of the Yuanqing shop. There are numerous discrepancies in this contract. Since it is a private loan, how can there be no notarization? As he spoke, he intended to hand the contract back to Xiao Yuan, but upon seeing this, Tian exclaimed urgently, "No." Xiao Yuan chuckled, "Uncle He, in front of Hua Zhangshir, should I destroy this contract, the 10,000 yuan stones would still need to be repaid." "What do you fear?" Tian flustered insisted. Xiao Heng did not wish for this loan to be known, which is why I agreed to let him write the note himself. With his signature and the seal of the Yuanqing shop, do you all intend to default? Xiao Yuan meticulously recorded the contract, the process clearly demonstrating how the document was fabricated. Words written first, followed by the signature and seal, with the main text subsequently altered to reflect a loan. The signature is genuine, and the seal is authentic. But the contract itself is fraudulent, preposterous, black and white on paper. You cannot deny your debt. Hua Zhangshir, everyone in the vicinity, please observe the ink of the signatures compared to the main text. Although written on the same sheet, there is a distinct difference in timing. Xiao Yuan raised the contract high, exclaiming, "The Yuanqing shop and He family noodle shop have been neighbors for many years that I do not know how he deceived my father into leaving his signature and seal. But I can confirm that the signature was written first, with the loan text added afterward." "You speak nonsense, Xiao Yuan. I watched you grow up. I never expected that for a mere 10,000 yuan stones, you would disregard your father's reputation and the Yuanqing shop's name." Tian, infuriated, denied any wrongdoing. The signature indeed appeared older than the main text, resembling something not written by the same pen. "Old He, have you truly lost your conscience?" "I have not," Tian retorted angrily, attempting to seize the contract. The onlookers, being other shop owners, were quite shrewd, promptly passing the contract to Hua Ping. Hua Ping examined it for a moment before laughing. "I did not expect someone to be so audacious as to commit fraud in my presence. Someone, go to the city lord's mansion and summon Mr. Wood." He flicked the contract. Forging documents and defrauding money may not initially seem like a grave matter. A fine and 3 to 5 years of imprisonment could yield a new man. However, it is a grave mistake to stir trouble under my watch after I have clearly stated the severe consequences for such actions. This is a blatant disregard for the city lord's mansion and for me. Tian trembled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Ultimately, under Hua Ping's cold gaze, he fell to his knees. "Hua Zhangshir, spare me. I was blinded by greed. Seeing Xiao Yuan bereaved, I thought there was profit to be made, which is why I forged the documents that I know I was wrong. Please spare me." He struck his head against the ground. The sound echoing as blood appeared after only a few strikes. Hua Ping inquired, "How did you forge it?" "The noodle shop sometimes receives yuan beasts. After processing the meat and blood, we are left with skins and fur for refining. As the collection grew, I needed to create an official record, so I wrote terms on paper with smoke ink and tricked Master Xiao into signing." The owner of the sword shop across the way erupted in fury. "Shameless! Master Xiao is a person of great integrity, always kind to neighbors. How could you have plotted against him so insidiously?" Others were equally astonished, unable to fathom that the usually honest-faced owner of the noodle shop had been plotting against Xiao Heng even before his downfall. Moreover, they were oblivious to whether he had previously conspired against Xiao Yuan. However, Xiao Yuan pondered another matter. The cloud smoke ink would dissipate within 2 days after being written, and in business, one must always be vigilant. Either one prepares their own ink or meticulously inspects it. How could Xiao Heng, a seasoned player in the game, not detect the chilling scent of cedar branches within the cloud smoke ink? As Xiao Yuan began to speak, he was interrupted by Hua Ping. With both eyewitness and material evidence gathered, take Tian back to the city lord's manor for questioning. The matter concerning Yuanshan Pavilion concludes here for today. Should anyone dare to offend again, they shall face double the punishment. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to inquire further, he noticed Hua Ping's right hand, which was resting behind him, gesturing subtly, prompting him to remain silent. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Yuan's emotions surged tumultuously. Starting today, Yuanshan Pavilion would undergo a complete transformation. All merchandise would be taken down and sold at discounted prices. Old Zhang was taken aback. "Are we no longer going to do business?" "Of course, we shall continue, but not with petty dealings that we will strive for greatness and aim for substantial profits, Xiao Yuan declared. You handle the closure and liquidation of goods. I shall return shortly. The issue with He Tian is not yet resolved. Chapter 8. The He family of Qinshan. There were too many uncertainties surrounding He Tian. Setting aside the fact that Xiao Heng had operated Yuanshan Pavilion for over a decade, interacting daily with diverse groups, how could he not see through the trickery of Cloud Smoke Inc.? Moreover, He Tian's meticulous preparations before Xiao Heng's incident raised questions about the cunning of a mere middle-aged man running a noodle shop. Even if He Tian did not reveal himself, Xiao Yuan would inevitably investigate him later. That He Tian struck Xiao Yuan as a thread that could unravel the truth behind the assassination of his predecessor. Outside the city lord's treasury office, Xiao Yuan settled into a tea house, awaiting Hu Ping's return. Around noon, Hu Ping strode in, and Xiao Yuan approached him, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Hua, for your concern. Let us dine at Sanxia Tower for a simple meal." Hu Ping rubbed his brow and replied, "Very well, there are indeed matters I must discuss with you. Sanxia Tower is a prestigious establishment in Diyue, catering specifically to practitioners, with each meal starting at no less than 100 yuan stones. Although the food may not be of royal delicacy, it comprises renowned spirit beast dishes. The meat is succulent and imbued with rich spiritual energy, making a single meal equivalent to days of arduous cultivation. As dishes of rare spirit beasts were served, such as the jade rabbit from the Deer Peak Mountains, the wind featherbird, the nine-flower deer, the crimson immortal fish from the East Sea, and the ink electric minnow, Hu Ping stared in awe, faintly recalling that during a previous banquet, he had only partaken of 2 or 3 of these delicacies alongside the esteemed officials from Ningzhou. Now, all of them lay before him. Understanding the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds them, Hu Ping recognized this truth better than anyone. Noticing Hu Ping's hesitance to pick up his chopsticks, Xiao Yuan laughed heartily to ease the tension. "That I have heard that Brother Qingsong has ascended to the Ningzhou Dao Academy. His future is undoubtedly limitless, as a small token of my regard. I wish to congratulate Brother Qingsong on his grand ambitions." Upon seeing the style of the pill bottle Xiao Yuan presented, Hu Ping's expression grew serious. The pill bottles from the Tianhua Commerce Association were standardized, and as a tax officer, he was well acquainted with them. Earth-grade cleansing pills. Hu Ping's pupils dilated. Each one costs 30,000 yuan stones. Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Too extravagant." Hu Ping understood that the bond between the Xiao family and himself should not be measured in yuan stones. Hu Ping remained silent. Accepting the pill and consuming this lavish banquet would make it difficult for him to account to Xiao Yuan without offering something of equivalent value. 30,000 yuan stones represented 5 to 6 years' worth of his salary. With Qingsong ascending to the Ningzhou Dao Academy, he faced competition from talented individuals and noble families across various regions, necessitating ample cultivation resources to keep pace with his peers. The Earth-grade cleansing pill would undoubtedly elevate him to a higher level. After a prolonged contemplation, Hu Ping finally spoke. "Could it be that you have inherited the teachings of your elder brother Xiao Heng? Are you referring to Yuanshan Pavilion?" Xiao Yuan asked. "No, I speak of the secret arts upon which Xiao Heng relied to navigate the martial world." Xiao Yuan searched his memories, but found no recollection of Xiao Heng imparting any secret techniques to his predecessor. After a moment's pause, he replied, "My father hastily departed for Deer Peak Mountain and left no instructions. Otherwise, Yuanshan Pavilion would not have been left in such disarray." Hu Ping fixed a sharp gaze on Xiao Yuan. "Then how is it that you possess such a wealth of yuan stones? The taxes, debts, and the cleansing pills must amount to at least 50 or 60,000 yuan stones that I sold the treasures left by my father in exchange for yuan stones." Xiao Yuan explained. Hu Ping shook his head. The journey to Deer Peak Mountain was fraught with peril. Xiao Heng would have exchanged all his yuan stones for pills and treasures to ensure his survival. He would not have left behind valuables worth 50 or 60,000 yuan stones. Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Hu Ping waved his hand, "That if you are unwilling to share, I shall not press you. Take my jade token and go to the city lord's library to seek information on the He family of Qinshan Island. Focus on the most recent 2 years, and you shall comprehend everything." Xiao Yuan accepted the jade token, quickly inputting the information and inquiring, "The He family, could they be related to He Tian from the noodle shop?" He Tian is indeed a distant relative of the He family from Qinshan Island, and it is highly probable that he is acting on their orders against Yuanshan Pavilion. However, there are matters the city lord's office cannot address. You will need to resolve them yourself. Huaping picked up his chopsticks and remarked, in the time it takes to enjoy a meal, gather as much information as you can. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan immediately left Sanxia Tower and proceeded to the city lord's library. Explaining his intentions to the librarian, the latter brought forth a hefty stack of books. The He family of Qinshan Island belonged to the Zhou family of the Thousand Islands. 60 years prior. They had committed a grave error and were ordered to shut down their island, with all family members forbidden from entering or leaving for a century. According to intelligence from several districts in Ningzhou, the He family's collateral branches had become quite active in recent years, seemingly plotting to break the restrictions and rescue their main lineage from Qinshan Island, secretly operating in Ningzhou, Haizhou, and Liuzhou, seeking out capable individuals. What connection could this have to Yuanshan Pavilion? Xiao Yuan was perplexed. Estimating that time was running short, he hurriedly recorded the information about the He family and asked the librarian, "Might I trouble you to also retrieve information on Xiao Heng from Yuanshan Pavilion?" The librarian nodded and went inside. After a short while, he returned with a rather grim expression. "The intelligence regarding Xiao Heng has a heightened security level. Lord Hu's Jade token does not grant you access." Xiao Yuan was taken aback and slowly nodded as he departed. It was astonishing that a family with a respected elder stationed there had a lower intelligence level than Xiao Heng. A mere owner of a small sundry shop. The depths of this matter seemed unfathomably murky. Just as Xiao Yuan was contemplating, a golden feather streaked across the sky and landed in the librarian's hands. The librarian examined it and said, "Director Hua has sent a message, instructing you to keep the jade token and not return at Sanxia Tower." Xiao Yuan returned the jade token and gazed at the imposing library, departing silently. Xiao Heng's protection of his predecessor was meticulous. He had spent his youth secluded in the courtyard, never needing to worry about any matters, as he was never allowed to meddle in the affairs of the martial world or the shop. In the memories of his predecessor, Xiao Heng was merely an ordinary owner of a sundry shop, selling various materials, pills, and treasures to practitioners, earning enough yuan stones to sustain their living and cultivation. Day after day, year after year, it was an unremarkable existence. However, since Xiao Heng participated in the battle at Deer Peak Mountain, the situation had shifted dramatically. Xiao Heng no longer appeared to be just an ordinary merchant. And Yuanshan Pavilion was no longer merely a simple sundry shop. Xiao Yuan pondered for a long while. Currently, with the Tian detained by the city lord's office, he found himself without the opportunity to intervene. Huaping, resolute in his cryptic demeanor, left Xiao Yuan to realize that uncovering the truth would require his own initiative. Tian's family and old Zhang were the only potential leads he had, originally intending to seize the opportunity to ascend to great heights. He was now beset by trivial matters that stirred his mind. Sighing, Xiao Yuan soon returned to the 9th block. "Why has the family's noodle shop closed? What has become of Tian's family?" Old Zhang replied. After Tian was taken away, his son sold the shop to the Ningzhou Bank and disappeared with his family. Xiao Yuan nodded, suddenly speaking, "Since I can remember, Uncle Zhang has been with my father. He should know much about my father and the shop's affairs." Old Zhang sighed deeply. 20 years ago, I lost my family while fleeing from disaster, and it was the shopkeeper who saved my life, allowing my family's remains to find peace. Since then, I have followed the shopkeeper to Longjing City to serve as an assistant. What kind of person was my father? Did he have any other identities apart from being the shopkeeper? Why did the Ningzhou court specifically summon him to battle at Deer Peak Mountain? Xiao Yuan fixed his gaze on old Zhang, eager to uncover any secrets he might reveal. Chapter 9. A mysterious letter. Old Zhang felt the weight of Xiao Yuan's scrutiny and grew somewhat uneasy, helplessly saying, "Young master, why must you make things difficult for this old man? The shopkeeper is a practitioner, and his connections are with figures from the martial world. Why would he discuss anything with me? I am merely a watchdog, tending to the shop and handling trivial tasks." Xiao Yuan chuckled. "After spending 20 years together, it would be too far-fetched to claim you know nothing. Uncle Zhang, although Yuanshan Pavilion has cleared its debts, the crisis persists and I need to understand more of the underlying issues to navigate through this safely." Seeing old Zhang's attitude soften, Xiao Yuan pressed on. "There are matters I refrain from sharing with you and Xiao. Fearing they would worry that on the day I went to the nightless forest ghost market to sell treasures for yuan stones, a mysterious person attempted to assassinate me. Had it not been for a fortunate twist of fate, my grave would be 3 feet high by now. Old Zhang gasped in shock. Someone actually tried to assassinate the young master. Xiao Yuan spoke solemnly. Uncle Zhang, you should understand that the turmoil left by my father has not subsided. It is not mere curiosity compelling me to inquire. It is a matter of survival, and I must confront it head-on. Old Zhang let out a long sigh that on the surface, the old shopkeeper appeared to be merely the proprietor of a grocery store. Yet beneath that facade, he clandestinely associated with various figures from all walks of life, seemingly possessing a peculiar skill that was highly regarded among practitioners. This was precisely the reason why he was specifically invited to participate in the Battle of Looting Mountain by the Ningzhou Lanchuan County. Young master, this does not imply that your father is a wicked man, that I understand. Xiao Yuan replied, the deal you know what this peculiar skill specifically entails. Old Zhang forced a smile. Matters of cultivation are beyond my comprehension. I only handle account receivables. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to inquire further, a rhythmic knocking sound suddenly emanated from the shop door. Tap, 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 tap. He immediately became alert, drawing forth the Xingyang sword. Yet he sensed no hostility. Xiao Yuan opened the shop door, and a beam of yellow light shot in. He swiftly bent down to evade it, brandishing his sword as he pursued outside, that a figure wearing a bamboo hat swiftly vanished at the end of the alley. And it was evident that he could not catch up. Such speed. Xiao Yuan was astonished. The Yuanshan shop was indeed located at the end of the street, at least 100 meters away from the alley. Yet in just a few breaths, that person had left nothing but their silhouette behind. What kind of master was this? Looking at the shop assistants along the street, none of them emerged to take a look. Seemingly oblivious to the unusual occurrence that it was a letter. The yellow light pierced into the wooden counter, and old Zhang retrieved it, noticing that the envelope was addressed to the proprietor of Yuanshan shop. Xiao Yuan tore open the envelope, revealing a succinct message written in just a few words. To know what the He family intends, come to the ghost market at midnight tonight. Respectfully, Qinglong. Who was Qinglong? Was Xiao Yuan's first thought. And the ghost market? Could it be that the He family was laying a trap? Xiao Yuan felt a headache coming on. The lack of information left him utterly bewildered. However, he had not forgotten the reason for his crossing over, which likely had an inseparable connection to the He family of Sifang Island. Should he go or not? What did the letter say? Nothing of consequence, Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly, folding the letter away. Uncle Zhang, post a notice that the Yuanshan shop will be closed for a few days and will not receive outside visitors. You may also take a few days to rest easy. After dismissing old Zhang, Xiao Yuan focused on reassuring Xiao Rou, checking on her progress in practicing the Suxing formula. Eagerly awaiting the moment, she could skillfully assist her in opening her meridians for cultivation. As night fell, Xiao Yuan once again made his way to the ghost market. Although the mysterious individual had arranged to meet at midnight, he was not foolish enough to wait until then. By the hour of high, Xiao Yuan had already set up his stall in the ghost market, continuing to sell spiritual pills and miraculous elixirs. Earth-grade pills, heaven-grade pills, meridian opening, marrow cleansing, essence replenishing, blood nourishing, qi cultivating, detoxifying. Everything one could desire was available. Cloaked in a black robe and hanging a sign, Xiao Yuan was resolute in his intent to make a significant profit, gathering enough yuan stones to cease operations. Otherwise, he would lack the necessary yuan stones to replicate those heaven-grade weapons. Earth-grade pills at a 20% discount, heaven-grade pills at a 10% discount, quality assured, all sourced from the renowned Tianhua Alchemy and the two major trading associations. As the first customer approached, it quickly drew in more clientele. 1 or 2 pills were not deemed too few, while 300 to 500 were not considered too many. Xiao Yuan's pill shop, without a source, was thriving remarkably. In just a couple of hours, the sales likely surpassed what the two major associations would sell in a month. The blood-nourishing, qi-cultivating, and detoxifying heaven-grade pills had the highest sales, while the meridian opening, marrow cleansing, and essence replenishing earth-grade pills followed closely. As for the ice heartbreaking shackles and purple spirit pills, due to their high prices and limited effects, only 3 or 5 had been sold. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan's storage ring was brimming with yuan stones, roughly estimated to be around 20 million, an astounding profit. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan quickly prepared the Xinxiao sword, Xuanwu armor, Windwalker boots, void platform, and the mask of the god of festivities, spending a full 300,000 yuan stones on duplications without batting an eye. Are these all from Tianhua Alchemy? A man dressed in a green Taoist robe halted before Xiao Yuan's stall. his face concealed by a matching green mask. The ghost market does not impose such rules. Fellow cultivator may inspect the goods if they suit your fancy, purchase them. If not, then that is that. Xiao's shopkeeper is indeed thriving in business. You have even forgotten our agreement. Xiao Yuan straightened up, casting a wary glance at the man before him. Fear not, I am merely condensing sound into a thread. Others cannot hear us. Pack up your stall and follow me. With that, the man in green gracefully departed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuan decided to roll up his stall and follow. The man in green did not lead him outside the forest, but rather deeper into the dense woods. Surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, Xiao Yuan suddenly felt a shiver, as though he had stepped into the true ghost market. Are you Qinglong? Noticing the crowd dispersing, Xiao Yuan discreetly concealed the Shinshao sword, boldly posing his question. Indeed, the man in green replied, clapping his hands. Suddenly, lights flickered in the darkness, and a pavilion appeared before him. The man mounted the stairs and sat within, smiling at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan felt compelled to ascend the wooden steps cautiously. Xiao's shopkeeper need not worry. Within the ghost market, no harm shall befall customers. This is the rule of the ghost market, and none may contravene it. Qinglong smiled lightly. Moreover, I have saved your life before, so I harbor no ill intentions towards you. What do you mean by that? In early May, while I patrolled the ghost market, I witnessed someone ambushing a youth, attempting to seize treasures and deal a lethal blow. I intervened immediately and pursued him to the outskirts of Lanchuan City. By the time I returned, the youth had vanished without a trace. How can you be sure it was me? The intelligence of the ghost market is renowned throughout Ningzhou. I would not mistake you. Xiao Yuan inquired. Did Mr. Qinglong seek me out to enlighten me on why the He family is targeting the Yuanshan shop? Qinglong turned to fixate on Xiao Yuan, then burst into laughter. That an innocent man with a precious gem is bound to attract envy. Xiao shopkeeper has sold specialized pills from Tianhua Alchemy in the ghost market on 2 occasions. Yet you still inquire about such matters? Xiao Yuan maintained a stern expression. If I knew the circumstances, would I have been lured here by your letter? Qinglong replied. The He family of Sifang Island is a subsidiary of the Zhou family of the Thousand Islands in the East Sea. Approximately 60 years ago, the He family's ancestor, in a reckless quest to break through to the Marquis realm, improperly consumed demonic pills, resulting in a chaotic cultivation path and a massacre of disciples from other islands. The Zhou family subsequently issued a decree sealing the island for 100 years, prohibiting all personnel from entering or leaving. It is said that for a century, the He family has lacked spiritual herbs and yuan stones, struggling to advance their cultivation and suffering severe injuries. The He family's branch outside the island has been deeply concerned, secretly operating within the Great Yu territory to seek individuals capable of unlocking the restrictions, smuggling pills and yuan stones onto the island, and even retrieving direct descendants from within. Thus, they eventually found your father, who has been living in seclusion in Lanchuan City. Chapter 10. The Secret of Xiaoheng. Qinglong's robe fluttered as he spoke with a hint of melancholy. The renowned master, Xiaoheng, had somehow concealed himself in a small grocery shop in Ningzhou's Lanchuan County, had it not been for the He family's relentless efforts to uncover this information. Who could have believed it? The He family immediately sought to invite Xiaoheng to Sifang Island to break the restrictions, only to be outmaneuvered by him, causing the He family to suffer considerable losses at the hands of the Ningzhou authorities. Little did they know that a fool among them had, in anger, revealed Xiaoheng's whereabouts to the Ningzhou officials. Coincidentally, the officials were troubled about how to breach Looting Mountain's defenses and gathered their forces to surround Xiaoheng, inviting him to dismantle the restrictions of Looting Mountain. It is said that Xiaoheng, in order to protect his son, struck a deal with the authorities, yet unexpectedly perished within Looting Mountain. The night wind was chilly, and Qinglong's words were even colder. Looting Mountain was an ancient sacred site, its restrictions fierce, instantly depleting Xiaoheng, leaving no treasures behind. The Ningzhou authorities remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaoheng had swapped the restrictions, using illusions to confuse them. After fruitlessly probing his son, they ultimately abandoned their efforts. However, the He family remained undeterred, sending people to capture his son and employing schemes within the city to seize the Yuanshan shop for a closer inspection. At this point, Xiao Yuan understood everything It turned out that Xiao Hung possessed a unique ability akin to his own god-level replication, which drew the covetous eyes of many forces that he had chosen to hide his identity. But the obstinate He family had stirred him from the shadows, entangling him deeper into their schemes, making escape impossible. The He family of Sifong Island? I cannot rest until I avenge this grievance. Here is a hint. The person who attacked you that day is named Ijun, a fifth-tier master and the He family's overseer in Lanchuan County, possessing the highest cultivation and the most ruthless disposition. Xiao Yuan grasped the implications, realizing the dire situation. One strike had taken down the original body, demonstrating a certain ruthlessness. Your high-profile sale of Tianhua alchemy pills in the ghost market cannot escape the attention of those with ulterior motives, especially the He family, who are closely monitoring you. Even the Ningzhou authorities might have thoughts if they find out, particularly since the restrictions of Looting Mountain have yet to be broken, Qinglong remarked. You require assistance, whether for self-preservation or vengeance. Are you a reliable ally? As an envoy of the king of the carefree throne in the ghost market, my words carry the weight of the ghost market. I dare not speak for other places, but the entire Ningzhou Jianghu bows in reverence. What do you seek from me? Straight to the point, I see that I require you to create a key. What kind of key? A key to unlock the formation that I believe that should not be too difficult for you. You have already managed to break the restrictions on Tianhua Alchemy's heaven-grade pills, replicating them to a remarkable degree. I trust that a mere earth-grade formation should pose no challenge. Damn, I can only replicate. I cannot decipher, Xiao Yuan thought, his inner turmoil concealed beneath the composed exterior. Formation is not like pills. The combinations are intricate and ever-changing. And I cannot hold it in my hands to ponder that I regret to say that I lack the ability that if I place the Jade token for unlocking the formation in your hands. How long would it take for you to comprehend it and forge a new Jade token capable of unlocking the formation? That would be simpler. Deciphering a lock and replicating a key are not of the same caliber. As for the exact duration, I can certainly comply with your requirements, Envoy Wang. Xiao Yuan grinned. However, to engage in such a matter, a mere story will not suffice. Wang Xing chuckled. What would the Tianhua Alchemy Association think if they discovered someone was peddling their elixirs in the ghost market? And if they were to learn that this individual is none other than the son of the renowned saintly hand, Xiao Hung, how would they respond? Xiao Yuan gazed intently at Wang Xing, unable to discern the expression hidden behind his azure mask. With a faint smile, he donned the mysterious god mask, and instantly, his entire demeanor transformed, placing him in a state that was both present and elusive. Wang Xing could effortlessly dismiss the reputation of the ghost market and the eternal night forest, and Xiao, too, was not one to shy away from risking his life for a worthy companion. Willing to engage Wang Xing in a game of wits, with the worst outcome merely being a reunion with his father atop Deer Peak Mountain. Clap, 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 Wang Xing applauded with admiration. Excellent, truly, a tiger begets no dog. State your terms, and I shall heed them. Xiao Yuan extended his hand, feeling the chilling night breeze brush past him. The He family has been quite active in Lanjiang County, and their leader, He Jun, whom you have already encountered, is at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. There are also 2 elders at a similar level. I require their 3 heads as a deposit. 3 5th tier masters merely as a deposit? Wang Xing questioned incredulously. Indeed, I also wish to know who from the He family uncovered my father's whereabouts, who relayed that information to the Ningzhou authorities, and which official coerced him into venturing to Deer Peak Mountain to break the formation. Wang Xing's gaze turned icy. Your appetite seems insatiable. Xiao Yuan replied with a calm smile. Though the heavenly level formations are robust, they pale in comparison to those of respected masters, since you can intimidate He Jun into fleeing. Your cultivation level is evident. Thus, why resort to subterfuge to obtain the formation's Jade token for imitation? This scheme is no trivial matter, and I believe it warrants negotiation. Wang Xing responded, wait for my return. Xiao Yuan bowed courteously and departed the pavilion. That he did not hasten to leave, but instead resumed his stall, selling elixirs. The eternal night forest was a place rife with peril, and he had no intention of returning soon. Every bit of profit mattered. In Ningzhou, the elixirs produced by Tianhua Alchemy were indeed a prestigious brand. Many cultivators, upon recognizing the elixir's craftsmanship, would purchase them decisively if they had any elemental stones in hand. Earth-grade elixirs sold for 5,000 to 6,000, while heavenly-grade elixirs fetched about 10,000 to 20,000. Such opportunities were rare. Even if they were not immediately needed, they could be stockpiled for future use or gifted to friends. Thus, Xiao Yuan refrained from advertising, and his stall quickly drew a throng of customers that he even replicated 2 Earth-grade storage rings to hold the elemental stones that be by the time the hour of the tiger arrived. Xiao Yuan had amassed over 3,000 elemental stones, the storage rings brimming with wealth. After tidying up his stall, he prepared to leave, and on his way to the exit, he encountered a familiar stall owner. Still leaning on a long sword and wearing a golden mask, Xiao Yuan had pilfered his Earth-grade storage ring. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Yuan approached the stall. "What is the price for this Earth-grade storage ring?" 1,000,000 elemental stones that I need to inspect the elixirs and jade tablets inside, as you wish. The 2 jade tablets were named True Show Elixir Manual and True Show Medicine Scriptures, detailing the methods of alchemy and herb identification. Several books included the Greenwood Technique, a price guide for elixirs, and alchemical notes. The vials contained common earth-grade elixirs, such as Qi Nourishing, Blood Restoration, and Essence Cleansing, differing significantly in technique from those of the Eastern Sea Alchemy sect. Xiao Yuan calculated briefly. Considering the market price for earth-grade techniques fluctuated around 1,000,000 elemental stones, and given the unique nature of alchemy, adding an additional 50% would yield a maximum package price of 5,000,000. The earth-grade storage ring was valued at around 120,000, and the collective elixirs would not exceed 1,000,000 in total. This amounted to a reasonable sum of over 800,000. Renowned alchemical legacies were difficult to handle, while the techniques and elixirs were merely earth-grade, but if he had not sold anything in a month, he would likely sense something amiss with the pricing. "How about 800,000? 1,000,000. Not a single stone less." Xiao Yuan scoffed. "Then you might as well set up stall for another year." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," the stall owner softened his tone. 1,000,000 elemental stones cannot be less, but I can include an additional heavenly-grade elixir." Xiao Yuan accepted the vial and sniffed it. "The Green Emperor elixir? Indeed, my word. You were hiding this." The Green Emperor elixir, a specialty of Nanfeng, renowned for its ability to regenerate severed limbs, was worth at least 120,000 in the Eastern Sea. This price was indeed close to 1,000,000. Xiao Yuan pondered. "I have a question. If you answer truthfully, I will accept this alchemical legacy." Chapter 11. Jungle Ambush. The golden mask concealed the stall owner's expression, but his tone allowed Xiao Yuan to sense a shift in his attitude. No matter how exquisite the goods, if they could not be sold, they were worthless. "Has the True Show alchemist been killed by you? Does he have any disciples or kin?" The stall owner was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yuan bowed slightly. "I mean no intrusion into your secrets, but the legacies of alchemists are typically orderly. Should I learn this alchemical method and be pursued by his disciples seeking vengeance? It would be rather unjust." The stall owner fell silent. "That if the True Show alchemist does have disciples, would you then reconsider acquiring the legacy?" "I have stated that as long as you answer truthfully. I will accept the legacy. Those masked in the ghost market truly respond with sincerity. I do not believe you have any reason to deceive me. If there are disciples, there are. If not, then not. Once the alchemical legacy is in my hands, what transpires henceforth has no bearing on you. So why entrap me?" After a moment, the stall owner replied, "The line of the True Show alchemist has been broken. He is the only one of his generation and has perished." Xiao Yuan nodded and paid 1,000,000 elemental stones. Although he did not currently intend to practice alchemy, perusing the elixir manuals would surely aid his development in this field. Moreover, these uniquely crafted elixirs could be branded as True Show, allowing them to be sold openly at the Yuanqing shop, rather than continuing to peddle counterfeit goods from Tianhua Alchemy in the piracy market. As dawn approached, Xiao Yuan, donning the mysterious god mask, traversed the eternal night forest, preparing to sprint towards Lanjiong City when suddenly, his Xingyang sword sensed a surge of murderous intent and trembled violently. Xiao Yuan swiftly grasped the divine Xiao sword. Despite its small size, when unleashed, it would pierce through the air like a bolt of light, striking true and swiftly into the heart of an adversary. The forest lay in silence, devoid of the sounds of birds and beasts, as if enshrouded in a peculiar atmosphere, a formation. Xiao Yuan's heart raced. It appeared he had fallen into a trap, just as he steeled himself for what was to come. His Tianqin mirror shattered. Alarmed, Xiao Yuan hastily replicated another Tianqin mirror and concealed it in his clothing, while simultaneously launching the divine Xiao sword. Clang! The divine Xiao sword was deflected, flying back several feet before once again lunging at the figure in gray. The gray-clad individual flicked his fingers like blades, striking the divine Xiao sword repeatedly. And just as it seemed the sword could no longer hold, Xiao Yuan quickly replicated 2 more divine Xiao swords, hastily refining and launching them. Even under the assault of 3 divine Xiao swords, the figure remained unfazed, merely taking a slight step back. Xiao Yuan was horrified. If a heavenly-grade weapon could not harm him, and a 5th-tier Tianqi mirror was shattered with a single blow, this individual was likely at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. It seemed this carefully orchestrated ambush was indeed orchestrated by He Jun of the He family. Twice in a row? How infuriating. Xiao Yuan longed to slay this individual with a single stroke, yet it was evident he was not a match. He quickly summoned the void platform, and as the formation shifted, the platform propelled Xiao Yuan through the air. Fool, do not escape. The gray-clad figure bellowed in fury, enduring 2 strikes from the divine Xiao sword before delivering a powerful palm strike toward Xiao Yuan. This strike, charged with 5 elemental perfection, sent Xiao Yuan sprawling, blood erupting from his mouth. Had it not been for the majority of the power being absorbed by the Xuanwu armor, he would have likely perished on the spot. Nourishing Qi elixirs, blood restoration elixirs, blood hua elixirs, and protecting vein elixirs. Various healing heavenly elixirs poured like candy into his mouth. The void platform tore through the void, emerging outside Lanjiang City. Xiao Yuan quickly stowed the jade platform and scurried into the dog hole, racing towards the Yuanqing shop. Within the courtyard of Yuanqing, protective formations stood guard. Should any conflict arise, the formation flags would be shaken, swiftly attracting experts from the city lord's mansion to investigate. Once seated on his bed, Xiao Yuan exhaled deeply. The chasm between the 1st tier and the 5th tier was vast. Heavenly-grade weapons merely provided some means of escape, but if a confrontation arose, he could not afford to engage. The medicinal effects permeated his organs, gradually staunching his wounds. Xiao Rou, in a panic, continuously wiped the blood from the corners of Xiao Yuan's mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Young master, if you die, how shall I live?" Xiao Yuan quickly embraced her, offering comfort, the softness and warmth alleviating his pain somewhat. "Do not cry, Xiao Rou. The young master will not perish. You must guard the formation flag. If any enemies intrude, shake it immediately." Xiao Rou reluctantly departed, and the smile on Xiao Yuan's face instantly froze. Skill inferior to others, he would be hunted down and killed like a dog. No amount of primordial stones or precious artifacts could save his life. He composed himself and continued to heal his wounds. By dawn, Xiao Yuan's injuries stabilized, and he replicated the remaining profound-level elixirs from the true Xiao Dan Master's inheritance, instructing old Zhang to spread the Yuanqing out once more. He, however, remained in solitude, shutting himself away to recuperate and cultivate. The elixirs were consumed with fervor, and the Dragon Sparrow technique was equally fierce and unmatched. As Xiao Yuan's injuries began to heal, he surged forward into the realm of great perfection at the 1st level. The seed of the water element in his dantian shimmered with a radiant glow, round and full, brimming with vitality. With a rise in strength, Xiao Yuan felt a slight return of his sense of security. He extended 2 fingers to grasp his teacup, and with a gentle squeeze, the porcelain shattered into numerous fragments, yet the tea within remained as if ice had formed atop the wreckage. Water nourishes wood. Xiao Yuan attempted to advance to the 2nd level of cultivation, and the Qing Mu Gong from the true Xiao Dan Master's inheritance, being a text of the wood attribute, served as a valuable reference, quickly presenting him with the opportunity to plant a wood heart and ascend to the 2nd level. "Young master, a guest by the surname Qin seeks your presence," old Zhang reported hurriedly. Xiao Yuan ceased his cultivation and instructed, "Please let him in." The visitor in his 30s possessed a tall stature and an indescribable air of arrogance in his gaze. "Da Wuku, servant under the Azure Dragon Envoy, has been sent to invite Mr. Xiao to the manor for a discussion on important matters." Xiao Yuan chuckled. "What of the deposit?" Wuku waved his hand, and 2 wooden boxes appeared on the table. "These are the heads of 2 5th-level elders under He Jun. As for He Jun himself, he is also within our grasp. However, during our investigation, we discovered that he had attempted to assassinate you multiple times. According to the Azure Dragon Envoy's orders, we have spared his life to allow you to vent your anger. Please extend my gratitude to the Azure Dragon Envoy." Xiao Yuan accepted the heads and promptly decided to accompany Wu Ku to the meeting. Unexpectedly, Wu Ke did not lead him out of the city. Instead, he brought him to a neighborhood near the western outskirts of the North City, just a few streets away from the city lord's manor, that if there was no covert connection between the Night Forest and the authorities. Xiao Yuan could only marvel at their extraordinary audacity that Wu Ke produced a formation token and led Xiao Yuan into a courtyard, where a dimly lit room revealed He Jun, bound by iron chains, his limbs suspended in midair. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yuan recognized him as the gray-cloaked man who had ambushed him in the jungle. The tides had turned. Who would have thought that the once formidable fifth-level master, who had relentlessly sought his life, would now find himself a prisoner in the hands of one so young? He Jun barely lifted his head, disheveled hair obscuring his eyes, yet he still managed to discern Xiao Yuan's visage. "Since I have fallen into your hands, do as you wish. I require no pretense." Xiao Yuan remained unfazed. "I am a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance, that if elder he can answer a few questions truthfully. I will cease my pursuit of the other He family members in Lanxiong County." "Bah, you scoundrel, how dare you deceive me?" The Wu Ke outside scratched his head. "To prevent information leakage, all members of the He family stronghold in Lanxiong have been eliminated. There should be no remaining He family members." Xiao Yuan felt a chill, yet his expression remained unchanged in no matter. Without He Jun of Lanxiong, there are still He Chong, He Yuan, and He Cheng. The He family has thrived for so many years, their branches and leaves flourishing. Chapter 12. Exhaling the turbid air, do not attempt to box me in. The He family operates with utmost secrecy. Do not think that a mere title can deceive me. He Jun screamed in madness, the chains clattering loudly. Operate with secrecy. The Azure Dragon envoy mentioned that many He family members were slain by the Ningzhou authorities. It seems I was misled. That He Jun's expression abruptly stiffened. Did not Xiao Heng also fall victim to the Ningzhou authorities? What is there to be proud of? Xiao Yuan surveyed his surroundings, tearing off a table leg as thick as an arm, swinging it with force and striking He Jun's abdomen. After a few blows, the table leg splintered. Wu Ke, sensing the moment, offered an iron rod. "Mr. Xiao, use this." Xiao Yuan accepted it, feeling the weight in his hands. "It suits me well. Thank you." With that, he unleashed his first-level primordial energy throughout his limbs, mercilessly striking back and forth, pouring out his pent-up anger from the two prior ambushes and the deep-seated resentment of his former self. As He Jun's breath grew faint, Xiao Yuan still forced him to swallow blood flower pills and vitality-preserving pills to sustain his life force. Only when his hands grew sore from the recoil did Xiao Yuan lean on the iron rod. Exhaling a long breath, releasing the turbid air, the anguish of his father's tragic death and his own near demise seemed to dissipate. Yet He Jun remained alive, compelling Xiao Yuan to acknowledge the resilience of a fifth-level master. Xiao Yuan retrieved 2 portraits from his storage ring and tossed them on He Jun's face. After a moment, He Jun opened his eyes, trembling. "Scoundrel, shameless, despicable." The portraits depicted He Yuan and He Cheng, their every action under the watchful eyes of the Ningzhou authorities, which Xiao Yuan had stealthily recorded while reviewing documents. The direct descendants of the He family enjoy lavish lives on the island, while you offshoots, expelled from the island centuries ago, toil and suffer for their benefit. "What a pity," Xiao Yuan stated. "If you cooperate, the He family can save a few lives." That He Jun, barely hanging on, gasped, "You must swear to spare He Yuan and He Cheng, as well as the He family disciples under them." Still negotiating, he displayed unwavering loyalty, yet he needed to recognize the reality. It was he who sought Xiao Yuan's favor now, and he needed to perform well to secure a chance at survival. Rather than threaten him, do you understand? Xiao Yuan swung the iron rod once more. "You may ask, who revealed my father Xiao Heng's whereabouts in Lanxiong County?" "He Jinghong. He is the Grand Elder of Ningzhou, overseeing the actions of the He family throughout Ningzhou County." "Who informed the Ningzhou authorities of my father's whereabouts?" "It was also He Jinghong. He was captured by the Ningzhou troops and had no choice but to exchange information for his freedom." Xiao Yuan found himself speechless. This was the Grand Elder, merely a useless wretch. "Why did you attempt to kill me twice?" "I did not intend to kill you, only to capture you. The first time, I was unexpectedly confronted by someone from the Night Forest and inadvertently struck out. The second time, you escaped on your own. How did you discover my whereabouts?" "He Tian, who runs the He family restaurant, is my kin. His son Yi Tao was training within the clan and was the first to notice something amiss with your father. After Xiao Heng's incident, he kept a close watch on you. He Jun struggled to maintain his composure. This past month, I often staked out the ghost market. Did I happen to bump into you last time and found you familiar? Worried that a master from the night forest might notice. I hastily set up an ambush to capture you. Otherwise, even if you summoned the void platform, you would not have escaped. What of the treasures you seized? They turned to dust shortly after I obtained them. I thought you had deceived me. Xiao Yuan produced the Xingyang sword, stating, "One last question. What transpired on the Four Directions Island? Why can we not wait peacefully for the century of confinement to end, and instead must scour for capable individuals to break the restrictions?" He Jun seemed to sense something, but resigned himself with a bitter smile that we are merely obedient minions, lowly foot soldiers. We have no right to know about family matters. Farewell. Upon finishing, Xiao Yuan thrust the Xingyang sword, its brilliant white blade piercing He Jun's body, and the fifth-level master ceased to breathe. Shaking the hilt, a stream of blood flowed from his hand, washing the blood from the Xingyang sword. And Xiao Yuan sheathed it. The sincerity of the Azure Dragon Envoy, I shall remember deeply. Whatever needs to be done, just instruct me. I shall not hesitate. Wu Ke strode in with purpose, 8T the hour of Su. At the Tsansha Tower, you have 1 incense stick's time to touch the formation token. You must accurately remember the core principles within. Afterward, promptly create a replica token with the same function. That Wu Ke's expression was grave. Mr. Xiao must prepare himself, for when the replica formation token is activated, you must accompany us. Xiao Yuan retorted, that will not do. The envoy Wang did not mention this, that if the replica token fails, it is best to have Mr. Xiao present to rectify it on site. Otherwise, if my brethren charge and full of confidence and fall into the trap, who will take responsibility? The replica token can still be considered a transaction, but to enter the formation alongside you. What does that imply? Complicity. My ties with the Night Forest are not intimate enough to reach that level. Xiao Yuan stated, if you are concerned that I might flee, I can simply visit the ghost market on the day of your operation and wait for news under the watchful eye of your envoy Wang. Wu Ke chuckled, suspecting others is unnecessary. We have never doubted Mr. Zhao's abilities. We simply want to ensure that once we enter the Grand Formation, we are not caught off guard by other formations. At that time, Mr. Zhao's assistance will be indispensable. That I in return, you may select one treasure from the treasury for yourself. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Treasury? What treasury? Wu Ke smiled mysteriously, pointing toward the city lord's manor. Xiao Yuan felt as if struck by lightning. That my heavens! Are they actually attempting to crack the formation of the Lanxiong treasury? This was not merely murky waters. This was a deadly quagmire. Lanxiong City was the county seat. It was said that a venerable being resided there, and no matter how clever our methods to steal from the treasury, we could hardly withstand the might of a venerable one. Rest assured, we will choose a day when no venerable being is present in the city to act, and we guarantee that before the operation concludes, the venerable will not return unexpectedly, that Wu Ke said blandly. As long as we follow the orders of the Azure Dragon Envoy, we will ensure everything proceeds smoothly and safely. That I hope so. Xiao Yuan's heart sank as he gazed at the evening glow that filled the sky. It was a splendid day, and even as night fell, the remnants of the sunset still illuminated the residual glow tower with a dazzling brilliance. Throngs of people bustling about in the treasury. Warehouse manager Yang Zhe waddled toward the spring welcoming pavilion, his round belly leading the way, while Zhang Luan meticulously attended to him, presenting a continuous stream of fine wines and exquisite dishes. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Lun summoned a bevy of charming maidens to encircle Yang, relentlessly pouring him spiked wine until he soon became somewhat incoherent. At the opportune moment, the crafty thief, Cheng Rui, stealthily relieved Yang Zhe of his storage ring, swiftly delivering it to the adjacent room. Donning a mask of the deity of mischief, Xiao Yuan received the storage ring and found himself at a loss upon observing the intact restrictions. How could he extract the array tokens within without breaking the seals? Wu Ke raised an eyebrow. Isn't the art of substituting restrictions and creating false semblances the hallmark of the renowned Xiao family? Why ask me? Xiao Yuan's heart raced, yet he maintained his composure. I have only dabbled in this technique for a few years, that I cannot guarantee a swift breach of the restrictions without the master noticing, especially since you have not made clear the necessity of unraveling the seals on the storage ring beforehand. Wu Ke's gaze intensified, fixing on Xiao Yuan, and the atmosphere grew taut. After a few moments, he suddenly smiled. Mr. Xiao, there is no need for reticence at this juncture. The reputation of the Nightless Forest is far more trustworthy than that of the He family or the government. They will not betray you. Moreover, this matter cannot be delayed. A failure would yield consequences beyond our capacity to bear. Chapter 13. The residual glow treasury. Xiao Yuan clenched his fists. I can only attempt it. I cannot assure whether I can deceive Yangzhe. Also, please refer to me as Mr. Yuan or Mr. Chun. Remember that he was not truly without recourse. He simply recognized that the Nightless Forest indeed comprised individuals of dubious morals, who could commit murder without a flicker of remorse, and yet lacked integrity. Many matters were not communicated in advance, only to be sprung upon him when it was time to act, clearly taking advantage of his predicament. Whether it was joining them in the fray or circumventing Yangzhe's restrictions, it would have been prudent to inform him beforehand for adequate precautions, yet they insisted on pressuring him at the last moment, all while falsely claiming faith in the Xiao family's prowess. The He family, the government, and the Nightless Forest were all far from noble. Xiao Yuan sighed and retreated behind a screen, where he replicated Yangzhe's profound storage ring. The counterfeit was indistinguishable from the genuine article, and he also grasped Yangzhe's restriction techniques. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan broke open the original, meticulously cataloging its contents, particularly the array tokens, before returning the genuine item to the counterfeit. Due to the existence of the restrictions, he could not delve into the storage space directly. He could only toss items in haphazardly, that if Yangzhe were vigilant, he would surely notice the rearrangement of the items. As the treasury manager, did Yangzhe possess such observational acuity? After about a quarter of an hour, Wu Ke grew impatient and called for Xiao Yuan. Only then did Xiao Yuan emerge, returning the storage ring to Cheng Rue, who confirmed the integrity of the restrictions with a nod before heading next door. That Wu Ke inquired, "Did you succeed?" Xiao Yuan replied with a faint smile, "When do you plan to act?" "In 3 days." "Too late. I suggest we move tonight." The array token slipped from Xiao Yuan's fingers, rolling across the table, emblazoned with the emblem of De. Wu Ke hastily picked it up, inspecting it with uncontainable delight. "Truly, you are a marvel, sir. Yangzhe is no fool. Once he sobers up, he will undoubtedly notice the discrepancy regarding the storage ring. Moreover, can those assisting you keep this a secret, without a whisper of news leaking out?" Xiao Yuan clenched his fists. The longer the night, the more dreams arise. Speed is of the essence. That Wu Ke toyed with the array token, his expression dubious. "You wouldn't have directly stolen the array token, would you? Hence your urgency for us to act. Do you think me a fool? Then why the haste? One who does not run a household cannot fathom the cost of rice and firewood. You, being unencumbered by responsibilities, cannot appreciate the complexities faced by shopkeepers and treasury managers. The inventory of treasures, their arrangement. Once familiar, it is etched into memory." Xiao Yuan mused. Yangzhe's laxity stems from his underestimation of those daring enough to target the government treasury. However, this does not imply he is a fool. The residual Glow County ranks among the top 3 in Ningzhou. The city lord's office, however incompetent, is merely a mouse in this position, not a foolish pig. Wu Ke held the token. "I will inform the Qinglong envoy. I am not consulting you, that if we do not act tonight, tomorrow and the day after will lead us into a trap, at which point I shall not accompany you." Xiao Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "I will await your news here." That Wu Ke's expression darkened immediately. As the moon hung high, laughter from next door wafted into the air, further agitating Wu Ke's spirit. Though he initially wished to disregard Xiao Yuan, he begrudgingly acknowledged that there was merit to Xiao Yuan's words. Xiao Yuan gazed out the window, observing the myriad lights of the city. Tranquil and peaceful, perhaps the denizens of the Nightless Forest were indeed formidable. The 3 fifth-tier experts of the family had been easily dispatched within days, their heads severed. Yet they were undeniably arrogant. The residual Glow County is one of the top 3 counties in Ningzhou. Even the He family from overseas recognized the necessity of establishing a foothold here, emphasizing its significance. How could such a treasury, brimming with valuable resources and treasures, lack defenses? To presume that acquiring the array token would guarantee unimpeded access, treating Yangzhe and the city lord's office as simpletons. Xiao Yuan struggled to comprehend their audacity. Such a force could stand tall in Ningzhou's various counties for years, with the government turning a blind eye. The strength of their leader, the carefree king, loomed larger than life in Xiao Yuan's mind. At the hour of the boar, Wu Ke led Xiao Yuan back to the small courtyard. The tall figure clad in black, Zhu Qingfeng, had long awaited their arrival, gazing blankly at the nearby city lord's office. Old Zhu has arrived. The Wu Ke's face brightened. The Qinglong envoy has indeed agreed to act tonight. Zhu Qingfeng revealed only his eyes, his voice hoarse. Matters concerning the esteemed ones cannot be altered with the changing of the wind. Do you believe Zhou Shuhan is a wild dog? That the nightless forest would toss him a bone and he'd scamper away from residual Glow City? He turned his gaze to Wu Ke. His eyes glinting with cold light, that Wu Ke's forehead broke into a sheen of sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Chief Zhu, I only considered the action. I meant no offense, that I merely hoped you would speak a few kind words on my behalf to the Qinglong envoy. Zhu Qingfeng did not pay him heed, but instead turned his attention to Xiao Yuan. From his gaze, Xiao Yuan perceived a chilling intent, as if confronted by a slab of ancient ice. Cold and unyielding. The dual pressure of his cultivation and presence bore down upon Xiao Yuan, instilling in him a heavy sense of foreboding. Yet, Zhu Qingfeng merely stated coldly, Mr. Xiao shall remain in the small courtyard for a few more days. You may depart after the action concludes. Xiao Yuan's heart sank, but he suddenly felt a potent sense of unease, prompting him to review the entire situation, sensing that a vast pit awaited him ahead. Take the matter of obtaining the array token, for instance. Wu Ke and the others could bring the treasury manager Yangjia before them. What was it that could not be acquired? Why necessitate Xiao Yuan's involvement? Why not lure Yangjia out on the day of the decision and seize the array token directly, thus avoiding the convoluted effort of enlisting an outsider? At present, all he could do was proceed step by step. In 3 days, under the cover of darkness and a howling wind, Xiao Yuan followed Wu Ke, Zhu Qingfeng, Cheng Rui, and the others, donning thin, gossamer-like leather masks that transformed them into entirely different individuals. They then disguised themselves as officials of the city lord's office. Advancing toward the residual Glow Treasury. The treasury lay in the northwest corner of the city lord's office. Exiting the courtyard, they walked 2 streets east before turning north to reach the side entrance. In a dimly lit and secluded corner, Wu Ke produced the array token, integrating it into the treasury's defenses and slowly opening a small, light-diffusing door. Cheng Rui promptly retrieved an oddly shaped tool, inserting it into the wall to carve out a hole no larger than a basin, swiftly slipping through. Xiao Yuan had been concerned for Zhu Qingfeng, wondering how his stature would allow him to pass. But to his surprise, Zhu Qingfeng displayed a remarkable agility, contorting his form before Xiao Yuan's eyes, transforming into a tall, slender cylinder, and leaping through. Once Wu Ke entered last, the crafty thief, Cheng Rui, sealed the hole. Leaving no trace of their intrusion, it appeared that the nightless forest had long coveted the residual Glow Treasury. As they navigated the interior with intimate familiarity, that Wu Ke almost navigated with his eyes closed. Guiding the 4 of them past the guards until they arrived before the cultivation treasury, that he inhaled deeply, retrieving the array token and pressing it against the beast's mouth on the copper ring of the grand door. After a ripple of energy, the door swung open, revealing 2 realms. Outside, the colorful lights adorned a tranquil summer night. Inside, darkness enveloped like ink, devoid of wind or wave, as if a demon awaited the unsuspecting to deliver themselves unto it. Chapter 14. The wind and thunder mysterious pearl. Wu Ke hesitated not, for whether it was merely a demon awaiting their arrival or a true demon, he must enter, lest the Qinglong envoy render him worse off than being devoured by a demon. The group illuminated the treasury with luminous pearls, yet contrary to Xiao Yuan's expectations, the brilliance did not blind them. Instead, they found rows of wooden racks arranged haphazardly, with wooden boxes containing no visible treasures. Wu Ke lowered his voice. Do not touch anything. Search separately for the wind and thunder mysterious pearl. Xiao Yuan complied, wielding the luminous pearl to inspect the rows. This row contained elemental stones. This row was filled with medicinal pills. This row held magical artifacts. All 4 tiers of the heavens and earth were present. Upon witnessing the detailed descriptions of the treasures, Xiao Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to break the locks and seize the goods. The entirety of the treasury's inventory for the officials of residual Glow County was contained within, encompassing cultivation, daily necessities, combat, truly comprehensive. The treasury was not extensive, and the 4 of them quickly completed their search. Yet the wind and thunder mysterious pearl remained elusive, that Wu Ke's brow furrowed into a frown. Could it be that the mysterious pearl is not here, but rather in the possession of Zhou Shihan or Feng Xian? Impossible. Zhu Qingfeng resolutely denied that the Fenglei Xian pearl was a public asset lent by the Great Yu dynasty to govern the flooding in Ningzhou's 3 prefectures, asserting that it could not be privately safeguarded or repurposed. He was certain that there must be mechanisms and hidden chambers still within the treasury. At that moment, the cunning thief Qing Rui suddenly interjected. There is a rather suspicious spot on the north wall. Shall we go and take a look, esteemed leaders? Without hesitation, Wu Ke strode boldly toward the suspicious area. Following Qing Rui's suggestion, Wu Ke began to probe the stone wall, but soon shook his head after a while. Unable to locate the core of the restriction, Zhu Qingfeng joined in, agreeing that there must be a mechanism hidden within, though pinpointing its exact location was proving difficult. The trio then turned their gaze to Xiao Yuan, who, imitating their actions, began to explore the wall. That he discovered that the stone wall was not a monolithic structure, but rather comprised distinct segments, reminiscent of the small drawers used in apothecaries to store medicinal herbs. Could it be that this stone wall is, in fact, a magnified version of a specialized stone cabinet? He postulated. The restriction is seamlessly integrated with the wall, appearing as a natural part of it. Without any reference, I have been unable to find the foundation for 6 months. Even if I could open it, this wall contains at least 9 compartments. How can anyone guarantee which one holds the Fenglei Xian pearl? Wu Ke coldly retorted, now is not the time for you to conceal your shortcomings, that if you cannot unravel this restriction, why did we bring you into the night forest? Xiao Yuan chuckled. The Azure Dragon envoy never mentioned that I was to unlock the treasury's hidden chambers. Besides, considering the risks we have taken together, do you really think 3 lives could suffice as collateral? Do you believe that merely forging a formation jade tablet is enough to claim the bounty for 3 fifth-tier heads? Whether it suffices or not is a promise made directly by Envoy Wang, and your subsequent actions have shown me a complete lack of sincerity. The Wu Ke was about to retort further when Zhu Qingfeng struck out with a palm toward Xiao Yuan. Although Xiao Yuan had anticipated it, the disparity between first tier and fifth tier was too great. Even a casual strike imbued with martial energy was beyond his defense. That a guttural sound escaped him as his internal organs roiled. Black blood surged to his throat, and fearing he would leave evidence behind, he clenched his teeth to swallow it down. This is not the place for your bargaining, even if we are all to die. It is you, this first-tier waste, who will perish first. Zhu Qingfeng's gaze was as fierce as a wolf, devoid of mercy. Qing Rui, seeing this, hurriedly helped Xiao Yuan up, adopting a conciliatory tone and showering him with flattery. We are all in the same boat. Why must we fight amongst ourselves? Mr. Xiao, any request can be made later. Xiao Yuan remained silent, consuming a medicinal pill to regulate his breathing. Only when he sensed Zhu Qingfeng preparing to strike again did he slowly rise. I have a few clues now. Zhu Qingfeng grinned wickedly. If only you had been so obedient earlier. Xiao Yuan discreetly pressed the identity jade tablet of Yangzhou in his hand, hoping to gamble that they had no other secret methods. When he pressed it down, it indeed opened. With a clang, the iron box slid open, revealing a pale blue pearl lying quietly within. The moment Xiao Yuan grasped it, an overwhelming force of lightning surged through his palm, and his expression changed drastically. Zhu Qingfeng swiftly struck Xiao Yuan's hand, snatching the pearl away in exultation, exclaiming, "The Fenglei Xian pearl! The might of the thunder and lightning is astonishing, and its principles are profound, truly a divine weapon. Heaven has favored us by allowing us to find it so easily." De Wu Ke, equally delighted, urged, "Let us hurry and retreat." Zhu Qingfeng, however, chuckled ominously, "No rush, since this brat managed to open the secret chamber so easily. Why not take a few more as our travel expenses?" At this moment, Xiao Yuan had no desire to engage with him further. As he recorded the information about the pearl, he realized the conditions for replication required less than 100,000 stones. The cost to replicate even a heavenly-grade weapon exceeded that amount by several tiers. Yet this holy-grade weapon was priced so low. What could this possibly mean? It either indicated that the Lanxiong treasury had been prepared, or that the city lord's residence was merely baiting them. In such circumstances, what more could he say? He needed to prepare his excuses and plead for mercy from the esteemed Zhou Shihan, hoping for an opportunity to break the restrictions at Looting Mountain. Xiao Yuan wasted no time. He swiftly opened all 8 treasure boxes. Swords, purple lightning, formation discs, and mysterious cauldrons were all revealed. And as expected, each appeared magnificent, yet not one was genuine. Merely imitations. Zhu Qingfeng did not even wait for nightfall. Taking 4 pieces for himself, Wu Ke 3, Cheng Rui 1, while Xiao Yuan received none, an eerie atmosphere hung over them, and Zhu Qingfeng, finally deciding to retreat, cast a suspicious look at Xiao Yuan, who had already braced himself. Sure enough, as they departed the treasury, Zhu Qingfeng executed a horizontal strike, leaving Xiao Yuan behind and sealing the door. What utter shamelessness! Watching another piece of the Tianqi mirror shatter, a loss of 400,000 stones felt like a waste, and Xiao Yuan yearned to tear Zhu Qingfeng apart. Yet, this was not the time for complaints. He needed to think of how to evade the impending doom that it seemed that he could only come clean. Xiao Yuan, feeling helpless, realized that being a consummate first-tier cultivator in the civilian world earned him respect and admiration, easily allowing him to live like a lord with a harem. However, in the realm of cultivation, particularly in a place like the Great Yu Dynasty or the Night Forest, where both righteous and nefarious powers abounded, he could not even aspire to be a mere lackey. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to seek out the only person in the city lord's residence who might assist him, the tax officer, Hu Ping. Upon exiting the treasury, he retraced his steps, finding the route completely unimpeded. It was evident that they were fishing. How absurd for Wu Ke to believe himself astute, while Zhu Qingfeng was blinded by treasure, and Cheng Rui merely acted as a lackey, with no further need for concealment. Xiao Yuan made a beeline for Hu Ping's residence in the northern city, knocking on the door to seek an audience. The lights flickered on, and Hu Ping, clad in a loose outer robe, received Xiao Yuan in the hall. Xiao Yuan, feeling the weight of the moment, quickly noticed that Hu Ping wore iron armor beneath his robe. "Uncle, save me," Xiao Yuan implored, kneeling with a thud. Hu Ping remained unmoved, coolly inquiring, "What has transpired?" Previously, when Uncle asked if I had learned my father's skills, I was both inexperienced and aware that such matters were the root of calamity, reluctant to speak of them. I had no choice but to deceive you, only to be discovered by the wicked thieves of the Night Forest, who forced me to serve them, that I inadvertently caused great trouble. I implore you, Uncle, save me. Chapter 15. A sudden assault with the team. Hu Ping took a sip of tea, remarking, "You used to call me uncle with such formality. Now that you've stirred up big trouble, you suddenly feel affectionate. Unfortunately, the sins you've committed are far too grave. As a mere tax officer, I cannot assist you, that I beseech you. Uncle, for the sake of your friendship with my late father, lend your nephew a hand. Otherwise, the Xiao family will be left without successors." Xiao Yuan feigned a weeping tone, putting on a sorrowful display that he calculated that Hu Ping would surely save him. Otherwise, why would he have opened the door? Stealing from the imperial treasury is akin to treason, punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. How could I possibly save you? The true instigators are the bandit leaders of the Night Forest. And I was coerced into compliance. All hasty actions were undertaken out of necessity. Xiao Yuan swore earnestly, "I vow to join the Great Yu Academy, and, once I have mastered my skills, to serve the court loyally." Hu Ping could not help but laugh. For others, not dying after committing such crimes is already considered light punishment. Yet you, on the other hand, wish to join the academy. I have no ties with the bandits, but my heart is aligned with the court. Spare me your theatrics. I find them tiresome. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Ping added, "Brother Xiao, with your mastery of the 2 supreme arts of breaking restrictions and deception, how many techniques have you grasped?" Xiao Yuan replied, "I have some grasp of deception, but I have yet to reach the level required to break restrictions. Since you have entered the threshold of these 2 supreme arts, you are a talent the court needs." Hu Ping stated to Yuan, "Change into armor and join me in battle. If you can appeal to the officer in charge of funding, and if you achieve further accomplishments, your punishment may be significantly mitigated." After speaking, Hu Ping summoned a servant to provide Xiao Yuan with surplus iron armor. The latter, steeling himself, donned it, though it lacked the lightness and agility of the Xuanwu armor. He had no choice but to comply when demonstrating loyalty and commitment. After sitting quietly in the hall for some time, they suddenly heard faint sounds of arrows being shot. Hu Ping sprang from his seat and took Xiao Yuan on horseback, heading straight for the square in front of the city lord's residence. The square was crowded with individuals clad in the official uniform of the Great Yu, numbering no less than 2,000. All armored and silent, their expressions stern. The officer in charge of funding, Huang Yini, appeared to be in his 40s, tall and slightly plump, with an unremarkable appearance, yet his distinct mustache added a unique charm. Hua Ping conveyed Xiao Yuan's situation to him in hushed tones. Huang Yini cast a glance at Xiao Yuan and responded similarly. Let him first serve in the formation. If he survives, we can discuss other matters. At this, Hua Ping patted Xiao Yuan on the shoulder, reassuring him somewhat. The atmosphere of impending doom could not be sustained for long. As the sun rose from the east, the city lord's residence still had not issued orders to act, merely instructing everyone to wait silently. They continued to wait until the soft light of dawn illuminated the sky, which appeared shrouded in a peculiar haze. Finally, a golden feather descended upon the city lord's residence. And shortly thereafter, City Lord Feng Xian emerged, lowering his voice, yet ensuring it reached everyone's ears. The court has decreed that the night forest traders are to be executed without mercy. Act on the orders. The masters in the square responded in hushed tones, their voices soon transforming into a gentle stream, flowing away from the city in surges, heading straight for the unending forest beyond the southern city. The overwhelming presence of such skilled individuals stirred within Xiao Yuan a sense of vengeful exhilaration. He could hardly contain his desire for them to eradicate Wang Xing and Zhu Chengfeng, those who acted with such crude incompetence. They had made the color of the bitter tea known to all, yet still posed pretentiously, believing themselves to be paragons of professionalism, looking down upon everyone with an air of superiority. Before long, Huang Yini, the director of finance, set forth with a tax collection team, approximately 50 strong, all seemingly above the third tier. Their task was merely to assist in eliminating the remnants of the rebels. No need to push too far ahead. They could reap the glory without risk, as they relied on intellect rather than recklessness. Once outside the city, Huang Yini appeared much more relaxed, openly allowing his team to proceed as they saw fit. A contingent of troops from Due surged towards the unending forest, and all Xiao Yuan could observe were the shattered remnants, the forest protective formations stripped away, revealing every scar. Huang Yini spoke lightly. Yet the tax collection squad showed no mercy in their assault. Any fish that slipped through the net would be met with the full force of their purge, and even if they avoided the soldiers' attacks, they could not escape the tax officials' relentless pursuit. Soon, a swift execution ensued, effortlessly dispatching foes. The cries of anguish erupted as flames engulfed the surroundings, drowning out all but the chaos. Not only did Huang Yini remain unperturbed, but even Hua Ping showed no change in countenance. Before long, Hua Ping brought forth a third-tier cultivator before Xiao Yuan. This individual was one of the sentinels of the ghost market, a core disciple of the unending forest. The director commands, "You shall taste blood," Hua Ping stated, patting Xiao Yuan on the shoulder, his tone now serious. "Since you claim to be oppressed by the unending forest, forced into this, you must act without hesitation. Should Huang Yili detect any hint of reluctance in your actions, survival will be a distant hope." Xiao Yuan gazed at the young, yet resolute face of the man before him, a wave of discomfort washing over him. "Revenge has its rightful target. I have no acquaintance with him." Hua Ping interrupted, "The court does not concern itself with such matters. Orders come from above and must be executed below. Do you truly believe your creditor is solely the Wandering King? Or does it also encompass the Azure Dragon envoy and his henchmen? Act now." Drawing a deep breath, Xiao Yuan steeled himself, reminding himself that they were all in cahoots, their interests intertwined, and he swiftly drove the Xingyang sword into the man's body. Hua Ping chuckled and led him aside to witness the DUS soldiers encircle the last remnants of the unending forest's living forces. The city lord, Feng Xian, brandished the sunlight mirror, unleashing beams of white light upon the green barrier, eagerly awaiting its collapse to capture all within. That despicable Feng! How dare he launch a surprise attack with a holy weapon? The inhabitants of the unending forest could not help but curse. Watching the trembling barrier, fearful of its imminent shattering, "Did I it not you who struck first?" Feng Xian, with a demeanor of cultured gentility, remained unperturbed by the accusations, replying, "The unending forest has occupied Ningzhou for nearly 3 centuries. Eluding eradication like a rat undermining the Dua dynasty's interests, they have never dared to meet our gaze. How could one expect them to suddenly reform? He continued, "It is even more laughable that Wang Xing, a man of empty fame, travels in lavish attire and grand carriages, yet would never stoop to seek an audience with our esteemed lord. The unending forest has severely underestimated us, believing that the officials of Du are merely gluttonous fools." As he finished speaking, the sunlight mirror erupted with a blinding brilliance, shattering the remaining small formations. The five-tiered experts of the main formation instantly engulfed by the overwhelming might of the holy weapon. Reduced to mere wisps of smoke. Flee! The remnants of the unending forest scattered in all directions. Feng Xian, unhurried, maneuvered the sunlight mirror to eliminate notable five-tiered experts within the crowd, calmly commanding, "The forces of Lanxiong shall obey. Eradicate all evil. We shall adhere to the orders of the city lord." The soldiers of Lanxiong responded in unison, pursuing in groups. With a single command from Huang Yini, the tax collection team split into three groups, each pursuing different targets. Xiao Yuan and Huaping followed Huang Yini himself, leading a small team towards 5 fleeing individuals. Upon spotting the familiar figures, Xiao Yuan's murderous intent surged that it was none other than Zhu Qingfeng, escaping amidst the chaos alongside Cheng Rue. What a twist of fate. It seemed there were no overnight grievances. Chapter 16. Vengeance for wrongs, all of you fools. How could you lead the enemy into the formation without realizing it? The vast, unending forest of Lanxiong, a place that once prospered, has been obliterated in an instant. As they fled, Sun Jinjie, the strategist of the Lanxiong branch, cursed vehemently. Had it not been for Wu Ku and Zhu Qingfeng drawing the DUF forces into the heart of the formation, we could have preserved the century-long efforts of our branch until the leader and the Azure Dragon envoy returned. At the very least, we could have created an opportunity for escape. How could we have been so swiftly overwhelmed and our stronghold annihilated? Wu Ku felt a mix of guilt and ill fortune. Having positioned himself at the forefront, he was taken down alongside the core of the formation by the vanguard of the DUF forces. Zhu Qingfeng, on the other hand, displayed an unabashed cowardice, retreating hastily while still among the branch members. "Calm down, Commander Sunday, escaping is our priority now. I shall certainly bow an apology to Leader Li and all our brothers of the Lanxiong branch in due time." Sun Jinjie urged, as Zhu Qingfeng continued his flight. His mouth never ceased its prattling. The exotic steed galloped through the woods, leveraging the terrain to shake off the pursuing DUF forces. Just as Sun Jinjie was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a beast were stalking him. Alarmed, he swallowed his words, raising his hand to summon his protective treasure, the radiant cauldron, with a crisp yet faint sound. The cauldron cracked, unable to form its protective light. Sun Jinjie felt despair wash over him. "This cursed thing counters my radiant cauldron." Not far behind, Huang Yini laughed heartily. "A century ago, when we purged the Lanxiong unending forest, your precious radiant cauldron withstood the assaults of dozens of 5-tiered cultivators, allowing your retreat. This, however, is the treasured money cauldron of Ningzhou's director of finance, specifically designed to counter the radiant cauldron. You may die without regret." Upon finishing, the tax collection team unleashed their ranged artifacts and spells. Wind blades, ice arrows, fireballs, and water dragons surged forth, pursuing Zhu Qingfeng and his companions, their elemental forces tearing at their flesh. Xiao Yuan did not engage. His first-tier cultivation rendered him ineffective even with the dragon sparrow form. Without the protection of the radiant cauldron, Sun Jinjie dared not turn back to fight, enduring the damage as he fled blindly. Seeing Huang Yini's higher cultivation and his unwavering focus on Sun Jinjie, Zhu Qingfeng seized the opportunity to distance himself, slipping away in another direction. "You scoundrel, shameless," Sun Jinjie cursed, having intended to escape further and then ally with Zhu Qingfeng to make a stand. After all, they were both 5-tiered cultivators. Who could have anticipated that Zhu would abandon him to draw Huang Yini away for his own chance? Such a waste of his robust physique, engaging in such cowardly acts. Huang Yini remained unperturbed, splitting his forces to pursue Zhu Qingfeng while keeping pace with Sun Jinjie. Xiao Yuan recognized the opportunity and galloped after Zhu Qingfeng, taking the initiative to launch 3 divine sky swords. Striking in a formation towards his opponent, Huaping and the others regarded Xiao Yuan with newfound respect. 3 divine weapons indicated a considerable backing. The divine sky swords, quick, precise, and lethal, combined with the thinning woods. left Zhu Qingfeng with no avenue for evasion. As he ran, one of the swords cleaved through his arm. Almost immediately, Hu Ping and the others closed in, summoning their artifacts to sap Zhu Qingfeng's strength, giving Xiao Yuan the opening to strike once more. The Divine Sky sword pierced Zhu Qingfeng's chest and abdomen. Did I concede defeat? Zhu Qingfeng collapsed, staring at the heavens. That palm strike from the treasury cost me 10% of my strength. Why are you still alive? It is solely for the purpose of exacting my revenge, Xiao Yuan replied coldly. Are you aware that all those treasures are counterfeit? Zhu Qingfeng, in his final moments, still concerned himself with such trivialities. What significance does it hold? Xiao Yuan mocked. Remember, should you have another life, respect the talents of others. Do not presume yourself exceptional, looking down upon this person or that, while being greedily contemptible. With reluctance, Zhu Qingfeng closed his eyes. As the others searched their storage rings, discovering counterfeit treasures hidden within, Hu Ping pulled Xiao Yuan aside, inquiring, is Zhu Qingfeng's claim true? Did you discern the treasures were false? Indeed. Keep this answer close to your heart and refrain from mentioning it to Lord Feng. The idea to create a counterfeit was his own, and he even dismissed the suggestion from Elder Zhou about being reluctant to sacrifice children for the sake of wolves, that if you spot any flaws too easily, he will undoubtedly. Hu Ping patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder and continued to mount his horse, pursuing Si Lang. Xiao Yuan promptly followed, yet inwardly lamented that it seemed the official circles of the Yu were equally treacherous. Markedly different in style from the Evernight Forest. That night, outside Lanqiong City, flames erupted, thunder clashed with fire, and the sound of swords rang out. The centuries-old Evernight Forest suffered significant damage, apart from the two esteemed masters. Wang Xing, the Green Dragon envoy of the Evernight Forest, and Li Zhao, the leader of the Lanqiong branch, nearly the entire force was decimated. Xiao Yuan, bold yet meticulous, collected numerous fragments of esteemed artifacts during the chase and ultimately concluded that any weapon exceeding the 5th rank, even if merely a replica, would approach a value of nearly 100,000 yuan stones. An utterly terrifying prospect that he couldn't help but smile wryly, having thought that earning over 20,000 yuan stones would allow him to relax. Only to find it was merely a drop in the bucket. At dawn, the purge came to a close. Xiao Yuan intended to assist in cleaning the battlefield, hoping to uncover some treasures, but unexpectedly, Huang Yini ordered the team to regroup, specifically calling for Xiao Yuan to follow. Upon hearing the report, he stated that it was commendable for you to boldly challenge a 5th-rank master. Huang Yini's tone revealed no discernible emotion, prompting Xiao Yuan to remain vigilant. Zhu Qingfeng is one of the main individuals who seeks my harm, having previously struck me with the intent to silence me. Such a grudge cannot go unavenged. A fiery temperament, indeed. Huang Yini clasped his hands behind his back. Did you recognize the wind and thunder profound pearl in the treasury as a counterfeit? Absolutely not. Xiao Yuan quickly replied, I merely heard them mention that the wind and thunder profound pearl was a treasure lent by the court to our Ningzhou for flood management, and I felt compelled to ensure that they did not prioritize their own interests over the welfare of the people of the entire state, that I was determined to alert the officials and intercept the treasure. Then why did you not go to the lord of the city, but instead seek out Hu Ping? Xiao Yuan's expression grew serious. There are certain matters that I, a mere youth, am uncertain whether to voice. However, it is of no consequence to say. When the thieves brought me into the Lanqiong treasury, they seemed to be intimately familiar with both the formations and the restrictions therein, that I was concerned I had fallen into their trap. So I sought a person of absolute reliability to assist in conveying my message. Huang Yini's smile faded, and he did not inquire further. Before the lord of the city, speak candidly and do not withhold any truths. To significant figures, the truth is of little importance. What matters is aligning with their wishes. With that, the group hastened towards the lord's residence, that I in the dizzy hall. Lord Fengxian sat in the main seat, currently meditating with his eyes closed. Despite having battled through the night, he exhibited no signs of weariness. Upon receiving reports, he opened his eyes, which shone like a sword piercing the darkness, startling Xiao Yuan below. You are the son of the renowned Master Xiaoheng. Xiao Yuan respectfully bowed. My father is Xiao Huiheng, the proprietor of the Yuanshan shop in the 9th block of Beiqing. As for whether he is a master, I, being young and ignorant, am not privy to such matters. Chapter 17. The journey to Deer Peak. Fengxian, with a dignified appearance, although dressed as a scholar, exuded the aura of a true master. Moreover, his exalted status allowed him to govern a region. Individuals of such standing often harbor deep-seated grievances and despise ambiguous discourse that contradicts their sentiments. Xiao Yuan's response, in Huang Yini's view, had undoubtedly provoked these hidden resentments. Was it so difficult to answer honestly with a simple yes or no? It was a pity that he had offered admonitions, urging him to respond appropriately. Upon reflecting on this, he regarded Xiao Yuan with a hint of pity. To enlighten the lord of the city, the youth had indeed been training in the Yuanshan shop, but due to a certain Wang, who claimed to be the Green Dragon envoy, insisting that my father was a master with the ability to dismantle restrictions through counterfeits. I had no choice but to enter the Lanxiong treasury, thus I was resolute in avoiding any association with such a master. Xiao Yuan stated earnestly, moreover, my father has never mentioned to me any title of master. I always believed he was merely a humble shopkeeper, toiling day in and day out for a few yuan stones. Some things are fated and cannot be avoided, such as the title of master, which, whether he was aware of it in the past or not, would forever be linked to you as the son of Xiaoheng. Feng Xian remained expressionless, stating flatly, for months ago, Xiaoheng sought my assistance against the He family. I agreed, on the condition that he would venture to Deer Peak to dismantle the restrictions of the Holy Master's dojo. Though he did not fully succeed, he paid with his life, thus concluding that matter. Now, you have been coerced by the people of the Evernight Forest into stealing from the court's treasury. According to the Yu's laws, you would face severe consequences, if not death, that I shall offer you an opportunity, should you be willing to venture to Deer Peak and dismantle the restrictions. All past grievances will be forgiven. That a chill ran through Xiao Yuan's heart. Feng Xian's words were unambiguous. Either risk your life at Deer Peak for a slim chance of survival, or face the harsh penalties of DU. It appeared lenient, yet in truth, it offered him no genuine choice. That I report to the lord of the city that my abilities fall significantly short of my father's. I require a particular item to enhance my chances. And I implore the lord to grant this request. What item? Dao Yuan Jin, boom. An invisible pressure swept through the room, causing Huang Yini to lower his head in fear, while Feng Xian's gaze, sharp as a blade, remained fixed on Xiao Yuan, who stood tall, desperately maintaining his composure. Do you know what Dao Yuan Jin is? Indeed, it is a material for crafting holy weapons and imperial weapons. A single grain is worth 100,000 yuan stones. Then how dare you ask for it? Because our goal is to safely unlock the restrictions of the Holy Master's dojo on Deer Peak and obtain the legacies and treasures within. Xiao Yuan spoke solemnly. My lord, DU does not lack for holy weapons. Even imperial weapons can be summoned, and erasing Deer Peak is not beyond reach. The challenge lies in how to break the shell without harming the yolk, which is precisely why DU requires individuals like us, who are of lesser renown. Huang Yini couldn't help but admire Xiao Yuan's audacity. Even with his life in the hands of another, he still dared to reason. Feng Xian's reaction was more surprising, as it seemed he was somewhat swayed. How much assurance can you provide? Without seeing the actual situation at Deer Peak, I cannot make grand claims. However, since my father has created an entrance token, and with the assistance of Dao Yuan Jin, at the very least, I can recreate the entrance token. Feng Xian inquired again. How much Dao Yuan Jin do you require? Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth. At least 3 grains. Not possible. Feng Xian decisively refused 0.1 grain. No more. 10 days from now, someone will take you to Deer Peak, that if you cannot break the restrictions, you may remain there. Xiao Yuan stepped back. The Dao Yuan Jin was not to be given to him immediately, as it needed to be specially sourced from Ningzhou, yet the direction was already set that he felt a heavy pressure descending upon him. And he demanded all intelligence regarding Deer Peak from the Lord's residence, disregarding rest to thoroughly study it. Deer Peak is located in the southwest of Ningzhou, resembling the head of a spiritual deer. With majestic peaks standing tall, a place rich in vitality, long known as a retreat for various masters and practitioners. 6 months ago, a wandering cultivator stumbled upon an unknown restriction and, along with several companions, recklessly ventured inside, suffering significant losses among 5th-rank masters. The Ningzhou government soon learned of this and swiftly dispatched personnel to take control. The Ningzhou government quickly identified it as an ancient holy master-level cultivation dojo, with protective formations and offensive restrictions that had endured for millennia with little wear. Finding a safe opportunity to infiltrate proved exceptionally challenging. The DU dynasty is not short of holy master-level experts. nor does it lack for holy weapons. Breaking the restrictions would be a trivial task. However, doing so might well trigger the formations and annihilate the treasures within, which no one would willingly allow to slip away. It is far preferable to navigate the complexities and invest more effort. Despite summoning many formation experts, the Ningzhou Corps was unable to find a safe way in until the appearance of the master Xiao Hong. Renowned in the martial world for dismantling restrictions and creating counterfeits, that he swiftly devised an entrance token for the Deer Peak restrictions and gained safe entry. However, he did not anticipate the complexity of the restrictions. One formation followed another, and while experimenting with the entrance token, Xiao Hong inadvertently triggered some restriction, leading to his demise as he ascended to the heavens under the gaze of many. 3 months passed, and no further progress was made regarding Deer Peak. According to the formation master Luo Wei, the defining characteristic of the Deer Peak restrictions is their overwhelming force. Dismantling such restrictions is akin to cradling fragile porcelain weighing 1,000 pounds. One cannot let it fall, lest it shatter. Yet holding it aloft can easily lead to one's own exhaustion. Xiao Yuan was utterly ignorant of breaking formations or dismantling restrictions. He merely sought an upgrade for his replication system, hoping for some good news. Otherwise, he would have to head to Deer Peak, facing the whims of fate. Upon returning to the Yuanshan shop, everything was calm and peaceful, showing no signs of the turmoil from the Lanxiong treasury incident. Old Zhang was delighted as he explained to Xiao Yuan that new goods had unexpectedly opened up a market for earth-grade elixirs. Many wandering cultivators were particularly fond of these southern-style elixirs, which possessed more wood energy than water energy and had restorative properties that in just 3 days. Over 20 earth-grade elixirs and 60-odd profound-grade elixirs have been sold, with inquiries pouring in daily. Xiao Yuan replenished the inventory and collected more yuan stones for energy storage. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Young master, there have been too many visitors lately. My old eyes are beginning to fail. Perhaps we should invite back some of the previous staff. Now that business is thriving, they would likely be more than willing to return." "Absolutely not." Xiao Yuan firmly rejected the idea. The Yuanshan shop has just faced upheaval, and we are still unaware of the specifics. They have spread rumors and scattered like rabbits, fleeing at the slightest hint of trouble. Even if they disregard the bond between master and servant, they must at least honor the contract, that if they dismiss the contract so readily, who knows what trouble they might cause in the future. Had it not been for their years of camaraderie through thick and thin with the Yuanshan shop, I would have sought to punish them. Old Zhang, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "What shall we do about the shop? There are too many customers inquiring daily, and I must also manage accounts and bookkeeping. Finding another person is not feasible. Skilled workers are scarce in this city." Xiao Yuan replied, "I happen to have some free time recently. Today, you should close the shop and visit the pawn shop. Instruct them to find some intelligent and well-bred young children. We shall arrange a time to meet." Old Zhang nodded, hung the close sign, and tidied up before heading to the pawn shop. Xiao Yuan then made his way to the backyard, determined to assist Xiao Rou in her cultivation, ensuring she would possess some means of self-defense in the city. Chapter 18. Opening Meridians for Cultivation. Young Master, where have you been these past few days? Xiao Rou was quite worried about you. Upon seeing Xiao Rou's familiar petite face, a warm sensation surged within Xiao Yuan. In this foreign land, Xiao Rou was the only presence that evoked a sense of familial connection. Xiao Yuan forced a smile and embraced Xiao Rou, gently ruffling her hair. "During my absence, have you diligently practiced the Su Exinju?" "Of course, young master." Xiao Rou has never slacked off on your instructions that there's no time like the present. Today we shall take the elixir and commence your cultivation journey. Xiao Yuan said, "Coincidentally, this shop is hiring. You should also help select some maids. Let others handle the cooking and laundry, allowing you to focus on your cultivation." Xiao Rou clung to Xiao Yuan, stating, "What is so good about cultivation?" Xiao Rou is willing to serve young master by bringing tea and water, cooking, and doing laundry. But young master needs Xiao Rou to master Yuan force to protect you. Very well, for your young master's sake. Xiao Rou is willing to cultivate. First, she took the Tianjia Shisei, then, given that Xiao Rou had not formally cultivated before, Xiao Yuan meticulously safeguarded her meridians throughout the process. Once the impurities were expelled from her body, they proceeded with the Tianjia Kaimai Dan, placing Xiao Rou in a state of tranquility to draw in and refine Yuan force, planting the seed of water element within her. Although Xiao Yuan was merely at the peak of the first stage, He was an experienced practitioner due to his expertise in the Langke Gong, particularly in guiding beginners through their initial cultivation experience. Under his careful tutelage, Xiao Rou steadily entered the realm of cultivation. How fascinating, young master! I think I can hear the chirping of insects, the flowing of well water, and the rhythm of breathing. I can perceive all sorts of sounds and see even the tiniest details. Xiao Rou was elated, her curiosity about becoming a practitioner and acquiring unique abilities evident in her demeanor. Xiao Yuan chuckled. Does it feel as though the world has changed significantly? Indeed good. Continue to cultivate earnestly. Even if I am not by your side, you will be able to protect yourself. Xiao Yuan gifted Xiao Rou a yellow tier storage ring and a number of yuan stones, aiding her adaptation to the life of a cultivator. The following day, Xiao Yuan, accompanied by Old Zhang and Xiao Rou, visited the pawn shop to select staff for the Yuanshan shop. The pawn shop was filled with clever and agile individuals, and upon seeing Old Zhang present the notice from the North City Yuanshan shop, they immediately recognized it as a signal of a major client's arrival. Indeed, while Yuanshan shop might seem insignificant among cultivators, in the mortal realm of Lanqiong City, where ordinary people vastly outnumber practitioners, it represented an unattainable luxury, as they dealt exclusively with yuan stones, each worth 10 taels of gold. According to your requirements, we have specifically chosen children aged 10 to 15, all of whom have clean backgrounds and are reliable. Setting aside the pawn shop's boastful claims, Xiao Yuan observed the gaunt boys and girls, most with vacant expressions, while a few cast timid glances in his direction. Though he was of similar age, their fates had diverged drastically due to their different upbringings. After reviewing their profiles, Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss for a considerable time, that in terms of martial prowess, the Great Yu dynasty was undoubtedly among the best, with imperial weapons capable of leveling mountains and boiling seas. However, martial strength does not equate to productivity. The esteemed lords and nobles who govern cities and protect the populace already achieve remarkable feats. Expecting them to ponder ways to secure more food and resources for the common people is absurd. Why do they cultivate? Is it not to rise above the masses, rather than submit to a life of servitude? Lost in thought, Xiao Yuan suddenly noticed a pair of bright eyes that stood out amidst the filth and tattered clothing, shining like precious gems. What is your name? Lu Zhao. The boy blinked and replied, My brothers and I are quite diligent, that as long as you provide us with food, we are willing to do anything. One of the pawnbrokers interjected, Esteemed guest, Lu Zhao and his companions are not bonded servants. They have come to the pawn shop seeking odd jobs. Their requirements are rather peculiar, making it difficult to find suitable employers. What do you mean by peculiar? The 8 of them, including Lu Zhao, are from the city's orphanage. Many do not even know who their parents are. However, they are as close as brothers. Hire Lu Zhao. You must employ all 8 of them. The pawnbroker continued, These young lads can be quite the burden. Moreover, they are not slaves. Just providing meals is already a significant expense, essentially akin to raising 8 children. Not all shopkeepers appreciate such laborers. Xiao Yuan gazed at Lu Zhao and the children surrounding him, deciding without hesitation, Let us hire them, that we will provide meals and lodging, along with a fixed monthly salary. However, they must follow my instructions and learn how to work. Should they fail to meet expectations, Yuanshan shop reserves the right to terminate the contract. Lu Zhao's face lit up with joy. Rest assured, shopkeeper, we will work hard and heed your guidance. The pawnbroker expressed some regret, as the compensation for introducing servants was far less lucrative than selling slaves. Nevertheless, it was still a transaction, without hesitation. Xiao Yuan had Lu Zhao and the others sign contracts before returning to the 9th district. The 9th district was bustling with various shops, including clothing stores and inns. Xiao Yuan took them to purchase new outfits and then to the inn's backyard for a thorough bath. Emerging looking much more presentable, the 6 boys stayed in the shop's reception area, where bunk beds were more than sufficient. The 2 girls shared the west wing of the backyard with Xiao Rou, taking charge of laundry and cooking from that point onward. Old Zhang was promoted to manager, responsible for bookkeeping and teaching the children how to sell elixirs, while Xiao Rou became the head of internal affairs, overseeing storage and logistics. After all, with Xiao Rou having entered the realm of cultivation, she could manipulate yuan force, making her capable of managing the storage of elixirs and yuan stones more efficiently. With matters regarding the Yuanshan shop settling down, Xiao Yuan devoted himself to cultivation as he awaited news from the city lord's manor. The Qingmu Gong from the true Xiao Master's legacy may not be the most superior technique. Yet it held unique insights regarding the essence of wood. Xiao Yuan aimed to leverage its strengths, utilizing it to refine the wood element seed and continuously consuming elixirs. Finally, just before the city lord's command arrived, he successfully entered the early stage of the second realm. Xiao Yuan turned his attention inward to examine his dantian, where the water and wood elements danced like two luminous orbs. Capture the rabbit and snatch the crane. The dragon sparrow technique's offensive methods primarily revolved around the 7 true forms, which could transform into 7 types of elemental beasts while simultaneously mastering the techniques for capturing these beasts. The rabbit and crane dual form was a fundamental skill. Upon execution, Xiao Yuan felt an instantaneous lightness and agility, moving with the grace of a swift rabbit and the elegance of a soaring crane. With a swift motion, Xiao Yuan dashed through the room, traversing every corner in mere moments, leaping and darting about with remarkable speed. Diligently practicing the rabbit and crane dual form, he was reminded of the need to escape rather than confront danger when facing the challenges of Deer Peak Mountain. The survival of his life depended on it. However, that was contingent upon his ability to breach the prohibitions surrounding Deer Peak Mountain. That on this day, the city lord's manor sent word to Xiao Yuan, indicating that the time had come. Xiao Yuan composed himself, ensuring all was in order at the Yuanshan shop before heading to the city lord's manor. This is the Dao source gold you requested. In the main hall, City Lord Feng Xian waved his hand, and a jade vial flew into Xiao Yuan's grasp. Upon seeing the small vial, Xiao Yuan misjudged its weight and almost fumbled it. Chapter 19. How to break the seals. Gently opening the jade vial, Xiao Yuan gazed at the Dao source gold nestled within, perfectly still. Words failed to capture his feelings upon seeing it. Though it was no larger than a grain of rice, it seemed to embody a towering mountain and an expansive ocean, drawing him into its depths. Awaken. Feng Xian's voice jolted Xiao Yuan from his reverie. Dao source gold is a condensation of the fundamental source of the Dao. With your current cultivation level, it is easy to become lost. Always prepare your mind before gazing upon it, and do not stare for too long. Thank you for the warning, City Lord. Enough with the pleasantries. The officers from Ningzhou Military Command are waiting outside. You shall accompany them to Deer Peak Mountain to break the seals, Feng Xian said, folding his arms casually. If you cannot break the seals, they will not allow you to return. Xiao Yuan took his leave and encountered a robust man outside the hall, appearing to be in his 40s. With a sincere and unpretentious demeanor that inspired confidence, that I am Qin Tao, the standard-bearer of Ningzhou Military Command, that I have come to Lanxiong County under orders to escort you to Deer Peak Mountain. Are you ready, sir? Do not stand on ceremony. Just call me Xiao Xiao or Xiao Yuan. When shall we depart? Qin Tao scrutinized Xiao Yuan for a moment. If you are prepared, we can set off immediately. Seeing Xiao Yuan nod in agreement, Qin Tao waved his wrist, and a massive black eagle appeared in an instant. Qin Tao then produced a tiny pavilion, enveloping the eagle. Please have a seat, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan skillfully climbed into the small pavilion, surprised to find it surprisingly spacious, accommodating 3 to 5 people comfortably. The journey to Deer Peak Mountain would take 2 hours by flight. That Mr. Xiao, you may meditate at ease. Should you need anything, just call for me. Upon hearing the rationale, Xiao Yuan realized that he and the other individual were vastly different in terms of age, status, and cultivation level, leaving them with little in common. That it would be more prudent to close his eyes and meditate, thus avoiding any awkwardness. While he claimed to be engaged in meditation, he was in fact deeply engrossed in the study of the replication system. That he infused Dao source gold into it, consuming 10,000 stone units. The replication system began to undergo transformations. Only upon the next upgrade requirement, which demanded 100,000 stone units and 10 pieces of Dao source gold, did Xiao Yuan ascertain that the upgrade was complete. Could replication now occur merely through contact? Upon meticulous examination, Xiao Yuan discovered that the replication system prior to the upgrade required a comprehensive inspection of the object itself to record its information for replication. Now, however, mere contact with even a fragment sufficed for replication. For instance, when he placed his palm on the small wooden pavilion beneath him, just that brief contact was sufficient for it to be recorded and replicated at any moment. Xiao Yuan felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the newfound ease of replication, enabling instantaneous acquisition, while the concern arose from the apparent lack of assistance this system upgrade provided in breaking the restrictions of Looting Mountain. The soaring Union Eagle flew intermittently, eventually landing steadily at the Looting Mountain camp in the southwestern region of Yuanfeng County, Ningzhou, after 2 hours. The Ningzhou government exhibited great pomp, dispatching a battalion of over 500 soldiers to tightly seal off Looting Mountain. Among those present were Li Xilang from the Ningzhou Military Command, Cheng Yingjiang from the Yuanfeng Military Camp, and Master Luo from the Daiyue Dao Academy. Chen Tao's half-hearted introduction left Xiao Yuan somewhat speechless. Observing the room filled with seemingly authoritative figures, each feigning profundity, he felt a surge of irritation and directly stated, "I have met all the esteemed seniors. Let us dispense with idle chatter. I have but 2 questions. Who commands the breaking of the Looting Mountain restrictions? And what is the current status of those restrictions?" Cheng Moyang, the Yuanfeng commander, rebuked Impudent Junior. "How dare you be so flippant in the presence of so many seniors?" As he spoke, he released a pressure that bore down upon Xiao Yuan like a mountain. Li Hao, the military commander, remained silent, merely lifting his teacup to sip. Xiao Yuan immediately felt a profound weight upon him, as if he were bearing the burden of a great mountain, with his feet seemingly pulled down by an unseen force, prompting beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead. Yet, he was unwilling to submit. He withstood the pressure and activated the Long Ke Gong to mitigate Cheng Moyang's force. Master Luo Wei, with a gentle wave of his sleeve, enveloped Xiao Yuan in a refreshing aura, dissipating the heavy pressure and allowing him to exhale deeply. Though still young, Xiao Yuan had inherited his father's legacy and accepted the invitation from the Lord of Lanxiong City to assist in breaking the restrictions of Looting Mountain. He did not seek to proclaim loyalty to his country, but rather to offer a righteous hand. There was no need for Cheng Yingjiang to impose their rules upon a man of the wild. Luo Wei remarked with a faint smile, "Moreover, we have been enduring the elements outside Looting Mountain for 5 to 6 months. It would be best to resolve matters promptly without being bogged down by trivial formalities." However, Luo's words were misguided. Even his father, the saintly Han Xiaoheng, had perished in the restrictions of Looting Mountain, meeting his end far from home. How could this young lad, barely past his youth, hope to learn even a fraction of his father's skills? Cheng Moyang asserted, "We have taken time out of our busy schedules to meet him. This is neither mere courtesy nor a display of respect, and should he remain so ungrateful, ought he not to be punished?" Luo Wei replied coolly, "Even if he were to prostrate himself in reverence, day after day, if the restrictions cannot be broken, would you still wish to release Xiao Yuan? If not, then do not impose your distasteful customs upon him. He is not your soldier. You." Cheng Moyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed his hand on the table, seemingly poised to rise. "Enough," Li Hao interjected sternly. "Cheng Moyang, do you wish to flaunt your authority in front of Master Luo?" Suddenly enlightened, Cheng Moyang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Indeed, while Luo Wei's title as a master of formations might not be particularly lofty, his genuine status as a revered figure was beyond Cheng's reach as a mere 5th-tier cultivator. Though separated by only a single step, the distinction between them was profound. From this perspective, he and Xiao Yuan were of the same caliber. Seeing Cheng Moyang quiet down, Li Hao announced, "The matter of breaking the restrictions of Looting Mountain shall be entrusted entirely to Master Luo. Should you have inquiries about the restrictions, you may direct them to him. My only concern is how you intend to break them." Xiao Yuan clasped his hands in respect and said, "I implore Master Luo to elucidate the situation regarding the restrictions of Looting Mountain." Luo Wei stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "The outer restrictions have been completely breached, and we may enter at any time. However, the core formation of the binding dragon and phoenix array is intricately layered, each ring interlocking with the next. Even with the token left by your father, one may only linger at the periphery, unable to penetrate to the core. Does Master Luo possess no insights on dismantling the binding dragon array?" Xiao Yuan inquired. "Alas, this array is an ancient formation, exceedingly complex, and I am not well versed in its intricacies." Luo Wei admitted that I asked the master of this domain certain that it is impossible to discover a method for breakthrough through the relics he left behind. This location is near Nanling, and it is unwise to search openly for the master of the domain, Luo Wei stated, and Xiao Yuan understood. Being near Nanling and dealing with ancient formations, it was likely that this was the domain of a prominent figure from the Nanling sect, predating the establishment of the Dayue dynasty, that if news of the array's breach were to reach the Nanling individuals before the array was dismantled, even the Dayue dynasty would not be able to avoid sharing the spoils. Then we shall assess the restrictions tomorrow and strategize accordingly. Xiao Yuan concluded. I Hao smiled and remarked, Xiao Yuan, we are filled with confidence regarding your arrival, and we hope you will not disappoint us. It is only natural to give my utmost effort. Yet matters of the world are dictated by fate that if successful, you may return to Lanxiong. Should you fail, you may only request to spend your days in the spring forest. Resting eternally upon the azure mountains, that a shiver ran down Xiao Yuan's spine as he exited the tent, gazing at the mist-laden mountains. Indeed, the scene was enchanting, a picturesque landscape for cultivating immortality, yet it seemed he had no means to achieve it. What if he could not break the restrictions? Perhaps he could rely on the void platform to escape this place, but with the war eagles at their disposal capable of soaring dozens of feet. Even with the void platform and windwalker boots, evading the pursuit of the entire battalion would be impossible. Why had the Lord of Lanxiong City not placed restrictions on him to prevent his escape? Was it because his cultivation was too low, allowing any standard flag-bearer or officer to easily subdue him? How to break the restrictions? Xiao Yuan felt overwhelmed at Mr. Xiao. Master Luo requests your presence. Chapter 20. The Saintly Hand's Secret Method as a revered master of formations at the Dayue Dao Academy. Luo Wei's tent was a marvel. Though it appeared drab and indistinguishable from that of a common soldier, inside it was as wondrous as a celestial abode, filled with exquisite flora and fauna, where spirit rabbits frolicked and birds flitted about. This was undoubtedly a transcendent artifact, housing an entire universe within, not to be underestimated by its unassuming exterior. Xiao Yuan heightened his vigilance and respectfully saluted Luo Wei. Greetings, Master Luo. I am honored to meet you. May I inquire what instructions you have for me? Luo Wei, though appearing unassuming, had a long beard and hair that exuded an air of dignified resilience. As if he had weathered many storms, yet stood proudly, but he smiled gently and said, I presume you are troubled by how to dismantle the restrictions of Looting Mountain. I have invited you here to impart the method for breaking the Binding Dragon Array. What? Xiao Yuan's heart and mind trembled at this revelation. Has the master truly discovered a method to break the restrictions? Indeed, Luo Wei replied, stroking his long beard. However, it is not solely my achievement. Your father had already conceived a strategy for breaking the restrictions, and I merely refined it. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, if the master had already devised a method, why did he not disclose it sooner, allowing the Dayue officials to waste time and effort here? Had I revealed the method earlier, you might have met your demise within Lanxiong City, Luo Wei replied somberly. Before he departed, your father was deeply concerned for your safety and made a secret request of me to assist you. As long as the restrictions of Looting Mountain remain intact, Lanxiong City will ensure your safety. Xiao Yuan murmured, Father. Luo Wei produced a jade slip and a token, which fell into Xiao Yuan's hands. The jade slip contained the secret method of the Saintly Hand Xiao family, the core of breaking the restrictions, while the token served as a pass for entering the Binding Dragon Array of Looting Mountain. After you inspect the Great Formation tomorrow, you may declare seclusion, and within 3 to 5 days, or even 10 days to half a month, produce the token to ensure your survival. The jade slip unveiled the secret method. And following the master's instructions, Xiao Yuan opened it, a torrent of information flooding his mind. Luo Wei sighed. Indeed, the ancestors of the Xiao family were exceptionally gifted, with the Imperial Sutra of Yuanjin as the foundation. Combined with my own expertise in formations, this secret method was established. Should one master it deeply, the restrictions of the world would become insignificant, and oh wonder the Xiao family has thrived for millennia due to this secret method, yet also suffered decline because of it. Turning to Xiao Yuan, he spoke earnestly. Xiao Heng originally wished for fate to conclude here. Even if the secret method were to be lost, he would not have cared. Thus, for over a decade, he refrained from uttering a word of the relevant incantations. Yet, fate is capricious, and a minor family, the He family, has caught wind of its secrets, compelling the Xiao family to once again bear the weight of destiny. Your father wishes to convey to you that evading the issue throughout his life was a mistake. Though the world is vast, the imperial-level secret method cannot simply vanish into thin air unless the Shao family is eradicated. Only then would those coveting the secret method relent, believing the Shao family harbors no secrets that if you wish for peace, you must tread the path of the emperor, subduing all under heaven. Become an emperor? It is a rarity for an emperor to emerge in a millennium, reigning for eons that on the path to enlightenment. How many prodigies have turned to dust? Can I accomplish this? Xiao Yuan mused softly, momentarily envisioning the path before him. Relying on mountains is precarious. Relying on water is fleeting. A mere commoner bears no sin, yet a man of wealth may incur blame that he is the son of the saintly Han Xiaoheng. One is destined to bear the weight of fate. Either he would vanish like the countless descendants of emperors lost to history, obliterated by the currents of time, or he would forge his own path to emperorship, establishing a sacred ground rivaling the Diyue dynasty and the Daoist sect, boldly passing down the saintly Han's secret method for all to see. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Xiao Yuan solemnly bowed to Luo Wei, who replied, There is no need for such formality, that I have observed the sacred Han's secret method, and it is only right that I fulfill Xiao Heng's entrusted task. However, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Luo Wei continued, Although I am addressed as a master and hold the title of a venerable one, in the vastness of this world, among the myriad heroes of the 5 continents, I am but a slightly more formidable ant, unworthy of bearing the Shao family's burdens. Xiao Yuan reassured him, Rest assured, Master. The Sacred Hand's secret method is a unique inheritance of the Shao family, incomprehensible and unlearnable by others. That is excellent. You should return to rest early. Luo Wei advised. After retreating to his tent, Xiao Yuan found it difficult to calm his emotions as he gazed at the luminous moon on the horizon, lost in thought. The following day, under the guidance of Li Hao and Luo Wei, he inspected the prohibitions of the Sacred Lord's dojo and expressed his concerns, agreeing to break the formation in half a month. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan, under the guise of closed-door training, immersed himself in cultivating the Dragon Sparrow technique and further studying the Sacred Hand's secret method. Half a month later, Xiao Yuan sluggishly approached the formation's front, producing a talisman that integrated into the prohibition, the barrier of Looting Mountain, which had troubled the Ningzhou government for half a year. Quickly collapsed, allowing those with the token to enter safely. I Hao was overjoyed, hastily sending a message to the court, when suddenly, the Sacred Lord's dojo erupted in brilliant light, an overwhelming sacred might spreading forth, alarming several states that it was the dojo of the Su NJ Saint. Luo Wei ventured to the edge of the dojo, examining the inscriptions on the cave tablet before retreating, stating, The Su NJ Saint was a figure from the time of the Emperor Huan Yuan, known to have been on good terms with him. The current display of sacred might suggests that the Emperor's imperial weapon possesses spirit, potentially allowing the Huan Yuan sacred land to intervene. Li Hao frowned. The Demon Clan and the Qingdi sect are not far from here, and we also have the Liandao sect from the EC and the Qiandao Zhou family. Witnessing such ancient sacred might, they will surely not stand idly by. We must request the court to dispatch reinforcements. After speaking, Li Hao issued several messages directly to Ningzhou and selected personnel to prepare for an initial search to seize the advantage. Xiao Yuan, tirelessly producing 200 tokens, began to negotiate Li Silang, according to my agreement with Lord Lan Xiongfeng. Opening the prohibition of Looting Mountain would suffice for our deal. Might I inquire if I may now take my leave? Not possible, Li Hao replied darkly. Currently, the tokens for Looting Mountain's prohibition rely entirely on your crafting. Until the matter of the Su NJ dojo is settled, you must remain in the military camp for your own safety. The labor of crafting the tokens was not only taxing, but also required a significant amount of precious materials, which Xiao Yuan's humble household could scarcely afford. If Li Silang requires a large quantity of tokens, I kindly ask for some resources, he requested. Wang Samar, take note of the materials needed by Xiao's shopkeeper and report to the military department for allocation, Li Hao commanded. Xiao shopkeeper, please rest assured and stay in the camp. Xiao Yuan did not hold back, selecting easily convertible and universally applicable precious materials to compile a list. Upon reviewing the list, Wang Shihao's expression darkened, but after considerable effort, he ultimately procured the items for Xiao Yuan. Overjoyed, Xiao Yuan realized these materials could yield profits exceeding 100,000 stones, while the tokens could be replicated easily at 20 stones each. That evening, The first group of soldiers exploring the Su Nj dojo had not yet returned when an immense pressure surged forth, causing chaos in the entire military camp. All felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, with those of lower cultivation even spitting blood. Xiao Yuan was compelled to exit his meditative state. Alarmed by the situation, it was common knowledge that the Diyue dynasty would establish camps and formations during their military campaigns, with fifth-tier commanders capable of contending with venerables. The so-called Ningzhou military department Xilang held venerable-level cultivation. And with the camp's formations under his command, even royal powers could not behave so audaciously. Now, even though Xiao Yuan was at the center of the camp, surrounded by numerous soldiers, he felt a profound sense of unease. It was evident that the incoming presence was exceedingly formidable, at least a consummate royal or perhaps a saint in attendance. Chapter 21. The Gathering of All Saints. Indeed, it was the dojo of the Su Nj saint, unexpectedly located in Ningzhou. After countless millennia, I wonder if it remains well. Thunderous roars echoed through the air, followed by countless soldiers being expelled from the Su Nj dojo by an invisible force, tumbling to the ground like rolling gourds. Such disrespect towards ancient saints was intolerable. The Diyue dynasty was excessively rude. Dalai Hao, stationed in the military camp, hastily requested Luo Wei's assistance, and the two collaborated to activate the Great Formation to resist the saintly might from the clouds. I am Li Hao of the Ningzhou military department. May I inquire which saint has graced us with their presence? I am Lu Bin, and I do not change my name nor my surname. Came the reply that I Hao forced a smile. So it is the arrival of the saint of the Hu Nu in sacred land that I apologize for the inadequate welcome. I hope you can forgive my oversight. However, I must request you to heed my words. The Looting Mountain Dojo represents a sacred level prohibition that took our Diyue months to breach. Your current dominance may seem excessive, and it risks tarnishing the dignity of a saint. Lu Bin, seated upon the clouds, responded coolly, "Do not assume I am unaware of the circumstances. Looting Mountain is a well-known gathering place for scattered cultivators at the intersection of the East Sea and the Southern Ridge. This saint's dojo was not the first to be discovered by your Diyue government. It is merely a matter of you driving me away, and I driving you away in turn." As he spoke, Lu Bin attempted to force his way into the Su Nj dojo, but the binding dragon and locking phoenix formation had not yet been breached and remained intact, effectively blocking external intrusions. Lu Bin felt around, realizing he could not penetrate, quickly locating the key to his entry and reaching out with a mighty hand to seize the soldiers ejected earlier, seeking to confiscate their tokens. Years have passed, yet Brother Lu remains as impetuous as ever. It is no wonder you have yet to glimpse the Emperor's gate. That a hearty laugh resounded from afar, followed by an overwhelming sacred might that materialized into smoke. Countering Lu Bin's elemental hand, I Hao burst into laughter. It is the arrival of Master Tang. Lu Bin grunted. The Su Nj saint was a close friend of my sect's founder. The Su Nj seal pill is an unparalleled treasure for dispelling evil. It cannot be allowed for these soldiers to plunder and vandalize like bandits. Tang Yu replied, "Our Diyue's efforts expended on Looting Mountain are evident. Do you, Brother Lu, prefer to take advantage of what others have built? If after years of seclusion you still cannot quell your impatience, perhaps we should discuss the sacred path together. You might even advance a step towards achieving the Emperor's status. Who does not know that you, Tang Yu, are fierce and combative? I have no desire to squander my essence in pointless conflicts with you. However, it must be said that tens of thousands of years ago, before the Diyue Emperor achieved enlightenment, Looting Mountain was still under the dominion of the Hu Nu sacred land, but we cannot allow it to be exploited just because it now belongs to Ningzhou." Lu Bin stood his ground, and Tang Yu, unable to counter, could only suggest diplomatically. The Su Nj saint was a figure from the time of the Hu Nu Emperor, over 70 or 80,000 years ago. It is uncertain how much of the inheritance remains. Why let this harm the harmony between our two families? Even if the dojo collapses and the artifacts are ruined, as long as the Su Nj scriptures and Su Nj seals remain, it would be a significant gain. Besides, the Su Nj saint hailed from the southern ridge and was a renowned alchemist. It is likely he left behind sacred pills and royal elixirs. How could we allow you to monopolize them? Lu Bin sneered. Let us wait for the other brothers to arrive, and we can all sit down to discuss, with the strategy of striking first having failed. Lu Bin softened his stance. releasing his sacred might to indicate the location for the other saints. Before long, Elder Lji Yao of the Qingdi sect, Elder Wang Wei of the Liandao sect, and Patriarch Zhou Mingheng of the Qiandao Zhou family gathered before Looting Mountain. In the past, the elusive saints were now converging upon the small Looting Mountain, with 5 appearing at once. Tang Yu jeered, "To see so many brothers at once brings me immense joy. It seems that no amount of superficial fame and friendship can compare to the tangible treasures of sacred arms." Zhou Mingheng chuckled. "The schemes of brothers Tang and Lu are clear to me from the East Sea. I could not resist the urge to join the fray." Wang Wei remarked, "Indeed, if it were merely a trivial saintly inheritance, it would suffice. However, the techniques, weapons, and elixirs of the Su Nj saint possess unparalleled efficacy in dispelling evil, that we in the Liandao sect feel ashamed and wish for his legacy to be widely spread rather than hidden away by a single family." Lu Bin secretly cursed Wang Wei for his shamelessness. Why have the Demon Clan and the Tianhua Merchant Association not sent anyone? Lji Yao chuckled. "The demons are in disarray and preoccupied. They have no leisure to vie for human inheritance. The Tianhua Merchant Association values harmony above all. I suspect they prefer to avoid this murky water. Our Qingdi sect has no need for pretense. The Su Nj alchemical inheritance would greatly benefit us, and we hope to acquire a portion." Zhou Mingheng proposed, "In that case, let us follow tradition and allow our disciples to explore, with those below the 5th tier prohibited from bringing any treasures above heavenly grade. This serves both to seek the inheritance and as a trial. What do you say?" Wang Wei smiled. "Excellent. This way we can avoid squabbling and losing face." Tang Yu scoffed, "Without my Diyue providing the tokens for entry, none of you will be able to enter." Liu Bin shattered the clouds, stating, "My original cauldron is currently afloat in the sacred land, ready to retrieve the Su Nj seal at any moment. The spirits of the 2 artifacts are old acquaintances. It should not be too difficult." Liu Bin's words were blunt. If the Diyue dynasty refused to share, the Hu Nun sacred land would directly mobilize imperial weapons to annihilate the Su Nj dojo. Seeing this situation, Zhou Mingheng smiled lightly to mediate. "Why not increase the quota? Each sect may send 200, while the Diyue dynasty may send 300. Tang Yu retorted. "You 4 sects have done nothing. Yet you demand 800 spots. Our Diyue has guarded for half a year and researched for another half. The manpower and resources expended are not to be trifled with. Offer a price." Lu Bin dismissed him. "Not a chance." Tang Yu calmly replied, 800. Not acceptable. Liu Bin resolutely rejected, turning to Zhou Mingheng, Lji Yao, and others, yet he seemed unfazed. Lji Yao stated, "The Qingdi sect agrees." Wang Wei cheerfully added, "The Liandao sect agrees." Zhou Mingheng concluded, "The Qiandao Zhou family agrees." Tang Yu, interjected with a smile, "Brother Lu should contemplate this more thoughtfully. The sword of the Emperor of Deyu could easily reduce Lu Ding Mountain to mere dust. The Deyu dynasty is not particularly fervent about the legacy of Xinji. It merely happens to be located within its borders." Liu Bin, suppressing his dissatisfaction, retorted, "Then let us each mobilize our own people." Before long, Xiao Yuan received word to create 1,600 tokens for entering the formation. He also learned of the outcome from the discussions among the saints. After much contemplation, he resolved to secure a spot in the formation. "Do you wish to enter the Xianji dojo?" Li Hao scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest jest. Losing all semblance of composure, "Do you have any idea what kind of individuals the major holy places will dispatch? A mere 200 spots, and they will undoubtedly be filled with 5th-tier masters, not to mention prodigies like the potential holy sons and daughters. They could annihilate you, a mere 2nd tier, with a wave of their hand. What do you possess to compete for their legacy? My father perished at Lu Ding Mountain. If I do not venture inside to take a look, it is likely I shall carry this burden for the rest of my days." Xiao Yuan replied calmly. "Moreover, the sage's dojo is shrouded in mystery. That IT is not merely about cultivation levels. It also involves opportunities and intellect." Li Hao, rendered speechless, pondered for a long while before acquiescing to his request. To some extent, Xiao Yuan had already completed his task by unlocking the restrictions of Lu Ding Mountain. The Ningzhou military command bore no responsibility for his safety, although the secrets of the Xiao family were indeed enigmatic. Reputed to break various restrictions, Xiao Yuan was still young and lacked complete mastery over the teachings. Furthermore, he had not yet officially joined EU. and thus was not considered one of their own. You may enter, but remember, the forces of the U have no obligation to offer you an ID. Be prepared for the possibility of entering, but not emerging. Fortune favors the bold. Since I have decided to tread the path of the divine, Xiao Yuan cannot afford to overlook any opportunity to enhance his strength, that in truth, he had no other choice. Once news spread of the sage's disciples, one after another, breaking the ancient restrictions of Lu Ding Mountain. He could not expect to remain at peace. Not to mention the formidable presence of the Nightless Forest King and the esteemed ones from the He family, their attitudes toward him remained uncertain. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, rendering the dangers of the sage's dojo inconsequential, if he could seize the chance to replicate the sacred weapons of Xianji, at the very least. His ability to protect himself would be significantly bolstered, would it not? Chapter 22. Gathering of heroes. While awaiting the arrival of candidates from various factions, Xiao Yuan immersed himself in seclusion, fervently replicating the Xin Xiao sword, refining it in bulk to gain an advantage in numbers that he also sought to purchase commonly used thunderbolt bombs from the military commander Wang Shihao. These devices resembled spheres, and upon being propelled with elemental power, could unleash an explosion equivalent to the full force of a 3rd to 5th tier master, depending on the grade. Xiao Yuan naturally opted for heavenly grade bombs, yet it was amusing that Wang Shihao, due to his reputation for military weaponry, was stingy, offering only 3 to 5 pieces. However, Xiao Yuan's ability to replicate them upon acquisition meant he could utilize these expensive thunderbolt bombs at a fraction of the cost. The Xin Xiao sword, thunderbolt bombs, Xianwu armor, and Tian Xi mirror, combined with the dual forms of the Dragon Sparrow technique, significantly increased his odds of survival, provided Xiao Yuan did not confront others head-on. After all, everyone entered the dojo to obtain treasures and legacies, not to engage in a battle royale for kills. Would Xiao Yuan directly confront others? Certainly not. He merely needed to pass through, offering the items to others as necessary. And he did not believe that the disciples from the major holy places would resort to lethal measures against a mere forerunner, a treasure-seeking character. Half a month later, representatives from various factions gathered outside Lu Ding Mountain. The Diyu dynasty donned white robes from the Dao Academy and military armor. The Qingdi sect favored azure robes embroidered with lotus emblems. The Hui Yuan Holy Land wore an array of attire, all adorned with the patterns of the imperial weapon Ben Yuanding, while the Lian Dao sect and the Zhou family were most relaxed, sporting various styles, yet the two sects exuded vastly different vibes, making it easy to distinguish them in a crowd. Just before their departure, Luo Wei summoned Xiao Yuan to the front of the tent, introducing him to a certain individual. Zhang Xian, a disciple of the upper academy of the Diyu Dao Academy, was on the verge of stepping into the realm of the esteemed. Should a life-threatening crisis arise within the Xianji dojo, he could be sought for assistance. Luo Wei cautioned, however, for whatever reason, should you seek Zhang Xian's help, you must withdraw from the dojo. Xiao Yuan scrutinized this young hero from the Diyu Dao Academy, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, yet his eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance, indicating his remarkable cultivation. Having met Brother Zhang, I would never dare to disturb you unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Yuan replied. Zhang Xian smiled, no worries. Since Master Luo has spoken, I shall not allow Dao friend Xiao to remain isolated and defenseless within the dojo. The tokens for entry, created by Xiao Yuan and distributed by Li Hao to over 1,000 disciples, were activated in unison. The 5 great saints joined forces to manipulate the formation of Lu Ding Mountain, ushering over 1,000 disciples into the Xianji dojo. Xiao Yuan found himself amidst the Diyu dynasty's ranks, feeling disoriented and nearly succumbing to nausea, until Zhang Xian extended a hand, transforming his elemental power into ribbons to stabilize his form. After traversing the prisoner of the dragon and phoenix formation, Xiao Yuan barely had time to discern the inscriptions within the Xianji dojo before being swiftly transported to an unknown location by the internal restrictions. The ancient sages did not preserve their dojos merely for the sake of eternal existence. Transcending meant leaving this world behind. They retained the dojo intact and established complex restrictions to safeguard many aspects within, solely to find disciples capable of inheriting their paths. Even if 1,000 or 10,000 years pass and their names are forgotten, as long as their teachings endure, they remain immortal. Dispersing those who enter is a common method for selecting inheritors. allowing the dojo's master to better assess an individual's true capabilities. Thus, when Xiao Yuan landed and discovered he was alone, he did not panic. Instead, he swiftly leaped to a higher vantage point to observe the situation surrounding the legacy. The entire Xianji dojo was cloaked in dense mist, and with Xiao Yuan's vision, he could not pierce through 100 feet. This distance was essentially the limit of his control over the Xin Xiao sword, indicating that he was in a perilous situation, potentially facing a sudden ambush from fifth-tier masters. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and charged toward the palace before him. Having possessed the secret arts of the sage for over 20 days, he had diligently studied them day and night and was no longer a novice regarding restrictions. While he might lack the strength to dismantle the arrangements of the Xianji sage, he could at least grasp the stylistic nuances of this ancient sage's dojo, that he identified the direction where the earth's energy converged, likely leading to the main hall. The direction with intense fire energy likely led to the refining chamber, and the direction with abundant wood energy pointed toward the alchemy chamber. Xiao Yuan discerned these elements with reasonable clarity. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yuan resolved to head toward the alchemy chamber. The sacred weapons possessed spirits, and charging directly toward the main hall and refining chamber was not a wise choice. Instead, acquiring medicinal pills to bolster his strength and securing benefits for himself was the proper course of action. Racing alongside the walls, Xiao Yuan navigated effortlessly, the imposing and vigorous characters Dan Yuan indicating he had not strayed off course. Pushing open the vermilion doors, Xiao Yuan was taken aback, immediately bowing low and retreating like a rolling gourd. At that moment, a beam of red light shot forth, flashing violently. Xiao Yuan, horrified, touched his chest to find the Tian mirror shattered, and the Xianwu armor punctured, nearly penetrating through. The protective formation was astonishingly fierce. Xiao Yuan, still trembling from the near encounter, realized that in that fleeting moment, he had nearly met his end, that he had not anticipated that the sage's dojo would be so perilous. Even entering through a door proved to be such a daunting task. He quickly replicated another Tian Xian mirror to shield himself from the lethal attack, then created 2 additional sets of Xianwu armor, augmenting his defenses that if the Xianwu armor had uniform dimensions, Xiao Yuan could have donned 100 layers. Unfortunately, even 3 layers hindered his movements. Having learned from past experiences, Xiao Yuan no longer acted recklessly. He meticulously studied the restrictions at the entrance of the alchemy chamber, tossing elemental stones to probe its nature, but he soon discerned it as a form of light manifestation array, which initiated reactive attacks based on the light and shadows of those intruding. Understanding the type of formation provided Xiao Yuan with much reassurance. He carefully calculated his steps into the formation, then retrieved the shaman mask and a black robe, wrapping himself to minimize light reflection. After confirming everything was in order, Xiao Yuan cautiously stepped into the array, skillfully avoiding critical lethal formations, and ultimately entered the alchemy chamber. Standing in the corridor, the layout of the alchemy chamber was clear. To the left was a sun pool with a dragon-shaped statue, and to the right was a moon pool with a phoenix stone pillar, both flanking the central avenue, leading directly to the main hall. Having come this far, Xiao Yuan had no reason to hesitate. He strode confidently down the path toward the grand hall. Just then, a sudden upheaval occurred. From the left sun pool surged a water dragon, while from the right moon pool emerged a fire phoenix. The 2 intertwined, blocking Xiao Yuan's path, simultaneously unleashing torrents of water and fireballs directed at him. Illusory formations, the water and fire, one searing hot and the other frigid cold, seemed intent on slaying Xiao Yuan on the spot. Yet he was well prepared, retreating while simultaneously launching a thunderbolt bomb toward the statues in the sun and moon pools. Boom! The dragon and phoenix sculptures remained unscathed, intensifying their assault on Xiao Yuan. Even as he retreated to the door's edge, they relentlessly pursued him. The sage's restrictions were indeed formidable, impervious to heavenly-grade weaponry. However, it must be said, if the intent were truly to obliterate intruders, they could have dispatched him with a single strike. It appeared that the challenge was more about testing than tormenting. Xiao Yuan strained to unleash his elemental power to fend off the dual assault of the water dragon, executing the dragon sparrow's 7 forms to evade and evade. In the realm of alchemy, water and fire intermingled that as Xiao Yuan was on the verge of being torn asunder by the elemental forces of water and fire. He suddenly recalled a phrase from the True Show Pill scripture. The art of alchemy is the mastery of water and fire. condensing the essence of spiritual herbs and miraculous medicines into elixirs. Perhaps the sage of Xuanji established the dual formations of the sun and moon pools as a means to test the understanding of alchemy in those who dared to approach. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yuan resolved to give his all, allowing the torrents of water and fireballs to draw near, while he channeled the true show alchemical techniques, using the Pill Academy as the cauldron, and the sun and moon pools as the eyes of the furnace, with himself as the medicinal material, attempting to manipulate the elemental forces. Enduring excruciating pain, Xiao Yuan maneuvered his form while harnessing the water and fire. Just as he was about to be disintegrated, the water dragon and fire phoenix each returned to their original forms, vanishing without a trace. Success! Xiao Yuan exhaled deeply, but upon inspecting his dantian, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 23. Breaking the evil pill scripture at the second-tier cultivation level. Xiao Yuan had only condensed the seed of water and wood. Yet at this moment, a small seed of fire had unexpectedly sprouted within his dantian. What could this mean? He had not advanced in rank, yet he possessed the 3 essential seeds required for the 3rd tier. Xiao Yuan found it difficult to comprehend, yet he was acutely aware that he had gained an extraordinary advantage. At the very least, by systematically refining his elemental energy, he could surely ascend to the 3rd tier. Pushing open the door to the main hall, Xiao Yuan was greeted by rows of shelves adorned with jade plates that held various medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits, most of which had succumbed to the ravages of time, unable to withstand even the prohibitions set by the sages that as Xiao Yuan reached out. The gentle breeze he stirred up caused the medicinal materials to dissipate like smoke. With remarkable speed, he inspected the wooden racks, confirming the absence of any remaining medicinal materials. Without hesitation, he pressed deeper into the hall. The first 3 chambers were herbal halls, overflowing with hundreds of thousands of varieties of spiritual medicines and fruits. A testament to their former grandeur, now diminished, much like their master, unable to withstand the relentless passage of time. The 4th hall transformed into a place of alchemy, where a crimson cauldron stood majestically in the center, surrounded by shelves filled with pill bottles. This cauldron, Xiao Yuan had his own standards for evaluating treasures, which included recording information and checking the required elemental stone quantity for replication. The cost to replicate this crimson cauldron reached an astonishing 50 billion elemental stones. Clearly, it far exceeded the level of heavenly weapons, even surpassing that of revered artifacts, as its mere replication cost outstripped the production cost of many revered artifacts. For instance, the golden money pot crafted by the Ningzhou Armory, a revered artifact designed to counter the protective light of the unending forest, had a production cost of merely 50,000 jade, equivalent to a mere 5 billion elemental stones, that a tenfold disparity. Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly embraced the crimson cauldron, intent on storing it within his storage ring. However, the cauldron shimmered brightly, sending Xiao Yuan hurtling through the hall. Instead of feeling anger, he was filled with joy. This treasure possessed a spirit, displaying such vitality. Surely it was not merely a sacred weapon, but a kingly artifact. Not only could it be used for alchemy, but it could also sweep away adversaries with ease. Oh, precious cauldron! The sage of Xuanji has long departed. If you choose to accompany me, I assure you a life of abundance. Together, we shall achieve enlightenment and endure through eternity. As Xiao Yuan tempted the cauldron, he employed the crane capture technique, attempting to seize the treasure as one would a soaring crane. Yet, this dual approach proved utterly futile. The crimson cauldron twirled in the air before bursting away from Xiao Yuan, vanishing into the inner sanctum. How painful! Xiao Yuan felt his vital energy tremble, involuntarily spitting out blood. The cauldron's inherent material alone possessed such formidable power. Should it unleash its full might, he feared he would perish under the onslaught of an unyielding cauldron. After consuming a healing elixir, Xiao Yuan, for the time being, dared not recklessly pursue, instead gathering medicinal materials. The pill bottles utilized by the sage of Xuanji were quite intricate, featuring internal formations that retained 10 to 12% of the medicinal pills, all of which were of heavenly tier or higher. The least among them were blood-replenishing and energy-nourishing pills, with many being purple spirit pills that repaired elemental energy depletion, ice heart pills that safeguarded consciousness, and breaking catastrophe pills that released seals. Naturally, there were also the representative works of the sage of Xuanji, the dispelling evil pill, which could quell demons and drive away malevolence, and the heart-cleansing pill, which could expel the corrupt. Not to mention the Xuanji pill, which temporarily enhanced one's capabilities for a desperate struggle. Even more to Xiao Yuan's delight, there were 12 revered grade pills, each of a different variety. Although celestial pills were formidable, they remained of the mortal realm, while revered grade pills had already transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. Their effects were simply beyond comparison to celestial pills, whether it be weapons or medicinal pills. Upon entering the revered grade, they began to harbor a spirit. Weapons would instinctively protect their master and engage in combat, while pills would evade consumption, refining themselves autonomously after ingestion. Even those spiritual herbs and jade fruits of revered grade and above were aware enough to avoid elemental beasts and cultivators, striving for their own path to enlightenment. With this in mind, Xiao Yuan speculated that perhaps the sage of Xuanji had indeed left behind kingly or sacred pills. They might exist, but had already escaped the restrictions of the pill bottles. Pursuing the direction from which the Crimson Cauldron had vanished, Xiao Yuan continued his exploration deeper into the inner hall. The fifth hall was empty, save for a stone platform in the center upon which stood a jade book. Upright and inviting as Xiao Yuan approached, he discerned the words "Breaking Evil Pill" scripture inscribed upon it, radiating an ethereal charm from its cover. This scripture must be the sage of Xuanji's secret alchemical techniques. A grand method that reached the sacred level. Filled with elation, Xiao Yuan hurriedly extended his hand to peruse the book. Utilizing all his strength, Xiao Yuan summoned his elemental energy, laboriously flipping to the first page. Boom! A deluge of mist erupted, transforming the scene before him in an instant from the vacant stone chamber to a landscape of mountains and fields that this real. Xiao Yuan pinched the towering trees beside him, their bark dry and hard. Even the Xinjiang sword, when struck against it, left but a white mark that he could not ascertain whether he had been transported to another location or was undergoing a trial of illusion. Suddenly, the Xinjiang sword quivered, its blade pointing skyward. Xiao Yuan raised his gaze to behold a massive black eagle descending with ferocity. Employing the 7 forms of the dragon sparrow, Xiao Yuan adeptly maneuvered through the trees, evading the black shadow's onslaught, and infused the Xinjiang sword with elemental energy, thrusting it fiercely, clang. Although the Xinjiang sword was not renowned for its sharpness, it was, after all, a heavenly tier treasure, and its status alone allowed it to slice through iron like mud. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had infused it with elemental energy to his surprise. When it struck the black eagle, it not only failed to pierce through, but also produced the sound of metal clashing, leaving the creature's feathers unscathed. The black eagle let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings as it prepared for another assault, its sharp beak glistening with a cold light in a flash. The divine sky's sword shot forth, transforming into a ray of cold light, striking the black eagle repeatedly, causing feathers to rain down. Furious, the black eagle spread its wings, its entire body radiating a dark glow, instantly crossing the void to peck at Xiao Yuan. The Xinjiang sword slashed down, but failed to achieve its goal. Following closely, the heavenly heart mirror shattered, and the black light pierced through 3 layers of Xuanwu armor, penetrating Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Blood gushed forth, and the wound emanated a dark vapor. Xiao Yuan was alarmed and hastily consumed a heavenly tier detoxifying pill, simultaneously channeling the dragon sparrow technique to resist the invading poison, while unleashing 2 divine sky swords to form a barrier against the black eagle. Making his escape toward the forest's edge, the crane and rabbit forms allowed Xiao Yuan to maneuver gracefully among the trees, and soon he slipped out of the black eagle's line of sight. Unfortunately, the 3 divine sky swords were lost, unable to be retrieved in the air. A plume of smoke ascended, and as Xiao Yuan looked toward the base of the mountain, he discovered a courtyard where smoke billowed upward. The secret method of the sacred hand resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, revealing highly sophisticated restrictions. Perhaps the inhabitants of this courtyard could answer Xiao Yuan's queries, but he strode purposefully toward the source of the rising smoke. Even as his wound throbbed painfully, his body feeling numb and weak, as if losing control, Xiao Yuan was horrified. This was likely no mere beast poison, but rather a wicked, corrosive miasma that gnawed at his very bones. After ingesting the heavenly tier heart-cleansing pill and dispelling evil pill, and allowing the medicinal properties to take effect. He followed with a heavenly tier blood-replenishing and energy-nourishing pill. Gradually, the demonic poison was suppressed, and Xiao Yuan sighed in relief. Had the heavenly tier pills not proved effective, he might have had to risk consuming a revered grade treasure pill. Revered pills possess spirits and potent effects. As a mere second-tier cultivator with an average physique and no special means of protection, he might very well be overwhelmed by the fierce medicinal energy upon ingestion. As he approached the courtyard at the mountain's foot, Xiao Yuan advanced toward the source of the rising smoke, where he observed an elderly man busily tending to a massive cauldron, continuously throwing items into it, while two young children added firewood beneath the cauldron. Before Xiao Yuan could greet the elder, the old man abruptly turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Xiao Yuan. To Xiao Yuan's astonishment, there were indeed outsiders at Xuanji Mountain. The elder darted before Xiao Yuan, causing the latter's brow to twitch uncontrollably. A master, an unparalleled master. Are you injured by the wild creatures of the mountain, young friend? Xiao Yuan swallowed hard and replied, there is a ferocious black eagle in the forest that charged at me recklessly. I was unfortunate enough to be struck by the black light it emitted. May I take a look at your wound? Pleased that as the elder drew back the corner of Xiao Yuan's left shoulder garment, he discerned a wound about 3 fingers wide. Inhaling sharply in shock, the TOB so deeply tainted by demonic poison, yet you remain unscathed. Truly remarkable. The elder examined Xiao Yuan's wound meticulously, grasping his left arm. A warm energy surged into Xiao Yuan's body, causing the remaining dark substance in the wound to dissipate into vapor. As the wound gradually turned a healthy red, the elder produced a flesh regeneration pill, crushed it, and applied it carefully, bandaging the wound thoroughly. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Yuan asked, thank you, senior, for saving my life. May I ask your esteemed name? Chapter 24. The Formula for the Righteous Pill, Xuanji Mountain. Demonic poison, elder. These terms intertwined in Xiao Yuan's mind, prompting a series of associations. The elder shook his head, saying, your life was not saved by me. The demonic poison has been dispelled, leaving only residual toxins. It was merely a simple task. Xiao Yuan clasped his hands together in respect, stating, your noble character is commendable. Esteemed elder, I admire you. May I inquire about the situation regarding the elemental beasts in the mountain? Why are they so ferocious that even heavenly tier weapons cannot withstand their attacks? The elderly man turned back to the cauldron, continuing to toss the medicinal materials into the furnace. After a considerable time, he pressed his palms against the cauldron, skillfully manipulating the flames and condensing the materials. Xiao Yuan ceased his discourse, approaching the cauldron with focused intent, his gaze fixed on the alchemical vessel. He discerned that the elder's method of alchemy was extraordinarily unique, characterized by grand gestures that commanded the cyclical dance of water and fire, incessantly vaporizing and transforming the medicinal materials. As Xiao Yuan observed, his astonishment grew. The elder's manipulation of the elements bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragon and phoenix water and fire array found in the day and night pool of the Alchemy Academy. Thus, it seemed that the elder, if not a sage of the zenith, was at least a disciple of his lineage. The crux of the matter lay in whether this realm truly existed. The injury on his left shoulder still throbbed, leaving Xiao Yuan unable to fathom how any illusion could be so vividly real. Within the cauldron, fierce flames roiled, gradually shaping the elixirs. The elder struck the cauldron, causing thousands of pills to soar forth, landing automatically into the vials on a nearby shelf. The crimson pills exuded an ethereal fragrance. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering how similar they were to the exorcising evil pills. With a wave of his hand, the elder summoned the vials into a jade token, instructing the attendant, you too, exercise caution and remember to administer the elixirs to every wounded individual. The two attendants responded in unison, departing the courtyard with the jade token. The elder led Xiao Yuan into the dwelling, retrieving teacups and taking a seat across from him. The summit of the Zenith was originally a sanctuary for cultivation, where many remarkable figures and practitioners secluded themselves. Some even taming primal beasts as mounts or servants. A century ago, an eccentric individual suddenly demanded that all practitioners release their primal beasts, allowing them to return to the mountains and forests. Free and unrestrained, primal beasts, unlike the demonic tribes, were inherently dull-witted and devoid of intelligence. making it exceedingly difficult for them to acquire wisdom throughout their lifetimes. Their existence was indistinguishable from that of domestic fowl or wild animals. And thus, the practitioners did not take the eccentric's proposal seriously. The elder sighed deeply. In anger, the eccentric ventured into the abyss of 10,000 demons, extracting a uniquely potent demonic poison capable of contaminating the body. Mere contact spells death. The eccentric cleverly infused this demonic poison into the primal beasts, augmenting their ferocity, which led to widespread devastation in the summit of the zenith, catching countless extraordinary practitioners off guard, resulting in their demise. Later, the extraordinary figures united to establish restrictions in the summit of the zenith to prevent the poisoned primal beast from descending the mountain and harming others. Regrettably, within less than a century, the restrictions eroded, and countless villagers fell victim to the primal beasts, their bodies strewn across the land. Xiao Yuan inquired, "Elder, are you residing at the foot of the mountain to concoct remedies? Do you possess a method to dispel the demonic poison?" The elder replied, "I have traversed the summit of the zenith, synthesizing the purging demon and heart-cleansing elixirs based on the notes of my predecessors, which can alleviate most of the demonic poison." However, Xiao Yuan recalled his condition after being wounded by the black eagle. The demonic poison infiltrated swiftly, paralyzing his body, rendering the celestial detoxification pill nearly useless. That he sighed earnestly, "Many who have been attacked by primal beasts will not survive long enough for the elixirs to take effect. Indeed, in light of this situation, I will concoct a new elixir that can temporarily bolster one's vitality, allowing them to endure until the purging demon and heart-cleansing elixirs can take effect and preserve their lives." Xiao Yuan's thoughts gradually crystallized. The elder was likely a remnant of a certain period of the Sage of the Zenith, and the purging demon pill was the exorcising evil pill passed down through the ages. The new elixir, designed to temporarily enhance vitality, could very well be the Zenith pill that I end later generations. Practitioners utilized it desperately to draw upon their life essence and enhance their power, subsequently restoring their vitality with the Zenith pill. Originally created to bolster life and provide salvation, this indicated that many developments diverged significantly from their original intentions. Ultimately, the demonic poison had not vanished. It even inspired many malevolent individuals to explore the depths of the abyss of 10,000 demons as a last-ditch effort to seize its power. Xiao Yuan pondered, "As long as the primal beasts remain and the eccentric is not eliminated, even with the Elder's elixirs, it may only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Indeed, you speak wisely." The elder gazed at the summit of the zenith with a profound expression. Although the eccentric was slain by the combined efforts of the extraordinary figures of the zenith, the method of extracting demonic poison cannot be eradicated. Even if we were to slaughter all the primal beasts of the summit of the zenith, we cannot guarantee that similar occurrences will not arise elsewhere. But he turned to Xiao Yuan. "You are the first outsider to venture into the summit of the zenith. Suffering from demonic poison, yet remaining alive, I have a matter of utmost importance that I entrust to you, hoping that you can fulfill it for the sake of those who have endured the torment of demonic poison." Was the trial about to commence? Xiao Yuan felt a surge of excitement, clasping his hands together. "Elder, please give your commands. I shall not shirk my duty." The elder nodded. "That on the northern peak, a peculiar branch with extraordinary leaves grows, suffused with the righteousness of heaven and earth, that I need you to procure it. Then, further east, there exists a flock of rooster of the rising sun. I require a vial of their comb blood. Near the rooster of the rising sun's dwelling, there must be a cave where crimson primal fruits grow. You must gather at least 3, righteous branch, comb blood, and crimson primal fruits." This appeared to be some sort of elixir formula. Xiao Yuan nodded earnestly. "Since this endeavor is meant to benefit the world, I shall not hesitate. However, the journey from the foot of the mountain to the peak is fraught with peril. Not only are there beasts to contend with, but the terrain is also treacherous. I fear that with my limited cultivation, I may delay your important task." The elder replied, "These 3 items are manifestations of the righteousness of heaven and earth, attainable only by those with a noble heart, that if you are indeed the fated one, you will surely encounter fortune amidst adversity and achieve success effortlessly." Xiao Yuan felt powerless to retort. The elder showed no concern for his subtle hints. Thus, he had no choice but to prepare himself for the journey to the northern peak. Although the void platform could traverse distances in the void, it could not fix a destination. posing a significant risk of colliding with a herd of primal beasts in the perilous summit of the zenith. After much contemplation, Xiao Yuan decided to rely on his wind-walking boots to make his way there. With the Xinjiang sword secured at his side, he cautiously avoided any dangerous paths, preferring to take longer routes rather than disturb the primal beasts. Thus, he traveled day and night, arriving at the northern peak after a day's journey. This should be the place. Xiao Yuan raised his head to gauge the height of the peak, which perfectly matched the elder's description. At this point, he had no alternative but to commence his ascent. Regrettably, flying celestial soldiers capable of carrying individuals were exceedingly rare, and even with wealth, Xiao Yuan found it difficult to acquire one. Otherwise, ascending now would have been a breeze. That he reflected that, ultimately, his lack of primal stones was the issue. Over 20 million seemed extravagant, yet it was insufficient to cover the cost of replicating a treasured artifact. Muttering to himself, Xiao Yuan shouldered the Xinjiang sword and began to climb the rugged peak. The greenwood technique of the true alchemist master proved immensely helpful. He utilized his rudimentary skills to grow wooden vines, securing them to rocks or crevices, thus conserving considerable energy. As he drew nearer, victory appeared imminent. The biting mountain wind whipped past his ears like gentle blades, and Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain. Gazing up at the summit, his blood momentarily freezing. What was that? With black-red eyes emanating a chilling light and a serpentine tongue flickering ominously, a massive serpent, stretching dozens of yards long, loomed over Xiao Yuan. For a fleeting moment, his thoughts froze in place. The Xinjiang sword gave no warning. It appeared to harbor no malice. Xiao Yuan reassured himself, remaining motionless among the rocks. After observing him for a moment, the serpent slithered away, trembling. Xiao Yuan exhaled a long breath and continued his ascent. Standing atop the peak, he gazed down at the entirety of the summit of the zenith, where even the tallest trees appeared minuscule below him, inevitably giving rise to the illusion that the world lay at his feet. Searching the summit, amidst the expanse of land, a striking righteous branch stood tall, eliciting great joy from Xiao Yuan as he hurried forward to harvest it. Buzzing violently, the Xinjiang sword trembled fiercely. In that instant, a gaping maw appeared before him, and Xiao Yuan's hair stood on end as he swiftly retreated, launching a thunderous bolt directly into the serpent's mouth. Boom! The explosion of the celestial thunderbolt was deafening. The conflagration mingled with the force of thunder, causing the serpent to writhe in agony, severing a portion of its crimson tongue. Xiao Yuan had not anticipated such a significant effect. Adhering to the strategy of exploiting its weakness, 7 divine Shaoshan swords soared forth, relentlessly targeting the serpent's wound. Swish, swish, swish. The divine Shaoshan sword, known for its sharpness and swiftness, struck the serpent's massive body, which, although vast, found its movements constrained, enduring a barrage of sword strikes. Hiss! The serpent, consumed by rage, opened its maw to expel a miasma of blood, scattering a few drops of saliva that corroded the mountain stones. Xiao Yuan's heart raced. He adopted the rabbit crane stance, deftly maneuvering atop the narrow peak. Fearful of becoming ensnared at the same time, he channeled his energy to amplify the frequency and power of the divine Shaoshan swords. Clang, clang, clang. After a brief moment, the serpent, now riddled with injuries, succumbed to a frenzy, thrashing its colossal body in an attempt to crush Xiao Yuan. Its lengthy form blotted out the sun, slamming against the rocky terrain and leaving Xiao Yuan with no safe ground to stand upon. It was time to fight for his life. In the fierce clash of the dragon sparrow's 7 forms against the tiger, Xiao Yuan, wielding the Xinjiang sword, pressed forward rather than retreating. The divine Xiaojiao sword formation provided him with protection, granting him the opportunity to approach the serpent's vital point. His primordial energy surged like a flowing river into the Xinjiang sword, causing the blade to shimmer with a flickering radiance as he struck down with ferocity. Declaring die, the Xinjiang sword pierced through the serpent's vital point, with Xiao Yuan's feet firmly planted on the ground, resisting the serpent's sudden counterattack. Witnessing the serpent's strength wane and its movements slow, Xiao Yuan took a moment to catch his breath. He deftly opened the serpent's belly and extracted its gallbladder and essence core, only to discover that ominous black patterns were spreading across them, exceedingly terrifying. With a swift motion, he stored the serpent's carcass away and carefully extracted the Zhengqi branch, placing the clods of earth into his storage ring. Time was of the essence, and he set off towards the east in search of the rooster of the rising sun. As the saying goes. It is easy to ascend a mountain, but difficult to descend. Gazing at the seemingly bottomless peak, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of weakness in his legs that he activated the Qingmu technique, conjuring slender wooden vines, and slowly descended the mountain in segments, losing track of time until he finally reached solid ground, feeling as light as a feather. The rooster of the rising sun resembled an ordinary rooster, but was significantly larger, about the size of a small lamb, foraging in groups within the woods. Even the tainted beasts of the dark were reluctant to provoke them. Xiao Yuan witnessed firsthand how a fox with darkened eyes was driven away by the proud and fierce flock of roosters. Realizing the futility of confronting them head-on, suddenly he recalled the old man's insistence that he first procure the Jingqi branch, then the rooster's blood, and finally the crimson fruit. Was there a connection? Xiao Yuan decided to give it a try. He retrieved the serpent's carcass from his storage ring and cast it aside, creating a ruckus to attract the roosters. The first rooster of the rising sun, upon spotting the massive serpent's body, spread its wings and rushed over to begin pecking at the serpent's flesh and blood. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. These creatures actually consumed meat, yet he did not lose sight of his purpose. Employing the crane capture technique to swiftly seize two solitary roosters. Understanding the peril of prolonged night, Xiao Yuan hastily used the Xiaojiao sword to slice off the rooster's combs, filling a jar with their blood. That would suffice. With the power of his windwalker boots, he hastened his search for a cave, quickly following the scattered feathers until he located a cave. The Xingyang sword remained steadfast by his side. And sensing no malevolent intent, Xiao Yuan boldly entered the cave, where he found a peculiar plant growing on a stone platform, bearing 5 bright red, plump fruits. Just as Xiao Yuan rushed towards the crimson fruit, a colorful feathered rooster charged out from the side, strutting with fiery determination, flapping its wings and pecking at him. With no time to ponder, he met it with the Xingyang sword, striking it and producing a burst of sparks. He nearly lost his grip on the hilt. It was at least a 5th-tier beast. Xiao Yuan felt tears welling up. What kind of infernal place was Xuanji Mountain? The Black Eagle, the Great Serpent, and the rooster were all above the 4th tier. Unable to confront them, he resolved to employ the same tactic, releasing 7 Xiaojiao swords to block the colorful rooster while executing the rabbit capture technique to dart towards the crimson fruit. As Xiao Yuan plucked the first fruit, the colorful rooster, enraged, screeched and unleashed true fire to scorch the Xiaojiao swords, simultaneously launching its colorful feathers to strike at him. The Xingyang sword trembled violently, almost shattering, as goosebumps crawled up Xiao Yuan's back. Gritting his teeth, he managed to harvest 2 more fruits before employing the crane and rabbit techniques to flee the cave, having lost 7 Xiaojiao swords and over 400,000 yuan stones. Xiao Yuan's heart bled, yet he had no time to mourn. As he exited the cave, he was met with a vast flock of roosters of the rising sun charging towards him, each one more boisterous than the last, resembling a stampede of 1,000 horses. Xiao Yuan's scalp tingled as he hurriedly retrieved the void platform, directing it towards the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, folding it thrice and rolling back to the courtyard. Upon seeing the old man, he felt as though he had seen his own parents, sincerely expressing, "To return to this place is a profound joy." The old man, however, remained stern. "Have you found the 3 types of heavenly materials?" "I have not failed you," Xiao Yuan replied, producing the Jingqi branch, the rooster's blood, and the crimson fruit, presenting them to the old man. The old man's joy grew with each item he beheld, stroking his long beard as he remarked, "To give a fish is not as valuable as teaching one to fish, but if the tainted beasts of the dark cannot be eradicated, the poison will continue to harm. Creating more healing elixirs is merely a temporary fix. It is better to prevent the danger beforehand. Thus, I intend to formulate a pill called the Jingqi pill, which, when refined, will grant its users the Xingyang body, making them impervious to the dark poison henceforth. The Jingqi branch, rooster's blood, and crimson fruit are all concentrated materials of the heavenly yang energy, most suitable for crafting this pill. However, when the pill is completed, the beasts may sense it and come to destroy it. That I hope you can assist me once more in protecting the refinement process." Xiao Yuan found it impossible to refuse but still struggled to inquire. "What formidable beasts dwell within Xuanji Mountain, and what are their specific tiers? I do not wish to endanger your noble endeavor." the old man replied. The beasts above the respected tier have all been eliminated by previous heroes. Those that may come to disrupt the pill's creation are the leaders of various beast packs. Likely fewer than 30 in number, to 5th-tier beasts should be manageable. Xiao Yuan thought to himself that at least he had the heavenly soldiers to assist. Holding off a 5th-tier beast for a short while should not pose too much of a problem. However, the old man continued, I should mention that they are at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, nearing the respected tier. What? Xiao Yuan's face turned pale. I am but a mere 2nd-tier cultivator. How can I contend against the masses and overcome the strong? Those who achieve great things in ancient times must possess the abilities that ordinary people do not. Undertaking feats beyond the capabilities of the common. The old man clapped Xiao Yuan on the shoulder and headed directly for the cauldron, evidently intending to refine the pill without delay. The attendant had yet to return. Instead of hiding away to use a small cauldron, he insisted on utilizing the large cauldron in the courtyard, clearly inviting the beasts to come and disrupt the process. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth. Yet no words emerged. He could only pray silently, hoping this would be the final trial. Thunderous bombs were replicated in hundreds, consuming over 200,000 yuan stones, densely arranging them in the woods bordering the small courtyard. The Xiaojiao swords were duplicated tenfold, costing over 600,000 yuan stones, leaving Xiao Yuan with merely 700,000 yuan stones remaining. The as night deepened and the moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold silver light. Xiao Yuan sat cross-legged atop the roof, gazing at the pitch-black Xuanji mountain, which resembled a demon with its gaping maw, then glancing back at the large cauldron, from which fragrant smoke spiraled upwards. They're coming. Chapter 26. The cauldron commands the multitudes. The old man wore a grave expression, his hands pressed against the cauldron, his primordial energy surging so intensely that it manifested as an ethereal light. As if a divine being had descended, the aroma of the elixir within the cauldron intensified, while the moonlight cast down a beam, seemingly celebrating the birth of the Jingqi pill down on Xuanji Mountain. Roars and howls echoed endlessly, an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brows, shouting, "Explode!" The prearranged thunderous bombs erupted with a resounding blast, sending a massive black eagle hurtling through the air. While the Xiaojiao sword shot forth, surrounding the eagle and relentlessly striking down upon it. Flying threats posed the greatest danger, and Xiao Yuan understood this principle well, since the black eagle had revealed itself first. He could not allow it to retreat. Yet he truly lacked effective means to deal with 5th-tier beasts, relying solely on the Xiaojiao swords and bombs to withstand the onslaught. That in truth, Xiao Yuan felt helpless. He had yet to amass enough wealth to reach the billion mark. Lacking the qualifications to access treasures above the respected tier, he had been thwarted by the nightless forest azure dragon. And subsequently, the ghost market had been eradicated. Otherwise, he would have certainly gathered enough yuan stones for a respected grade artifact to enter the dojo. The 5-tier limit set by the 5 saints rendered his current abilities and treasures utterly useless. Regrettably, many events do not occur simply because one is completely prepared. Xiao Yuan tightened his grip on the Xinjiang sword, leaping high into the air, channeling all his primordial energy into a single strike aimed at the black eagle's wing. With a shriek, the black eagle lost one of its wings and fled in panic. However, before Xiao Yuan could rejoice, a 9-spirit eagle and a white feather crane descended upon him, their wings flapping as they swooped down with deadly intent. Slash! With the speed of the 2 beasts, the bombs could not keep pace. Xiao Yuan could only split his focus to manipulate the Xiaojiao sword for protection while wielding the Xinjiang sword in a bloody battle. The sharp claws pierced through 3 layers of the Xuanwu armor, and the long beak of the crane nearly skewered Xiao Yuan through the heart. Upon touching his chest, he realized the Tianxin mirror had shattered. Continuing to replicate, continuing to fight, Xiao Yuan stood upon the roof, employing the dragon sparrow's 7 forms and the crane rabbit form. Yet he could not evade the attacks of beasts far beyond his tier, enduring the blows due to the Tianxin mirror and Xuanwu armor. Fortunately, though these beasts possessed spirit, they lacked intelligence. Unlike demons, they could not employ spells or avoid danger, or else Xiao Yuan would have already become a lifeless corpse. The roars of tigers and howls of apes filled the air as bombs detonated in rapid succession. Xiao Yuan had to split his attention to thwart them, and soon, blood and flesh were flying, treated like mere playthings being tossed about. How much longer, esteemed elder? I cannot hold on. The old man, no longer composed, was drenched in sweat. For reasons unknown, the elixir materials refused to condense that I wish to flee, yet I cannot escape. Esteemed elder, I have done my utmost. Even if the elixir cannot be formed, please grant me a measure of grace and send me home. Xiao Yuan, in despair, swung the Xingyang sword towards the yellow tiger. The tiger charged fiercely, causing Xiao Yuan's bones to jolt painfully, sending tiles flying as he crashed directly onto the massive cauldron. Clang! Xiao Yuan struck the cauldron lid, spitting blood, the crimson droplets seeping through the lid's opening and merging into the cauldron, finally allowing the long stagnant Jingqi pill to take shape. The old man burst into hearty laughter. It appears the Jingqi pill requires the blood of one with righteous energy. With a clap on the cauldron, Xiao Yuan was safely sent to the steps, just in time for the Jingqi pill to soar out, encircled within the old man's grasp. Just in time, all shall enter my cauldron, upon the elder's invocation. The grand cauldron soared forth, akin to a pocket that engulfed the quintessence of the five-tiered primal beasts from the heavens and the earth. Before Xiao Yuan, the once defiant and formidable leaders of these primal beasts now appeared as docile as lambs awaiting slaughter. As the cauldron descended and flames erupted, they found themselves utterly unable to resist. The elder cast a glance at Xiao Yuan and remarked, "Barely satisfactory, do I entrust the Danjing to your hands. Remember to uphold righteousness and save the world." With that, he pointed, and a beam of white light shot into Xiao Yuan's forehead. Instantaneously, the scene shifted, and Xiao Yuan found himself back in the empty stone chamber, cradling the stone book of the Bixia Danjing. His wounds had all healed, and had it not been for the shattered Xuanwu armor and the dwindling primal stones, the days that had transpired would have seemed like a mere dream. How audacious to dare steal from me, Su Zhang. As Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, he beheld a gaunt man with slender, elongated eyes glaring fiercely at him, raising his hand to unleash a fire dragon that lunged toward Xiao Yuan. Refining Dao sorcery, the fire dragon was magnificent and lifelike, as it opened its maw and charged at Xiao Yuan under Su Zhang's command, not only showcasing the man's exceptional fire control techniques, but also clearly indicating his abundant primal power, which was not to be underestimated even among the five tiers. The stone chamber was vast yet devoid of cover, leaving Xiao Yuan, a mere second-tier cultivator, incapable of confronting a fifth-tier master. Thus, he decisively launched 3 thunderbolts to intercept the fire dragon, 2 of which were aimed directly at Su Zhang. Grasping the stone book of the Danjing, Xiao Yuan hastened toward the rear courtyard, intending to escape via the Hong Ding that Su Zhang, witnessing this, erupted with fury, maneuvering the fire dragon to roll sideways while summoning a colossal hand of primal energy, the size of a grinding millstone, aiming to capture both Xiao Yuan and the Danjing in one fell swoop. Xiao Yuan swiftly unleashed the Xinxiao sword, creating a breach in the primal energy hand. However, it remained undeterred, advancing relentlessly toward him. Suddenly, an overwhelming brilliance erupted, causing Xiao Yuan to squint as the stone book of the Danjing slowly turned its pages. Ancient characters soaring from its surface, swirling to shatter Su Zhang's primal energy hand and generating a tidal wave of primal force that sent Su Zhang 100 meters away, reeling and spitting blood. In stark contrast, Xiao Yuan, who stood mere inches from the stone book, remained unscathed, as it truly recognized its master. Xiao Yuan rejoiced, watching as the Danjing stone book transformed into a streak of light and entered his body. Upon focusing inward, he discovered that the Bixia Danjing had settled within his Dantian, far removed from the primal energy seeds of water, wood, and fire, remaining in separate domains that Su Shixiao. "Are you all right?" Just as Su Zhang writhed on the ground. Clutching his eyes in agony, several more cultivators entered the front hall, 7 or 8 in total. Although they bore no evident insignia, their demeanor and speech unmistakably marked them as disciples of the refining Dao sect. The disciples without insignias were easily discernible. The refining Dao sect was domineering, while the Zhou family maintained a composed demeanor. "Shameless thief! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Kill him! Kill him!" 7 or 8 pairs of eyes locked onto Xiao Yuan, brimming with murderous intent, all of them fifth-tier masters. Xiao Yuan nearly leaped in fright, hastily fleeing in the direction of the Hongding. The enhancement of his Windwalker boots allowed him to navigate the complex terrain without falling far behind his pursuers. However, the relentless shouts from the refining Tao disciples echoed ominously behind him, instilling a heavy sense of pressure. Inwardly, he probed his dantian, striving to summon the Bixia Danjing to unleash its might once more, yet the stone book lay dormant within his dantian, seemingly in slumber, unresponsive to his calls. "You little brat, your time is up. Surrender now, and I will grant you a complete corpse," daring to provoke the refining Tao sect. "Do you believe our techniques are ineffective?" As the distance closed, a myriad of colored lights flared behind him, with fire dragons and fire cheelants among various techniques unleashed, a cacophony of weaponry and spells raining down upon Xiao Yuan. Just as Xiao Yuan felt his strength waning and his speed diminishing, a massive crimson cauldron surged forth from the side, its lid lifting as it drew in the myriad of spells and weapons, rendering them formless. Simultaneously, the cauldron trembled violently, colliding with the fifth-tier pursuers and leaving them broken and battered. A royal-grade treasure, since the 5 holy beings had agreed not to bring celestial-grade artifacts into the trial. The disciples of the refining Tao sect possessed no means to resist such a royal weapon. Had the Crimson Cauldron not acted of its own accord, many would have perished on the spot as Xiao Yuan fled. He glanced back in astonishment. The Crimson Cauldron, towering high and wide enough for several people to embrace, now rampaged within the stone chamber, obliterating spells and shattering weapons as it collided with anyone in its path, leaving the refining Tao pursuers in disarray, momentarily paralyzed by fear, satisfied with the spectacle. The cauldron swaggered toward Xiao Yuan. Its vast opening loomed overhead, and Xiao Yuan felt a surge of panic, uncertain of the treasure's intent. Desperate, he attempted to retreat, but with his limited cultivation, the cauldron accelerated and drew him inside. No! Having witnessed the cauldron's might, Xiao Yuan feared being refined into nothingness, exerting all his strength to resist with his primal energy. Yet, the horrifying scenario he had imagined did not unfold. Instead, he found himself standing calmly within the cauldron, carried along as if afloat in a wooden tub drifting on a pond. Inside the cauldron, a stream of information surged into Xiao Yuan's mind. "Since you have inherited the Bixia Danjing, you are now the master of the Bixia Danxin Ding. This is the method for controlling it. After refining it, infuse your primal energy to wield the cauldron more adeptly. Time has passed too long. My spiritual consciousness has waned and cannot recklessly attack, requiring the master's patient nurturing and refinement." That is spirit of the artifact? Xiao Yuan struggled to suppress his astonishment, diligently studying the incantation. After a considerable time, he infused his primal energy into the cauldron, sensing a remarkably profound consciousness. "Are you the spirit of the Danxin Ding?" "Yes, that if you were to attack, how great would your power be, having slumbered for at least 1,000 or 10,000 years. Lacking refinement and nurturing, my spiritual consciousness and the cauldron's essence have significantly diminished that I can barely exert the power of a respected grade, though it requires the master's infusion of primal energy for assistance." Xiao Yuan pondered. Even with his cultivation level, utilizing a respected grade artifact would be akin to a drop in the bucket, let alone a royal grade treasure. "Can primal stones substitute?" The spirit of the artifact replied. "It can barely suffice. But it is best to use Yuan Jade. Yuan Jade is a substance with a more refined primal energy than primal stones, with one piece equivalent to 10,000 primal stones. At that moment, Xiao Yuan had none, though he still possessed over 7 million primal stones, which could be compared to 700 Yuan Jades. How many Yuan Jades are required for a single attack at the respected grade? Over 100 pieces, 0.6 or 7 times. Xiao Yuan calculated within, simultaneously infusing primal stones into the Danxin Ding while directing it toward the medicinal garden. The incantation contained methods for nurturing and refining. The Bixia Danxin Ding was originally designed for alchemy, thus requiring the essence of alchemical energy for optimal nurturing. The higher the alchemical grade, the better the effect. After storing 1,000,000 primal stones within the Danxin Ding, its flight became increasingly agile. Distracted, Xiao Yuan opened the Bixia Danjing in his dantian, his gaze drawn to the mysterious elder's words of admonition. "Uphold righteousness and save the world." This phrase was prominently inscribed on the first page, followed by the exalted alchemical methods and numerous medicinal formulas. Xiao Yuan's thoughts whirled, quickly locating the formula for the Jingqi Dan. The formula for the Jingqi Dan bore no difference from the trial's secret realm, with the primary ingredients still being Jingqi branches, rooster's comb blood from the howling sun, and the crimson blood fruit, accompanied by the method for refining it. Xiao Yuan keenly noted a handwritten note left by the exalted sage and softly called upon the spirit of the Danxin Ding. The exalted sage once left behind a royal-grade Jingqi Dan and holy blood, capable of aiding one in achieving the body of the utmost yang, dispelling evil and resisting poison. The Ding spirit responded. The former master used me to refine heavenly, respected, and royal-grade Jingqi Dan to transform ordinary bodies into the utmost yang body, all of which ended in failure. Later, after several attempts, the holy grade Jingqi Dan remained elusive, necessitating the use of holy blood to assist in refining the body, thus personally refining true blood and storing a jar of holy blood in the dojo. Xiao Yuan's eyes gleamed, yet doubts swirled within him. Did the exalted sage never accomplish the transformation of an ordinary body into the yang body throughout his life? The Ding spirit remained silent for a long moment before responding. When the achievement of transforming an ordinary body into the yang body necessitates holy-grade medicinal pills or holy blood for assistance, this endeavor loses its original significance. Even if the master does nothing but refine pills or blood for a lifetime, it would yield little. Yet his aspiration was to save the world. The exalted sage was unashamed in the face of heaven and earth, leaving a legacy through the ages. After reflecting on this, Xiao Yuan inquired, "Is the holy blood and royal-grade Dan still in the dojo?" The holy blood resides within the Songling cave, while the royal-grade Dan is somewhere in the Dan courtyard. After so many millennia, can the holy blood still be used? Is the royal-grade Dan still intact? The holy blood and royal-grade Dan were specifically prepared by the former master for future generations, each safeguarded by prohibitive formations for nurturing. They should remain unharmed through the ages. However, to ascertain their condition, we must see for ourselves. You may now attempt to use the Dan finding method from the Bixia Danjing to see if you can locate the royal grade Jingqi Dan. And then I shall carry you to the Songling cave to retrieve the holy blood. The Ding spirit's demeanor was balanced and serene, collaborating with him, which made Xiao Yuan feel a sense of shame and unworthiness. Sensing Xiao Yuan's lingering doubts, the Ding spirit advised, "The mission of the Bixia Danxin Ding is to refine medicinal pills that dispel evil and vanquish demons, to save the suffering masses, since the master is the inheritor of the sage's teachings. The Ding spirit shall diligently assist." Clearing his mind of distractions, Xiao Yuan awkwardly activated the Dan finding incantation, and instantly, the entire Dan courtyard sprang to life, with spiritual pills and wondrous medicines appearing like stars in his mind. Are there so many spiritual pills and treasures still alive in the Dan courtyard? Dingling Dao. Above the heavenly tier, all spirit pills are safeguarded by special restrictions, most of which can preserve their essence over time. However, the higher tier treasures possess a spirit of their own, instinctively seizing Yuan force. Even if the Taoist temple gradually loses its Yuan force replenishment due to seals, numerous high-tier treasures will still vie for the Yuan force of lower-tier herbs to strengthen themselves. Eventually, they may even seal themselves to reduce consumption. Xiao Yuan understood the wisdom of not overindulging, following the path of the Jingqi Dan's energy. The Danxin Ding, resonating with his thoughts, carried him soaring toward a certain destination. The Qingyan tree, towering at approximately 100 feet, earned its name from its leaves, which resembled flames of burning green. It is also a vital material for many fire-type elixirs that a significant hole had been stolen from the trunk of a particular Qingyan tree, within which lay a golden caterpillar, blissfully asleep. As it breathed in and out, its golden aura was absorbed by the Qingyan tree, which rustled joyfully in response to Xiao Yuan, riding the Danxin Ding, approached the tree hollow and beheld the Jingqi Dan's condition. He felt elated. He swiftly formed the Lock Dan incantation, preparing to strike while it was vulnerable. However, the Qingyan tree suddenly trembled violently, shedding countless leaves, its flame-like foliage slicing towards Xiao Yuan like blades. The Danxin Ding reacted swiftly, rotating to deflect all the leaves, yet the clash echoed like metal upon metal. The golden caterpillar, transformed from the king-level Jingqi Dan, instantly awakened, and upon seeing the shaking Danxin Ding, it hurriedly morphed into a butterfly and flew away. Xiao Yuan urgently commanded the Danxin Ding to pursue. The Danxin Ding charged fiercely, nearly severing the Qingyan tree in half, shaking off even more leaves as it propelled itself forward. Closely chasing the Jingqi Dan, it fled, and it pursued. Although the Jingqi Dan was a king-level elixir, its inherent properties rendered it inept at offense or evasion, especially when being pursued by its own king-level medicinal cauldron and the practitioner who had mastered its refining techniques. Before long, the Jingqi Dan was caught up to. Xiao Yuan speared its sword as he extended his hand to grasp the elixir. Release it. Accompanying his command was a cataclysmic sword light, akin to a ribbon of death aimed at Xiao Yuan. Seemingly intent on severing his arms, the Danxin Ding, not a weapon of aggression, and with Xiao Yuan seated within, was unable to utilize its devouring method. It could only rotate to block the impending strike. Clang! The sword light left no marks upon the Ding. Yet this counterattack caused a rift between the Danxin Ding and the Jingqi Dan. The wielder of the sword light manifested a Yuan force hand, seizing the Jingqi Dan within his grasp. What a delightful king-level treasure! How splendid! Chapter 28. The refining Dao method ring of Jingqi Dan, so easily within reach, was unexpectedly intercepted by a despicable ambush. Xiao Yuan erupted in fury, commanding the Danxin Ding to ascend and hurl 3 Xinxiao swords at the assailant, Datsuja, with a cold gaze fixed upon Xiao Yuan, disdainfully remarked, "Do not think that possessing a flying artifact renders you invincible. 5th-tier practitioners can still strike from the air. The myriad paths of refining await." Suja yelled, stepping onto the Qinyan tree and ascending higher. Simultaneously, he formed a circular light with his hands, pushing it outward. The Xinxiao swords immediately became ensnared, their speed of flight diminishing as the divine light gradually faded, soon at risk of transforming into mere iron. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. The myriad paths of refining was the foundational grand technique of the refining Dao sect, said to allow adept practitioners to refine anything into the form they desired, be it elixirs, artifacts, or even debris that in the past. The refining Dao Emperor wielded this technique not only to dominate the era, but also to establish a unique sect renowned for its supremacy in artifact refining and notable prowess in alchemy. Prior to the trial, Luo Wei had recounted these matters to Xiao Yuan, including the foundational scriptures and primary combat techniques of the other 3 sections. Observing Xiao Yuan's changing expression, Luo Wei had reassured him, stating that while the imperial scriptures were formidable, not everyone could practice them. Thus he need not worry excessively. However, the caveat remained. If one were to encounter a practitioner of the imperial scriptures, they would not only be an outstanding disciple of their sect, but also possess formidable cultivation. Thunderous projectiles followed, unleashing thunder and explosions in mid-air, that Su Jia remained unfazed, channeling Yuan force to expand the ring. Obliterating all power within it, to Tio still provoke a disciple of the refining Dao. You truly do not understand the meaning of death. Su Jia laughed heartily, casting the ring toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan hastily activated his incantation, maneuvering the Danxin Ding to evade the refining Dao ring. Yet, the ring seemed almost alive, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Yuan like a relentless parasite. Gripping the Jiang sword, Xiao Yuan muttered, "Charge!" The Danxin Ding, in tune with his intent, first retreated before abruptly accelerating towards Su Jia, who stood at an angle upon the Qinyan tree. Just in time, Flame Dragon. Although the ring trailed behind the Danxin Ding and could not immediately retract its protection, Su Jia remained calm, not even considering defense, directly manifesting a Flame Dragon, a technique imbued with immense fire, roaring fiercely toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan lifted the Ding cover to shield himself, peering through the opening as he directed the Danxin Ding through the intense flames. Targeting Su Jia, the Flame Dragon surged violently, colliding and scorching, yet the Danxin Ding, being not only a king-level treasure, but also a specialized alchemical vessel, was unfazed by the ordinary fire of a 5th-tier practitioner. Seeing the Flame Dragon fail to achieve its goal, the Danxin Ding continued its formidable advance. That Su Jia's expression shifted slightly as he conjured a massive black hammer with both hands, while 8 small shields floated around him, providing protection as he attempted to retreat. Boom! The Danxin Ding, leveraging its king-level attributes, shattered the shields. Su Jia, witnessing this, felt a surge of dread, swiftly raising the black hammer to strike down, executing the 9-fold hammer technique one after the other. He presumed that even if Xiao Yuan were to hide within the Ding, he would still be unable to escape the reverberating aftermath, lightly injuring him or heavily rendering him unconscious. However, Su Jia had severely underestimated the power of the Danxin Ding. Even with the passage of time and the erosion of its laws, it remained a king artifact, impervious to the might of a fifth-tier practitioner. Xiao Yuan, sheltered within, not only remained unharmed, but was also poised to counterattack. The Danshin Ding, absorbing the impact of the Black Hammer, relentlessly pursued the retreating Su Jia, finally making contact. Su Jia immediately trembled, his Yuan force disintegrating, nearly unable to remain upright. That a fifth-tier practitioner facing the assault of a king artifact felt akin to a child being hammered by a colossal mallet. Even clad in armor, it proved futile due to their inherent fragility. The moment arrived. Xiao Yuan seized the opportunity, bringing down the Xinjiang sword that in the face of life and death, Su Jia unleashed a powerful instinct for survival. Consuming an unknown elixir that surged his power, conjuring the refining Dao Ring to block the Danshin Ding while he himself fled into the distance. Yet, witnessing the Danshin Ding's performance against the Flame Dragon, Xiao Yuan's confidence surged that he chose not to evade the ring, charging directly forward. Although the refining Dao Ring was mysterious and formidable, it was ultimately a technique executed by a fifth-tier practitioner and could not shake the Danshin Ding. "I loathe you. How could you bring a noble artifact here?" Su Jia lamented. Yet it was already too late. The Danshin Ding continued its relentless assault, and with Xiao Yuan's finishing blow, the renowned talent of the refining Dao sect. A fifth-tier master who held others in disdain, felt that as the ungoverned refining Dao Ring began to dissipate, Xiao Yuan finally leaped from the Ding, removing Su Jia's storage ring and gathering the scattered artifacts. The 8 small shields, known as the 8-direction shield, a heavenly tier weapon, had been utterly destroyed, shattered by the force of the Danshin Ding, rendering them useless. The Black Hammer, named the Heavy Shin Hammer, was also a heavenly tier weapon. Intact, but of little value to Xiao Yuan. With only a second-tier cultivation, his physical and mental strength was average. He ought to avoid close combat at all costs. Otherwise, if a fifth-tier master seeking treasures were to seize the opportunity, it could spell disaster in an instant. The storage ring was of earth-tier quality, quite large, containing a significant amount of items that a rough estimate placed the Yuan stones at around 5 million. But even more precious was a jade box containing 20 Yuan jades. The differences between Yuan stones and Yuan jades are stark. The former are coarse, low in purity, and high in impurities, while the latter consist entirely of refined Yuan force, sparkling and translucent, smooth as jade. Easily refined without any residual powder. These items held far greater importance for Xiao Yuan than the various elixirs Su Jia had refined, even if they were all heavenly and earthly tier. Renowned as the hallmark of the refining Dao sect, as Xiao Yuan rummaged through the treasures within the storage ring, he found mostly elixirs and spiritual herbs, with little else of value. The only item of some worth was Su Jia's alchemical notes, detailing his insights and techniques for refining fourth-tier elixirs, though they did not touch upon the foundational grand techniques of the refining Dao sect. This line of thought was indeed peculiar. Engaging in treasure-seeking battles was not akin to a leisurely excursion. With so many elixirs and Yuan stones, was it wise not to exchange them for artifacts to enhance his odds? Xiao Yuan was filled with silent resentment, akin to Su Jia's astonishment at Xiao Yuan's swift acquisition of a royal-level treasure and its subsequent refinement for his own use. Xiao Yuan, in turn, was perplexed by the profound depth of Su Jia's prowess, a paragon among the fifth tier, wielding the formidable refinement Dao Ring that rendered it nearly impossible for peers of the same rank to contend with him. He had no need, nor did he desire, to divert his focus by refining numerous treasures that might hinder his cultivation growth. Alas, all these essence stones and elixirs had fallen into Xiao Yuan's lap. Most crucial of all was the royal-level Jingqi pill, which had now transformed into a plump pill nestled in his palm, that he soon learned that replicating this pill required 30,000 essence stones. Previously, Xiao Yuan had not encountered royal-level elixirs. Treasures of such caliber were never left for casual selection at trade halls, but were auctioned or custom-made. Although he was unaware of the precise pricing for royal-level treasures. The replication cost of 30,000 essence stones, equivalent to 3 billion essence stones, suggested that the price of the royal-level Jingqi pill would not be less than 50 or 60 billion essence stones. Regrettably, his pockets were shallow, and he lacked even the funds to replicate the cheapest Zun-level blood-replenishing pill, which cost over 50 million essence stones. After tidying himself up, Xiao Yuan ascended the Danshin Ding. Soaring through the forest towards the Tsongling Cave, Chapter 29. Within the Congling Cave, using the Danshin Ding as his vehicle was not solely due to Xiao Yuan's laziness or disdain for walking. It was primarily a precaution against the restrictions and potential experts present in the Xuanji Daoist Hall, though the Tianxin Mirror could withstand a full-force attack from below the 5th tier. Ensuring his survival, if an adversary approached with the intent to capture rather than kill, a single encounter could lead to Xiao Yuan's capture. While the Danshin Ding was headed directly for the Congling Cave, Xiao Yuan would still halt to gather any rare herbs encountered along the way. With his divine replication ability, Xiao Yuan was destined to never lack for an abundance of similar treasures as long as he possessed a fresh variety. These various high-tier elixirs and treasures were also fundamental to his standing. The reason he was prioritizing the sacred blood was not only due to his envy of the formidable Yang body, which could ward off evil and render him immune to myriad toxins, but also because he understood that elixirs of the Zun level naturally possessed spiritual essence. Without the internal conspirators in the Danshin Ding and the secret key to the Bishop Hill scripture, it would be arduous for others to locate these scattered high-tier treasures. However, the sacred blood sealed within the Congling Cave was a mere object. Once someone breached the restrictions, they could seize it at will. In the Dan Hall, had Xiao Yuan not passed the trials first and collected the Bishop Hill scripture, Su Zhang, who arrived later, would have had an equal opportunity to acquire it. The royal-level Bingxin pill lay like an ice silkworm in the icy pool. The royal-level Bishop pill, resembling a celestial beetle, lurked in the woods, all of which Xiao Yuan effortlessly subdued. Moreover, he recognized the true form of the Zhengqi branch, which also reached royal-level status. Xiao Yuan acted swiftly and decisively, encountering no one for the moment. However, the dense fog within the Daoist hall gradually dissipated, and the dazzling fireworks soared, with the clamor of dueling resonating from all directions, causing Xiao Yuan to harbor a subtle concern that someone might begin to refine the main restrictions of the Xuanji Daoist hall. Should someone gain control over the core main restrictions, their only option would be to retreat after besieging and eliminating the individual wielding such power. Xiao Yuan needed to act expeditiously. Fortunately, the Danshin Ding navigated its route with ease, swiftly bringing Xiao Yuan to the Congling Cave, where the restrictions had been shattered, and someone had already entered. Xiao Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he maneuvered the Danshin Ding forcefully. Dai Yu's hounds. This sacred blood is beyond your reach. Relinquish it, and I may spare your lives that in the end, it all comes down to whose blades are sharper. If you desire the sacred blood, come and take it. Within the Congling Cave, two factions were at a standoff. The assailants were disciples of the Refinement Dao sect, some wielding hammers, others controlling flames, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they fixated on the few individuals encircled in the center. Those surrounded were all clad in the white robes of the Dai Yu Dao Academy, adorned with the emblem of the Dai Yu Emperor's sword. Ironically, despite their numbers, they found themselves besieged by the fewer disciples of the Refinement Dao. Thus, Xiao Yuan charged into the fray with the Danshin Ding, a whirlwind of energy, flying treasure ding. Seize it! The disciples of the Refinement Dao sect were the first to react, failing to perceive Xiao Yuan concealed within the ding. Observing the outside through the ding's openings, assuming the treasure itself was sentient and had taken flight, they concluded it was a treasure of at least Zun level. Each one of them, filled with fervent anticipation, immediately prepared to capture the ding, refining Dao, countless ways that a group of 3 to 5 disciples joined forces to summon the Refinement Dao ring, spiraling toward the treasure ding. Concealed within, Xiao Yuan was somewhat speechless. Were the disciples of the Refinement Dao mass-produced? How could they all resort to this maneuver? He remained utterly unperturbed, having first-hand experience with Su Zhan's Refinement Dao ring against the Danshin Ding. Although the ring summoned at this moment was stronger, he had confidence in the royal artifact as Xiao Yuan surveyed the encircled individuals. Most were unfamiliar, save for one who was known to him. This individual, with an elegant visage and a calm demeanor, sat cross-legged in meditation, seemingly unperturbed by the looming crisis that it was none other than Zhang Exin, the 5th-tier expert introduced by the array master Luo Wei, who could provide assistance. Zhang Exin and the Dao Academy's disciples found themselves in dire straits. Despite their numerical advantage, they were all injured, trapped in the center, their feet surrounded by intricate formation patterns, both offensive arrays set by the Refinement Dao sect and defensive formations of their own making. As they neared the brink of collapse, on the verge of being overwhelmed by the refinement Tao disciples. Their fates lay entirely in the hands of others, their expressions grim. Xiao Yuan could not help but scoff silently. He had sought to lean on a powerful ally, yet it was now the ally who required his rescue. Without further hesitation, recognizing that the sacred blood was in the hands of the Dai Yu Dao Academy, while the refinement Dao disciples greedily advanced. He had no choice but to retaliate, repaying enmity with enmity, smash them. Channeling his cultivation technique, he harmonized his intent with the Danshin Ding, drawing upon the power of essence stones to form a faint protective shield of Dao law. The Danshin Ding accelerated in place, charging towards the refinement Dao ring. How dare a mere artifact challenge our refinement Dao's grand technique head-on? It is merely courting death. One of the disciples laughed maniacally, brimming with arrogance. Brothers, increase your essence output. Refine this ding and present a tribute to Brother Yang. The disciples of the refinement Dao amplified their essence power, causing the refinement Dao ring to glow increasingly bright and unfathomable, momentarily transforming into a colossal beast that devoured the heavens and earth. The Danshin Ding collided, but surprisingly did not shatter it in one blow. Instead, it became ensnared by the ring, its protective shield peeling away, slowly eroding its essence. Could it be that fate is favoring us? Just as we completed the refining formations, a treasure arrives at our doorstep, colliding with the refinement Dao ring, which specializes in countering all weapons. The disciples of the refinement Dao were exceedingly arrogant, rallying their comrades to collectively refine the treasure ding. The Danshin Ding began to struggle under the pressure, prompting it to speak. Master, we cannot continue to clash head-on. Your method of devouring within the ding cannot be executed, and this ding is not adept at offense. Moreover, due to its age, the ding's body is damaged and lacks a complete state that we must either avoid their onslaught and seek another opportunity or infuse more essence stones. I can exert Dao pressure to obliterate them all. Xiao Yuan estimated the situation. There were a total of 12 refinement Dao disciples, all standing upon the refining formation's point 6 surrounded the center, sealing off 25 to 26 weary remnants of Dai Yu, while the other 6 positioned themselves back-to-back to strike the Danshin Ding with a fatal blow, leaving no room for mercy, injecting an additional 500,000 essence stones. Xiao Yuan spoke coldly. Danshin Ding. The spirit of the ding promptly mobilized, causing the ding to spin rapidly, a faint red glow emanating, enveloping both the treasure ding and Xiao Yuan. In an instant, they vanished from their original location, reappearing before one of the refinement Dao disciples, the ding's legs crashing heavily upon him, causing his essence to dissipate and his body to tremble violently before collapsing limply. Brother, be cautious, increased the refining intensity. The refinement Dao disciples were stunned by the sudden breach of their encirclement, their focus diverted towards the imminent danger approaching their central forces. They hurriedly ramped up their essence output, striving to swiftly refine the treasure ding. Yet the Danshin Ding was not so easily subdued. It deftly evaded the taint and erosion of the refinement Dao ring, its body spinning at high speed, vanishing and reappearing in quick succession, dismantling the refinement Dao disciples one by one. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 corpses lay strewn upon the ground, and the remaining disciples among the 12 were indeed exceptional individuals. At this moment, they could not help but feel an uncontainable sense of panic and dread. Soon, disregarding the remains of their fallen comrades, the Dai Yu disciples' sacred blood was forgotten as they hastily retreated to save their lives. Xiao Yuan commanded the Danshin Ding to traverse space in pursuit, swiftly obliterating the refinement Dao disciples with ease. Truly, it was easier to forge enmity than to resolve it. Since entering the Lu Ding Mountain Daoist Hall, he had already slain 13 disciples of the refinement Dao. Among them several outstanding disciples adept in the core techniques of the Emperor's scriptures. Xiao Yuan was left speechless. Chapter 30. Sacred bloodbath. In the preceding moment, the refinement Dao disciples had been filled with boundless arrogance, clamoring to refine the Dai Yu hounds, only to find themselves sprawled on the ground, lifeless, leaving the members of the Dai Yu Dao Academy in utter shock. Such extraordinary sentience from an artifact spirit, could it have reached the level of a sacred weapon? If not, how could it possess such intelligence, seemingly capable of selecting its targets for extermination? Zhang Xan had already opened his eyes, aware of the happenings within the Songling cave. Yet he remained unflustered, gesturing for his fellow disciples to maintain the formation. Their gazes fixed intently on the Danshin Ding. How about bestowing the sacred blood upon me as a means of repaying the life-saving grace? Xiao Yuan remained concealed, voice altered as he spoke. What if I were to say that the artifact spirit can converse? Is it possible that this is the sacred weapon of the Xuanji saint? The faces of the Dao Academy members turned pale, exchanging apprehensive glances. Zhang Exin stared intently at the Danshin Ding, observing it hover steadily in mid-air, unmoving. After a prolonged moment, he reluctantly shook his head, that I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Since the esteemed elder has spoken, I shall dutifully serve the go. A vivid crimson, seemingly stained with golden true blood, floated towards the Danshin Ding, which trembled slightly, absorbing the sacred blood through its mouth. The cost of replicating such a small amount of true blood reached an astonishing 96,000 yuan. Xiao Yuan inhaled sharply, astonished that such a minuscule quantity of true blood could bear such a hefty replication cost, which indirectly attested to its authenticity as genuine sacred blood, but he remained silent. Manipulating the Danshin Ding to spin and fly, collecting the storage rings of the 12 alchemy disciples one by one, before departing swiftly, vanishing from sight. The disciples of the Dao Academy exhaled in relief. Brother Zhang, it appears that a certain cultivator has fortuitously acquired the treasure inheritance of the Xuanji saint, perhaps even sitting within the cauldron itself. For cultivators, facing sacred weapons and revered artifacts controlled by fifth-tier practitioners evokes an entirely different sentiment. The latter still holds a glimmer of hope for a comeback, while the former is marked by an overwhelming sense of despair and impotence. The spirits of sacred weapons possess intellects that rival many saints, existing in a realm that defies conventional reasoning. Fighting them is futile, and the outcome is all too predictable. Zhang Exin remarked calmly, I dare not make any assumptions. This person has saved our lives. So let it be settled. Each ordinary body has its own shortcomings, yet each extraordinary body possesses its own advantages. Some ordinary physiques have obstructed meridians, rendering the refinement of primordial energy a Herculean task. Others are frail, causing them to cough up blood, even while practicing techniques, hindering their progress. Even with Xiao Yuan's relatively unproblematic physique, which allows for steady cultivation, achieving fifth-tier status in a lifetime without the aid of pills or treasures remains a daunting challenge, let alone ascending to the ranks of revered kings or saints. However, every extraordinary body far surpasses the ordinary. The Tao body naturally harmonizes with the elemental energies of the world, allowing for rapid advancement. Becoming a revered figure within a century or a saint within a millennium is hardly considered fast. The divine body radiates brilliance, wielding immense power through its techniques, manifesting numerous astonishing phenomena. The sacred body masters physical prowess to its utmost, capable of shattering galaxies with a punch and treading upon the sun and moon. The yang body is no exaggeration among them, possessing the ability to ward off evil and resist all poisons, while also enhancing the cultivation of solar-type techniques, constituting a variant of the yang body. Xiao Yuan, affluent and equipped with divine-level replication capabilities, lacks neither primordial stones nor precious pills. Yet his cultivation progress remains significantly constrained. Being an ordinary body, he is akin to a fragile earthen jar compared to iron, copper, or gold vessels, lacking their resplendent luster and exceedingly prone to shattering. Many precious pills and secret techniques are beyond his reach, as he may not withstand their potency. For instance, if he could refine one heavenly tier primordial enhancement pill in a day, he might ascend a tier in a month, but that is not feasible for him. Even consuming one pill a month requires utmost caution. Otherwise, the residual toxicity could harm his constitution, further impeding his cultivation. The principle of haste makes waste is vividly illustrated here. The right chi pill and sacred blood present a significant opportunity for him, accelerating his cultivation and altering his path that he could hardly wait a moment longer. Directing the Danshin Ding towards a secluded area, sitting cross-legged within the Danshin Ding, Xiao Yuan retrieved the sacred blood and poured it over his crown, following the instructions of the right chi pill scripture to guide the sacred blood into his body. Circulating it throughout, Xiao Yuan clenched his eyes, pressing down on his fingers, but the pain pierced to the marrow. Even though the sacred blood had been refined into a gentler form by the Xuanji saint, Its inherent power and principle still inflicted tremendous agony upon Xiao Yuan, a mere second-tier practitioner, akin to scalding iron mixed into his blood, that he could only endure and await the sacred blood to transform into a peculiar state. Time became an indiscernible blur as he lost track of it, oblivious to the pain, and even the very essence of his being. After an undetermined duration, Xiao Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, took out a royal-level right chi pill, and pressed it against his crown, allowing its medicinal energy to surge through his limbs and bones. That it was abundant, potent, radiant, and masculine. The power of the royal-level pill could almost instantly obliterate Xiao Yuan's frail physique, bursting through his flesh, yet he managed to withstand it. The sacred blood transformed into a barrier, channeling the medicinal power of the right chi pill, repeatedly washing and reforming Xiao Yuan's flesh and meridians. Each cycle felt like a searing knife slicing through his body. Gradually, Xiao Yuan forgot the passage of time, the pain, and even his surroundings. That at last, after an indeterminate period, Xiao Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, leaped out of the cauldron, and beheld his body, resembling precious jade or luminous glass. The young body, filled with power, it instilled a profound sense of confidence within him. Xiao Yuan threw a punch, and even without employing primordial energy, the surrounding trees trembled and rustled from the impact. His physique enhanced, his strength surged, and an evolution unfolded from within. Xiao Yuan muttered to himself, retrieving garments to cover his body. He briefly sifted through the storage rings of the 12 alchemy disciples, gathering primordial stones amounting to approximately 800,000 stones, 60 precious jade, and a plethora of pills and artifacts, most of which were hammers, furnaces, fire orbs, and other alchemical or fire-related items that were of little use to him. There were also numerous techniques. Although not core scriptures of the alchemy sect, they contained intriguing concepts. However, at this moment, Xiao Yuan lacked the inclination to delve into study, choosing instead to refine the relatively intact Flame Dragon token. The Flame Dragon token, a heavenly tier artifact, could summon a fire dragon for assistance. Wielding power equivalent to that of a peak 5th tier practitioner, the fire dragon was challenging to slay and, even in perilous situations, retained a sliver of consciousness to return to the token, capable of being nourished and cultivated with primordial stones to regain its peak 5th tier strength. The operation was straightforward, capable of autonomous attack, and its potency was considerable, compensating for the shortcomings of the sharp but diminutive Shunshao sword and the large but imprecise Thunderbolt bomb, serving as a protective talisman. Having tidied things up, Xiao Yuan once again settled into the Danshin Ding, heading straight for the Xuanji main hall. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the Daoist grounds, there was unlikely to be any further opportunity for scavenging elsewhere. Thus, he headed directly to the main hall, not seeking to acquire the core of the prohibitions or the entirety of the Daoist grounds, but primarily to see if there was an opportunity to grasp the Xuanji techniques or seals, both of which were of saintly caliber that if he could secure them, he would at least be able to tread boldly in Ningzhou de Wai Qingyun. I do not wish to kill you. Hand over the Xuanji techniques, and I shall let you go. On a flying fish vessel stood a young man with slick hair and a flamboyant demeanor, his gaze lecherous as he leered at the woman on the Jade Lotus platform, clutching her chest, laughing boisterously. This lion's bitter poison combined with the blood demon poison from the abyss of 10,000 demons cannot be unraveled even by the Qinglian heart rescuing pill. If you do not wish to perish, you must be sensible. The woman named Yi Qingyun sat cross-legged on the Jade Lotus platform, a glass lotus lamp hovering above her head, casting a green glow that enveloped her. Yet she appeared to be in great distress, struggling to breathe, her complexion shifting between pale and green, causing her 2 artifacts to rise and fall, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Chapter 31. The right young body on the flying fish vessel. Zhou Wangshan grew impatient. You cannot dissolve this poison. If you do not hand over the Xuanji techniques, even if you perish and your Tao dissipates, I, Zhou, shall not betray my affections and will invite you to ascend Wushan together. Yet, Yi Qingyun remained unmoved, steadfastly maintaining the protective barrier of the glass lotus lamp and Jade Lotus platform, channeling her techniques to suppress the bizarre poison. Zhou Wangshan, exasperated, realized he could not breach the protection of these 2 treasures. Still, he feared Yi Qingyun might possess some peculiar method to temporarily suppress the poison or escape, especially considering her origins from the preeminent alchemical sect, the Qingdi Gate, whose treasures were difficult to fathom. Seeing his verbal assault yield no results, Zhou Wangshan was compelled to resume his futile attacks with Daoist techniques, determined not to allow her to cultivate so calmly, or else the Xuanji sacred techniques would slip from his grasp. Sky-splitting slash, Zhou Wangshan, experienced in nefarious deeds, knew that at such a juncture, one must hold nothing back. Thus, he unleashed the Zhou family's millennia-old imperial technique, the Zhou Lu Yu Shugong. The space surrounding Yi Qingyun seemed to be sliced by invisible blades, rapidly trembling and becoming disarrayed, but the glass lotus lamp merely rotated slightly, its green light stabilizing the void instantaneously. Damn it. Zhou Wangshan, a peak 5th-tier expert, usually exuded an air of superiority, yet faced with someone like Yi Qingyun, he found himself powerless, forced to grit his teeth and employ techniques meant for those above the revered level. Exile the space. The void fractured, revealing a gaping black hole, and an invisible hand rapidly formed, reaching for the Jade Lotus platform and Yi Qingyun. The glass lotus lamp and Jade Lotus platform spun in unison, suddenly manifesting a towering green lotus, sprouting countless massive roots that pierced into the void. No matter how the invisible hand moved, it could not affect this green lotus. Yi Qingyun's expression fluctuated within, giving Zhou Wangshan the impression that she might topple at any moment yet remained steadfast. It seems I can no longer indulge alone. Zhou Wangshan shook his head helplessly, raising his gaze as the dense mist within the Daoist grounds began to dissipate. He retrieved a signal cannon and fired it into the sky. After a prolonged silence without the sound of an explosion, Zhou Wangshan instinctively looked up, only to see a massive cauldron descending from the heavens, crashing towards him. Did I ask this the firework you set off to annoy me? The cauldron suppressed all around, possessing the Zhou Lu Yu Shugong. Zhou Wangshan was acutely aware of disturbances in the void, and it was evident that this cauldron, though not a royal weapon, was a top-tier revered artifact. Zhou Wangshan hastily maneuvered the flying fish vessel to escape, dodging with agility. Though the Danqin Ding was formidable, it was ultimately worn and lacked the masterful control of its owner, unable to match the flying fish vessel. A heavenly tier weapon. Xiao Yuan felt a headache coming on. He realized the earlier signal cannon had summoned allies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have interrupted and descended to pursue. However, Zhou Wangshan was indeed a profound practitioner. Equipped with a flying artifact, unlike the foolish pigs of the alchemy sect, making him exceedingly difficult to eliminate. After pursuing for a distance, Xiao Yuan abandoned the idea of killing him and returned to Yi Qingyun's side, his eyes gleaming. What an astonishingly beautiful classical woman, as if a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal realm. She wore a long blue dress, her hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned with simple yet elegant hairpins that did not diminish her grace. Despite her furrowed brow and pallid complexion, she remained captivating. She poisoned. Xiao Yuan pondered briefly, recognizing that a 5th-tier alchemist would typically not be lacking in detoxifying pills. However, the current situation clearly indicated their ineffectiveness. Perhaps the heart-cleansing pill and the evil-repelling pill could be worth a try, for after all, demonic poison is a form of toxin that inherently possesses detoxifying properties. Just as he was about to extract the pills from the cauldron, an unexpected wave of danger washed over him. The exterior of the Danqin cauldron began to peel away. This is spatial Taoism. I must utilize the power of the Yuan stones, the cauldron spirit declared, drawing upon the spatial reserves within the cauldron to form a protective barrier, safeguarding both itself and Xiao Yuan. Spatial Taoism, the Zhou family. A sinister chuckle from Zhou Wangshan echoed nearby. How dare you meddle in my affairs? You must be tired of living. I shall continue to launch my sky cannon. Let us see if you can intercept it. With that, he drew forth the sky cannon and ignited it. Whoosh! The Danqin cauldron tore through the void, appearing in the sky to intercept the sky cannon. Zhou Wangshan's expression shifted. It was likely a royal artifact. Manipulating his flying fish vessel, he distanced himself further, sneering, I have plenty of sky cannons. Let us see how much Yuan power you possess to extinguish the flames. After several fierce exchanges, the 500,000 Yuan stones previously infused were nearly depleted, prompting Xiao Yuan to hastily infuse another 500,000. But this approach is unsustainable, he mused. Cauldron spirit, if I leap out of the cauldron, can you draw him in and refine him within? Certainly. Zhou Luyu is exceedingly adept in spatial Taoism. Are you certain you can lock onto him? Absolutely. The cauldron spirit's unwavering confidence instilled great assurance in Xiao Yuan. He then executed a feint, appearing to intercept the sky cannon while in reality, he leapt out of the cauldron, directing the royal cauldron toward Zhou Wangshan. Crash! The sky cannon erupted magnificently, momentarily stunning Zhou Wangshan, who then felt an overwhelming force pulling him in. The crimson cauldron gaped wide, brazenly awaiting his entry. Zhou Wangshan's face drained of color as he frantically employed Taoist techniques. The Zhou family's imperial scriptures, which were supposed to manipulate the void, could not stabilize his form, drawing him inexorably towards the cauldron. No. Zhou Wangshan nearly despaired. This was undoubtedly a royal artifact, for such ferocity was unattainable otherwise. Distracted, he glanced toward Xiao Yuan, who clung to a large tree branch, hastily deploying the flying fish vessel, which flashed like a blade, targeting Xiao Yuan. The Xinxiao sword, thunderbolt bomb, and flame dragon token formed 3 layers of defense. Yet the flying fish vessel was not aimed at him. Instead, it soared above and detonated with a resounding crash, scattering countless particles of dust in all directions. Zhou Wangshan was overjoyed, exclaiming, "This poison is rare in the world. Only I can cure it. That if you would spare my life, I am willing to offer the antidote." Bathed in the dust of the lion's bitter poison, Xiao Yuan inhaled deeply, while Zhou Wangshan stood dumbfounded. Being drawn into the Danxing cauldron, the lion's bitter poison, harvested from a rare deep-sea fish and combined with blood demon poison, is incurable. "Brother, you are in grave peril." Zhou Wangshan's voice reverberated from within the cauldron, high-pitched yet filled with despair. Having witnessed the previous scene, Xiao Yuan, if he were not a fool, must be utterly unafraid of this toxin. Indeed, he heard the most fearful words at that moment. Does Brother Zhou not realize where he is? To use a potion imbued with demonic poison here is akin to a minor trickster showing off before a master. Xiao Yuan had initially intended to say to show off, but fearing Zhou Wangshan would not understand the idiom, he modified it to a minor trickster before a master. Zhou Wangshan weakly banged on the Danxing cauldron, pleading, "Brother Tao, spare my life. I am a disciple of the Zhou family of the Thousand Islands. I can offer any treasures and yuan stones. Just spare me." Would Zhou Luyu's technique be willing to be shared? Zhou Wangshan stuttered. Xiao Yuan shook his head. "Keep the storage ring. Your life shall be refined instead." No. Zhou Wangshan's wail was heartrending. Yet the Danxing cauldron had already begun its operation, swiftly turning him into ash, leaving only a white storage ring flying into Xiao Yuan's hand. The body of Supreme Yang, as its name suggests, is indeed formidable. The lion's bitter poison is truly terrifying. Even the 5th-tier perfect cultivator, Yi Qingyun, a candidate for the Qing Emperor's Gate, could not withstand it. Yet it was effortlessly neutralized by the body of Supreme Yang, without her even noticing any anomaly. With such a gain, this journey to the Xuangu Daoist Hall can hardly be deemed fruitless. Descending slowly from the cauldron lid, Xiao Yuan approached Yi Qingyun. Chapter 32. The sacred art of Xuangu, the 9-petal jade lotus platform, shimmered with brilliance, the glazed lotus lanterns casting down radiant light imbued with the essence of the Tao, akin to celestial soldiers whose might could rival that of revered artifacts. Though Zhou Wangshan's character was lacking, he was nonetheless a grand disciple of the Zhou family, inheritor of the Zhou Luyu technique, and thus possessed an array of magical treasures and techniques. While he managed to wound Yi Qingyun with a sneak attack, he failed to deliver a fatal blow, which spoke volumes. Xiao Yuan rummaged through Zhou Wangshan's storage ring, his attention first drawn to the 600,000 yuan stones and 50 yuan jades, followed by a hodgepodge of magical tools and various pills, including the lion's bitter poison. However, he found no antidote. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "No method of detoxification was found in Zhou Wangshan's ring. These 2 heart-cleansing pills and evil-repelling pills are heavenly pills left by the Xuangu saint. You may try them first." With a snap of his fingers, he sent 2 pill vials soaring towards the treasure lotus light. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Yi Qingyun lowered her guard, grasping the 2 pill vials in her hand. Without hesitation, she consumed and refined them. Before long, her complexion flushed with color, and the demonic poison gradually receded. Observing the stability of her magical treasures, Xiao Yuan noted Yi Qingyun's improving condition that I dare not forget the life-saving grace. May I inquire your name, young hero? Her voice rang like a melodious aureole, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. Suppressing his unusual emotions, Xiao Yuan replied, "It was merely a matter of convenience. There is no need for gratitude, that if you wish, you may borrow the sacred art of Xuangu for a glance, and it shall be returned after you peruse it. Yi Qingyun rose from the lotus platform, her breathtaking beauty evoking a sense of inferiority in Xiao Yuan. In gratitude for saving my life, I shall repay you generously. Let alone borrowing, I would not hesitate to bestow it upon you." A flash of golden light appeared. Xiao Yuan intercepted the golden book, raising it in his hand, quickly discovering that the replication cost was 3,600,000 yuan stones, the sacred art of revered saints. He understood well. With a flick of his hand, he returned the golden book. "Having witnessed the virtue of the saintess, I do not regret my impulsive action that incurred the wrath of the Zhou family of the Thousand Islands." With that, he leapt into the cauldron, preparing to depart. The Yi Qingyun's gaze flickered. She was astonished to see Xiao Yuan not even opening the sacred art of Xuangu. Her heart stirred. She never expected someone to remain unmoved by the sacred text, especially in light of her prior statement that it could be freely gifted. Who is he? Why is he so indifferent? Wait, young hero, have you obtained the alchemical inheritance of the Xuangu saint? Yi Qingyun wished to view the alchemical texts. Xiao Yuan's hearty laughter resonated from within the cauldron. That if fate allows, we may meet again to discuss the borrowing of texts at a later time. Zhou Wangshan has already sent out a distress signal. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you depart swiftly. Whoosh! The Danshin cauldron vanished in an instant, leaving Yi Qingyun standing in place. She furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before unleashing several strikes, disrupting the surrounding spatial Tao principles, then piloting the jade lotus platform away. From Xiao Yuan's perspective, while Yi Qingyun was extraordinarily beautiful, her character remained unknown, even if she shamelessly accepted the sacred text. There would be no opportunity for cultivation in the near term. That it would only be once the situation concluded that one could safely cultivate outside. Thus, why rush to breach the principles he had previously established? Openly seizing sacred artifacts, especially in the presence of those who could easily obliterate him, was far too perilous. Indeed, with the Danshin cauldron now in hand, he held a greater assurance of self-preservation. Yet rampaging through the Xuangu Taoist Hall remained improbable. With a replication cost of merely over 3 million, simply stepping outside to procure a single revered-grade pill would suffice. That a blinding treasure light erupted from the main hall, reaching the heavens and illuminating the earth, as if summoning all treasure seekers within the Taoist Hall to hasten their arrival. Xiao Yuan, observing this treasure light from the cauldron, felt a tumultuous storm brewing within. The treasure light was pure and brilliant, irresistibly captivating, resembling the hue of Tao source gold. Accelerate, Danshin cauldron. One explosion after another erupted around the main hall, with 3 distinct battlefields clearly delineated, each surrounding various factions. Xiao Yuan surveyed from above and quickly discerned. One area focused on the core prohibition's refinement, another engaged in a struggle for the Great Seal, and the last was a chaotic scramble for Tao source gold. In the prohibition refinement area, the Diyue dynasty held the upper hand, with soldiers positioned outside forming a grand formation, while the Taoist Academy disciples within refined with assurance. Despite the 4-sect disciples' earnest interference, their lack of unity rendered them ineffective, and it would likely be difficult to achieve any meaningful progress in the short term. In the struggle for the Great Seal, the Yuan Holy Land maintained the advantage, concentrating the most disciples to collectively summon a replica of the original cauldron, harmonizing with the intermittently formidable sacred seal of Xuangu, creating a peculiar state of synergy. The area for Tao source gold was the most chaotic, with nearly all experts engaged in attacking the fist-sized chunks of Tao source gold, evidently realizing that it was too difficult to monopolize, and thus resorting to a free-for-all. The courtyard of the main hall was not particularly large. Above, people flew, on rooftops they ran, and below, they walked, a dense throng of individuals. Taoist techniques and blades clashed, and a moment's inattention could lead to grievous injury. Xiao Yuan quickly resolved. Divine-level replication requires the storage of Yuan stones and the upgrade of Tao source gold. These two elements are irreplaceable and in great demand. Therefore, he could forego the sacred weapons and ignore the prohibitions to seize the Tao source gold. Heaven and earth shall be returned. The world is a sword that sky-rending slash. Eternal blue lotus, flame dragon across the sky. The masters of the five directions each displayed their extraordinary abilities, showcasing their signature skills. The radiance of the Tao spread, with the ethereal vision of the azure lotus flame dragon unfurling before them. Even the Tao source gold, the material closest to celestial gold, could no longer withstand the pressure and began to crack and disintegrate. Xiao Yuan observed this scene, his mind involuntarily swirling with chaotic thoughts. A gentleman's nature is not different. He adeptly utilizes external resources that it shattered. Someone cried out in exultation. The blocks of Tao source gold fractured into minuscule particles. Scattering in all directions, fortune lies in peril. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yuan departed from the Danshin Ding, concealing himself beneath a certain eave, remotely commanding the cauldron spirit to unleash its might and absorb the Tao source gold that had fallen to the earth. 1 particle, 2 particles, 3 particles. The royal-grade cauldron surged with power, creating a terrifying scene as the void seemed on the verge of collapse, leaving countless individuals feeling unsteady. Xiao Yuan rejoiced, although it was merely a cauldron for alchemy. Once it reached this level, it could indeed confine the void and suppress the multitude, which petty thief dares to steal like a rat. Many masters were incensed, conjuring colossal hands to grasp the Danshin Ding. Yet Xiao Yuan had already replenished it with 1,000 million stones before departing at this moment. The cauldron space was at its most formidable, drawing in primal energy, and even a slight tremor pulverized the giant hands into powder. Well done, as Xiao Yuan gazed at the Danshin Ding in the sky. Its radiant aura resisted the onslaught while it voraciously absorbed the Tao source gold. His joy was immeasurable. Wealth was within reach. Impudent, do not act so recklessly. The disciples of the alchemy path, unable to tolerate the scene, produced the alchemy law ring, intending to seal the cauldron's opening. The Danshin Ding remained unfazed, drawing in both the void's debris and the alchemy law ring, effortlessly refining them within, leaving the alchemy disciples powerless to hinder it. Brother Tan, this cauldron is too ferocious. Tan Yi, a candidate for the holy son of the alchemy path, dismissed the concern, stating, "This cauldron is exceptional. It cannot be dealt with in a short time, that we should seize the other scattered Tao source gold first and handle it later." Observing the Zhou family adeptly utilizing the Zhou Lu Yushu technique, they swiftly gathered the scattered Tao source gold, moving far faster than the cauldron. The alchemy disciples gazed skyward, and indeed saw the Zhou family disciples maneuvering various flying vessels, skillfully navigating the void, evading attacks, and securing the fallen Tao source gold. Xiao Yuan also witnessed this scene, intensifying his efforts to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 33. Alchemy Tan, he had this place not been the holy man's Tao ground. With the void inherently stable and the Tao potent, it would have long been reduced to nothingness by the swarm of fifth-tier masters recklessly employing their Tao techniques and sword energies to shatter edifices and cleave halls. Xiao Yuan meticulously observed the battlefield, noting the dwindling Tao source gold, and quickly summoned the Danshin Ding to stealthily withdraw from the fray down on the fire dragon boat. Alchemy Tan Yi's gaze flickered as he discreetly signaled his subordinates to follow the Danshin Ding. Preparing to engage in battle to stall the leaders of other sections with the wind-walking boots, Xiao Yuan exited the battlefield to rendezvous with the Danshin Ding. Seeing that the surroundings were clear, he promptly commanded the cauldron to halt, lifting its lid in preparation to leap inside. Unbeknownst to him, a rat was stealing oil that a conical nail pierced the void, arriving at Xiao Yuan's back at light speed, only piercing the first layer of the Xuanwu armor as Xiao Yuan heard the faint sound of the breach. Crack! The heavenly heart mirror, capable of withstanding lethal blows from fifth-tier masters, shattered. Hiss, the 2 layers of Xuanwu armor were breached, ultimately halting just before the last layer. Xiao Yuan turned to find 5 burly men advancing toward him. The leader, with a rat-like face and an exceedingly ugly countenance, emitted a lecherous glint from his eyes, making even Xiao Yuan, a man of iron, feel profoundly repulsed. Surrounded by so many fifth-tier masters, he knew he could not withstand their assault. He wouldn't even have time to activate the heavenly heart mirror. With no time to remove the nail, Xiao Yuan continued running toward the Danxin Ding, simultaneously ordering it to draw closer. The binding immortal rope. The 5 men quickly approached Xiao Yuan, simultaneously hurling a brown rope. Its end knotted into a circular loop, ensnaring him. The binding immortal rope arrived almost instantaneously, encircling Xiao Yuan and pulling him backward. The trap began to tighten, choking and dragging him back, simultaneously. "Caught you!" The rat-faced man cackled as he pulled on the rope. Pain. Excruciating pain. Xiao Yuan found his hands immobilized, his feet unable to move, helplessly watching himself retreat rapidly, urgently calling out, "Absorb me." The Danxin Ding's spirit instantly comprehended, opening its lid and flying toward Xiao Yuan while enveloping both him and the 5 pursuers. The might of the royal artifact, even in its damaged state, was beyond what 5th-tier masters could withstand. The 5 men immediately flailed in panic, desperately employing various methods to stabilize their forms or escape the pull, but the binding immortal rope was beyond anyone's control as they, along with Xiao Yuan, were drawn into the cauldron. Entering the cauldron, Xiao Yuan's eyes blazed with fierce intent as he commanded, "Crush them." The Danxin Ding, in tune with Xiao Yuan's fury, absorbed the power of the primal stones and began to spin, the Tao radiating outward. Boom, boom, boom. The distance between heaven and earth collapsed, confining the void. The royal artifact's ability to slay 5th-tier masters was far easier than that of 5th-tier masters to kill mortals. For mortals could still flee and resist, whereas the latter, lacking corresponding strength, were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The rat-faced man's expression turned to one of terror as he mournfully cried, "Hero, spare me. I realize my mistake." Xiao Yuan would not grant him an opportunity, coldly commanding the cauldron to strike him, scattering his soul. After collecting the 5 men's storage rings and magical artifacts within the cauldron, Xiao Yuan quickly discovered the method to refine the binding immortal rope. After a brief understanding, he finally released a breath of relief that my perception is too shallow, my reactions too slow. I fear I cannot take a single step away from the cauldron. Xiao Yuan sighed. Having not anticipated how terrifying 5th-tier masters could be, and realizing how inadequate he was to quicken his pace, he had not shouldered the Xingyang sword, rendering him utterly oblivious to any murderous intent. Binding immortal rope, heavy mysterious hammer, 8 directions shield, flame dragon order, 5 dragons furnace. Xiao Yuan amassed numerous heavenly weapons. Although many were duplicates, the 8 direction shield and binding immortal rope were indeed usable by him. The primal stones totaled over 8 million, 30 primal jades and various pills and miscellaneous items that a plethora of skill manuals was before him, but Xiao Yuan had yet to examine them in detail. So they are this powerful. After consecutively slaying the 12 alchemy disciples forming the formation and the 5 pursuers, Xiao Yuan finally realized that Su Ji of the Qingyan Forest and Zhou Wangshan were so formidable. Able to withstand a royal-grade treasure for so long by themselves, and a wonder Su Ji possessed so many primal stones. It seemed his strength was extraordinary, and his status within the sect was remarkable. The core restrictions and sacred artifacts were likely approaching resolution. Thus, he needed to leave promptly, lest these 2 factions, if not at odds, could wreak havoc within the Xuanji Dao ground. Xiao Yuan did not forget the most crucial matter and swiftly searched for the quantity of Dao source gold within the cauldron. 23 particles? Xiao Yuan's pupils widened in shock. What happened to the Ding spirit? I just saw you seize at least 100 particles of Dao source gold. How come there are only 23? The usually emotionless Ding spirit displayed a hint of embarrassment. The power of the Dao source gold surged. The moment it was absorbed, it could not be controlled and began to refine and repair the cauldron body. Xiao Yuan was speechless, feeling as if the cormorant had not only caught a fish, but had also stolen his meal. How much has it recovered? 70 to 80% intact. It can contend with royal-grade treasures. This was relatively good news, Xiao Yuan reassured himself, then spent 10 particles of Dao source gold and 10 million stones to upgrade the divine level replication ability. The next upgrade requirement transformed into 100 million stones and 100 particles of Dao source gold. Xiao Yuan exhaled, examining the changes in the upgraded divine level replication capability. This, he was astounded. The initial replication required Xiao Yuan to fully observe the item to record its information. Upon reaching the 2nd level, mere contact sufficed for replication, the 3rd level. He could even record information across distances without needing to touch the object, that if an item remained in a specific place for an extended period, merging with the surrounding environment and departed not long after. With its aura not yet completely dissipated, he could imprint the information through Dao principles. Upon activating the replication ability, Xiao Yuan could perceive the available treasures to record in this area. This skill is extraordinary. Xiao Yuan's heart ignited with fervor. The main hall had only recently been opened. The Xuanji seal must not have lingered in its original storage location for long, presenting an opportunity to seize this sacred artifact. Fortune lies in peril. When it's time to take a risk, one must not retreat. Xiao Yuan resolved firmly and immediately maneuvered the Danshin Ding back toward the main battlefield. That my treasures, brother Xiao Yuan has arrived. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sounds of hammering left Xiao Yuan somewhat dazed. Peering through the cauldron's opening, he saw a young man standing atop the fire dragon boat, relentlessly striking the Danshin Ding's lid with a black hammer. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Yuan inquired, "Friend, who are you to be so bold?" Tan Yi of the alchemy sect. Tan Yi spoke with disdain. "Did my subordinates not fall to your hand? If you mean the owners of the binding immortal rope, heavy mysterious hammer, and 5 dragons furnace, then indeed I was responsible for their demise," Xiao Yuan replied earnestly. "Then you shall die as well. Alchemy law ring." Tan Yi roared in fury, ceaselessly hammering with the heavy mysterious hammer, while the alchemy law ring expanded to engulf the Danshin Ding. Seeing him so arrogant, Xiao Yuan could no longer contain himself. "That I have slain 5 fifth-tier masters. What gives you the right to come here and act so brazenly? Can you not see that this ding far surpasses the heavenly tier? Who knows what schemes you have employed? If you were truly powerful, would you hide in the shadows, trembling in fear? You speak the truth." Xiao Yuan could not help but raise his thumb, commanding the Danshin Ding to emit a powerful force that collided forward, imprisoning the void. The Dao principles flowed, delivering a fatal blow. Lian Dao, Tan Yi still bore the astonished expression of someone who had never anticipated the immense power of this tripod, leaving him with no time to react whatsoever. Alas. Chapter 34. The dust settles. Xiao Yuan was not inherently murderous. Otherwise, with the king artifact Danshin Ding, he could have hunted many solitary disciples of the 5 factions. He had always adhered to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, which was not only a reflection of his previous life as temperament, but also a mark of respect for this vast and expansive world. The emperor suppressed the ages, casting shadows over millennia. The sage ruled a domain, saving countless souls. The noble lords imprisoned the void, effortlessly shattering mountains. The venerable ascended to the skies, roaming the rivers and lakes at will. Respecting heaven and earth, honoring life, was not a fault. Yet he was not naive. If one, like Lian Dao Tan Yi, insisted on charging headlong into destruction, then to show mercy would only be a sign of weakness. With the storage ring and law hammer in hand, Xiao Yuan commanded the Danshin Ding as he rushed towards the main hall. While still in flight, a vast and unmatched force swept through like a tempest, immediately followed by a deafening explosion. Hidden within the Ding, and shielded by the King Ding, Xiao Yuan remained unscathed, though the towering trees fell, and dust swirled, revealing the intensity of the upheaval. The Xuanji Dao field had been seized by the Due Dao Academy, declaring that any who were not Due students should swiftly depart, lest they be shown no mercy. The resounding voice echoed throughout the sacred grounds. Xiao Yuan shook his head in regret, ultimately a step too late. As he commanded the Danshin Ding towards the formation gate, the gate, Xiao Yuan stored the King Ding within his storage ring and leaped out of the Dao field alone. An invisible wave swept through, and the guards at the formation, including Li Hao and Cheng Moyang, were visibly astonished. "You actually made it out alive, and you are the first." Xiao Yuan clasped his hands in greeting. "It was merely luck." Cheng Moyang's eyes widened. "Xiao Yuan, you entered the Dao field with the Due quota. Any rewards must be reported to the military camp and granted to you after recognition." Xiao Yuan smiled lightly. "I fear that the military camp will be too busy managing their own affairs to notice that my entry was negotiated with Li Sile. Though I occupied a quota, it was in exchange for merit. I am neither a DUS soldier nor a disciple of the Dao Academy. How could I be obliged to submit anything?" Cheng Moyang snorted. "You are but a relegated individual. What merits do you possess?" Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes, glancing at the burly Chung Moyang and the quietly smiling Li Hao beside him, his tone becoming somewhat indifferent, that I was invited by the Lord of Lanting City to unravel the restrictions of Looting Mountain. Is that not a completed task? The military camp claims I am relegated. However, I crafted over 1,600 formation tokens. Was that not a merit confirmed by Li Xiling himself? Turning to Li Hao, Xiao Yuan showed no signs of retreat. Did I ask the official of the Ningzhou military camp, you ought to guide your subordinates properly. With the 5 saints gathered here, it is no jest to play with me. Making a fool of oneself before them tarnishes the dignity of Deyue. How dare you? Chung Moyang roared, shaking a spear in anger, ready to chastise Xiao Yuan. Enough, do not disgrace yourselves before the 5 saints. Li Hao spoke calmly. Xiao Yuan, your task is complete. The contract has long been given to you. You may leave Looting Mountain. Xiao Yuan, with his hands behind his back, watched as the disciples who had breached the formation poured out, and said, Farewell. Wait, that the commotion from the formation grew louder. Luo Wei finally appeared from the camp, calling out to Xiao Yuan, I am relieved to see you safe. Xiao Yuan bowed. Thank you. Master Luo, the disciples of the Dao Academy did not disappoint and captured the core of the Dao Field's restrictions, It seems Zhang Xian and the others performed admirably. Luo Wei pondered for a moment, surveying the surroundings. The Dao Field is now under our control. The subsequent matters will require my involvement. Please wait a moment until the disciples of the Dao Academy return, and we will pass through Lanting together. Xiao Yuan had initially intended to refuse, but then reconsidered that if he were to leave alone, he would inevitably have to summon the Danxin Ding for protection, which would eventually reveal the location of Xuanji Saint's medicinal tripod, likely stirring discord among some. But he glanced at Li Hao and Chung Moyang, giving a slight nod. Half a day later, the disciples who had breached the formation gradually exited the Xuanji Dao Field. The essence of all things, disciples from the Huiyuan sacred land, adorned with the emblem of the Benyuan Ding, formed a formation and combined their efforts to refine a grand seal, which flew majestically out of the Dao Field. Its sacred might overwhelming and suffocating to those present. Suddenly, a colossal hand appeared in the sky, grasping the grand seal and hundreds of Huiyuan disciples within its palm. The Xuanji seal returned to the Huiyuan sacred land. Fellow Taoists, I Lu, take my leave. Amidst laughter, the Huiyuan disciples vanished in an instant. When the disciples of the Dao Academy emerged to report that the Xuanji Dao Field was now in their grasp and no outsiders remained within, the dust finally settled. The families of the Qian Island Zhou, the Lian Dao sect, and the Qingdi sect saints departed with their disciples. The Grand Minister of Deyue, Tang Yu, did not make an appearance, but his voice resonated from the clouds. The follow-up matters of the Xuanji Dao Field will be managed by the Ministry of War. All Dao Academy students and military soldiers must exit the secret realm in an orderly manner. Further arrangements will be made once the military officer Chung assumes his post. I Hao's expression hardened as he quickly bowed. We shall heed the Grand Minister's military orders. After a chaotic night, Zhang Xian, accompanied by some classmates, prepared to return to Yuedu. Xiao Yuan was arranged to board their Wujing boat, which would take him to Landing City. Upon boarding, Xiao Yuan received information indicating that the replication cost amounted to 9,000 million stones. A revered artifact? Though named a boat, the Wujing was a 3-tiered warship equipped with various thunderous weaponry and Dao formations, serving as a means of transport for the Dao Academy disciples. Not only did it save them time traveling between states, but it also protected them from external threats that a revered-level flying vessel, if operated by a 5th-tier expert, could contend with ordinary revered-level masters. Given such a configuration, no idle forces within Deyue dared to provoke them. Zhang Xian's ability to maneuver such a vessel speaks volumes about his standing within the Dao Academy. When he sincerely invited Xiao Yuan to join the academy, the weight of the invitation was evident. Yet, Xiao Yuan still declined, without hesitation. The events surrounding Looting Mountain had drawn the attention of the 4 sects, and the news of Zhao's brother breaking the saint-level restrictions would likely be difficult to conceal. When that time came, the turmoil among the saints would surely resurface. Though Lanting City served as the county seat, only a few venerables were stationed there, making it difficult to deter those with ulterior motives. Zhang Xian spoke gently. The Dao Academy is located outside the imperial capital, with plenty of sages and lords within the academy, and the emperor's weapon, the heavenly sword, exudes overwhelming power within the city. No one would dare to cause trouble there. You can cultivate in peace, Brother Xiao. Thank you for your kindness, Dao Brother Zhang, but I have grown accustomed to a free and unfettered life, and I find it difficult to adapt to one of servitude. In that case, should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, do consider the Dao Academy. Comparatively, it is more reliable than many sacred lands and sections within Lanting City. Xiao Yuan bid farewell to Zhang Xian and the others, watching them depart before returning to the Yuanshan shop. The flow of people was incessant and bustling. Xiao Yuan observed quietly for a while before stepping into the shop. Young master is back. The old shopkeeper, Zhang Tu, who was busy with the accounts, was the first to notice Xiao Yuan and hastily put down his pen to welcome him. Young master, you have been gone for over a month. Xiao Ro has been lamenting so much her lips are nearly chapped. Greetings, shopkeeper. At the three-sided counter, 6 young attendants called out in unison, their faces rosy and cheerful, a stark contrast to their gaunt appearances upon Xiao Yuan's arrival. Work diligently, Xiao Yuan gently instructed. Uncle Zhang, come with me. Under the eaves at the eastern end, Xiao Yuan gazed at the bustling scene in the courtyard, feeling a tinge of homesickness. Xiao Ro was busy cooking with 2 maidservants. Smoke rising high as the chopping board echoed with the sound of slicing. Xiao Ro, I am back. Wielding her kitchen knife, Xiao Ro looked up at the sound, her eyes instantly lighting up as she dashed out. Young master. Chapter 35. A great undertaking like a swallow returning to its nest. Xiao Ro leaped into Xiao Yuan's embrace. As he stroked her silky black hair, Xiao Yuan felt a moment of disorientation. Have you been well during this time? Xiao Ro clung tightly to Xiao Yuan, saying, things have been quite difficult. I think of you every day. Where do you think of me? Here, Xiao Yuan lowered his hand, bursting into laughter. Have you been slacking in your cultivation of Yuan power? Absolutely not. Xiao Ro raised her hand, speaking earnestly. Returning to the main hall, the old shopkeeper approached with the account book. The business of Yuanshan shop is thriving. Gazing at the entries in the account book, Xiao Yuan could not help but smile. The monthly gross profit exceeded 200 million stones, with the Jinxiu brand of Xin-level elixirs flying off the shelves, drawing customers daily. However, the sales of Tian-grade and D-grade elixirs were lackluster. Uncle Zhang, with your understanding of the elixir market, which of the 4 grades, Tian, D, Xin, and Huang, yields the highest profits? Old Zhang smiled faintly, his wrinkles blooming like chrysanthemums. In the realm of elixirs, one must not only consider the grade of the pills, but also their types. Commonly used elixirs, such as those for replenishing blood, nourishing energy, healing wounds, and detoxifying, consume vast amounts. The sales of the Xinhuang grade are notably high, while the Tianyi grade lags slightly behind. Conversely, elixirs like the Xiling Bingxin Pi Suhua, which are not typically utilized unless one is on the brink of death. See cultivators still opting to purchase Tianyi grades, with Xinhuang being seldom sought after. As for elixirs that assist in opening meridians, cleansing marrow, and enhancing one's essence, the sales across Tianyi and Xinhuang grades are balanced, entirely dependent on the cultivator's financial capacity. However, Yuancheng, situated in the 9th district, is distanced from the core market of Beicheng, its signboard yet to gain recognition, leading customers to favor the Xinhuang grades. As old Zhang elaborated. Xiao Yuan slowly began to grasp the situation. With the divine replication ability in his possession, Xiao Yuan was exceedingly desperate for Yuan stones, even more so than for Dao Yuan gold, for without Yuan stones, the machinery could not operate, products could not be produced, and he would lack the funds to acquire more formidable magical tools for his protection or higher-tier elixirs to expedite his cultivation. Zhang Xian was correct. The reputation of the Sacred Hand's secret method, which could deceive with falsehoods, would invariably stir some individuals into action. Uncle Zhang, I have 2 tasks for you. First, recruit more trustworthy and diligent assistants, preferably younger ones who are easier to educate. Simultaneously, have them wear uniforms bearing the Yuanqing insignia and establish a clear and strict system of rewards and penalties. Second, analyze the profitability of various grades of elixirs based on sales data. Old Zhang was bewildered. Young master, what do you mean? Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, find more reliable assistants and let me know which grade of elixir yields the highest profits, along with the quantity we need to prepare each month. Old Zhang smacked his thigh. Now I understand. His expression was one of excitement. Does this mean Yuancheng is about to prosper? Xiao Yuan nodded. I intend to make a significant push. Before long, once Xiao Yuan settled in, he began to busy himself. He first visited the city lord's mansion, reported his safety to Huaping, and then casually purchased the two shops adjacent to Yuanqing. The He family's noodle shop on the right had long since closed down, making it easy to acquire the deed. The shop on the left surrendered to Xiao Yuan's generous offer, preparing to relocate to the 8th district. With the deed secured and the area dimensions clear in his mind, Xiao Yuan proceeded to the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce to commission a building. Zuanqi. Am I hearing correctly? The steward of Tianhua Chamber. Li Xiu nearly spat out his tea after hearing Xiao Yuan's request that, as far as I know, your Yuancheng is located in the 9th district, a mere miscellaneous goods shop for cultivators, selling items no higher than the earth grade. Xiao Yuan took a delicate sip. That is ancient history. Li steward. Having spent so long in the high towers, you may not be aware that Yuanqing has transitioned to specializing in elixirs, requiring Tiandi and Xianhuang grades. And even Zun grade elixirs are not out of the question. Zun elixirs? Li Xiu could no longer contain himself that we do share some acquaintance, but please do not jest with me. Does Tianhua Chamber require proof of capital before viewing properties? Li Xiu did not grasp Xiao Yuan's sarcasm, but sensed his emotions and shifted his tone. Since Yuanqing aims to grow and strengthen, why not relocate to a more prominent area? The 9th district is near the South City, and few cultivators would be willing to venture there. The 4th district is dominated by the Dayua Chamber and its affiliates. The 5th district is under the control of the Liandao Chamber. And the 6th district is, needless to say, occupied by your Tianhua Chamber. Considering this, what distinguishes the 9th district from the 7th? Merely a few extra steps. That indeed makes sense that if the signboard gains recognition, it would not matter whether the location is remote. That Li Xiu's expression turned serious. Now, please share your requirements. Xiao Yuan presented his design blueprint, but Li Xiu instantly dismissed it upon review. 9-story building. Impossible. At most 5 stories. Have you not noticed that both our Tianhua Chamber and the Liandao Chamber only have 5 floors? It seems that way, but why is that? Li Xiu pointed north. Chamber buildings cannot exceed the height of the city lord's mansion. According to Dayua regulations, the imperial capital is 9 stories, state capital 7 stories, and county seats 5, with specific height restrictions. Then let it be 5 stories. Xiao Yuan made minor adjustments to the design. When can it be constructed? Li Xiu meticulously checked the designs. Each layer's dimensions and styles were clearly annotated by Xiao Yuan, making it straightforward for crafting without excessive effort. The custom Zun-grade magical tools. Imbued with Zun-grade offensive and defensive restrictions and various formations, will total 150,000 yuan, with a 3-month construction period. For every additional 1,000 yuan, we can shorten the time by 1 month, with a minimum completion time of half a month. 150,000 yuan translates to 15 billion yuan stones, and an additional 2.5 million yuan stones could expedite delivery to half a month. The cost for this building was significantly higher than that of the Wujing boat, which had a replication cost of merely 90 million yuan stones. Given the pricing structure, the Zun-grade elixirs were approximately 3/10 of the cost, with selling prices around 30,000 yuan. The stark 5-fold difference was something Xiao Yuan could hardly accept. Does Steward Li know the selling price of the Wujing boat? About 30,000 yuan stones. Li Xiu answered without hesitation that I understand your point. Although both are Zun-grade items, the Wujing boat is a standardized weapon that can be mass-produced, even allowing for component manufacturing before assembly, whereas what you need is custom work, requiring the craftsman to experiment and modify extensively. That if you find it too expensive, you could simply take the design from our Tianhua building for only 50,000 yuan. With a 3-day delivery to use your Tianhua design, I would still have to pay that I could replicate it myself. Xiao Yuan inwardly scoffed. His design for Yuanqing was not only distinctly different, but crucially featured offensive and defensive formations. The Tianhua Chamber was not lacking in skilled practitioners, with a complete security team, thus harboring no fears of theft or robbery. However, the Yuanqing Chamber's top expert was merely Xiao Yuan, a 2nd-grade steward. Once business boomed, he would face more complex situations, necessitating Zun-grade tools capable of autonomous judgment and activating protective restrictions. After considerable deliberation, Xiao Yuan stated, I can provide 15.25 billion, but I need to consult with the steward on one matter first. Li Xiu replied, feel free to ask. That MY design for the building may not be particularly eye-catching, yet many of its features possess a remarkable capacity to enhance sales for the shop that I believe the Tianhua Chamber would be tempted to borrow from it. Should I not be afforded respect for my methods? Once Yuanqing opens, Those with insight will certainly take note. Should it only be the Tianhua chamber? However, the Tianhua chamber is the sole entity to have knowledge of this idea beforehand. Thus could stock up early and even take advantage of Yuanqing's booming business to promote the style of the Yuanqing building that Li Xiu could not help but ask, where does your confidence stem from? In the realm of commerce, pursuing profit is the duty of every merchant that as the steward of Yuanqing. Xiao Yuan naturally bore the corresponding responsibilities, even if it might be relatively easier for him to accumulate yuan stones. 15 billion is no trivial sum. Excluding the yuan stones needed to nurture the Danxin Ding, Xiao Yuan possessed merely over 15 million yuan stones and 112 yuan, not even enough to cover the initial costs of Yuanqing. The obliteration of the Lanxiong ghost market had left him with a substantial haul of elixirs, magical tools, and techniques piled like a small mountain, but he had no means to convert them into yuan stones, rendering him quite impoverished. That Li Xiu continued his barrage of arguments, not allowing Xiao Yuan a chance to retort. Although the design of Yuanqing is innovative, it may not necessarily attract customers. Furthermore, the distinctive characteristics of your design may compel many chambers to imitate it, necessitating modifications that would keep prices elevated. Even if it were to become wildly popular, how many small and medium chambers could afford such an extravagant price? As a fifth-grade cultivator and a savvy operator, Li Xiu would not typically display such a lack of composure. However, observing Xiao Yuan's inexplicable confidence, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, almost wishing to strike him. Xiao Yuan clenched his fist and then opened it. A quaint jade vial resting serenely in his palm, that he uncapped it, and an aroma reminiscent of ethereal herbs wafted forth, akin to a flourishing garden in full bloom. Li Xiu, who had been poised to serve tea, was momentarily stunned, his nostrils flaring, his eyes wide. Heavenly Zun-grade elixir. Though the Heavenly Dan was formidable, it could not compare to the penetrating and soul-stirring fragrance emanating from this elixir to Li Xiu's eyes. This scent was of an exceptionally high grade, not merely a charming allure to attract bees for pollination. It exuded an air of authority, proclaiming, "This elixir surpasses the heavenly grade," carefully accepting the elixir vial. Li Xiu gazed at the clear and vibrant Zun-grade elixir within, as if fish were swimming, his heart gradually calming. Xiao Yuan smiled lightly. This elixir is called Xuanji, or more appropriately, Guk Xuanji Dan, personally refined by the Xuanji sage. Under the protection of the sage's restrictions, it has remained unspoiled for millennia. Its efficacy far exceeds that of the so-called Xuanji Dan on the market. It can temporarily enhance one's power and preserve vitality to stave off death, with only a subsequent drain on spirit energy that can be gradually restored, unlike those elixirs that severely injure a cultivator's essence and regress their power. Li Xiu regarded Xiao Yuan with keen interest. Recently, the chamber received word that the Deer Peak Mountain has uncovered a sage's cultivation site. Could it be the Xuanji sage's domain? Xiao Yuan replied leisurely, "I had the fortune to explore the Xuanji domain alongside the talents of the 5 great sacred lands. And by sheer luck, I obtained several elixirs left behind by the sage, along with some ancient formulas. In the future, Yuanqing will transition to specializing in elixirs, not limited to Tiandi and Xianwang, but also encompassing various ancient and contemporary elixirs." Li Xiu's eyes sparkled. "So, you possess the Bixia Dan and the Xixin Dan?" "Indeed." "Wonderful. Tianhua Chamber can offer to refine the Yuanqing building for free, as long as you agree to share the formula for the Xuanji Dan with us." "Steward Li, do not underestimate my youth. Who would forsake a hen that lays eggs for a few mere eggs? Yuanqing Pavilion is situated in the 9th block. It seems you are the only one capable of refining elixirs. Even if you were to forego cultivation and sustenance, dedicating yourself day and night to your practice, how many furnaces of the Xuanji elixir could you possibly produce in a year?" Li Xiu's tone grew fervent. "To amass more yuan stones, you would need to nurture alchemists and teach them the methods for concocting the Xuanji elixir, but how can you ensure their abilities and loyalty? I fear that as soon as you reveal the recipe, the major sacred lands will swiftly discover what spiritual herbs are required for the Xuanji elixir. Why not collaborate with our Tianhua Commerce Association? Hand over the recipe to us, and we shall provide you with a fixed sum of yuan stones annually, allowing you to count your riches without the toil of gathering spiritual herbs and operating alchemical furnaces." Xiao Yuan sipped his tea and inquired, "How much yuan stone is Tianhua Commerce Association willing to offer?" Li Xiu's spirit was invigorated as for the 3 Xuanji elixirs. The 15 billion fee from Yuanshan Pavilion would be waived, plus an additional 15 billion, with an annual tribute of 1 billion yuan stones henceforth. Haha, what are you laughing at? 1 billion annually until my demise, and then you intend to spend 5 billion to bury me. The Tianhua Commerce Association is renowned across the land, valuing its reputation, and would never engage in such treacherous dealings that if Tianhua Commerce Association truly operated in goodwill, it would be unlikely for its shops to flourish beyond the central lands that we are all in commerce, and should understand that in the face of yuan stones, yuan jades, and treasures, there is little distinction between profound cultivators and ordinary folk. Moreover, even if you are willing to uphold the commercial contract and provide the promised yuan stones annually, 1 billion is hardly substantial. A few refined supreme-level elixirs would easily recoup that sum. The capability to refine supreme-level elixirs lies with Tianhua Commerce Association. You are currently merely a second-tier expert, even if you are exceptionally talented and equipped with magical artifacts. Being able to concoct heavenly-tier elixirs is the pinnacle of your achievement. How much time would it take to earn 1 billion yuan stones, let alone the energy required for procurement, refining, management, and inspection for that sum? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to secure a lasting solution? Whether you can refine them or how much you earn is a matter solely for me, Xiao. Xiao Yuan smiled, bringing the conversation to a close. As for the current state of affairs in the martial world, I have heard whispers. The 10,000 Demon Cave has become a treasure trove for all manner of demonic paths, brimming with various poisons. The Xuanji Saints' years of research into exorcising and demon-cleansing elixirs will surely find a market. Even in the small county of Ningzhou in the Eastern Sea, I cannot shield myself from the suffering inflicted by demonic toxins. Once Yuanshan commerce reopens and the ancient elixirs resurface, there will undoubtedly be many patrons. The style of Yuanshan Pavilion will attract attention, that if Tianhua Commerce is willing, Yuanshan will ensure customers come knocking, that Li Shio's heart surged with excitement. Though he maintained a calm smile. Should you change your mind in the future, I hope you will think of Tianhua Commerce first. As for Yuanshan Pavilion, the association can waive the small change. 15,200,000,000 will be delivered in half a month. Xiao Yuan stared at Li Xiu.in business. If a deal falls through, there remains the virtue of righteousness. S.A. Steward. Li is a notable figure in Lanqiong City. Is it necessary to entwine personal sentiments with commerce? We speak as merchants. Tianhua Commerce is not solely my concern. Li Shio flatly rejected the notion that I understand. Xiao Yuan nodded. Then let us proceed. Li Shio smiled. For the bespoke magical artifacts, a deposit of half is required. Esteemed clients must first pay 76 million yuan stones. Xiao Yuan, with a drooping eyelid, requested, please assess how much this supreme-level Xuanji elixir can be sold for, Steward Li. Very well. Please summon the alchemist from the pavilion. The Tianhua Commerce Association has meticulously researched the exorbitance of supreme-level elixirs. They cannot be tested like those below heavenly tier, but must be verified through alternative means. After a while, Li Xiu remarked. Indeed, this is the long-lost ancient Xuanji elixir, a supreme-grade specimen. Although it is aged, its Tao rhythm is rich. To assert it was refined by the Xuanji Saint is beyond anyone's certainty. Let us price it as a standard supreme-level Xuanji elixir at 30,000 yuan stones, or 300 million yuan stones. The cost of replicating a supreme-level elixir amounts to 96 million yuan stones. Following customary practice, a reasonable selling price would be 320 million yuan stones, adding the factor of the saint's personal refinement and its millennia of preservation. Rather than an increase of 20 million, it would rather decrease by 20 million, which left Xiao Yuan feeling quite displeased. However, in the realm of commerce, one must adhere to their principles. One must act accordingly. Give me the Yuan Jade. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Daiyue Commerce Association. Every step Xiao Yuan took was beyond Li Xiu's expectations, that he had anticipated that Xiao Yuan would treat the supreme-level elixir as a deposit for Yuanshan Pavilion. Yet, having spoken, he still retrieved 20,000 Yuan Jades and placed them in a jade box for Xiao Yuan. Upon receiving the Yuan Jades, Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled as the saying goes. One should compare prices among 3 merchants. The Tianhua Commerce Association operates across 5 lands with the most resounding reputation. I, Xiao, came here first. Since the prices do not align, allow me to explore elsewhere. If Tianhua Commerce's price proves the most accommodating, I shall certainly return as a loyal customer. He turned to leave but paused. Glancing back, did I trust that with the Tianhua Commerce Association's reputation, there will be no underhanded dealings with a sudden price surge when I next return? Li Xiu's expression soured, but he forced a smile. Of course not. Please rest assured, shopkeeper Xiao. After Xiao Yuan departed, Li Xiu instructed his subordinates to expedite the return of the supreme-level Xuanji elixir to the Central Lands. Then sat in contemplation. Was Xiao Yuan merely posturing, or was there a deeper intent? Should he make concessions to test the waters for the 3 Xuanji elixirs? The Yuan jade was pure and delicate, feeling like white jade from sheep fat in his grasp, with the Yuan power flowing into his meridians and dantian like a gentle stream. Refreshing, after experiencing the high quality of Yuan jade. The Yuan stones in his hand naturally transformed into materials for divine-level replication, becoming pure currency. For both cultivation and alchemical endeavors, Yuan stones were no longer needed. They were far too lowly. Li Xiu had no intention of visiting the Alchemy Commerce Association, not merely due to past grievances, but also because of the arrogance and tyranny of its disciples, which left him with a distaste for that sect. The Diyue Commerce Association, affiliated with the Diyue court, may not be particularly impressive in hospitality, yet it guarantees its commercial reputation and would not engage in nefarious deeds like murder or robbery. After Xiao Yuan put forth his request for the supreme artifact of Yuanshan Pavilion, the Diyue Commerce Association steward quoted a fee of 10 billion yuan stones, but it would take half a year. This was due to the supreme-level artifact masters being high-ranking officials in Diyue, necessitating application reports and waiting for availability. The fee was raised to 14 billion, but the time frame was brought forward to 1 month, now quite close to Tianhua Commerce's price. Steward Wang, how much do you appraise this elixir? Steward Wang Li took the elixir vial and examined it closely, his expression shifting dramatically. A supreme-grade elixir. He could no longer sit still and immediately summoned a servant to bring over the alchemist. Elder He Qiong from the Dao Academy, a guest of the Diyue Commerce Association. The elder rubbed his graying beard, uncertain. After a long moment, He Qiong mused, "It is clearly a supreme-grade elixir, yet it lacks any spiritual essence, resembling a mundane elixir." Xiao Yuan silently chuckled. This supreme-level Xuanji elixir had cost him 96 million yuan stones to replicate, that he had long known that the divine-level replication system could not replicate living things and had never used it to clone creatures or corpses. Viewing it solely as a tool for producing elixirs and weapons, rather than a means for comprehensive cloning, to avoid falling into the peril of being consumed by the river crab. However, he had not anticipated that even the elixir's spiritual quality could not be replicated. By extension, it seemed that the same applied to the spirits of artifacts. The loss of spiritual essence diminished the value of the supreme elixir, yet it remained an authentic supreme artifact. Ahem. Xiao Yuan coughed discreetly. This elixir is called Xuanji and may have been personally refined by the Xuanji saint. Though its spiritual quality has been eroded by time, its efficacy remains intact under protective measures. He Qiong gasped. Is this truly the ancient Xuanji elixir? You participated in the treasure hunt at Looting Mountain. Xiao Yuan nodded slightly. If it was obtained from an ancient Taoist site, it is indeed within the realm of possibility, given the saint's prowess. Wang Li, observing this, scrutinized Xiao Yuan. Your grade is not low. Although it lacks a bit of spiritual essence, as long as it does not affect the efficacy, 30,000 yuan jades will suffice. Agreed. Xiao Yuan readily produced 2 supreme-level Xuanji elixirs. Wang Li's hands trembled slightly. The price of a supreme elixir exceeds 10,000 yuan jades, an amount that many fifth-tier wandering cultivators could scarcely amass in a lifetime. Yet, he withdrew one after another. This, in turn, corroborated Xiao Yuan's assertion that he had indeed participated in the Looting Mountain contest and reaped substantial rewards. The Diyue Commerce Association adhered strictly to its rules. The 3 supreme-level Xuanji elixirs were sold for 90,000 yuan jades, while the payment for Yuanshan Pavilion amounted to 140,000 yuan jades. Even though he could have withheld the payment, he still returned 2,000 yuan jades, stipulating that the full amount be settled upon collection. Observing Xiao Yuan's astonished expression, Wang Li felt a sense of pride. Our ancestors of Dua seized opportunities from the Yuan returned sacred land and the Qian Island Zhou family, establishing such a grand enterprise through adherence to rules and regulations. All major commerce associations operate on a half-deposit basis, and Diyue must not overcharge. The Commerce Association in Diyue already enjoys considerable benefits. The costs of raw materials, refining, and transportation are lower than those of other associations, and many matters are favored by the government. Thus, they cannot afford to act tyrannically. Otherwise, the people of Diyue would find it hard to seek justice against oppression. Xiao Yuan clasped his hands. Maintaining a business is more challenging than starting one. Upholding regulations is no easy feat, and I truly admire that on this day next month, bring the contract and 70,000 yuan jades to collect from Yuanshan Pavilion. Wang Li smiled and then added meaningfully. If Daoist Xiao trusts the reputation of the Diyue Commerce Association, feel free to entrust us with any other miraculous elixirs. We will ensure they remain confidential. Confidential? I would rather announce it to the world. Xiao Yuan feigned contemplation. Steward Wang, I appreciate your sincerity that I have no grievances with the two of you. Although the recent expedition to Looting Mountain was perilous, the rewards were substantial, in addition to acquiring a few supreme-level elixirs. I also obtained several pages of elixir recipes. Thus I am preparing to expand my operations, which is why I sought to establish Yuanshan Pavilion as a foundation. Wang Li and He Qiong exchanged glances. Daoist Xiao need not have any concerns. We will absolutely keep this matter under wraps. Xiao Yuandao remarked, the sage of Xuanji has delved deeply into the study of demonic toxins. The creation of the 3 elixirs of Xuanji, Xixing, and Bixia was all in an effort to rescue those who have been tainted by such malevolence. Thus, he not only crafted numerous elixirs but also established prohibitions that have endured for millennia. With a sigh, he continued, recently, the realm has been quite tumultuous, with many demonic overlords emerging. Even disciples from the most esteemed sects have begun employing demonic toxins in their assaults that I have been fortunate enough to acquire some elixirs. And it is only right that I offer them to aid the world. Wang Li, with a serious expression, responded, Xiao Daoyu, your chivalrous spirit is commendable, and I hold you in high regard. As the atmosphere reached this poignant height, Xiao Yuan decided to abandon pretense. Xuanji, Xixing Bixia, how many would you desire? His original intention had been to use the 3 elixirs of Xuanji as a flagship offering after the establishment of the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce, hoping to secure the profits for himself, taking his time as needed. However, he had not anticipated the exorbitant pricing at Yuanqing Tower, which required a hefty deposit of half the total. The over 1,000 million yuan stones he had on hand quickly proved to be insufficient, barely covering the costs of duplication. Upon exiting the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce, he was not only irked by Li Xiu's aggressive demeanor and unabashed greed, but also by the necessity to amass more original capital. Thus, 1 elixir became 3, and after the deposit, there remained an additional 20,000 yuan. Xiao Yuan produced a Bixia elixir with a duplication cost of 14,400 yuan and handed it to Wang Li. All elixirs are in a similar situation. Would you be willing to accept them? Wang Li and He Qiong examined the elixirs once more, and after some deliberation, they concluded, if all are of the mundane spiritless elixirs, the chamber will temporarily procure 10 of each. Xiao Yuan understood their hesitation regarding these non-spiritual elixirs and agreed to their modest purchase for verification. He silently calculated that the duplication cost for the Xixing elixir was 15,300 yuan. To replicate 10 of each of the 3 elixirs would require over 390,000 yuan. According to the customary rules, 30 elixirs would amount to 125,000 yuan, with half as a deposit. Shall we proceed with this arrangement? In the elegant chamber of the Diyue Chamber of Commerce, Wang Li wore a wry smile. The deposit rule is not meant to be applied in this manner. Xiao Yuan countered slyly. Isn't it customary to pay first and receive later? Manager Wang. Am I to be suspected of absconding with the yuan stones? That is not the case, Wang Li replied, tempering his tone. If you deliver the goods now, I will gather the yuan stones for full payment. How does that sound? Agreed. The Bixia elixirs, 10 for 46,000 yuan. The Xixing elixirs, 10 for 49,000 yuan. And the Xuanji elixirs, 7 for 21,000 yuan, totaling 116,000 yuan. Half in yuan stones and half in yuan. Is that acceptable? Very well. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Yuan meticulously counted and received the items. And once the quantities were confirmed, he proceeded directly with the duplication and delivery. After deducting costs, the surplus amounted to an astounding 82,000 yuan, equivalent to 82 billion yuan stones, a staggering sum for an ordinary cultivator. Once Wang Li and He Qiong received the elixirs, they too scrutinized them carefully, their faces brightening with delight. After bidding farewell, Xiao Yuan could not help but leap with joy on his way home. Who could ever have too many Yuan stones? For him, the need for Yuan stones was paramount, whether for duplicating treasures, activating the Wang Ding, or for cultivation itself. The secret techniques of the Holy Hand and the 3 elixirs of Xuanji would inevitably be propagated alongside the events concerning the Deer Peak Mountain. Observing Li Haoqing and Yang, it was clear they would not keep such matters to themselves, that in due time, both overt and covert troubles would arise. After the descent of the 5 saints and the competition among heroes, Xiao Yuan's vision extended far beyond. Realizing the necessity of accumulating Yuan stones to purchase defensive and offensive royal artifacts, or even sacred weapons, that if that proved unfeasible, he would seek opportunities for independent duplication. Without a solid backing, one must create their own foundation. Possessing sacred weapons would enable one to suppress nobles, and wielding imperial weapons would render one unafraid of saints. This was indeed the correct path to safeguarding oneself. All notions of aligning with the Dao Academy, Diyue, or Tianhua Chamber of Commerce were mere fantasies. True protection was unattainable, and freedom would be sacrificed. Delegating external affairs to Xiao Rou and Old Zhang, Xiao Yuan entered seclusion. His first task was to replicate the Xuanji sacred art acquired from Qingdi Min S.Yi Qingyun, with a replication cost of merely 3,600,000 Yuan stones. Known as the Xingyang Gong. Through the study of this technique, Xiao Yuan gradually comprehended the actions of the sage of Xinji. It became clear that he was the embodiment of Xingyang, born without fear of demonic influences, thus capable of confronting demonic toxins. The creation of the Jingqi elixir was also inspired by his own constitution, yet it regrettably failed. Ultimately, it was only through the transference of his Xingyang sacred blood that Xiao Yuan was forged into a being of righteous light. Xiao Yuan stroked his chin, lost in thought that he could replicate both the royal Jingqi elixir and the true blood of Xingyang. Though unable to reproduce the spiritual essence, the efficacy remained intact, and it seemed the sage of Xuanji's vow to embody the Xingyang spirit, unafraid of demonic toxins, could be realized through his own hands. Could it be that this was the reason the sage chose him as the inheritor of the elixir texts? How could he have known of Xiao Yuan's extraordinary replication abilities? Contemplating this, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but shiver. If the sage of Xuanji truly possessed such divine abilities, it was utterly terrifying. Presuming a scheme laid out over millennia, meticulously planned for future generations, Xiao Yuan's unease grew stronger, compelling him to suppress his inner trepidation and focus intently on mastering this technique designed specifically for the Xingyang body. How many times had he refined the Dao seed? Xiao Yuan chuckled bitterly. He could scarcely recall. The Xingyang Gong primarily emphasized the condensation of the Xingyang body and the nurturing of the vast righteous intent. Gazing upon the descriptions of the realms within the technique, Xiao Yuan felt an increasing sense of dread. Below the 5th tier, the core offensive techniques were illuminated by the righteous path, utilizing wondrous methods to dispel demonic forces, perceive phantoms, and where light shines, darkness cannot abide. The dispelling of demonic influences is executed through the radiance of Xingyang, purifying and annihilating foes, causing their vitality to boil and their essence to overheat to death. Perceiving phantoms involves penetrating the obscured spirits and seeking to eradicate them. What a peculiar phenomenon! Xiao Yuan silently drew forth the Xingyang sword, which had always served as his radar while traversing the world. Could it truly be a weapon tailored for him? He had perused countless fantastical novels, rife with imaginative concepts. Yet now, at this juncture, he found himself pondering whether he was the reincarnation of the sage of Xuanji, gradually reclaiming what was once his, or merely a pawn in Xuanji's grand design, following a predetermined script. However, Xiao Yuan was no native of the 5 continents, nor had he ever encountered the notion of reincarnation. The emperors have suppressed for millennia, the saints for 5,000 years. The path to ascension is one no one can evade. Were it otherwise, the world would not be so rife with those yearning for eternal life. That said, Xiao Yuan could not afford to neglect the accompanying sacred art. At this moment, he finally comprehended why so many fish had taken the bait, because the lure bore no name. While practicing the Xingyang Gong, Xiao Yuan did not forget to refine the Bai Shui Dan Xian Ding and study the Bixia elixir scriptures. If the Dan Xian Ding was not refined, it would merely reside in the storage ring, unable to autonomously protect its master in times of danger. The Bixia elixir scriptures primarily served to supplement the 4-tier elixirs of heaven and earth. enriching the inventory. Xiao Yuan was no novice in alchemy. He had the foundation of the Jinxiu Danshu, and with the assistance of the Royal Alchemical Cauldron, crafting mundane elixirs was not overly challenging. It merely required experimentation to discover the optimal formula. Moreover, the Danex and Ding had been worn down by time, necessitating the nurturing of elixir qi. Throughout the month, he remained diligently in seclusion, as Yuanqing temporarily ceased operations, with old Zhang overseeing the recruitment and training of personnel. With a manager as affluent as Xiao Yuan, even old Zhang, despite his lack of cultivation skills, would not find himself lacking in resources. After refining the Tianji Yangqi Bu Shuedan for old Zhang and subsequently consuming the revitalizing elixir, old Zhang made significant strides in his health. Brimming with vitality as he diligently assisted Xiao Yuan, that by the end of the month, Xiao Yuan was reluctantly compelled to interrupt his routine, for esteemed guests had arrived. The tax officer from the city lord's mansion, Hu Ping, escorted a magnificently dressed and strikingly handsome gentleman into the Yuanqing shop, with Wang Li from the Dua Chamber of Commerce following closely behind. As the reception room was occupied by staff, Xiao Yuan could only usher them into the inner courtyard. Master Yang from the Ministry of Revenue. This is Xiao Yuan, the proprietor of Yuanqing. Hu Ping introduced the two to one another, subtly signaling Xiao Yuan with a blink. Xiao Rose served fragrant tea, steaming and aromatic. This was the tea left behind by Xiao Hung for guests, a rather ordinary mountain tea. While he had once aspired to purchase it but found it beyond his means, now he could afford it but had no desire to buy. Seeing such tea, Hu Ping felt somewhat awkward, rising to apologize and intending to fetch new tea, only to be halted by Yang Ao. I am here to discuss business, not to sip tea. Yang Ao smiled warmly, extending goodwill toward Xiao Yuan. Wang Li signaled subtly, compelling Hu Ping to guard the courtyard's entrance. Yang Ao began to speak, much to Xiao Yuan's surprise, not delving straight into the matter at hand, but instead recounting ancient history. Since the dominion of the 10,000 Demon Emperor, when the abyss of 10,000 demons was forged, the mortal realm has been in turmoil, with countless souls sacrificing themselves to the allure of dark power. Disregarding the righteous path and the survival of all beings, as a result, the venom of malevolence spread rampant, subjecting humanity to relentless suffering. After 2,000 to 3,000 years, the great Emperor Huan Yuan attained enlightenment, restoring balance to the world and subduing the abyss of 10,000 demons, returning many demons to their primal state, while the Emperor's weapon, the 10,000 demon banner, lay dormant underground the rafter, as a close confidant of the great Emperor Huan Yuan. The sage Xuanji, well versed in the nuances of the Huan Yuan Sutra, discovered the origins of many demons, creating the cleansing heart and dispelling evil elixirs, thus saving countless afflicted by the venom of malevolence. After a millennium of suppression by the great Emperor Huan Yuan, the venom faded into obscurity, and thus the methods of the sage Xuanji remained unspoken, save for the imitated Xuanji elixir, which endured due to its efficacy. Millennia later, the abyss of 10,000 demons faced resurgence, and the venom once again wreaked havoc, afflicting the populace. Just as the Xuanji sect emerged, perhaps a divine blessing, showing mercy upon humanity, Xiao Yuan mused that such a theatrical display would be better served by inviting He Qiong. For at least the latter was venerable, with flowing white hair and a long beard, a true alchemist capable of evoking sympathy for the plight of the world. Chapter 39. A flood of visitors. Xiang Zhuang danced with his sword, intent on Pei Gong. Xiao Yuan had grasped that Yang Ao sought the dispelling evil elixirs, yet he refrained from engaging, allowing Yang Ao to perform. Business is business. There was no merit in casting aspersions. As expected, after Yang Ao concluded his tale of the venom's ancient history, he lamented the decline of societal values, condemning the current state of affairs where some conspired with demons, thus resurrecting the venom. The great Yu was also tormented, with many suffering from the poison, necessitating the intervention of righteous souls. Yang Ao spoke until his throat grew parched, and seeing Xiao Yuan remain unmoved, he took a hearty swig of wild tea. Xiao Pu Master, as a citizen of the great Yu, you ought to share in the nation's concerns, he urged. Xiao Yuan's eyelids barely flickered at a free spirit, an itinerant practitioner. I do not partake of royal provisions, nor do I pay taxes that as a cultivator in the mortal realm. Xiao Yuan was neither a disciple of the Tao Academy nor a soldier of the great Yu, making it exceedingly difficult for him to adhere to the court's regulations. especially considering his less-than harmonious relationship with the authorities. Yang Ao stated plainly, the dispelling evil elixirs hold immense significance for the great you that I hope you can sell them to us, saving more lives. As for the matter of the Holy Hand breaking the ban, the court will bear that burden. Anyone who dares to provoke you will find themselves at odds with the court, and troops will be dispatched to eliminate them. Xiao Yuan maintained a slight smile, regarding Yang Ao for a moment before suddenly saying, I trust in your noble intentions, Yang, yet the formula for the dispelling evil elixir is not easily obtained. And many rely on it for their livelihood, that if your intentions are truly altruistic, perhaps we could explore another avenue. What avenue? Below the rank of nobility, the court may request as many dispelling evil elixirs as they desire. And we will sell them accordingly. What audacity! If 100 million is required, can you truly produce that? Whether I can produce them is my concern. How many elixirs you need is what you should contemplate. Yang Ao clenched his fists, his face twitching. The 12 provinces of the Great Yu are under strict governance, with the capital overseen by sages, regional lords, and revered figures. Outside the government, there are powerful clans and sects, equipped with flying artifacts and spirit beasts, maintaining close ties. Hence the demonic affliction is not severe. Regarding the consumption of the dispelling evil elixirs, the maximum demand would be around 1 million annually. Beyond that, the court would decree the eradication of demons. Although Yang Ao was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, he approached Xiao Yuan under the pretense of serving the nation and its people. Yet his true intentions mirrored those of the Tianhua commerce, driven by self-interest, seeking to monopolize the elixir for profit. Across the vast expanse of the land, there are regions where governance is lax, and demonic poison runs rampant. With the alchemists of the Great Yu court collaborating, they could quickly produce a vast quantity of elixirs of varying ranks to distribute to the various counties. This wealth of resources should rightfully belong to Xiao Yuan, simultaneously enhancing the reputation of Yuanshan Tower and its miraculous elixirs that he was acutely aware that even as the proprietor of a small shop. Leaving the city necessitated caution against potential ambushes, rendering expansion of his market nearly impossible. With the exorbitant costs required for divine-level replication and the holy weapons, wholesale distribution was the logical approach. Thus, Xiao Yuan candidly expressed to Tianhua Commerce and the Great Yu Commerce that he not only possessed the dispelling evil elixirs, but also the formulas and the capacity for mass production. However, the prospective partners he envisioned, capable of delivering the elixirs to those in need, were unabashedly greedy, intent on monopolizing the business for themselves. Yang Ao, as a minister of the Revenue Ministry, exhibited similar traits, leaving Xiao Yuan at a loss for words. Since this is a matter of state business, should we fail to reach an agreement, I shall take my leave. However, I have a few words of caution for you. Xiao Pu Master. Yang Ao's demeanor turned cold as he continued. As a government official, I adhere to the laws of the Great Yu and cannot overstep my bounds. However, those wealthy aristocrats and powerful clans will not extend the same courtesy. The court may desire your formula, but they will covet your life. That he abruptly rose, with Wang Li following suit. You still have time to ponder that I shall await you at the Great Yu Commerce. No need to see you off. As he watched the two depart, Xiao Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently contemplative. Huaping escorted Yang Ao away, then returned, pausing for a moment before finally speaking. Do you truly possess the formula for the divine-level dispelling evil elixir? Xiao Yuan replied with a faint smile. If not, would Yang Ao have journeyed from Yuezhou to condescend to meet with a mere shopkeeper like me? The city lord often discussed the state of the world with Elder Zhou, particularly the escalating tide of demonic forces, with both the northern plains and the western desert plagued by royal-level evil demons wreaking havoc, leading to widespread devastation. The abbot of the Compassion Temple even urged the deployment of imperial weapons to combat the demons, striking the abyss of 10,000 demons again to obliterate the seals that guard its entrance. Huaping, filled with apprehension, remarked, the efficacy of the dispelling evil elixirs against demonic poison is well known. Yang Ao will not relent. That it is likely he will employ subterfuge before resorting to force. Some seek elixirs, while others desire wealth. Uncle Hua, the situation is not as dire as you perceive. That I have my own plans. Take care of yourself. That if the pressure becomes unbearable, surrender the formula promptly. That I in terms of reputation. The Great Yu far surpasses the Zhou family and the alchemist sect. Elder Zhang Xin from the Tao Academy held Xiao Yuan in high regard that on the return journey from Looting Mountain. They discussed numerous matters concerning the world, naturally touching upon the Xuanji sect and the demonic poison. The sage Xuanji lived through the era of the venom's emergence and, alongside the great Emperor Huan Yuan, quelled the demonic chaos. The dispelling evil elixirs he created proved remarkably effective in neutralizing the venom and healing the afflicted. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that the great Emperor Huan Yuan existed over 70 or 80,000 years ago, and the sage Xuanji, along with his lost dispelling evil elixirs, are relics of the past. The current generation is not inferior to those of antiquity, as exemplified by the Qing Emperor's heart-saving elixir from the Qing Emperor's sect, the poison-dispelling elixir from the alchemist sect, and the Huan Yuan poison-nullifying elixir from the Huan Yuan sacred land, all of which possess properties to inhibit and dissolve the demonic poison. It merely reflects that the venom has not surged for millennia. Thus, contemporary extraordinary individuals have not pursued methods to counter it. Therefore, Xiao Yuan understood well that the ancient formula for the dispelling evil elixirs certainly holds value. Yet its utility extends beyond merely eliminating the venom. Most people perceive it more as a means to contend against, or even surpass, the offerings of other commerce factions in the realm of demon-exorcising elixirs. This self-serving calculation, surpassing altruistic intent, cannot be openly displayed. It requires meticulous planning and strategic execution. However, when those individuals finally resolve to act, they will discover that the production of the dispelling evil elixirs has already saturated the market. Should they remain undeterred and continue to target Xiao Yuan, they will be startled to find that this fellow is shielded by numerous divine weapons, with an abundance of Yuan jade, making it impossible to shake him without mobilizing formidable experts. Contemplating this, Xiao Yuan quietly strategized, wavering between whether to take the initiative or wait for the arrival of goods at Yuanshan Tower, concocting some spectacle to attract willing commerce factions to undertake distribution. Master, another guest wishes to see you. Xiao Yuan accepted the visiting card handed to him by old Zhang, unable to suppress a smile, and called out, "Xiao Rou, prepare some tea." Old Zhang directly ushered Li Xiu into the inner courtyard's main hall, where they took their respective seats. "I apologize for intruding during the closure of Yuanshan," Li Xiu said, his demeanor markedly gentler than a few days prior. "Is the chair still warm?" Li Xiu paused, offering a wry smile. "I assure you, I'm not fixated on the great e-commerce. It is merely a coincidence." Xiao Yuan remained non-committal, stating, "Let us get straight to the point. What do you desire?" "The formulas for the dispelling evil, cleansing heart, and Xuanji elixirs that Li Xiu's spirits lifted. The Grand Executive of the EC has relayed a confidential message, and the conditions are yours to propose." Xiao Yuan sighed that Li Xiu eagerly inquired about the cause. "I did not expect you to be as inflexible as the officials of the Great U." Chapter 40. Orders worth millions selecting herbs, practicing, testing, packaging, and promoting. Xiao Yuan endeavored to set aside personal biases, viewing Li Xiu as a contributor of Yuan Jade, and spoke with composure. "Even if the Tianhua Commerce acquires the formulas for the dispelling evil elixirs and successfully produces the elixirs for sale, the myriad complexities involved in the process will undoubtedly be time-consuming and fraught with challenges." Noticing Li Xiu's eagerness to rebut, Xiao Yuan raised a hand to halt his lengthy discourse, revealing a collection of elixir vials on the table. The jade vials bore a distinctive emblem, and Li Xiu immediately recognized it as the stylized script of Yuanshan, resembling a person concocting elixirs. As he opened each vial, examining the colors and inhaling the aromas, Li Xiu's expression shifted. Could it be that these are the dispelling evil, cleansing heart, and Xuanji elixirs? Xiao Yuan nodded gently. "3 of the esteemed heavenly tier elixirs, one of each at AT market value. They are worth at least over 100,000 yuan each. As a gesture of goodwill, I offer them for you to take back to the commerce for evaluation by the various grand executives." Li Xiu held the pill bottle for a long time, unable to utter a word. This level of pill lacks spiritual consciousness. Did you refine it yourself? Who crafted it is of little consequence, much like how the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce only cares about profits from the yuan stones, without overly concerning themselves about the origin of the goods. These 3 types of high-level pills were concocted using a special method that extinguishes spiritual essence. While they are indeed high-level, they may lack spirituality. Yet their efficacy is more gentle. Xiao Yuan replied indifferently, The Tianhua Chamber of Commerce can procure as many as they desire. Yuanqin can supply them. Li Xiu shook his head. The Tianhua Chamber of Commerce spans across the 5 continents. It is difficult to accept a product whose source is entirely controlled by another. Otherwise, we would be at their mercy. That if elderly holds such an attitude, there is no point in continuing this discussion. Xiao Yuan scoffed. As a district steward, do you require me, an outsider, to analyze the pros and cons for you? The formula for the pills now lies in Yuanqin's hands. Even if sold to Tianhua, it cannot become an exclusive trade. Given Yuanqin's capabilities, they could effortlessly provide Tianhua with more affordable bulk pills, resulting in their financial ruin. Concerning the dispelling pills, that if Yuanqin were truly omnipotent, the proprietor Xiao would not be so amiable in discussing business with me. What you value is merely the extensive network and personnel of the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce across the 5 continents. Xiao Yuan laughed heartily. Elderly can finally engage in commerce with me. Take the pills back. I shall await your reply for 5 days. Though Li Xiu departed in disappointment, he had come with high hopes. Accompanying him was Ouyang Chonglai, the chief steward of the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce in Diyue, whose status was only slightly inferior to that of the chief steward of Donghai. It was said that he was a formidable cultivator of the Wangho realm. Ouyang Chonglai, possessing profound cultivation and a formidable presence, treated others with utmost gentleness. Upon arriving at Lanxiong, he did not order Xiao Yuan to present himself before the Tianhua chamber. Instead, he led Li Xiu to the Yuanqin store in the 9th district. In this regard, he managed to mitigate the negative influence Li Xiu's avarice had cast upon Xiao Yuan. Proprietor Xiao, I come not only to place the Tianhua Chamber's initial order for dispelling pills, but also to discuss a contract with you. Perhaps due to his high realm and composed demeanor, Ouyang Chonglai spoke directly, without any circumlocution. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Xiao Yuan smiled gently. Please, Chief Steward Ouyang, proceed in terms of traversing the 5 continents. No one can rival the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce. That it cannot be that the Tianhua Chamber reaps the benefits of the dispelling ancient 3 pills while contributing nothing. Ouyang Chonglai smiled. Yuanqin's dispelling 3 pills can only be supplied to the Tianhua Chamber in bulk. Xiao Yuan replied, this is negotiable, but there are several issues that need to be clarified with Chief Steward Ouyang. Speak freely. Since it is an exclusive collaboration, the annual order must reach a certain quantity. Furthermore, Yuanqin retains the right to establish its own branch to operate the 3 pills. After elaborating, Xiao Yuan added, once the pills are sold, Yuanqin cannot guarantee their destination. To demonstrate sincerity, apart from the pills supplied to the Tianhua chamber, all other orders will be sold at the original price. The price for scattered purchases will be lower. The more one buys, the higher the price, with the difference compensated to the Tianhua chamber. Ouyang Chonglai's vision and decisiveness were far beyond Li Xiu's grasp, and soon they established a cooperation agreement with Yuanqin. The contract would be renewed every century, with an annual order quantity of no less than 100,000 for the earth and sky levels, and at least 10,000 for the high level. If the demonic plague were to be eradicated, and the dispelling pills rendered useless, both parties could negotiate modifications to the contract as soon as the contract was signed. The Tianhua Chamber placed an order for 100,000 pills each for the earth and sky levels and 30,000 for the high level. In comparison to the commonly used pills in the world, such as the Qingdi heart-saving pill and the bloodflower pill, they settled on the prices for the 3 pills. With this transaction, Xiao Yuan exerted all his effort to begin production, achieving a staggering profit of over 2 billion yuan. This equated to 1 yuan stone per 10,000 yuan. The practical significance of this figure was that it could procure a low-level sacred weapon, should someone be willing to part with it. Ouyang Chonglai inquired, deliver a third of the order every 3 months. Is there any difficulty? Xiao Yuan chuckled, there is no need for such a timeline. The Tianhua Chamber can prepare the yuan stones, and I can deliver the full order tomorrow. Even Ouyang Chonglai, with his refined composure, was taken aback, but he soon heard Xiao Yuan casually state, Yuanqin is not afraid of stockpiling, as long as the demonic toxin persists. The dispelling 3 pills will have their market. Upon returning to the chamber, Ouyang Chonglai immediately sent a letter to the EC's main building and mobilized yuan stones to Lanxiong. Li Xiu hesitated for a moment before asking, Chief Steward, it has been merely 2 months since the restrictions on Looting Mountain were lifted. Had it not been for the upheaval caused by the 5 saints, many would not even be aware of the news. If Xiao Yuan can refine so many Earth-level and even high-level pills in such a short period, what kind of immense force must be backing him? Ouyang Changlai maintained his usual demeanor and replied calmly. The pills have been verified. Their effects in dispelling evil and purging toxins are exceptional. Your task is simply to organize manpower and ensure the pills delivered are of the same quality as the previous batch. As for whether Xiao Yuan is merely using the banner of the dispelling 3 pills to deceive others, or if he has a vast backing, what concern is that to the Tianhua chamber? Ouyang Changlai gazed toward the city lord's mansion with a gentle smile. The Tianhua chamber does not occupy a county nor collect taxes from a state. We seek only Yuan stones and Yuan stones alone. Do not worry about others. Within the city lord's mansion, Zhou Shihan, the revered protector of Lanxiong, had been diligently cultivating when he suddenly sensed a prying presence, akin to a sharp needle, which jolted him awake. Has a formidable entity intruded? Zhou Shihan quickly retrieved the observation mirror and activated the Lanxiong protective city array, sweeping from the north city to the south city, soon halting at the 6th district. He sent a message via the Golden Feather to summon city Lord Feng Xian, learning that Ouyang Changlai, the chief steward of the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce, had arrived for official business, which had been previously communicated. As Ouyang Changlai held the position of chief steward and possessed cultivation in the Wangho realm, what business could he possibly have in this impoverished locale of Lanxiong? Could there be a situation akin to that of Looting Mountain arising nearby? Feng Xian could only shake his head, indicating his ignorance. Zhou Shihan pondered. The Tianhua chamber does not engage without profit. Ouyang Changlai's visit must have ulterior motives. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Tianhua chamber and instruct people to patrol the cities under Lanxiong's jurisdiction to investigate whether there are signs of similar secret realms as Looting Mountain appearing. Of course, Xiao Yuan remained oblivious to this, as he saw the Lanxiong officials busily engaged in monitoring the Tianhua chamber and investigating the surrounding mountains and forests. He was fully focused on production. Utilizing the deposit from the Tianhua chamber to replicate the dispelling 3 pills in a frenzy. Earth, sky, and high level. With pill bottles filling his storage ring, that be why early August, Xiao Yuan proceeded to the Tianhua chamber to fulfill the order, delivering 290,000 pills and receiving over 2 billion yuan in return. The two parties spent an entire day merely counting and inspecting the goods. Chapter 41. Seeking the sacred weapon, Xiao Yuan struggled to suppress his excitement. Yet his hands, hidden within his sleeves, still trembled slightly. These vast, emerald-like yuan stones were not merely currency. They were the foundation upon which he could establish himself in the world. Lacking the support of ancestors, the dependence on mentors, and the trust of organizations, he nonetheless concealed within himself so many coveted treasures, sacred arts, the formula for dispelling pills, and more that he had no idea from where his enemies might strike or how they would approach him. He could only rely on yuan stones to purchase high-level magical artifacts and summon them for his protection. During the banquet, Ouyang Changlai and Xiao Yuan raised their cups in joyous song, while the arrogant Li Xiu could only admire from the lower seat. Commerce, as it is said, is about mutual exchange and profit generation. Though the Tianhua chamber was founded by a great emperor, it has not sunk into the quagmire of territorial disputes among various sects and nations, expanding across the 5 continents and enduring for over several 100,000 years, Xiao Yuan boasted, reflecting on ancient history. How many esteemed emperors and sacred legacies have been lost to the winds and rains? The Tianhua chamber has not only survived, but has also become a recognized sage in many regions, with people preferring the judgments of the Tianhua chamber over their own dynasty's edicts. With his cup raised high, he declared, "This is also why I chose the Tianhua chamber. I believe Yuanshan will undoubtedly forge a close and fruitful partnership with Tianhua, jointly acquiring yuan stones." Ouyang Changlai stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Young Master Xiao, you are a remarkable talent with a clear understanding of commerce. The Tianhua chamber is in dire need of individuals like you. Should you ever take an interest, our doors will always be open to you." Bridging the gap between the sacred and the mundane, the young and the old, Xiao Yuan found himself in delightful conversation with Ouyang Changlai. After several rounds of drinks, and with the distractions gone, Xiao Yuan finally spoke, to not conceal from the chief steward, "I have a request." Ouyang Changlai, with a slightly dazed expression, urged, "Speak, speak. I wish to request the Tianhua chamber to assist me in seeking the Dao source gold." Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Changlai's eyes had lost all trace of intoxication. They were now sharp and penetrating, as if seeking to pierce through Xiao Yuan's very soul. The Tao source gold, once obtained by anyone, is considered a closely guarded secret, seldom released. Even the Tianhua chamber has many who would purchase it in advance to forge sacred weapons. Ouyang Changlai inquired, "Are you seeking the Tao source gold to forge a sacred weapon?" Xiao Yuan touched his nose. "My humble cultivation is insufficient. I do not possess the ability to forge sacred weapons, that I merely seek assistance in finding IT. That IT is indeed difficult to find. It is said that a Tao source gold was seized at the Taoist venue of the Xuanji Saint. Yet no one has ever produced it." Ouyang Changlai smiled. "However, considering the cooperation between Tianhua and Yuanshan, I shall naturally assist you in finding 1 or 2 pieces." Xiao Yuan chuckled bitterly. 1 or 2 pieces would not be of much use. He then shifted the topic. "Since the Tao source gold is so elusive, the Tianhua chamber must possess sacred weapons, correct? Are you not considering melting down a sacred weapon for reforging?" Ouyang Changlai expressed surprise. "That would be too wasteful. Nurturing a weapon spirit is no easy task, and reforging would also entail a loss of its essence. Let me see if I can find you some incomplete sacred weapons." Xiao Yuan was about to interject when Ouyang Changlai inquired about the type of materials he required, that he replied vaguely, "Materials are a trivial matter. What truly matters is the grade." Ouyang Changlai spoke gravely. "Immortal gold has become scarce, and the source of Tao is lacking. Most of the contemporary sacred weapons are forged from sacred-grade materials. Often, there is no distinction in grades. Moreover, even immortal gold possesses different attributes. If you seek to forge a weapon for offense, you must choose Yunhu purple gold. If you desire a treasure for defense, Xuanwu black gold is the prime option. That is immortal gold truly referred to in this manner?" Xiao Yuan hesitated to be too straightforward, fearing that Ouyang Changlai might discern the truth, preferring to maintain an air of mystery so that he wouldn't appear as a mere novice practitioner, which could lead to doubts regarding the 3 exorcism pills. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Yuan stated, "To seek a treasure for offense, it should either radiate splendid light to protect its master or unleash Tao principles with lethal force. Ideally, it should be a complete sacred weapon." Ouyang Changlai responded, "What cultivators seek typically falls within these 2 categories. However, complete sacred weapons are rare, that today's sages struggle to cultivate sacred weapons, and most ancient sacred weapons that have survived are significantly damaged. The more complete a sacred weapon, the stronger its weapon spirit. Unless it is inherited by the weapon's master, taming it may prove challenging." Xiao Yuan remarked, "The worst-case scenario is damaging the weapon spirit and reforging it. In that case, I shall refrain from further chatter and assist you in seeking a weapon." The next day, Ouyang Changlai set off for the imperial capital, carrying elixirs. The affairs of the Saint's dojo at Looting Mountain were already widely known in Donghai. The 9th district of North City had become the most secluded area of the cultivation market, with practitioners frequently discussing the events at Looting Mountain, sharing details with considerable enthusiasm. The Yuanyuan sacred land had acquired the sacred weapon Jingyang seal. Upon returning to the mountain gate, the imperial weapon Binyuan Ding personally refined and nurtured it, investing countless precious materials to restore the sacred weapon to its peak. The sage of the Yuanyuan sacred land personally wielded the Jingyang seal, hastily destroying 3 demon lairs and nailing and slaying a sage who manufactured demonic poison. The Great Yu had seized the Xianyuan dojo, obtaining numerous treasures above the heavenly level, preparing to restore the ancient Xianyuan 3 pills. It was said that the restrictions of Looting Mountain were opened by the descendant of the Saint Hand, a sacred-level restriction, and within 3 months, a way was found to gain entry, resulting in the acquisition of the Xianyuan elixir formula. Xiao Yuan listened quietly for a while before suddenly speaking. "How do you know that the descendant of the Saint Hand obtained the elixir formula?" The yellow-faced practitioner was taken aback, thumping his chest and declaring, "This was said by an official of the city lord's manor. It is rumored that 2 generations of the Saint Hand resided in Lanqiong City." Someone nearby laughed. "If this were in Ningzhou's state capital, it might be plausible. The Saint Hand breaks restrictions, disguising themselves, and figures who have been passed down for dozens of generations would not hide in this impoverished place. What could they possibly seek?" The yellow-faced practitioner grew anxious. "If it is false, I would rather die by my own hand." The Saint Hand was indeed invited by the city lord of Lanqiong to participate in breaking the array of Looting Mountain. "Who can prove it?" The crowd burst into laughter, and the yellow-faced practitioner's face turned crimson. Xiao Yuan suddenly shouted, "I can prove it." The crowd looked at Xiao Yuan curiously. "You are the owner of the Yuanqing shop. Are you not?" "Indeed." Their laughter intensified that a mere shopkeeper, who has never even seen the same hand, dares to boast and claim to prove it. The yellow-faced practitioner retorted indignantly, "Young brother, do not meddle. Listen, when the great figures from the imperial capital visit the same hand, you will know whether I speak the truth or not, that I no need for such trouble." Xiao Yuan grinned and said, "I am the son of the Saint Hand, Xiao Heng, the one who broke the restrictions of Looting Mountain. The formula for the Xinyuan 3 pills is indeed in my possession." The yellow-faced practitioner was stunned, quickly attempting to retreat, but Xiao Yuan caught hold of him. Others chimed in, "You two are equally skilled at boasting." On August 8th, the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce in the 9th District will open, selling various ancient and modern elixirs such as exorcism, Xinyuan, and purification to it will be evident then. The cultivators strolling on the street were left dumbfounded. Followed by uproarious laughter, it turned out to be a ploy to attract customers, which was rather amusing. Xiao Yuan ceased to explain, pulling the yellow-faced practitioner towards the Yuanqing shop. Looking at the shabby sign of the Yuanqing shop and the empty shelves, the yellow-faced practitioner couldn't help but say, "It's fine to deceive fellow cultivators, but don't deceive yourself. With this dilapidated little grocery store in you, this hairless young lad, how could you possibly be the Saint Hand? What do you envision the Saint Hand to be like?" The yellow-faced practitioner gazed dreamily. Surely, they would be a heroic figure who upholds justice, saves lives, turns the tides, and effortlessly breaks arrays. Chapter 42. Rumors and whispers. The yellow-faced practitioner appeared to be around 25 or 26. Lean in stature, with an ordinary appearance, yet his eyes carried a rare innocence among cultivators. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's laughter, he immediately became furious. The Great Yudao Academy has records. The first generation of the Saint Hand was merely at the venerable realm, yet dared to confront sacred-level experts, single-handedly breaking the killing formation to save countless lives. When the ominous demon besieged the Ku Rong Temple, the Saint Hand forged a false tiger talisman to deter the foe, allowing the temple to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The yellow-faced practitioner protested. Posterity refers to him as the Saint Hand, not the Demon Hand or the Monster Hand, not because he was a sacred-level powerhouse, but to commend his righteous character. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. He had never heard stories about the Saint Hand and was unaware of such a grand history, but he was also surprised by the intense reaction of this unfamiliar person. "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Zhang Lu." Xiao Yuan clasped his hands, saying, "If I have offended you, I hope you can forgive me that I asked for whether I am the Saint Hand. Time will reveal all. I have invited you here for a request." Zhang Lu retorted, "The title of the Saint Hand carries great significance. You, a lad not yet 20, should refrain from reckless boasting, lest you attract trouble." Xiao Yuan smiled faintly, tossing a pill bottle high into the air, throwing it towards Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu instinctively caught the pill bottle, questioning, "What does this mean?" "Heavenly grade exorcism pill, a specialty of the Xinyuan dojo." Zhang Lu opened the pill bottle, skepticism in his eyes, but the fragrant aroma and the profound Tao rhythm, along with the intense heat emanating from the pill, undeniably proclaimed its extraordinary nature. Still, he stubbornly retorted, "Just because you say it's an exorcism pill, does that make it so?" Xiao Yuan replied, "I do not wish to prove anything. I only ask that you tell me who informed you that the Saint Hand resides in Lanxiong and has obtained the formula for the exorcism 3 pills. This bottle, valued at 4 to 500,000 yuan stones, is yours." The jade bottle was warm to the touch, feeling quite pleasant. Upon hearing its worth, Zhang Lu gripped it tighter, reluctant to let go. "I cannot betray my brother." Xiao Yuan lightly clenched his fist, smiling softly. "You openly named names on the street. To claim concern for your friends is rather absurd. Who provided you with this information, prompting you to spread it on the street?" "I spoke out of turn. No one instructed me." Xiao Yuan produced a storage ring, placing 10,000 yuan stones clearly before Zhang Lu for him to see. "Add another 10,000, and the storage ring is yours." Yes, Zhang Lu gazed at the faint red storage ring and the abundant yuan stones. He swallowed hard and confessed, "The brothers from the city lord's manor mentioned it casually while drinking." After some pressure, Xiao Yuan had a clearer understanding of the matter at hand. Yang Ao, as a prominent figure from the imperial capital, naturally had many sycophants at the city lord's manor in Lanxiong. Zhang Lu, due to his admiration for the Saint Hand and his own financial struggles, was half-pushed into spreading the news that it was merely a trial balloon, intended to exert pressure on Xiao Yuan, subtly warning him that if he did not recognize the situation, his identity would be exposed, turning him into a target. The notion of a great figure from the imperial capital visiting the Saint Hand equated to a public threat to Xiao Yuan, implying that experts could seek him out for trouble at any moment. Xiao Yuan remained unfazed, even finding it somewhat amusing that by the end of this month, the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce would successively deliver the Exorcism 3 pills to areas afflicted by demonic poison. And of course, the Great Yu's imperial capital in Yuezhou would not be excluded. When faced with thousands of already refined, high-quality Exorcism 3 pills, how would Yang Ao, who had been relying on the authority of Lanxiong for half a month, feel? It is amusing to contemplate the dismissal of Zhang Lu, as Xiao Yuan immerses himself in the art of alchemy, that on the path of alchemy, his understanding is largely theoretical, lacking in practical experience. Nevertheless, he is fortunate to have the guidance of a genuine Earth-tier alchemist as an initial mentor. His collection of alchemical writings and notes is extensive, and he has advanced directly to the sacred level of alchemical techniques with the Exorcism pill scriptures. Unlike artifact refining, which requires practitioners to reach a certain realm and comprehend the corresponding laws and principles to craft items of that tier, alchemy can benefit from the assistance of high-grade cauldrons. Regardless of challenges such as controlling the fire, eliminating impurities, slow condensation of pills, or lacking the essence of Tao, a superior alchemical cauldron can inherently assist. Furthermore, certain special cauldrons, through prolonged use, can develop a spirit of their own, enabling them to autonomously carry out alchemical processes. With the aid of the royal-grade medicinal cauldron, the Bloodheart Cauldron, Xiao Yuan successfully crafted numerous lower-tier elixirs, selecting the finest quality for duplication and sale. In his plans, Yuan Qin Tower focuses on alchemical products, currently representing 3 brands: the True Shou Alchemist faction, the Xianji Sage faction, and the Xiao Yuan Danxin brand, effectively covering most categories of elixirs below the heavenly tier. Above the esteemed tier, he finds himself powerless, only able to replicate the 12 revered pills he has acquired. He also possesses a royal pill, the Jingqi pill, though the risks associated with mass-producing the Xingyang body leave him apprehensive, leading him to store it away for future consideration. Days later, Wang Li sent a message via a golden feather, stating that the Yuan Qin Tower had completed its preparations and invited him to meet with the Diyue Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Yuan, upon hearing this, smirked, unconcerned as he entered the elegant hall of the chamber. Within, Wang Li presented the revered artifact, which had transcended the ordinary, its size adjustable at will, although it currently appeared in a compact form. Once refined, it could revert to its full stature with a simple gesture of the incantation. Without refining, it could only be regarded as a model to be stored in a spatial ring. Upon careful examination, Xiao Yuan found the crafting to meet his expectations and promptly settled the remaining balance of 70,000 jade coins, preparing to depart with the Yuan Qin Tower. However, Wang Li barred his path, stating, "Xiao Daoyu, I must apologize, but Master Yang from the imperial capital wishes to meet you." Xiao Yuan feigned surprise. Has he still not left after more than 10 days? Is the Ministry of Revenue so idle? Wang Li, feeling humiliated by the mockery, took a deep breath. "Let us meet. It will alleviate many troubles that NO need." Xiao Yuan retorted, "I will handle whatever comes my way." Additionally, assure him not to worry about the common folk of Diyue suffering from demonic toxins. For soon, Diyue will be well supplied with exorcism pills that on the top floor. Yang Ao watched Xiao Yuan stride away, seething with resentment. How audacious. Issue orders for the city fox and rat to take action. I want to hear his name echo throughout the city by tomorrow. Upon returning to the 9th block, Xiao Yuan devoted himself to refining the Yuan Qin Tower. Being a revered artifact, it proved somewhat challenging for him. A mere second-tier practitioner. However, he was fortunate to have ample medicinal jade, avoiding the plight of insufficient Yuan power. After 3 days and nights of effort, he finally refined the Yuan Qin Tower to a significant degree, allowing for size adjustments and control over its restrictions. Old Zhang, have the laborers dismantled the building? Xiao Yuan declared with exuberance, while Old Zhang appeared despondent. What has happened? Xiao Yuan inquired. Old Zhang, with a face full of anxiety, replied, "The city is abuzz with rumors that the former shopkeeper was a sage, and you too, are a sage that it is said that you breached the restrictions of the Deer Peak Mountain, entered a secret realm, and obtained the sage's legacy, possessing countless treasures he swallowed hard. Even the vegetable vendors in the city know your name, their eyes wide with admiration. Young master, I am truly worried. Do not fret. I will handle everything. Xiao Yuan reassured him. Let them dismantle the building. The Yuanshan shop had seemingly become a focal point of interest, with throngs of people pointing and whispering about it. Xiao Yuan paid no mind, directing the workers to pack up their belongings and dismantle the structure. Chapter 43. The revered tower descends. Is old Xiao and young Yuan truly sages? It seems so. News has spread throughout the imperial capital. Shouldn't sages be significant figures? How can they be the proprietors of a humble sundry shop, appearing no different from us? Fool. That is called hiding in plain sight. Is it true that the Xiao family possesses many treasures? With so many rumors, it must hold some truth. Xiao Yuan paid little attention to the idle gossip, fixating instead on the laborers as they dismantled bricks and tiles, gradually clearing a vast expanse of land. Rise, he intoned the incantation, and the Yuanshan Tower emerged from the spatial ring, soaring into the air, expanding to its original form, perfectly aligned with the newly cleared area that a high-tier artifact. This is akin to the Tianhua Tower. Onlookers, shopkeepers, and passers-by gaped in astonishment, not only witnessing such a grand artifact being unfurled in the city for the first time, but also marveling at the sudden appearance of a golden phoenix in the 9th block. Xiao Rou, watching from a distance, beamed with joy as she observed Xiao Yuan deftly manipulating the artifact, fulfilling his promises. The Yuanshan shop not only remained unsold but thrived, surpassing the glory of its previous days. She recalled Xiao Yuan's encouragement for her to diligently cultivate, as the future of Yuanshan Tower would be entrusted to her. Clenching her fists, Xiao Rou vowed not to disappoint his expectations. The Yuanshan shop employed a total of 50 staff members, the eldest not exceeding 20 years of age, and the youngest merely 10. Aside from the initial batch of 8 orphans from the care center who joined as hired workers. The rest were legitimate slaves. Whether they served as laborers or attendants, they sought merely to survive, hoping their master would show kindness and grant them a stable life in the days since arriving at the Yuanshan shop. They had undergone training, including altering their lifestyles, learning to read and write, identifying elixirs, and understanding Yuan stones. Although they still faced old Zhang's stern discipline, their lives had improved significantly compared to before. They all hoped for the prosperity of their master's business, anticipating that their own lives would likewise flourish. Yet the shop remained closed, desolate, with the master absent for days on end, leaving only a maid and an old man in charge, which filled them with uncertainty. Despite Xiao Rou's assurances of a grand reopening, the sight of the lifeless establishment led to inevitable worries day after day. As they demolished the old building, anxiety gripped their hearts, unsure whether the future would mirror the shattered ruins or yield something even greater. However, when they beheld the revered Yuanshan Tower ascending into the sky, gleaming in the sunlight, they could not contain their cheers, seeing their master's strength and believing the business would thrive, envisioning a brighter future. Only one individual stood amidst the crowd, teeth clenched and silent, devoid of any semblance of joy. Codenamed Yuan. This title had been bestowed upon him for consistently ranking first in evaluations the young and handsome master had explained. This was his work number, allowing him to address customers without the need to abandon the name given by his parents or adopt an absurd nickname. For this, he had faced jealousy from older peers and had been secretly pummeled a few times. He possessed a name, yet from this moment forward, he had resolved to forget it, awaiting the day he would earn the right to inscribe it on paper once more, to share it with others. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable premonition that the Yuanshan shop might flourish, compelling him to seize the opportunity to alter his fate, envisioning a day when he would exuberantly cheer for himself. In an instant of distraction, the Yuanshan Tower settled, aligning seamlessly with the ground, covering the area previously occupied by 3 courtyards. Gazing upward, he beheld a towering 5-story edifice, its eaves soaring, radiant in gold. A true phoenix amidst a flock of crows that a sign hung prominently, inscribed with the words Yuanshan Chamber of Commerce, which, upon prolonged observation, induced a dizzying sensation, as if he might collapse. He averted his gaze, only to hear the master's resounding laughter. Esteemed neighbors and honored guests, the Yuanshan shop is officially renamed the Yuanshan Chamber of Commerce, specializing in extraordinary elixirs from around the world. With a tentative opening on the 15th of August, we hope to see you all there. The crowd remained in shock. Xiao Yuan, uninterested in idle chatter, shook his head and beckoned the staff to enter. Upon entering, a shadow wall greeted them, intricately carved with a map of the Eastern Sea, seamlessly integrated with the entire building. 2 staircases flanked either side, leading to the second floor. Old Zhang took a few steps. Puzzled, young master, will the first floor not be open for business? Xiao Yuan chuckled. The first floor is our living quarters, leading everyone through the 5 stories. Even Xiao Rou was left awestruck, having never witnessed such an innovative layout in a shop, filled with peculiar and creative designs, leaving them to wonder how the master conceived such ideas. In these 3 days, everyone must clarify their responsibilities for the opening, be aware of what to say and do, so as not to embarrass ourselves in front of esteemed guests. Xiao Yuan instructed the first batch of employees at Yuanshan. I will be most attentive to you. The 20 best performers this month will receive cultivation techniques, while the top 3 will be rewarded with Xiantir Meridian opening pills. The next 5 will be guided to make corrections, facing demotion for 3 consecutive months until they are expelled from the Yuanshan Chamber of Commerce. A faint smile adorned his face, yet his words bore no leniency. In essence, his message was clear. Adhere to the rules of Yuanshan. Work diligently, and you shall not be treated unfairly. Yuan Yi, Lu Zhao, and others are all diligently honing their skills, striving to ascend the ladder of excellence, and they must not miss this opportunity. Accompanied by Xiao Rou, they ascend to the 5th floor, where the entire cityscape unfolds before them. Aside from the equally towering Tianhuasan Guild and the even loftier Lord's Mansion, the view is unobstructed. A gentle breeze wafts through the pavilion, warm and tender. This is the effect produced by the array inscribed upon Yuanshan Tower. Xiao Yuan, holding Xiao Rou's hand, says, Xiao Rou, you must mature. When I am not around, you will need to oversee this tower and manage the array to look after the staff. Leaning against Xiao Yuan, Xiao Rou replies, will you abandon me, young master? How could I? Even if I forsake Yuanshan Guild, I would never forsake you. Xiao Yuan, with a pitiful expression, adds, but I am stretched too thin and cannot always be here to control the array. You wouldn't want me to lose sleep every day, would you? Startled, Xiao Rou hugs Xiao Yuan tightly and exclaims, I will assist you, young master. Very well, I shall impart the array manipulation techniques to you. You must remember them well. With Xiao Yuan's Yuan power, Xiao Rou sits at the core of the array, channeling her feeble Yuan strength into it, clearly perceiving the situations on each floor, in every room, at each window, and even on every staircase. How marvelous! As Yuanshan Tower prepares for its grand opening with great fanfare, Yang Ao is in a furious uproar at the Due Guild, where a piece of paper lies on his desk. The 4 large characters spelling out Yuanshan Guild occupy half the page, followed by information on the address, time, and discounts across the venue, none of which can breach Yang Ao's composure. What truly unravels him is the list of medicinal pills for sale, prominently featuring 5 grades of protective, restorative, and transcendent pills, all crafted with ancient methods, pure and authentic, of saintly caliber, capable of dispelling evil and banishing demons. Each word strikes Yang Ao like a blow, for in the city of Lanxiu, he had been scheming for half a month, believing he had devised brilliant plans to cause Xiao Yuan distress, only to find that his rival had scarcely regarded him. Just 2 more days. Yang Ao's eyes gleam with cold light. I shall see what wonders Xiao Yuan can conjure. Chapter 44. The grand opening of Yuanshan in the 12 states governed by the Deyue dynasty. The management model remains quite traditional. The actual power in each city and town rests with the local lord or landowner, who, apart from maintaining order and collecting taxes, generally does little else. After all, this is a world of cultivation, where none but cultivators stand at the pinnacle, and unless they seek to seize resources for their practice, they are reluctant to expend too much time on the mundane. The advertising flyers used by Yuanshan Guild have brought a refreshing perspective to Lanxiong City. It had never occurred to anyone that such a method of announcement and sale existed. Moreover, given Xiao Yuan's extravagant wealth, the paper used is both sturdy enough to serve as a fan and soft enough for wiping hands. And as they are distributed freely, the citizens of the city, whether cultivators or common folk, are generally open to receiving the flyers. Even those who cannot read are curious when they receive one. And through casual conversation, they learn that the Yuanshan Guild is opening in the 9th block of the North City, specializing in extraordinary pills. The rumors surrounding Xiao Yuan's miraculous abilities have not yet dissipated, as he skillfully leverages this momentum to spread the name of Yuanshan Guild throughout the city's million inhabitants. Even before the venerable Zhou Shuhan, the protector of Lanxiong, a Yuanshan flyer lies spread out. The city lord, Feng Xian, sits beside him, his brows lowered as he awaits instructions that it seems what Yang has said holds true. Xiao Yuan has indeed acquired the transcendent pill-making legacy of Saint Xuanji. The recent visit of Ouyang Chang from Tianhua Guild to Lanxiong likely pertains to this matter, Feng Xian remarks quietly. After listening, he continues, the machinations of Tianhua Guild are unparalleled, and while Yang Ao arrived first, his impact is likely far inferior to AS for the current situation. Yang Ao has openly clashed with Xiao Yuan. Yet Xiao Yuan remains unfazed, suggesting he may have some collusion with Tianhua Guild. Zhou Shuhan responds, too many place their personal interests above the rules, prioritizing their gain over the court's authority. However, to the court, demonic poison is but a minor ailment. Whether they buy detoxifying or protective pills is ultimately inconsequential. Having lingered too long in Lanxiong, Yang Ao has stirred the pot, disrupting the peace. When Yuanshan opens, let him make a show of it. Should they recognize the situation and withdraw, there will be no further issues. Feng Xian nods solemnly, then departs to summon the military camp flag-bearers. Upon learning that Yang Ao has recently been sending frequent messages to contact the Fan family of Shiking County, a mysterious look flashes in his eyes. Handle things with care. Keep the area clean. Old Zhang commands as he directs the others to clean and set up the counters at Yuanshan Tower, where preparations are in full swing. Within a crystal-clear bottle, a pill with faint purple runes glistens, dazzling Yuan Yi's eyes as he struggles to suppress his urge to uncork the bottle and consume the pill. His fists clenched with perspiration and bulging veins. This is the celestial-grade purple spirit pill. Just one swallow could heal my Dantian's injuries, allowing me to cultivate a new and exact vengeance. Closing his eyes, Yuan Yi cuts off distracting thoughts, diligently wiping the table and arranging the pill bottles. Very good. That on the 5th floor, Xiao Yuan senses the performance of the staff and expresses his appreciation for Yuan Yi's restraint against greed, while simultaneously marking several others for reprimand. Sitting beside him, Xiao Rou, leveraging his Yuan power, surveys Yuanshan Tower, her brow furrowed. Why are Yuan Sanjiu and Yuan Siqi so foolish? After more than half a month of training, do they not understand that a shopkeeper is well aware of the inventory? Let alone the white glass bottles. One can easily discern whether the pills are present or not. This is nothing but an exercise in self-deception. Xiao Yuan remarks calmly. Perhaps they believe that by avoiding their companions, the shopkeeper will be unable to identify who has partaken. Xiao Rou, I leave this matter in your hands. Remember, once the 3rd floor is thoroughly organized. Following Xiao Yuan's instructions, Xiao Rou's expression hardens as she descends to investigate, identifying the empty bottles. First, she has herself admit to the wrongdoing, then seeks witnesses, offering rewards for reports and leniency for confessions. This process leads to Yuan Sanjiu and Yuan Siqi being stripped of their badges and taken away. Xiao Yuan has always been cautious regarding matters of life and death, especially when dealing with unarmed individuals, which is why old Zhang merely sold them to the mine owner, leaving their fate to chance. Amidst the wails of their companions, the staff falls silent, gaining a deeper understanding of the rules emphasized by Xiao Rou. Yuan Yi feels fortunate that he did not act rashly. As someone who has cultivated before, he recognizes the terrifying power of artifacts above the celestial grade. Such wonders are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. This minor incident does not dampen the grand opening of Yuanshan, which takes place on the 15th of August. Yang Ao, with an air of authority, leisurely makes his way to Yuanshan Tower after lunch. Though he has not heard the tale of one burst of energy leads to decline and exhaustion, he understands that the initial excitement will draw many onlookers, but by afternoon, most will seek their meals, causing foot traffic to dwindle significantly. As a 5th-grade cultivator, the head of the ministry, how could he mingle with common folk and lower-tier cultivators? When the palanquin halts outside the 9th block, the bearers, drenched in sweat, apologize, saying, "My lord, the streets are crowded. The palanquin cannot enter." With heightened senses befitting a 5th-grade master, Yang Ao has already heard the commotion ahead, yet upon lifting the curtain, he is still taken aback. The crowd weaves together like a serpentine dragon, flowing back and forth, completely blocking the street. They wave the flyers, forming long lines, eager to enter Yuanshan Tower to inquire about the situation. Soon, the bearers report. My lord, Yuanshan Guild is offering grand opening discounts. Yellow grade pills at 30 off, mysterious grade at 20 off, earth grade at 10 off, and celestial grade at 5 off, should the total expenditure reach a certain amount. Additional prizes await. Everyone outside is drawn by the discounts. Yang Ao surveys the line, unsure how long it will stretch. As a government official from the imperial capital, he cannot bear to mix with this crowd and grumbles. Present my name card. Let Yuanshan Guild clear a path. Old Zhang, having received the news, personally greets him at the door with a respectful demeanor. What of Xiao Yuan? Can't this official expect a personal welcome? Old Zhang bows, saying, if Master Yang visits on official business, our master will naturally welcome you with open arms. Yang Ao's expression darkens, yet he strides toward Yuanshan Tower. The line of people, noticing his luxurious attire and commanding presence, falls silent as the manager of Yuanshan leads him in without further ado. Before the main entrance, a long table is set with an array of gifts. The Tianhua Guild congratulates Yuanshan Guild on its opening. The city lord of Lanxiong extends his congratulations to Yuanshan Guild on its opening. Master Luo, the array master of the Daiyue Dao Academy, congratulates Yuanshan Guild on its opening. Old Zhang smiles as he explains. Master Luo is an old friend of our master, and City Lord Fengxian has come personally to offer his congratulations for Tianhua Guild. Yuanshan has reached a distribution agreement with them for the protective pills. Yang Ao's eyelids twitch, nearly compelling him to turn and leave. Within his long sleeves, he clenches his fists, stiffly making his way upstairs. The second floor is filled with mysterious and yellow-grade pills, unbefitting the status of Master Yang. He proceeds directly to the third floor. Old Zhang led the way, while Yang Ao seized the opportunity to glance around the second floor. Encircling the central cylindrical counter was a throng of people, densely packed and jostling against one another, the cacophony overwhelming. Upon ascending to the third floor, an immediate tranquility enveloped him. The clamor of the second floor became but a distant memory, and the number of patrons had significantly dwindled. As Yang Ao stepped into the hall, he observed the cylindrical structure standing at its center, adorned with a multitude of intricate patterns. Directly opposite him was an opening, continuously ejecting wooden boxes. Chapter 45. Renowned in Ningzhou, radiating from the central pillar were rows of counters, manned by the merchants of the guild, with customers standing outside, that a closer look revealed that the counter surfaces were made of transparent glass, allowing customers to clearly view the elixirs contained within. Yang Ao, no fool, quickly discerned the workings of the operation in front of the glass counter. The merchants communicated with the customers through the barrier, who could not only see the elixirs through the pristine glass, but also donning mystical golden gloves. Touch them. Once the customers expressed their intent to purchase, the merchants inside would delineate the grade, quantity, and price of the elixirs, issuing a receipt. Customers would take the receipt to the entrance, pay in source stones, and upon verification, the desired elixirs would be dispensed from the opening of the central pillar, emerging as wooden boxes filled with their purchases. The counters were broadly categorized into 3 zones: the cultivation zone, the combat zone, and the auxiliary zone, featuring a range of elixirs for opening meridians, cleansing marrow, enhancing vitality, detoxifying, promoting tissue regeneration, and stopping bleeding. Among others that, of course, the renowned exorcising and cleansing elixirs were prominently displayed as well. In front of each elixir bottle were papers detailing their names, effects, and prices. Customers, whether introverted or extravagant, could either make direct purchases or scrutinize the offerings in detail. The more Yang Ao observed, the more astonished he became. The peculiar counters and the novel shopping experience starkly contrasted with the current marketplace. Even in the DU Guild, a palpable sense of detachment existed between customers and merchants, as if those seeking to buy were merely beggars at the mercy of the shops. With few customers possessing the privilege to inspect the goods, exuding an air of arrogance in their indifference to purchasing, in contrast, the Yuanshan Guild resembled a vibrant marketplace, where apart from the inability to haggle, everything else was quite similar. Yang Ao pointed towards a small room at the edge and inquired, "What is that for?" Old Zhang replied, For an additional 3 to 5 source stones, one can consume elixirs in a private chamber, where the patterns not only muffle sound but also enhance one's vitality. Yang Ao inhaled deeply. He had been gravely mistaken that he had assumed that Xiao Yuan would yield, given he was merely a second-tier cultivator without a formidable background, and should naturally fear the pressure from the masters of the imperial capital. However, it appeared he not only showed no fear, but treated the situation with utter nonchalance, openly displaying the exorcising elixirs for all to purchase. As for the third floor of Yuanshan, it was dedicated to selling prestigious elixirs and accommodating special customers. "Take me there," Yang Ao commanded. Upon reaching the third floor, the crowd was even sparser, yet the elixirs remained plentiful. Holding a prestigious exorcising elixir, he felt the abundant aura and potent essence. The quality was exceptional. "Manager Zhang, I represent the Ministry of Revenue in procuring the exorcising elixirs that I would like to order 10,000 of each for the esteemed grade, and 50,000 of each for the heavenly grade. What would the price be?" "At original price," came the reply. Such a substantial order, amounting to several 100 million source stones, with no discount offered. Was this a personal affront to Yang Ao, or a sign of disdain for the ministry? The Yuanshan Guild would dare not. Old Zhang clasped his hands in apology. "Yuanshan and Tianhua Guild have a prior agreement. Bulk cooperation is exclusive. Should we sell to another guild in large quantities, it must be at original prices." Yang Ao's voice turned cold. The ministry's procurement is meant for the allocation to various states to combat magical toxins. How can it be treated as a mere transaction? Old Zhang remained unfazed. "Once the elixirs leave Yuanshan Tower, their destination is beyond our guild's oversight, and thus we must adhere to the rules. This is outrageous." Yang Ao flung his sleeve and departed, with old Zhang not hindering him, watching as he walked away. Back in his carriage, Yang Ao's anger only grew, yet he could not disregard the Tianhua Guild and the Lord of Lanxiong. The former had effectively severed his ties with Yuanshan, while the latter eliminated any possibility of official recourse. "Xiao Yuan, oh Xiao Yuan, you truly do not know your place." As night fell, the Yuanshan Guild announced its closure. Xiao Yuan tallied the day's earnings, amounting to over 20 million source stones, with the bulk coming from the sales of Xuanhuang grade elixirs. Many patrons had taken advantage of the discounts to purchase opening meridian and marrow cleansing elixirs for their children. Converted into profit, the revenue of over 20 million source stones did little to stir Xiao Yuan, who was accustomed to dealing with figures in the hundreds of millions. Yet, he had to acknowledge that this was a promising start. He could gradually break free from the constraints of other guilds and secure a stable source of income. The hen that lays golden eggs was beginning to mature. The most praised that day was Yuan Yi, whose demeanor was exemplary, treating customers sincerely, earning high accolades from both patrons and the observing Xiao Rou. Xiao Yuan promptly issued rewards to the 3 highest-rated individuals, bestowing them with varying amounts of source stones to encourage others to strive harder, while reprimanding some negligent staff, reminding them that elimination was always a possibility. The explosive success of the business had placed immense pressure on old Zhang, who hastily entrusted the tooth merchant to seek out more reliable candidates. The next day, the name of Yuanshan Guild spread like wildfire throughout the 12 counties of Ningzhou, with no one unaware of the grand opening festivities. Patrons from various cities in Lanxiong County and neighboring Qichang and in Luan counties rode swiftly to save a few source stones for their cultivation. This surge of interest kept Yuanshan Guild thriving, with a continuous stream of customers that in Qichang County. Within the Evernight Forest, the Green Dragon envoy Wang Xing opened his eyes from meditation upon receiving news from his subordinates, his gaze glinting with cold light. "The upheaval in Lanxiong is tied to Xiao Yuan. The losses endured by my Evernight Forest are substantial. The Wandering King is furious. I must settle this score with him." In Luan County, the current head of the Fan family, Fan Guanyu, received a letter from Yang Ao, his brow furrowing in concern. Elder Fan Guanjia boldly remarked, "Brother, why fret? That Xiao Yuan, despite being a so-called heir of the Holy Hand, is merely a second-tier novice. How formidable can he be? I shall take some men and deal with him." Fan Guanyu shot him a stern look. "What Yang Ao says is paramount. Even if the Holy Hand has fallen and lacks protection, have you not heard of his possession of the exorcising elixirs? The news of Yuanshan Tower's flourishing has reached us. How could he possibly lack source stones? And with source stones, what master or treasure could he not acquire?" Fan Guanjia scratched his head. The Yang family has always been our old superior. We cannot disregard their orders. Besides, I, a venerable, can bring 7 or 8 fifth-tier experts. Even if we cannot seize the elixir formulas, we can at least ensure our own safety. Exercise caution. Fan Guanyu admonished gravely to Ayin Ningguang County. The He family, He Jinghong, gazed eastward towards the East Sea, a melancholic expression on his face, that I asked the senior elder of the He family stationed in Ningzhou. He had been rewarded abundantly for detecting the Holy Hand's trail. Yet, facing a fifth-tier Holy Hand, he, as a venerable, had repeatedly failed, even being captured by the Lord of Lanqiong, ultimately forced to expose his identity to save his own life. Indeed, He Jinghong had spared no effort to cleanse his name, even going so far as to cultivate a brutish persona. However, his failure to capture the Holy Hand had left the main branch trapped on the 4 islands, suffering daily torment, with the Grand Elder sending letters every month to reprimand him and reduce his cultivation resources. Without family support, he, the so-called Great Elder of Ningzhou, was merely an itinerant cultivator, relying solely on meditation to siphon the world's essence, with no hope of breaking through to the noble rank before death. Furthermore, to preserve his life, he had sacrificed family interests, a fact known to the authorities of Lanqiong, but not to the He family. He Jinghong's iron palm radiated heat as he incinerated the flyers for Yuanshan Tower, leaving no trace. This time, there was no turning back. Chapter 46. A web of assassination before dawn. Zhang Lu was already waiting at the entrance of Yuanshan Tower. Earlier than those middle-aged and elderly individuals who were penny-pinching to save a few source stones, Lu Zhao opened the door, announcing the opening of business. Zhang Lu surged in with the crowd, embracing Lu Zhao and inquiring, "I am Zhang Lu, here to seek an audience with the Holy Hand. Oh, I mean, the guild leader Xiao." Stepping back a couple of paces to maintain distance, Lu Zhao, dressed in the formal attire of Yuanshan Guild, donned a formulaic smile and replied, "The guild leader does not meet with outsiders." With that, he turned and walked away to tend to other customers. Zhang Lu, scratching his head anxiously, hurriedly pleaded, "I ask you to relay my message. Tell the guild leader that I have significant news to report. He will certainly wish to see me upon hearing my name." Only then did Lu Zhao take a serious look at Zhang Lu and inform old Zhang, who, not daring to be negligent, escorted Zhang Lu to the private chamber on the top floor. That as he opened the window, the morning sun streamed into the hall, gentle yet not oppressive. Xiao Yuan regarded Zhang Lu's pallid visage, speaking calmly, "What urgent matter brings you to me?" Zhang Lu bowed deeply, performing an exaggerated gesture of respect. "I was in the wrong previously, failing to recognize your greatness. I implore the guild leader to forgive my transgressions." He raised both hands, presenting the elixirs before Xiao Yuan. Upon inspection, the Yuanshan emblem was clearly visible on the elixir bottles. "That I, Xiao, am a man of my word. What I promise to give, I shall give. There is no reason to renege. Let bygones be bygones. I care not for the past. If you have no further business, do not come to disturb me during this busy time of Yuanshan's grand opening." The guild leader's magnanimity is commendable, truly befitting the name of the Holy Hand. Zhang Lu did not retract the elixir bottles. Instead, he suddenly knelt down. "That my cultivation is shallow, yet I possess a fervent heart. I hope the guild leader will accept me under his wing, to serve diligently and tirelessly." Xiao Yuan could only manage a bitter smile. He was no power-hungry overlord, unworthy of such ostentatious displays of reverence. Fellow Daoist Zhang seemed to possess a cultivation level of the 3rd tier, thus he likely had no shortage of opportunities to amass Yuan stones. The Yuanshan Trading Company had only just begun its journey, with its staff being mere common folk, hardly deserving of such deference from a distinguished Daoist. "Not at all," Zhang replied earnestly. "Though the Yuanshan Trading Company is in its infancy, it is guided by a master of unparalleled skill, with the Bixia Sandan serving as a living emblem. Its future is boundless, let alone a trifling 3rd-tier cultivator like myself. Even 5th-tier experts and esteemed lords would vie to join Yuanshan." Zhang Lu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "I have practiced in the Dao Academy, but due to a rare poison afflicting me, I have been left destitute, roaming from county to county to scrape together a living. Gradually, I have lost my sense of humanity. The master is my role model in cultivation, and I wish to follow him. Even if it leads to my demise, it would be worth my existence. The title of master is but a name. You may call him master, And I may as well that if fellow Daoist Zhang is to make a display of self-sacrifice merely for this title, I shall am powerless to assist. If Master Xiao does not welcome me, I shall sweep the streets of the 9th district, loyally standing by the master. Having severed all ties with my former associates in Lanqiong City, I have shown my resolve. Xiao Yuan was compelled to suppress a frivolous laugh, scrutinizing the earnest Zhang Lu before him. Was he genuinely sincere, or a spy with ulterior motives? Why was he so insistent on joining Yuanqin? Fellow Daoist Zhang, I understand your heartfelt intentions. Very well. I shall permit you to remain at Yuanqin Trading Company, with a monthly salary of 20 yuan stones, responsible for instructing our staff in their cultivation. How does that sound? Zhang Lu's face lit up with joy as he quickly bowed in gratitude. I am willing. I shall certainly give my utmost effort. Xiao Yuan helped Zhang Lu to his feet, handing him a storage ring. Your instruction of the staff will commence after their monthly assessment. For now, you have some idle time. Please assist me with a few errands. Zhang Lu clasped his fists and declared, Master, please command me as you wish. Xiao Yuan stifled a smile and continued, Yuanqin specializes in medicinal pills. Currently, our inventory consists of common varieties, featuring both the South Ridge and Xuanji ancient styles. Take these yuan stones and explore the vicinity of Ningzhou, seeking ancient formulas, remnants, and any peculiar medicinal pills. Remember, these pills must be distinct from those offered by others, possessing unique effects that can be sold. Zhang Lu nodded earnestly, taking the 100,000 yuan stones as he set off on his task. He was indeed an intriguing individual, yet Xiao Yuan remained uncertain of his true intentions. Hence, he devised a plan to send him away and observe the situation further. Each day, as the business opened, Xiao Yuan would oversee operations from the 5th floor, managing Yuanqin Tower while conducting inspections. Under his guidance, Xiao Rou had finally advanced to the 1st tier, beginning to undertake duties in safeguarding and patrolling the multifaceted operations, thus allowing Xiao Yuan some freedom to attend to other matters. That on the 16th day, sales reached 28 million yuan stones. That on the 17th day, sales soared to 31 million yuan stones. The launch of Yuanqin Tower was a resounding success, drawing customers from various counties in Ningzhou to take advantage of the discounts, resulting in a continuous surge in revenue. Wang Li of the Diyue Trading Company wore a frown, while Lu Qing of the Alchemy Trading Company seethed with anger. The discounts offered by Yuanqin were excessively generous. For lower-tier cultivators, a 70% discount on yellow-tier pills could save them hundreds of yuan stones, while an 80% discount on mysterious tier pills could save over 1,000. The excess yuan stones were pure profit. The 3 major trading companies of Lanqiong had never lowered their prices, nor were they inclined to. They had hoped to wait for the fervor to subside, for customers to regain their composure and gradually return to the established brands. After all, Yuanqin was newly established, and questions regarding the quality of their pills and their supply capabilities remained. However, they were taken aback by Yuanqin's ample supply and superior quality. Coupled with their first-rate customer service, they found themselves passively watching Yuanqin Tower grow stronger, depleting months' worth of consumer potential at this rate. Even if Yuanqin remained calm, it was likely that for several months to come, few would seek to purchase mysterious or yellow-tier pills. Within the Sanxia Tower, Wang Li initiated an offensive. Old Wang, there's no need for flattery. The Alchemy Trading Company is resolute and will not hide like Old Li, who lurks in the shadows. Our Tianhua Trading Company has secured a distribution deal for the Bixia Sandan. The profit from a single esteemed tier pill is equivalent to tens of thousands of mysterious tier pills. Naturally, we stand alongside Yuanqin Trading Company, allowing events to unfold. That Liu Qing grinned. The Alchemy Trading Company is different. Most disciples within practice true scriptures, producing countless pills, and we must consider their interests. Wang Li sighed. I had intended to sit back and observe the outcome, thinking that the world of heroes is ever-changing, many swept away by the winds of fate. Yet who could have predicted that Yuanqin Tower would remain unscathed and create such momentum, placing Diyue Trading Company in jeopardy? You're jesting. The Diyue Trading Company is backed by the dynasty. How could it face a crisis? It's merely a matter of reduced profits. That Liu Qing deflected the criticism, countering, reduced profits harm Wang's future. How can this be overlooked? Moreover, Yuanqin is even developing a brand with South Ridge and Xuanji styles. What if they were to introduce an Eastern Sea style? Do we still have a livelihood in the realm of medicinal pills? Indeed, we are completely unaware of the alchemist supporting Xiao Yuan. We have no idea how he can produce such an abundance of pills that if this continues, we might as well prepare for the cessation of our medicinal business. Wang Li's eyes flickered with determination. If Brother Lu shares this sentiment, I shall speak plainly. As long as Xiao Yuan lives, my heart will remain unsettled. Liu Qing feigned melancholy. I am merely a senior elder in charge of a county for the alchemy trading company. With a cultivation level of merely 5th tier, that my subordinates are all disciples of the sect. Even if I wished to intervene, I would lack the power to do so. Wang Li's spirits lifted. There is no need for Brother Lu to act. I will take care of the manpower. All I require is for Brother Lu to help draw him out of Lanxiong City. With Yuanshan's flourishing business. How can we lure the snake from its hole? Chapter 47. Enigmatic intrigues atop the Sanxia Tower. As the evening glow illuminated the scene with breathtaking beauty, the discussions within the loft were somber and ruthless. Yuanshan Tower specialized in medicinal pills, showcasing an array of extraordinary pills from across the world, with a public notice prominently displayed, offering high prices for all manner of novel formulas and pills. Regardless of their origin or era, Wang Li proposed Brother Lu send someone to use the pill formulas as bait, inviting him to meet outside the city. Xiao Yuan will undoubtedly be tempted at that time. I will arrange for an ambush outside the city, led by esteemed practitioners, to decisively eliminate Xiao Yuan, that if we can seize the Bixia Sandan formula, the alchemy trading company shall benefit greatly. Liu Qing chuckled, but how can you be so certain that Xiao Yuan will personally attend? And how do you know he won't bring powerful allies? To speak frankly, I too have been tasked by others. There are those within the city lord's manor who listen for orders, that if a formidable presence enters the Lanxiong sword array, we will be informed and can alter our plans that I ask for how to entice Xiao Yuan to leave the city personally. Simply request that he meet you face to face. What kind of person am I to summon Xiao Yuan at will? The Eastern Sea water control pill. Wang Li enunciated each word clearly that Liu Qing's expression shifted abruptly. His eyes sharp as a blade. After exiting the Sanxia Tower, Wang Li rubbed his brow, hastening toward Yang Ao's residence that he himself was uncertain if he was acting rightly or wrongly, only knowing that Yang Ao was not only the head of the Ministry of Revenue, directly managing the Diyue trading company, but also a descendant of the Yang family in the imperial capital, wielding immense power, as a mere steward in a small county. He could only go with the flow. Did Liu Qing agree? He did. Excellent. The location is set at Guanshuan Mountain, 200 miles east of the city. The elders of the Fan family have laid out a grand formation there. After seizing the target, we will swiftly relocate to Anluan County. Ensure Liu Qing acts promptly and confirms the timing. Yang Ao grasped his teacup, his demeanor cold. Once the formula is uncovered, I shall make Xiao Yuan wish he had never been born. Your arrival at Yuanshan Trading Company is indeed a rare occasion. Elder Liu. Xiao Yuan greeted with a smile, ushering Liu Qing into the elegant chamber on the top floor and presenting fragrant tea. The tea at this moment was no longer the wild mountain brew of old, but rather renowned teas gathered from the 5 regions by the Tianhua Trading Company. This fine tea soothes the mind and offers a comforting sensation that lingers. After some pleasantries, Liu Qing remarked, the Yuanshan Trading Company is newly established and currently only in Lanxiong County. Why not distribute some Bixia Sandan to the Alchemy Trading Company? I can assure you it will only be sold within the 18 states of the alchemy sect, without encroaching upon the borders of the Yu dynasty. Xiao Yuan shook his head with a smile. Elder Liu, I regret to inform you that Yuanshan has an existing agreement with Tianhua, preventing us from supplying other companies in bulk. What a pity. It seems Old Li has taken the lead, that Liu Qing swiftly changed the subject. I hear that Yuanshan is seeking extraordinary pills and offering high prices for acquisitions. Indeed, Xiao Yuan confirmed. To be candid, Elder Liu, I once obtained a formula for a pill known as the Eastern Sea Water Control Pill. Crafted long ago by a sage using the water control pearl, consuming it grants cultivators various remarkable abilities such as water avoidance, control, and drawing water. The lowest yield is at least an esteemed tier pill. Ditto. Such a wondrous pill exists? I, for one, am quite eager to witness it, that Liu Qing replied. As it happens, I have the pill with me. Xiao Yuan took the pill bottle, carefully assessing the resonance and fragrance emanating from it. The 3,000 yuan stones required for replication caused a barely perceptible frown to cross his face. After a moment, he inquired, is this a remnant pill? Indeed, Lu Qing confirmed. When my companions and I discovered this pill years ago, only the incomplete formula and pill remained. After decades of research, we have yet to yield results. Only sighing at our misfortune. The alchemy sect possesses countless talented individuals. Why not seek assistance from your mentors? Elder Lu? Lu Qing hesitated, sighing, Master Xiao, you stand as an independent figure. You cannot comprehend the worries of U.S. disciples of the major sections. Should news leak, the formula would inevitably be offered to the sect, and even a reward of 10,000 yuan stones would be considered generous. However, this is an esteemed tier formula. Its value must be calculated in yuan jade. Not something so trivial. But it is incomplete, Xiao Yuan stated, holding the pill tightly. Elder Lu suggests selling it to the Yuanshan Trading Company. Indeed, Master Xiao truly possesses sharp insight. That is precisely my intention. I hope to exchange it for some yuan stones that, and no matter how exquisite the East Sea's Yushui Dan may be, the residual pills hold little value. Analyzing the formula from the remnants is virtually impossible. Only if the complete formula were available would there be a glimmer of hope. Naturally, the formula must be sold alongside the pills, yet it currently rests in the hands of my fellow practitioner. And only upon the confirmation of Master Zhao's purchase can I summon him back, Xiao Yuan inquired. Is that person far from Lanjing? Lu Qing replied. He is in a nearby prefecture. But having offended Elder Zhou, he dares not approach the prefectural city that I see. For the residual pills and the formula, how about 10,000 jade? After all, the formula belongs to both my friend and me. Add an additional 2,000 jade. Master Xiao, being magnanimous, remarked that the elixir would be kept for him, and he would immediately gather his fellow practitioner to return the formula. Xiao Yuan, with a smile that held a hint of irony, responded, No need for a deposit. You place too much trust in me. Lu Qing, with utmost seriousness, countered. Just by observing the stature of Yuanshan Tower, one can discern Master Zhao's grand ambitions and magnificent demeanor. How could he stoop to petty gains? If it were not for my lifelong dedication to the alchemy sect, I would insist on joining the Yuanshan Merchant Association, even if it meant merely being a steward. A few days later, Lu Qing returned, offering multiple apologies. Master Xiao graciously accepted, explaining that his friend had not seen him for many days and was worried that he might abscond with the jade, insisting on seeing the jade before handing over the formula. Xiao Yuan chuckled. No matter. Elder Lu, with your backing from the Alchemy Merchant Association, your reputation in Lanjing is resounding. Considering your stature, a half deposit is no issue. No, Lu Qing quickly interjected. Business cannot be conducted in such a manner. Even if Master Xiao has a generous heart, I cannot allow my friend to act so brazenly. I request that Master Xiao personally conduct the transaction with my friend. As a gesture of goodwill, the price can be reduced by 1,000 jade. Xiao Yuan shook his head. A mere 1,000 jade is trivial. It is simply that Yuanshan Tower is immensely busy, and I lack the time to leave the city. Then reduce it by another 1,000 jade. Lu Qing, resigned, responded. Master Xiao, my friend is exceedingly obstinate. Without your personal assurance, he will surely accuse me of pocketing the difference. Xiao Yuan pondered. When shall we meet? The 30th. How does that sound? I can spare half a day's time. We can meet at the city gate then. Excellent. Should this deal come to fruition, I shall be at ease for the rest of my life. As Lu Qing departed down the stairs, Xiao lightly tapped the railing, lost in thought that on August 30th, in the late morning, Xiao Yuan and Lu Qing met as agreed at the east gate. Xiao Yuan summoned the Jing Tianzhou, which transformed midair, and he leapt aboard. Is this the Jing Tianzhou? Lu Qing inquired. A gift from the Tianhua Merchant Association to celebrate our opening. It can be propelled by yuan stones, making travel convenient. The Jing Tianzhou soared away from Lanjing, leaving Lu Qing in a state of uncertainty. The proximity felt so intimate that he believed he could easily subdue Xiao Yuan, yet the latter casually produced a flying vessel. And it was prudent to suppress any murderous intent and gaze towards the clouds that we have traveled 100 miles from the city. Even if Elder Zhou possesses vast powers, he cannot sense our presence here. Your friend ought to be making his appearance now, yes? Lu Qing hastily replied. He is timid as a mouse, terribly afraid of Elder Zhou. He is likely still ahead. I implore Master Xiao to continue onward. Chapter 48. On Sheep's Head Peak to the south of Lanjing, the old site of the Evernight Forest, crumbling walls, and desolate vegetation. The return to this familiar ground struck Wang Xing, the Azure Dragon envoy, with profound sorrow. The once bustling Evernight Forest Ghost Market had fallen into such disrepair after decades of prosperity. They would never have another decade to rebuild the Longjing branch of the Evernight Forest. For both the Dayu court and Zhou Shuhan were watching them closely. Wang Xing, a master at the level of a revered elder, under the reign of the carefree king, prided himself on his keen intellect and meticulous strategies, confident that his plan to steal the Wind and Thunder Xian Pearl was flawless. However, Zhou Shuhan played him like a fool, allowing him to believe he was reeling in a big catch while simultaneously dismantling the Ghost Market's grand formation. The memory of Xiao Yuan, who had mingled among them, lingered in Wang Xing's mind. His confidence led him to believe that the isolated Xiao Yuan would never betray him. Yet in light of such a crushing defeat, he could only view Xiao Yuan as a turncoat. Later, when news spread that Xiao Yuan had assisted the Diyu court in breaking the restrictions at Looting Mountain and was granted permission to seek treasures in the dojo, was it not evidence of this suspicion? It was no wonder that, even with Zhu Qingfeng and Wu Qian inviting trouble, the grand formation of the Evernight Forest fell so rapidly. It was reasonable to conclude that there was a holy hand aiding them. A messenger pigeon landed on Wang Xing's hand, and upon reading the note, he grunted, "Heaven rewards the diligent. Those who dare to leave the city shall not return." Yuan power surged forth, manifesting as invisible wings behind him, stirring the surrounding air as he shot towards the east. He Jinghong opened his eyes and took down the note from the talon of a flying hawk, indicating that Xiao Yuan and Lu Qing were heading eastward. Both below the 5th rank. With a gentle tremor, the note crumbled to dust, and he Jinghong darted towards the direction Xiao Yuan had taken, he and Wang Xing, one veering from the south and the other from the north, converged on the east with an unspoken synchronicity. Between Longjing and Qichong, there lay Guanshuan Mountain, whose complex terrain seemed to trap the spring water within, thus earning its name. Elder Fan Guanjie, accompanied by 8 skilled members of his clan, had long set up a grand formation here. Once Xiao Yuan fell into it, even with countless revered artifacts, he would find it impossible to escape, left with no choice but to surrender, standing atop the peak. Fan Guanjie faced the azure clouds, embodying the majestic presence of a revered elder. Unfortunately, the sudden arrival of the flying hawk shattered this serene image. Xiao Yuan halted at Sheep's Head Peak, declaring he would wait for a quarter of an hour. Should his friend fail to arrive, he would take his leave, advising them to do as they wished. Liu Qing's message was rather blunt. Yet Fan Guanjie paid it no mind, his thoughts occupied with maps of the 2 locations. Sheep's Head Mountain, resembling a sheep's head, had 2 elongated stone formations extending like horns, earning it its name. It lay approximately 120 miles from Longjing and about 80 miles from Guanshuan Mountain. With his late-stage revered strength, he could travel 4,000 miles in a day, reaching the destination in a mere quarter of an hour. Fan Guanjie dismissed his subordinates and sped away, atop Sheep's Head Peak. The winds howled fiercely as Xiao Yuan took out a copper tower and placed it atop the sheep's head, comfortably sitting inside while sipping tea. Elder Lu has presided over Longjing for quite some time, hasn't he? The fire blazed brightly, and the water boiled, filling the air with the aroma of brewing tea. Liu Qing instinctively nodded. For 12 years, Xiao Yuan chuckled, as the steward of the branch, welcoming and sending off guests. You ought not to be so flustered. Liu Qing's heart quivered, quickly casting aside his distractions, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, I cannot help but feel anxious at the thought of 10,000 jade. Fearing that my friend might act foolishly and stubbornly refuse to come. Did that person save your life? No. Liu Qing, not comprehending Xiao Yuan's implication, could only respond vaguely, since he has not saved your life. Even if this endeavor fails, there will be future opportunities that I expect that due to his arrogance, should he miss this deal, he will feel ashamed and willfully hand over the formula. Master Xiao possesses keen insight. I, being embroiled in the situation, fail to see such a point, and I feel truly ashamed. No matter, let us drink tea. Xiao Yuan smiled, suddenly hearing the sound of something piercing the air like tearing cloth. Is that your friend? Liu Qing peered through the windows, his joy palpable. It is he. It is he. I will go to greet him. Please remain here, Elder Liu, that I shall accompany you. Xiao Yuan swiftly exited the copper tower. And before Lu Qing could finish his sentence, the doors and windows slammed shut, firmly trapping Lu Qing inside, isolating him from the external world, and it sounds that Lu Qing panicked, banging on the copper tower. Yet it yielded no response. Xiao Yuan chuckled. This is the opening gift from Luo Wei to the Yuanshan Merchant Association. After Luo Wei entrusted the Tianhua chief steward Ouyang Chong to present several hundred anti-evil pills to the Dao Academy. He had commissioned the Tianhua Merchant Association to deliver the gift. The copper tower, a revered artifact, could shield against external attacks while simultaneously serving as a cage for those inside. May I inquire if you are Elder Lu's friend? Fan Guanjie descended before Xiao Yuan, slowly advancing. Indeed, I bring with me the formula for the EC's Yushui Dan. I wonder where my brother Lu is gone. I must ask you to halt. The Bai Shui Dan X and Ding materialized, hovering above Xiao Yuan's head, poised to envelop him at a moment's notice. Sensing the brilliance of the Dan X and Ding, which seemed to surpass the revered level, Fan Guanjie had no choice but to stop, standing 50 paces away from Xiao Yuan while calculating the likelihood of a successful strike. Elder Lu's conscience has awakened and has fully divulged the matter to me. You need not feign ignorance. Fan Guanjie, startled, forced himself to remain composed and replied, What jest is this, Master Xiao? I do not quite understand. Xiao Yuan chuckled. I am not familiar with Qi Chong. May I ask which elder from the Fan family has graced us with their presence? You, Fan Guanjie, paled, a sense of panic flooding over him as he felt the urge to turn and flee. I am a revered elder. He is merely a second-tier lackey. The distinction between the sacred and the mundane is clear. Even with peculiar artifacts for protection, what is there to fear, since you are aware of my identity? Why do you remain here? Do you believe that Fan's techniques are ineffective? As Fan Guanjie stepped closer, Xiao Yuan could only shake his head in resignation, swiftly retreating into the Dan X and Ding and sealing the lid. Elder Fan, it is not that I wish to speak to you in this manner. Xiao Yuan mocked. Has the elder been in this role for too long, losing touch with the ways of the world? To fly with one's physical body, even a revered elder's cultivation cannot be concealed. While outwardly being cordial, you have continuously circulated your Yuan power. Are you foolish, or do you take me for a fool? Fan Guanjie was compelled to halt, gazing at the cauldron before him, declaring, Cultivators traverse the heavens and earth. Do you think that relying on a treasured artifact allows you to act with impunity? Our levels of cultivation are worlds apart. How can one be so audacious as to insult me? Elder Fan speaks with gravity, yet it is merely idle chatter, unworthy of such seriousness. The sound from the cauldron is somewhat muffled, and Xiao Yuan chuckles. I have heard that the Qi Chong Fan family shares profound ties with the Yang family of the imperial capital at this moment. They are racking their brains to trouble me. Perhaps at the behest of Yang Ao. Fan Guanjie retorts sharply, Do not speak nonsense that I see. Let me rephrase my inquiry, Xiao Yuan replies. What do you or your group intend to do with me? Sharp-tongued and quick-witted, he exclaims, like drifting snowflakes and flying blossoms. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, Fan Guanjie finally makes his move, unleashing the Fan family's floating snow technique, with snowflakes slicing through the air like sharp blades. Swirling towards the Danshin cauldron. After a cacophony of clashing sounds and a tempestuous onslaught, the Danshin cauldron remains unscathed. Xiao Yuan laughs heartily. Elder Fan, is it only you sent from your family? It seems unlikely you can breach my treasured cauldron. That it must be a royal artifact. Fan Guanjie's expression darkens. What if I were to join in? Chapter 49, a complete capture. The fierce gale howls, and a streak of silver light darts forth, landing atop Yangshuo Peak. Fan Guanjie's eyes narrow in vigilance as he withdraws the floating snow technique before him, revealing the arrival of the royal envoy. Xiao Yuan smiles lightly. I trust you have been well, that is the envoy. Wang Xing settles his azure robe billows, and with a powerful wind sword imbued with formidable principles, he strikes the Danshin cauldron with a resounding chime. The cauldron remains untouched. After absorbing the source gold and Xiao Yuan's considerable alchemical efforts, the Bai Shui Danshin gradually regains its royal might, its brilliance radiant, and its principles complete. Wang Xing's enthusiasm causes Xiao Yuan to feel somewhat embarrassed. Wang Xing furrows his brow. Is this truly a royal artifact? Fan Guanjie inquires, Might I ask what this Wang Dao friend intends? Are you also here for Xiao Yuan? Wang Xing chuckles. Fan Guanjie, do you not recognize the Qinglong envoy from the Nightless Forest? Fan Guanjie focuses intently, seeing a face partially obscured by a green mask. Yet the features are distinct. You are the Qinglong envoy. I have long admired your reputation. Wang Xing states, since our target is Xiao Yuan. Why not combine our efforts to break this cauldron? Fan Guanjie nods in agreement. The floating snow and the Qinglong wind sword unite, maximizing their revered principles as they search for weaknesses in the royal cauldron from all angles. After a quarter of an hour, the air settles and the principles dissipate. Both men sigh heavily. It appears that with just the two of us, we cannot shake the royal cauldron. Add me to the fold. A voice of lament wafts from afar, and a figure cloaked in black appears, obscured by robes, his face hidden from view. Did I possess a formation technique, royal level, with 3 revered ranks representing the celestial, terrestrial, and human triad. Refining the royal cauldron will be a mere formality. He Jinghong speaks softly. I only require Xiao Yuan himself. May I ask why the two of you are here? Wang Xing laughs heartily, for the sake of a fellow Taoist. I could let Xiao Yuan go, but I would require some compensation in the form of Yuan Yu. And what of you, esteemed brother? Fan Guanjie hesitates. I desire the formula for the evil pacifying 3 pills. Wang Xing claps his hands in laughter. What a rare occasion for us 3 to meet by chance. Yet share such aligned interests. I implore the black-robed friend to promptly produce the formation flag and inscribe the principles. Hey. Xiao Yuan cries from within the cauldron. Shouldn't the 3 of you consult the opinion of the party involved in this matter before making such a hasty decision? In front of the 3 revered beings. How could a mere fledgling like you presume to speak? Wang Xing takes the formation flag, thrusting it into the void atop the mountain, inscribing the formation's principles, only to be met with a sudden change of color. The flag cannot be inserted. The void is already restricted by a formation. Fan Guanjie continuously attacks with his techniques, exclaiming, "This is bad. A formation has been laid in this place. Now it's my turn." Formation, arise. Xiao Yuan roars, as myriad rays of dawn descend, principles shimmering like glass. For colossal swords materialize, anchoring the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, ensnaring Wang Xing, He Jinghong, and Fan Guanjie firmly in the center. The Emperor's sword formation. The 3, deeply entangled with the Great Yu government, are taken aback as the swords ascend, the principles manifesting, leading them to exclaim in unison, Zhou Shuhan. Wang Xing grits his teeth. Fan Guanjie and He Jinghong suddenly awaken to the realization that the royal-level Emperor's sword formation is designated for the Great Yu cities. Evidently lent by Lan Xiong, who guards Zhou Shuhan, to fortify the city's defenses. Xiao Yuan's voice turns cold, akin to a chilling breeze drifting through the mountains, slicing at their very essence. What I desire is quite simple, to deal with Yang Ao and his hounds. I never anticipated to ensnare 2 great fish. Since this is the case, you shall not walk the road to the Yellow Springs alone. The Emperor's sword formation unleashes its fury, the piercing sword energy coursing through the air, ensnaring the 3 revered figures within a tempest of principles that He Jinghong's form is exposed immediately, frantically conjuring a sea star shield. The other 2 have no time for shock or idle banter. Wang Xing raises the Qinglong token, and Fan Guanjie brandishes the snowflake cloud fan, straining to resist the royal-level sword formation's onslaught. The Emperor's sword formation, honed through generations of Lan Xiong's guardianship, possesses a spiritual essence far exceeding the ordinary. Xiao Yuan, wielding the royal-level Danxin cauldron to anchor the formation, continuously replenishes it with vast quantities of Yuan Yu. He Jinghong is the first to crumble. Wailing in despair, "Spare me, Holy Hand, I recognize my mistakes and am willing to serve as your horse and saddle." Xiao Yuan retorts, "Such a talented individual as Elder He, I dare not have in my ranks. Lest I worry about being bitten back at any moment," that He Jinghong pleads, "I can establish a life-or-death contract that I am unprepared. My apologies." Xiao Yuan grips the formation plate tightly, manipulating the techniques, manifesting the Emperor's sword in unison. Like thunder shattering the skies, breaching He Jinghong's protective principles and reducing him to dust. Witnessing the grim scene, Fan Guanjie's spirit trembles, and he follows suit, his resolve faltering. Wang Xing grits his teeth, channeling his Yuan force to maintain his principles and the Qinglong token. Xiao Yuan remains unhurried, utilizing the Emperor's sword formation to wear down his Yuan force and spiritual essence until they are utterly exhausted and trapped within the formation. You refuse to kill me? He scoffs. This is your final utterance, which seems rather lackluster. With a smile, Xiao Yuan wields the Emperor's sword, extinguishing Wang Xing's vitality, that if being the descendant of the Holy Hand was the concealed minefield that Xiao Yuan had yet to detonate. Then the arrogant and overconfident Qinglong envoy from the Nightless Forest, Wang Xing, was the one who triggered the lightning. His flawed schemes and careless actions not only led to the demise of the Nightless Forest, but also caused Xiao Yuan to be oppressed by Lan Xiu. Were it not for the contingency left by Xiao Heng and the commendable character of Master Luo Wei, Xiao Yuan would have long since been buried in the depths of Deer Peak. In the thickets months prior, Wang Xing, inadvertently driving away He Jun, may have saved Xiao Yuan half a life that I in the Lan Xiong treasury. The hand that shattered the Tianxi mirror by Zhu Qingfeng also repaid this life-saving grace. Xiao Yuan carefully channels his Yuan force to gather Wang Xing's remains, not out of any respect, but purely as a courtesy for borrowing the Emperor's sword formation from Lan Xiu. The evil pacifying 3 pills, though precious, are merely a means to an end. However, for Zhou Shihan to risk the entire city to lend this formation, there must be some official documentation. The head of Wang Xing, the Qinglong envoy under the Nightless Forest's carefree throne, carries significant weight. Perhaps Zhou Shihan could even be promoted based on this achievement. Wang Xing's personal belongings must also be surrendered in full, serving as proof of his identity. Yet Xiao Yuan will take the liberty to ensure that valuable items can be replicated. Next comes He Jinghong and Fan Guanjie, both revered elders with numerous treasures. Xiao Yuan cannot meticulously inventory their possessions at the moment and can only temporarily withhold them. He adjusts the grand formation and gazes toward the disciples of the Fan family arriving on flying vessels. 8-peak 5th-tier experts, seasoned and ruthless, capable of forming a sword formation and operating combat flying vessels, would typically have a chance to escape even against ordinary revered experts. Unfortunately, they collide head-on with the royal-level Emperor's sword formation. Xiao Yuan, where is Elder Fan? A disciple of the Fan family calls out, confirming Xiao Yuan's identity from the portrait, yet they see no sign of Elder Fan Guanjie. Panic brews within them, but they maintain their composure, audaciously questioning Xiao Yuan. Friend, what brand of flying vessel are you piloting? It is so shoddy that it cannot even compare to a warm meal. Presumptuous. A young man, incensed, shouts, kill him. Xiao Yuan's provocations cause the Fan family disciples to lose their reason in an instant. Especially the helmsman, whose blood rushes to his head as he charges at Xiao Yuan. Do not act rashly. Someone shouts, but it is of no use. The flying vessel has already entered the trap of the Emperor's sword formation. The formation surges, principles entwining, and the 8 individuals, vessel and all, are reduced to dust, leaving only their storage rings to flutter down, gathered by Xiao Yuan. Even the revered-level flying vessels do not pique Xiao Yuan's interest. As he possesses the boundless warship and the heavenly vessel, he dismisses them swiftly, eager to conclude matters, for there remains a troublesome chicken rib to deal with within the Copper Tower. Chapter 50. The Promise of the Revered One, a Chicken Rib. A chicken rib, tasteless to eat, regrettable to discard. Xiao Yuan had not initially considered how to manage Lu Qing. Otherwise, he would not have made matters so complex, even going through the trouble of locking him within the Copper Tower. The royal-level Emperor's sword formation is so sharp that it can obliterate revered beings, let alone 5th-tier experts. Xiao Yuan has killed numerous disciples of the alchemy sect and does not care about the life of one Lu Qing. But during the city's exit, many witnessed him accompanying Lu Qing, sharing a flying vessel. They were merely bait. After all, meant to create a grand spectacle. It stands to reason that He Jinghong and Wang Xing were ensnared for this very reason. Killing him would pose an issue in explaining matters to the Alchemy Merchant Association. The Copper Tower opens its windows, revealing Lu Qing's disheveled hair and blood-red eyes reflected in the light. Why does the esteemed head of the association wish to play such a grand joke on me? A joke. Xiao Yuan replies, hands clasped behind his back. Elder Fan Guanjie has already divulged everything, and he and his 8 loyal kin now rest eternally upon Yang Shou Peak. What? How could this be? Lu Qing was struck with horror, gazing out of the window yet failing to catch sight of Fan Guanjie, his heart sinking into despair. When the Copper Tower was sealed off and Xiao Yuan faced Fan Guanjie alone, he had anticipated that events might take a dire turn, but he had not expected such a transformation to manifest so starkly. It was utterly inconceivable that a revered figure, accompanied by 8 fifth-tier disciples, could perish at the unremarkable Yangshuo Peak, capable of laying waste to numerous peripheral towns. President Xiao, spare me. I am forced into this. And I am willing to reveal the Eastern Sea's water avoidance dam formula, Lu Qing exclaimed, retrieving a piece of sheepskin from his storage ring, though it was tattered and incomplete. Xiao Yuan, unceremoniously accepting it, remarked, "It is insufficient." That Lu Qing pleaded desperately. "I will give you my storage ring, everything I possess. Just spare my life, that I swear I shall never oppose you again." Upon a brief examination of Lu Qing's storage ring, Xiao Yuan discovered it contained thousands of yuan jade and over 1,000 yuan stones, along with an abundance of treasures, techniques, and elixirs as a representative of the Alchemy Trade Association stationed in a county. Lu Qing was indeed quite prosperous. However, Xiao Yuan remained unimpressed. Such items were commonplace in the market, offering him only trivial gains, and he could easily earn enough yuan jade to purchase them through the god-level replication elixirs. "Your wealth may be considerable, but it does not pique my interest," at Lu Qing. "If this is all you offer, it will not suffice to preserve your life." Gradually, Lu Qing began to comprehend his precarious position. Abandoning any pretense, "President Xiao, please articulate your desires, and I shall deliver them without hesitation." Xiao Yuan stepped closer, whispering softly, "The alchemy true scripture, impossible." Lu Qing instinctively shouted, only to realize the peril he was in. He quickly added, "President, it is not that I am uncooperative, but the core scriptures practiced by the disciples are safeguarded by mechanisms established by the sovereign or elders, with prohibitions set within the sea of divine thought that would shatter upon contact." The cold mountain winds howled as Xiao Yuan stood at the peak, calmly regarding Lu Qing, his hair tousled by the breeze, exuding an air of composure. Lu Qing felt an intangible pressure rising within him, as though a tranquil lake had been encased by a thick layer of ice, waiting to ensnare the unsuspecting fish beneath. "The alchemy true scripture resides within my sea of divine thought. Many verses cannot be accessed until I reach the appropriate realm." Ultimately, the fervor for survival outweighed the constraints of sect rules, and Lu Qing surrendered, laying the matter bare. Even among disciples of his sect, it was challenging to recite the scriptures. One could only impart their personal understanding of cultivation to others. Compared to the saints and nobles, whose realms were profoundly higher, Lu Qing, merely at the 5th tier, would be the subject of ridicule. And if he were to mislead others, he would deserve 1,000 deaths without complaint. "Do you wish to die?" "Huh." Lu Qing waved his hands insistently. "That is not my intention at all." Xiao Yuan replied, "If that is not your intention, then write it down. Inscribe it on silk, ensuring it remains true to the original meaning, and sign your full name." Lu Qing's expression fell, yet faced with the unyielding copper tower, he had no choice but to resign himself to fate. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The silk was soon filled with characters. Having served as an attendant for many years, Lu Qing possessed a commendable hand. And as he completed the inscription with his seal, he let out a long sigh. Xiao Yuan took the silk, noting that the cost of replication was merely 30 yuan stones. This indicated that both the silk and the scribe were of low tier. Failing to invoke the Tao principles necessary to preserve the scriptures, that a cursory glance revealed that the verses were indeed profound and enigmatic, making it impossible to discern their authenticity at that moment. Fortunately, although Xiao Yuan coveted the treasures of the emperor, he did not particularly yearn for the alchemy true scripture. After securing the silk, he spoke slowly. "Lu Qing, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. That my interest in your sect's foundational techniques is not the primary motivation behind this. Rather, it serves as a small reprimand for you, that I hope that this matter clears our grievances, and considering this silk, you will refrain from troubling me with the Alchemy Trade Association in the future." For such writings are common in the streets. That Lu Qing bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, President Xiao, for your mercy." Returning the storage ring, aside from the disappeared yuan jade and yuan stones, the remaining items were nearly intact. Lu Qing was instantly moved, feeling a profound sense of relief and a peculiar significance. Xiao Yuan had no time to attend him further, escorting him back before parting ways outside Lanqiong City. At the east gate, atop the watchtower, Xiao Yuan's sky-seeking vessel landed steadily on the tower, and he disembarked, stowing the flying vessel before entering the watchtower. Xiao Yuan had met with Elder Zhou, whose assistance he would never forget. The elder seated within the watchtower was Zhou Shihan, the guardian of Lan Xiong. Though Feng Xian was the ostensible ruler, he functioned as the clandestine king, without his oversight of the city and control over the emperor's sword array. Feng Xian would likely not dare to remain in Lan Xiong city. Let us be clear, Zhou Shihan began accepting the emperor's sword array and re-establishing the city as defenses that the replica emperor's sword returned to the four city gates. The presence of fifth-tier and above cultivators within the city became apparent, bringing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing has gone awry. He turned to Xiao Yuan, stating, Yang Ao is a man of petty mind and narrow capacity, appearing benevolent yet truly vicious. Had he come to Lan Xiong openly, properly inviting Yuan Chen to sell the formula, rather than covertly leveraging the ministry's name for personal gain, and had his schemes not been exposed, I would not have interfered. Xiao Yuan smiled. Master Luo Wei of the Great Yu Dao Institute and I share a good rapport. He has instructed me multiple times. The Great Yu dynasty, compared to other holy sects, is a bastion of principles and rules. The distinction between public and private matters is clear. Although I am young, I understand the implications. Whether it was the Ningzhou government's plea to my late father to dismantle the restrictions of Deer Peak leading to his demise, or the appointment of the city lord Feng Xian for me to inherit this endeavor. These are matters of public record. Known all that in contrast, the so-called Yang Ao, serving the ministry, not only exploits public resources for personal gain, but also meddles in county affairs, inviting families from other counties to launch attacks. Each of these actions is reprehensible, a veritable pestilence upon the nation. Zhou Shihan replied gravely, given that Feng Xian provided an early warning and navigated the situation. And considering Lan Xiong County's isolation from Ningzhou, with no support from the court, I, as President Xiao, shall spare Yang Ao's life, trusting he will not dare to invade the south again. The conflict between the capital and localities, as well as the tensions between noble families and official cultivators, is complex and profound. Compromise is often a necessity. Zhou Shihan, in his esteemed position as an elder, proactively dispatched Feng Xian to issue warnings, facilitating the borrowing of the emperor's array and assisting with its setup to Tio Xiao Yuan. This was already a significant favor. The same sentiment prevails. While the three evils Dan are indeed precious, both Luo Wei and Zhou Shihan are elders, and they cannot be said to lack the means to procure them. The more I offer, the more it symbolizes friendship. Hence, others accepting it is also an expression of camaraderie. And it would never lead to arrogance on my part. After all, Zhou Shihan could easily have remained indifferent, observing the outcome without involvement, as neither Yang Ao nor Xiao Yuan held any familial ties to him. Xiao Yuan bowed deeply. Elder Zhou's aid is etched in my heart. Yang Ao's life is but a drifting feather, not worthy of your concern. Had he not provoked me, I would never have recognized a gentleman by the surname Yang. Strength and gentleness and harmony, the way of heaven and earth. Zhou Shihan nodded. Who has the Fan family dispatched? Fan Guanjie and the 8 fifth-tier disciples have all perished within the emperor's sword array. By the way, I have a gift for you, elder. After Xiao Yuan spoke, he produced the remains of Wang Xing clad in azure garments, adorned with a peculiar mask, and possessing a robust physique. The remnants of his Tao were evident. Zhou Shihan exclaimed in surprise. Could it be Wang Xing, the azure dragon envoy, under the unending forest's carefree throne? Indeed. Excellent, excellent. That day, he plotted to delay me, hoping to create an opportunity for his subordinates to raid the treasury. I had crossed paths with him before. His wind-based Yuan techniques were quite impressive that I never anticipated he would also fall to the emperor's sword array. Had he not been a man of petty mind, clinging to me, today's calamity might have been averted, and he would still be regarded as the lord of the underworld. Every action and decision is preordained. Had he not provoked you, leading to this perilous entanglement, today's reckoning would not have occurred. Yet here lies his head, and I find myself indebted to you. Zhou Shihan pondered for a moment, and, without waiting for Xiao Yuan to be courteous, stated directly, your Yuan Qin Tower business is thriving. Both of the great Yu alchemy trade associations are quite envious, yet they lack overt strength and solid backing. This could pose considerable trouble. Henceforth, as long as I am in charge of the town's defense, I shall ensure the Yuan Qin Tower remains secure. Xiao Yuan ceased further discourse and, after a respectful bow, departed in the city, apart from official figures. The use of flying artifacts was prohibited, compelling Xiao Yuan to proceed on foot. Contemplating as he walked, did I end their brief interactions? Zhou Shihan exhibited a level of reliability that even surpassed Luo Wei. Luo Wei was a principled individual, an exceptionally independent master of formations, who understood the importance of gratitude but would never allow it to interfere with his own interests. In contrast, Zhou Shihan was a bold and progressive character, willing to take risks and make sacrifices up front. Since the inception of Yuancheng, Fengxian had come to alert Xiao Yuan, providing support, and with his seasoned experience. He closely monitored Yang Ao's movements. Upon detecting unusual activity, he audaciously repositioned the Imperial Sword formation, setting up an ambush and lending the array plates to outsiders. Each step was a test of Zhou Shihan's courage and wisdom. Were he a lesser individual, he might have faltered at every turn, beset by doubt. Perhaps he was inherently such a reckless character, viewing his daring actions as inconsequential, merely aiming to sever the meddlesome grasp of the capricious Yang family from the capital over the local prefecture, without considering the substantial benefits that the other key player might reap. Yet, it was precisely these qualities of bravery and intellect that captivated Xiao Yuan, compelling him to leave a significant mark on Zhou Shihan. The promise articulated by Zhou Shihan from the watchtower was as weighty as Wang Ding's. And should Zhou Shihan be reassigned in the future, if Yuancheng were to find itself coveted by various parties, he might well regard that promise as a lifeline, establishing a business association that would follow Zhou Shihan closely. Upon returning to the Yuancheng Chamber of Commerce, which had only just closed, Xiao Rou, accompanied by two handmaidens, was busy tallying the performance of the Yuancheng staff over the past fortnight and urging him to fulfill his pre-opening promises. Xiao Yuan, having not even sipped a drop of water, saw the abundant spoils from Yangshuo Peak being hurriedly brought in, too numerous to be counted, and he thought it prudent to discuss these matters the following day that he could not help but lament. This is the collective hope of everyone over the past half-month. Xiao Rou promptly countered, a person cannot establish themselves without trust, especially since many have truly exerted themselves in their work. This fortnight had also been a significant trial for Xiao Rou, greatly enhancing her skills in both cultivation and management. When she expressed her intention to select handmaidens as assistants, Xiao Yuan was taken aback, as if witnessing a little sister suddenly mature. His joy was boundless. As for the current outcome, it could only be chalked up to one's own actions. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Yuan took up the ledger for verification, occasionally calling for old Zhang to inquire, and after some time, he came to a decision, swiftly making notes in the ledger, stating, "Let them assemble that I end the dining hall on the first floor." 70 staff members who had joined Yuancheng gathered, their eyes fixed in anticipation. Whether it was the composed Yuan Yi or the passionate Lu Zhao, all were visibly excited, awaiting their ratings and rewards. Half a month had passed, and though they might not yet see themselves as part of Yuancheng, they had placed immense trust in Xiao Yuan's reputation. Where merit would be rewarded and faults penalized, a preliminary order had begun to take shape. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promises. With old Zhang on one side and Xiao Rou on the other, Xiao Yuan exuded the commanding presence of a boss in a meeting, surveying his subordinates with disdain. Yet he detested lengthy speeches that strayed from the point, viewing them as a waste of his time and a detriment to others' lives. What I mentioned about the number of people who would receive cultivation opportunities is somewhat hazy to me now. A murmur of unease rippled through the crowd as they began to worry about potential reductions in the slots. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan did not keep them in suspense. Regardless of previous claims, we will now increase the number to 40, over half. Even those who join later are eligible for selection, provided your average daily performance ranks among the top. However, for fairness, while rewards will be given, some deductions will also apply, which we will discuss later. Let us first confirm last month's rewards. Xiao Rou cleared her throat and announced, first place, Yuan E. Reward, Celestial Grade Dragon Sparrow Technique and Celestial Grade Opening Pulse Pill. The crowd erupted in cheers, like a tempest sweeping through, with some expressing joy and others sorrow. Yuan E, caught between astonishment and concern, rose and bowed. Thank you for the generous reward. East Master, IT is a reward, not a mere gift. Please make that distinction, Xiao Yuan emphasized. Yuan paused, quickly grasping Xiao Yuan's intent that as a former practitioner who had seen the world, he promptly corrected himself. Thank you for the reward, East Master. Yuan Yi will strive even harder to ensure Yuanqing flourishes. Lu Zhao looked on enviously at Yuan Yi, aware that despite his own efforts and sincerity, he could not quite match up to him. Yuan Yi was an extraordinarily gifted individual, possessing an innate magnetism. Even while selling combat elixirs, he had customers clamoring to purchase enhancement pills from him, effectively boosting his performance to an almost unbeatable level. Second place, Yuan Jiao, reward, Celestial-grade Dragon Sparrow technique, and Earth-grade opening pulse pill. Lu Zhao instinctively stood, genuinely surprised to find himself in second place that as anticipated, a wave of skepticism arose from the crowd. Xiao Yuan remained silent, his gaze icy as he surveyed the room, akin to a fierce wind sweeping through a field of wheat, rendering the crowd instantly silent. You may question Yuan Jiao, but you cannot doubt the judgment of Yuanqing's management. Silence must be maintained while the manager speaks. Yuan Jiao lifted his head, shedding his inexplicable shame. Old Zhang seized the moment to speak. According to the East Master's words, Yuan Yi excels in business acumen. Regardless, the ability to endear oneself to customers and convert elixirs into yuan stones is an impressive feat. Yuan Jiao, however, may not shine in performance, yet his commitment to any task, be it welcoming, cleaning, sales, or logistics, has been unwavering, justifying his position in second place without a doubt, regardless of whether they could accept it. Xiao Yuan resolutely declared the evaluation results, ultimately awarding 40 individuals with cultivation opportunities, all receiving celestial-grade techniques, paired with opening pulse pills of varying grades. With the rewards distributed, a palpable division formed in the room, creating two factions of those who received rewards and those who did not, casting glances at one another, momentarily speechless. Xiao Yuan observed everything with a calm demeanor, smiling gently. The Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce will gradually expand. In the future, we will establish branches in Ningzhou, Liuzhou, and even the imperial capital, requiring talents for security, management, transportation, and promotion. Henceforth, the distribution of work will gradually align with a proper path, establishing fixed rules for succession. The first order of business is the implementation of a new merit and compensation system, categorizing employees into 12 ranks based on their tenure with the chamber, each enjoying different benefits, starting next month. Everyone will receive a monthly salary, tentatively named in yuan numbers. For instance, the 12th rank will have a base salary of 10 yuan, while the 11th rank will earn 20 yuan, though both are yuan. One from the 12th rank might only exchange for a few pieces of gold, while the 11th rank could convert theirs into yuan stones that I understand many are still bound by contracts. Lacking freedom. Yet if one can attain the 10th rank and accumulate sufficient yuan, they too can free themselves from their bonds. That a stir arose among the crowd. Many who had been forcing themselves to attend the gathering suddenly brightened, their eyes fixated on Xiao Yuan, as if the temperature in the room had risen several degrees. Xiao Yuan continued, as for how to advance in rank, it primarily depends on daily work performance. The better the comprehensive evaluation, the faster the advancement. Additionally, Yuanqing will gradually initiate training for newcomers, followed by designated roles and responsibilities. Specific methods will be arranged by Xiao Rou and Manager Zhang, that he stood and declared. In saying all this, I merely wish for you to understand that working at Yuanqing should be a stroke of fortune, akin to ascending from hell to the celestial realm. This is not your final destination. If you are willing, the future will be ever brighter. The staff could no longer contain their excitement, including Yuan Yi and Lu Zhao, who simultaneously applauded in agreement, eagerly embracing their new lives that as the others dispersed. Xiao Yuan kept the 40 disciples behind, imparting key points on opening pulse cultivation. The choice of Dragon Sparrow technique was indeed due to his familiarity with the method and its relatively low requirements for innate talent, allowing for resource investment in breaking through in combat without lagging behind other techniques that in simpler terms, it could be learned swiftly and easily. Beginning with the meridians and concluding with cultivation, he encouraged everyone to return home and ponder the techniques, preparing for formal practice once their memories were solidified. Rubbing his eyes, Xiao Yuan thought he could finally rest, only to find someone still lingering. Yuan Yi, do you have something to discuss? Yuan Yi abruptly knelt, his forehead striking the dining hall floor with a resounding thud. I beseech the East Master for mercy. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. What do you mean by this? Yuan Yi lamented, East Master, I once had a path in cultivation. Having entered the first tier at 15, yet my family suffered a calamity, and foes crippled my dantian. It seems I shall struggle to cultivate again. Thus, I seek the purple spirit pill. I implore the East Master to grant this favor. In return, Yuan will undoubtedly toil to the utmost, leaving no stone unturned. Please rise. Xiao Yuan took a couple of steps before continuing. Yuansheng is an open business, neither a court for settling grievances nor a benevolent hall for rescuing the suffering. Whether you seek justice or vengeance, you must rely on your own strength. Yuan Yi's gaze dimmed instantly. However, Xiao Yuan added, the merit and compensation system has just been established, and the purple spirit pill for restoring Dantian damage is among the exchangeable goods. Given your urgent need, I will grant you the privilege of an advance withdrawal, making you the first to utilize the merit system, and I will waive any interest, with a reassuring pat on Yuan Yi's shoulder. A celestial-grade purple spirit pill fell into the latter's palm. Cultivate diligently. Yes, East Master. Yuan Yi was filled with excitement, clutching the elixir bottle tightly. Back on the rooftop, Xiao Yuan finally found the time to assess the gains from the battle at Yangshuo Peak. Regarding the exertion of energy in managing Yuan Shun, Xiao Yuan did not harbor any aversion. After all, it brought him a substantial amount of Yuan stones, which were indispensable to him. For instance, today's battle at Yangshuo Peak was quite impressive. With the imitation of the Emperor's sword dominating the numerous venerables, and the royal level array's principles prevailing. However, what about the costs behind it? It soared to a staggering 100 million jade. The display lasted for merely a quarter of an hour, with a few strokes of sword energy and traces of Dao. Yet the consumption was so terrifying. One can only wonder about the costs of sacred and even imperial weapons. Respectable artifacts are merely a means of transport, while royal artifacts are just temporary. Thus, the Yuanshan Chamber of Commerce, nestled in Lanxiong City, must not remain complacent. They need to venture forth, to spread across other states and counties, bringing Xiao Yuan even more Yuan stones and Yuan jade. Expanding territories has always required elite soldiers and formidable generals. Regardless of whether Yuan Yi, Lu Zhao, and others can achieve success in the future, they are essential to Xiao Yuan's management of Yuan Shun and its expansion. As Xiao Yuan contemplated the fate of Yuan Shun and reviewed the spoils of war, a flickering light in Lanxiong City kept vigil throughout the night. The message from the Fan family had yet to arrive, leaving Yang Ao furious. How could they be so incompetent, unable even to eliminate a mere second-tier weed? What face did they have to govern a county? Yang Ao exploded in anger, showing no decorum whatsoever. Despite waiting for news from the Fan family, his subordinates were astonished to discover that Xiao Yuan and Lu Qing had safely returned to their respective chambers of commerce. What was going on? Had Xiao Yuan altered his plans and abruptly concluded the quest for the elixir? Or had some unforeseen incident occurred? Yang Ao was utterly perplexed as he questioned Wang Li. How could you handle matters like this? Is Lu Qing truly reliable? Wang Li wore a rather helpless expression, but earnestly explained, given the current situation, even if Lu Qing wished to extricate himself, it would be impossible. The Fan family has gone dark, and Lu Qing has not relayed any messages. It is likely something has gone awry. Something has gone awry. A venerable elder from the Fan family, accompanied by venerable artifacts and 8 fifth-tier disciples, could not defeat a mere second-tier cultivator? What nonsense is this? Yang Ao adamantly refused to believe it, persistently sending eagle messages to the Fan family inquiring about the outcome, whether anyone had been captured, and if the elixir recipe could be secured. After several attempts, the head of the Fan family, Fan Guanyu, was compelled to take matters into his own hands, tracing the path along the Qichong Lanxiong division, leaving no stone unturned. Finally, upon reaching Yangshuo Peak, he discovered a clue, snowflakes scattered like petals, lingering in the woods, refusing to melt. Observing these traces, Fan Guanyu's heart felt colder than the snowflakes themselves. Chapter 52. Riding the tide, the floating snow, and flying flowers was a family legacy of the Qichong Fan family, capable of reaching royal-level mastery, passed down for over a millennium. The Yuan power, when channeled through this technique, formed floating snow and flying flowers, comparable to artifacts of the same tier, effortlessly severing bone and flesh. With Fan Guanju's late-stage venerable cultivation, his proficiency in this technique should not have allowed such a multitude of snowflakes to be sent into the thickets. Either he could not hit the target, or he had intentionally left traces to send a message that this a royal-level formation. Fan Guanyu murmured to himself, scouring every corner of Yangshuo Peak, meticulously observing each nook and cranny. Eventually, he detected signs of both the formation and its dissolution. Although he could not ascertain precisely what transpired within the formation, combining the fresh soil and stone remnants allowed for reasonable conjectures. Suddenly, he was struck with alarm as he gazed westward, his eyes wide with disbelief. How dare Zhou Shihan? Yang Ao slammed his hand down in fury that he guards a mere county town. How could he abandon his post and use the city as protective formation for personal purposes? He must face the consequences upon receiving Fan Guanyu's message. Yang Ao was left speechless, soon erupting in uncontrollable rage. Despite all precautions against internal treachery, I had eyes everywhere, southeast, southwest, and the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce, ensuring I didn't overlook any potential threats. Yet, I failed to notice the most obvious venerable, Zhou Shihan, who was stationed right under my nose. With gritted teeth, Yang Ao yearned to storm the city lord's mansion and unleash a torrent of curses upon Zhou Shihan. However, Wang Li could only feel a sense of despair. He was akin to an insect caught in a spider's web, praying fervently that Yang Ao would not lose his sanity. Fortunately, while Yang Ao was reckless, he was not foolish. After venting his frustrations, he composed himself and stated, "Tomorrow, I will accompany the government officials back to the imperial capital. I will not let Zhou Shihan's actions go unpunished. Wang Li, you shall remain at the Diyue Chamber of Commerce for now. I will ensure you are transferred to the Ningzhou Prefecture when the opportunity arises. Thank you, young Master Yang." Yang Ao had acknowledged his defeat, granting Xiao Yuan a temporary reprieve. Upon carefully inspecting the storage rings of Wang Xing, Fan Guanjie, He Jinghong, and others, disappointment washed over him that he had anticipated that these three, being venerables, would possess ample resources, either as esteemed elders or influential leaders. But when it came to treasures, Xiao Yuan only discovered a total of 20,000 yuan jade and 6 million spiritual stones, with the majority provided by Fan Guanjie. Wang Xing and He Jinghong were utterly devoid of wealth. Moreover, several fragile jars and vials, seemingly intact, were found to be completely ruined within. Those artifacts had been reduced to powder in the clash against the Emperor's sword formation. Wang Xing and Fan Guanjie were indeed legends of the martial world, possessing a certain audacity that, in contrast, the more pitiful He Jinghong had retained the most items, many of which were in good condition, but sadly, he was too impoverished. Other than a tome titled Rising Tides from All Directions, nothing of value remained. Xiao Yuan, with a whimsical desire to uncover treasures among the refuse, unexpectedly discovered something worthwhile within He Jinghong's storage artifact. That it was a small square seal, shaped like an island, with towering mountains and rushing rivers depicted on its surface, inscribed with the characters 4 directions come. Initially, Xiao Yuan presumed it to be a testament to He Jinghong's family lineage, but upon channeling Yuan power, he realized it was a heavenly tier artifact, which piqued his interest greatly. After some investigation, he discovered its functionality. Upon infusing it with Yuan power, the characters stamped by the small seal began to change, with 4 directions come transforming into the contact information of the He family, specifically He Jinggong, the Grand Elder of Liuzhou, and He Jinggang, the Grand Elder of Haizhou. Following a string of Grand Elders, he finally encountered a unique title and name: He Wang, the acting clan leader of the 4 Directions Mountain. This small seal appeared to be a tool for the He family's secret correspondence and storage, with the locations of various Grand Elders from different states on hand. Save for the unknown location of the 4 Directions Mountain's acting clan leader, Xiao Yuan found himself unable to remain calm. As a daring thought surfaced in his mind, the He clan was the root cause of the upheaval within the Xiao family, and now, even to this day, He Jinghong still refused to let him off the hook. It was evident that no substantial changes would occur in the future, merely more harassment and trouble. Now that the small seal was in his possession, with the names and locations of the He family's Grand Elders at his disposal, why not take the initiative? Once this notion took root, it became hard to suppress. Take the unending forest, which specialized in the ghost market. There were numerous martial forces emphasizing assassination. Given the traditional governance style of Dayue, it was impossible to keep a record of all cultivators, thus rendering it impossible to eliminate conflicts among them. That as long as one did not provoke individuals on the official front, assassin organizations could thrive indefinitely. Revenge and transactions were, after all, destinies from which no one could escape. Naturally, Xiao Yuan would not personally venture into peril. Soon, a candidate came to mind. Zhang Lu, a third-tier cultivator, once a student of the academy and later a wandering rogue, possessing some cultivation and wisdom, fitting the requirements for this task. More importantly, Xiao Yuan knew nothing of his intentions or character. This was a perfect opportunity to exploit that if he botched the job, there would be no need for hesitation. He could dismiss him outright. Considering the potential loss of Yuan stones, Xiao Yuan would suppress any twinges of compassion and would not need to ponder whether Zhang Lu was an undercover agent. Conversely, if he executed the task flawlessly, even as an undercover agent, it would be splendid, at least more useful than the old Zhang or Xiao Rou, capable of navigating the martial world on his behalf. Henceforth, such murky undertakings would be entrusted to him. Excitement surged within Xiao Yuan as he swiftly dispatched an eagle message to summon Zhang Lu, who was nearby in search of elixirs. "Master, what instructions do you have for me?" "Just call me the president," Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. "Zhang Daoyu is a practitioner. You need not demean yourself like the shop assistants." Zhang Lu scratched his head, saying, "It's quite common for hired hands to address their employers as master. But if the president prefers I call you president, then old Zhang will do so." With a sigh, Xiao Yuan began to share the reason for his exasperation. "Recently, I have encountered a troublesome matter, yet there is no one in the building to assist me. It is truly vexing. I wish to enlist Zhang Daoyu's aid, but I am concerned about the potential dangers you might face. It is indeed a difficult decision." Zhang Lu patted his chest and replied, "President, if you have a matter, simply command me. Old Zhang is willing to brave fire and water without hesitation. Zhang Daoyu is a mentor in my Chamber of Commerce if it is a personal matter of mine that puts you at risk. It weighs heavily on my heart." Zhang Lu spoke earnestly, "President, you misunderstand me that I joined the Yuanshan Chamber of Commerce not for any rewards or Yuan stones, but out of admiration for your esteemed reputation. I am willing to follow you, whether it be as a mentor or in search of elixirs. Whatever the president commands, I shall not hesitate." At this point, there was no turning back. Xiao Yuan decided to lay everything on the table, explaining the situation to Zhang Lu, albeit omitting some minor details. "Assassination is not the path of righteousness. But at my young age, with my cultivation incomplete and lacking the support of family or mentors, while constantly being scrutinized by venerables, I find it truly unsettling. Thus, I have no choice but to adopt this desperate measure." Zhang Lu chuckled and said, "What are you saying, guild master? The He clan stirs up trouble, having not only caused the demise of the previous generation sage, but also casting a covetous eye on this generation sage. This the conduct of chivalry. To speak of assassination is one thing. They would not shy away from schemes and conspiracies either. This moment, the responsibility lies with me. The foremost assassin sect in the Eastern Yu region, without a doubt, is Lian Xiu. I have heard some tales in the Dao Academy, and am confident I can assist the guild master in accomplishing this task." Chapter 53. A visitor from the Zhou family, Yang Ao, rushed back to the imperial capital without pause, hastily mobilizing family connections to impeach Lan Xiong for privately relocating the city defense formation for personal gain, disregarding the laws of the court. The momentum he created was quite impressive. Fan Guanyu provided evidence of the traces of the royal sword formation used in battle at Yangshou Peak, while officials from Lan Xiong City reported unusual personnel movements from the Lord's Manor. Amidst the tumult, it seemed as if they aimed to trample Zhou Shuhan underfoot. Yet, Zhou Shuhan remained unperturbed, waiting until the court's designated personnel were prepared to investigate the matter in Ningzhou, Lan Xiong County, before slowly presenting the corpse of the Blue Dragon envoy, Wang Xing, under the throne of the carefree king of the Nightless Forest. The chilling and sharp traces of the royal sword formation clearly indicated that this was a legitimate operation to eradicate bandits and restore order, rather than the self-serving claims made by the Yang faction officials. At this point, the tide abruptly turned. Although the Yang family managed to protect several impeached officials, they could not save the Fan family. The elder of the Fan family, Qi Chong, surprisingly allied with the bandit leader of the Nightless Forest to confront him. The two agreed to meet at Yangshou Peak. Was there some unspeakable transaction between them? When the east wind rose, there was no need for Zhou Shuhan to intercede. The enemies of the Yang clan spoke on his behalf, casting the Fan family into the dust to strike at the Yang clan and sever their strength. The collusion between Qi Chong and the bandit leader of the Nightless Forest, along with the elder Fan Guanjie fighting alongside the Blue Dragon envoy, gradually came to light, resulting in a devastating blow. Their families' mines, lands, and forests were all confiscated, and many associated with Fan Guanjie were executed or exiled. How Yang Ao dealt with this setback and resentment is another matter, but Zhou Shihan was greatly comforted and burst into hearty laughter. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Had it not been for Yang Ao's collaboration, which began with a bitter ruse, his official promotion would not have gone so smoothly. Zhou Shihan gently stroked his long beard and said, "Feng Xian, you must comprehend the sacred path and break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to take over the defense of Lanxiong that I can only delay for a year or so at most." The Lord Feng Xian bowed and replied, "Feng Xian understands." Zhou Shihan nodded lightly and added, "Additionally, the Yuanshan Chamber of Commerce's Xiao Yuan is indeed a person of talent. His Chamber of Commerce deserves extra attention." Feng Xian responded, "I will faithfully adhere to the orders of the defense. However, there is one matter that may require a decision from the defense that the Honorable Zhou Wangming wishes to enter Lanxiong, stating he wants to visit Xiao Yuan. Zhou Wangming, a descendant of the Thousand Islands, though unspoken, by surname and generation, he should be an outstanding disciple of the Zhou family's younger generation." Zhou Shihan pondered for a moment, murmuring, "Ming Wang Desheng. Those who accompany him must be from the core lineage of the Zhou family, that if he is not an impostor, he would not be coming for the poxy Sandan. Please send someone to remind Xiao Yuan. If there is any matter, let him seek me." Understood. Feng Xian returned to the Grand Assembly Hall, summoned the heads of various departments to gather, and announced a period of closed-door cultivation, during which all affairs, large and small, would be temporarily handled by the acting officials. After making the arrangements, Feng Xian took out the golden feather sword, preparing to send a message to Xiao Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, he felt it was inappropriate and specifically called for the tax official, Hu Ping, instructing him to deliver a message to Xiao Yuan, being personally appointed by the lord of the city. Hu Ping felt as if his bones had loosened a few ounces. Upon leaving the city lord's residence, he was at a loss for direction, almost galloping to the Yuanshan Chamber of Commerce. Entering through the back door to the top floor, he encountered Xiao Yuan, who was engaged in cultivation and refining treasures. Uninvited guests seldom come without cause. Uncle Hu's grand arrival must be of great importance. "Excellent tea in the elegant chamber." Hu Ping took a moment to relax, savoring the tea on feng shui transported from the southern ridge, praising it repeatedly. "The city lord entrusted me to convey a message to you." Hu Ping relayed the news that Zhou Wangming wished to visit Xiao Yuan. The defense has stated that the people from the Thousand Islands Zhou family will not covet the poxy Sandan recipe. The city lord asks you to be cautious and carefully discern whether the visitor is truly a descendant of the Zhou family. Thank you for the concern of the defense and the city lord. However, for such trivial matters, a golden feather sword will suffice. There is no need to trouble Uncle Hua. I would love to be of service. After all, it is the city lord personally meeting with you. Hu Ping, after boasting, continued, "The city lord has private instructions for you." Xiao Yuan sat up straight. "Please go on. The lord of the defense hails from the outer clans of the Thousand Islands Zhou family. Although he is not from the main lineage, he is quite familiar with the Zhou family that if there are any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek an audience at the city lord's residence." Wu Ping added, "Everyone in the city lord's residence knows your name and appearance. They will certainly convey your message. Thank you, Uncle Hua." After sending off Wu Ping, Xiao Yuan began to ponder. The Thousand Islands Zhou family is a great clan that has produced emperors and stands in rivalry with the Dao refining sect and the Great Yu dynasty. Since Zhou Wangming is a disciple of the main lineage, it is unlikely he would covet the Poxy Dan and other trifles, akin to the tranquility of the Great Yu dynasty. Only someone like Yang Ao, driven by greed, would seek to stir up trouble. When soldiers come, I shall block them. When water comes, I shall dam it. Here in Lanxiong City, with Zhou Shihan's support, I am akin to being shielded by numerous royal artifacts. Why should I be filled with trepidation? After completing his mental preparation, Xiao Yuan focused on his cultivation on the top floor, setting aside time in the evenings to guide his subordinates in their cultivation. While other trivial matters gradually shifted from personal involvement to supervision and guidance, on the 9th day of the 9th month, Yuanshan Tower reported that Zhou Wangming, the respected one, had come to visit and was directly led to the top floor to observe the clouds and listen to the winds. Is the esteemed Zhou from the Thousand Islands Zhou family? Xiao Yuan inquired straightforwardly. Zhou Wangming appeared quite youthful, wearing a gentle and soothing smile that instilled a sense of springtime warmth, which paradoxically heightened one's vigilance. In an era where cultivation is revered, such a person is either a paragon of virtue or an unscrupulous deceiver. There is no need for courtesy, Guild Master Xiao. I indeed hail from Yuxiao Island. Yuxiao Island. Xiao Yuan could not help but be taken aback. The Thousand Islands Zhou family is merely a general term, referring to their influence spanning the Thousand Islands of the East Sea. However, some of these islands are not smaller than a land province. Yuxiao Island, situated in the outer sea, is the core territory of the Thousand Islands Zhou family, where only descendants of the main lineage and those managing family affairs may reside and cultivate for extended periods. The imperial treasure, the Dinghai Pearl, swirls above Yuxiao Island, endowing the entire island with abundant Taoist energy. One can imagine that those residing there would not be lacking in cultivation progress, that I am but a simple person, with ordinary eyes, unable to recognize the renowned talents of the five continents. However, may I ask the esteemed Zhou why you have come? Zhou Wangming smiled and produced a palm-sized round plate, intricately patterned. This is a token of identity for disciples of the Zhou family. The defense of Lan Xiong hails from the Thousand Islands. If Guild Master Xiao has any doubts, you may seek him for verification. Receiving this seemingly jade-like golden plate, Xiao Yuan's heart trembled violently. The cost of replicating this small item is as high as 400 million jade. What does this signify? The cost of mere replication surpasses that of many royal artifacts. What tier does it belong to? Is it a holy weapon or an imperial weapon? Guild Master Xiao, is there any issue? None at all. Xiao Yuan regained his composure and replied, though this item appears simple, it seems to possess immense power, leaving me quite shaken and somewhat uncharacteristic that I hope the esteemed Zhou will forgive me. Zhou Wangming clapped in admiration, truly worthy of being the heir of the sage. Adept at breaking prohibitions and creating forgeries. Our Zhou family's identity token, though a mere heavenly-grade common item, contains mysteries that outsiders can hardly perceive, that I did not expect Guild Master Xiao to realize its uniqueness merely upon handling it. Zhou Shihan remarked, this Dinghai pendant of mine indeed has its own tale. Xiao Yuan inquired, I would like to hear more. There is a tradition at Yuxiao Cliff. Some disciples, while traversing and undergoing trials, will have their imperial weapons consecrated, bestowing Tao principles upon the Dinghai pendant to protect the disciples. Thus, while the Dinghai pendant is indeed an ordinary item, the exceptional quality lies with the imperial weapon. Remarkable, this imperial weapon transforms stone into gold. If I could merely touch an imperial weapon, wouldn't I be able to stride across the 5 continents? Who could threaten Xiao Yuan, aside from the current emperors and the sacred grounds of imperial weapons? The depth of the imperial family is indeed profound, with boundless abilities, evoking great respect. Xiao Yuan spoke sincerely. Zhou Wangming shook his head. Though our ancestors shone brightly, that is now the past. Whether the descendants can uphold the legacy of their forebears is the true challenge. My intrusion today is due to a request that he spoke word by word. I asked Guild Master Xiao to temporarily relocate to Yuxiao Island as a guest. What merit do I possess that I would dare to trespass upon the treasure island of Yuxiao? Xiao Yuan waved his hands emphatically. I extend an earnest invitation on behalf of the Thousand Islands Zhou family for Guild Master Xiao to visit and skillfully employ the sage's hand to break the prohibitions. Xiao Yuan waved his hands more vigorously. You jest. The prohibition of Deer Peak was crafted with the aid of Luo Wei. What audacity do I possess to deceive within the imperial family? To speak candidly, I have only recently taken up my late father's mantle, and my cultivation is still shallow, making it difficult for me to bear such a responsibility that I implore the esteemed Zhou to seek someone more capable. Although the Xuanji sage's prohibition is somewhat rudimentary, it is a masterstroke of craftsmanship that my ancestors have examined the formation of Deer Peak and praised it greatly, believing that since Guild Master Xiao is capable of breaking the Deer Peak prohibition, resolving the issues of the Thousand Islands would be merely child's play. Seeing Xiao Yuan seemingly intrigued, Zhou Wangming pressed on. The influence of the Great Yu dynasty is intricate. Even the royal family cannot dominate completely, leading to the widespread knowledge of Guild Master Zhao's ability to break prohibitions across the East Sea. Various factions harbor ulterior motives, causing considerable trouble for the Guild Master. However, the Zhou family stands united. And no clan member would dare obstruct family matters that if Guild Master Xiao is unwilling. No one across the 5 continents will know your true intentions for coming to the Thousand Islands. Xiao Yuan forced a smile, reflecting on his humble status as a mere second-tier cultivator, invited by an imperial family, and could it be for any other reason? It was as clear as day. Akin to lice on a bald head. Zhou Wangming chuckled softly, acknowledging that the title of Holy Hand indeed attracted many petty individuals, whether it be the martial Dao True Eye or the Holy Hand that covers the sky. Both were formidable forces in the world, rivaling even the imperial classics that if Xiao Huizhu was willing to assist the Thousand Islands, the Yuxiao Society would extend an invitation for him to be a guest elder of the Zhou family, providing him with support in the martial world, at least ensuring that ordinary sacred lands and lesser powers would refrain from provoking him. Wasn't the method to probe spiritual mechanisms within the Holy Hand secret art akin to the spirit-probing hand? Wasn't the observation of restrictive formations done through the array-breaking True Eye? How had these transformed into the Holy Hand that covers the sky and the martial Dao True Eye in Zhou Wangming's discourse? Perhaps there lay some hidden intricacies within. Xiao Yuan dared not reveal his doubts, fearing it might expose him as a novice in Zhou Wangming's eyes. The bare existence of the Holy Hand secret art storage was a testament to the reputation of the Zhou family in the Thousand Islands. Well known across the Eastern Sea, the Yu Hai Emperor had ventured into the Eastern Sea Thousand Islands, igniting the efforts of 3 emperors to cultivate the desolate lands for the survival of humanity. How could Xiao Yuan remain indifferent to foreign affairs? Yet Xiao Yuan hesitated, stating, "The materials left behind by my late father regarding the restrictions on Lu Ding Mountain are merely embellishments. They do not indicate that I have reached the level to breach sacred prohibitions. I dread to delay the Zhou family's significant matters that TOB brought so far with great expectations. Only for it to come to naught would weigh heavily on my conscience." Zhou Wangming replied with gentle warmth. Victory and defeat are merely dictated by heaven and human intent. The Zhou family does not dare to seek guaranteed success, only wishes that Xiao Huizhu might take a step forward to assist in a trial. The Thousand Islands would be willing to reward you with holy weapons in return. Xiao Yuan expressed, "I can truly sense the sincerity of the Zhou family. May I have some time to contemplate?" Zhou Wangming smiled. "Of course, I shall return to visit you in 3 days." After sending Zhou Wangming off, Xiao Yuan pondered the pros and cons of this journey. After much deliberation, he decided to unashamedly seek counsel from the guardian. Zhou Shihan. This pattern is remarkably lifelike. I once yearned for a piece but could not obtain it back then. Zhou Shihan observed Xiao Yuan studying the copied information of the Dinghai pendant. His tone tinged with nostalgia. The reputation of the Zhou family in the Thousand Islands is more trustworthy than that of the Great Yu dynasty and the alchemy sect. The former's royal lineage is weak, leading to overt and covert conflicts among the great clans, while the latter is fragmented, with sects clashing violently. Their decisions often change, lacking consistency, that in contrast, the Zhou clan has always upheld the teachings of their founding ancestor. The Yu Hai Emperor, guarding the outer seas and expanding their territory without encroaching upon the lands of others, making the Eastern Sea synonymous with their name. The Zhou clan would never indulge in coveting treasures or concealing information, nor would they stoop to harming invited guests. Zhou Wangming's visit was entirely forthright, and one could rest assured that any secrets of the Zhou family or high-tier treasures discovered would not bring harm upon them. Xiao Yuan inquired, "What if I truly fail to fulfill their commission? Would that be of no consequence?" Zhou Shihan chuckled. "What do you take the Zhou clan for? A man-eating tiger or unreasonable scoundrels? There is no such thing as getting angry and resorting to extreme measures over failure. They would neither blame you nor let you leave empty-handed." Xiao Yuan continued, "During the battles in the Xuangu Holy Land, I once slain a member of the Zhou clan, seemingly of the Wang lineage. Do they possess secret methods to identify the murderer?" Zhou Shihan frowned. "Was there anyone else present? The candidate for the Holy Maiden of the Qing Emperor Gate?" "Yi Qingyuan was there by chance, so it should be fine," Zhou Shihan replied, easing his brow. "The Zhou clan has a legacy spanning thousands of years and a deep-rooted lineage. Even the main branch consists of over 100,000 disciples. Although they may all bear names like Ming Wang and Desheng in recent generations, it does not mean they are all core members." That he lifted the ornament in his hand, stating, "The true distinction of the core lies in whether the Dinghai pendant is infused with the principles of emperor weapons or the protective doctrines of ancient sages. Xiao Yuan tactfully remarked, "The Lu Ding Mountain has strict regulations against artifacts above the heavenly grade. Perhaps the Zhou clan disciple possessed one, but did not bring it in." Zhou Shuhan was momentarily at a loss for words. In the realm of secret battles, life and death are dictated by fate that on the surface, it appears unrelated. Yet how could cultivators disregard their friends and relatives? Moreover, the great clans have an abundance of secret methods. I cannot speculate on whether they possess means to investigate the murderer and seek revenge. Nonetheless, I still trust the Zhou clan's millennia-old reputation. Even if they are aware of a family disciple being killed in a secret realm, they would deter their kin from provoking you, that if you are genuinely concerned, you may request Zhou Wangming to lend you the Dinghai pendant temporarily. Should the Zhou family turn against you, activating the Emperor weapon, the Dinghai Pearl, would allow for cross-boundary pursuit and locking onto the target that in such a case, no Zhou clan disciple would dare to act against you. He patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Whether you go or not is entirely up to you. I shall not impose, and I trust the Zhou family feels the same, that to go or not to go. That is the question. Chapter 54. On Chengkong Island upon leaving the secluded domain of Zhou Shuhan, Xiao Yuan made his way to the library of the Lord of Lanqiong City, that is the administrative center of Ningzhou's Lanqiong County. The library's collection was modest, primarily containing information about the astronomical geography and family powers nearby. However, the Thousand Islands Zhou family, while situated in the outer seas, had several islands adjacent to Ningzhou, preserving some records. The founding ancestor of the Zhou clan, the Yu Hai Emperor, proactively ventured eastward, opening up the perilous lands of the outer seas, subduing storms, thunder, waves, and ferocious beasts, thereby establishing the enduring legacy of the Thousand Islands that to speak the truth. The more Xiao Yuan beheld the emperor weapons of the Zhou family, the more his heart stirred. Were he to possess a replica of the Dinghai Pearl, few in the world would dare covet his holy hand's secret art and alchemical endeavors. Perhaps he could even emulate the tale of the Tianhua Merchant Association, establishing a trading foundation across the 5 continents. With this thought igniting fervor within him, Xiao Yuan, shedding his reservations, clearly articulated his request when Zhou Wangming visited once more. Zhou Zun, the Thousand Islands are far away in the outer seas. While I trust in the Zhou family's sincerity, human effort can sometimes fall short. I hope to borrow a Dinghai pendant for temporary use. Zhou Wangming did not hesitate in the slightest, responding, "That is only natural." Xiao Yuan maintained a composed demeanor. The affairs entrusted to the Zhou family must be exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, you would not have ventured to this remote land, that I hold the Yu Hai Emperor's achievements in high regard. Not seeking gold or precious stones, but merely wishing to admire the emperor weapons and peruse the tales of ancient heroes in the Zhou family's library, that as a valued guest of the Zhou family. Regardless of success or failure, refreshment shall be provided for you, that as for admiring the emperor weapons in the scripture repository, I shall take care of that on behalf of the clan, Zhou Wangming assured with a smile. May I inquire when you intend to depart for the Thousand Islands? Zhou Wangming asked. How long will this journey take? Xiao Yuan inquired that it will take about 3 to 5 months, once I settle the affairs of the Merchant Association. How about departing in 3 days? That sounds splendid. Please gather Xiao Rou, Old Zhang, and Huaping together, and carefully instruct them on various business matters, as well as how to handle significant troubles through Huaping in an official capacity. If something is truly insurmountable, set it aside for now and await my return. Overall, everything should remain as usual, striving to operate smoothly as in the past to be mid-month. Zhou Wangming personally arrived at the Yuanshan Merchant Association to escort Xiao Yuan, presenting him with the Dinghai pendant, signifying his status as a distinguished guest of the Zhou family, a clear testament to their sincerity. Upon exiting the city gates, Zhou Wangming summoned a fish-shaped airship, resembling neither bird nor fish. Once deployed, it expanded to about 10 feet, elongated and sharp, exuding an imposing aura. Xiao Yuan recalled the flying artifact used by that Zhou clan disciple in Lu Ding Mountain, albeit damaged. Its design bore similarities, likely a standard issue of the Zhou family, that he boarded the flying fish vessel, immediately feeling enveloped by an invisible barrier. Zhou Wangming stepped onto a special platform, channeling his Yuan power to activate the core of the restrictions, causing the flying fish vessel to soar forth like an arrow, racing toward the Ningzhou prefecture. The journey to Yuxiao was quite distant. For those below the sage level, Traveling via flying artifacts could take months. And pinpointing an exact location would be quite challenging. We shall utilize the Great U's Void Gates in Ningzhou to traverse the void toward Yuxiao, where we can expect to be guided to Qingkong Island within 3 to 5 days. The Void Gates are exceptionally rare, typically manifesting in locations where the heavenly paths are obstructed, either abundant in spiritual energy and yuan power or flourishing with doctrines, causing the space to tremble. The Holy Lands leverage such terrains to inscribe special formations, forming various arrays and restrictions that be why infusing yuan stones, the Void Gates may be activated, allowing cultivators to enter the void and reach their destinations rapidly. Smaller sects may not have this capability, but any robust sect with countless branches typically establishes their branches in places capable of opening void gates. The Great Yu dynasty is no exception. The 12 prefectures are strategically situated to create stable void gates, ensuring that in times of rebellion, the elite forces nurtured in the imperial capital can swiftly arrive through the void gates to designated locations. This is also why the Great Yu dynasty's control over the region surpasses that of the alchemy sect. After 3 to 5 days, the two arrived in Ningzhou. Upon Zhou Wangming's arrival, he did not rush about, but remained with the local Zhou family members, who had already made all necessary preparations, awaiting his arrival. In the location of the Ningzhou Void Gate, Zhou Wangming brought Xiao Yuan to a suitable site, where he began inscribing various formations toward the eastern sea Yuxiao Island on a jade platform. After some time, the formation stabilized. Opening a void gate to traverse the void, while it may sound simple, is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Even esteemed individuals risk falling. One must either form an array together or have treasures to safeguard their spirits to ensure safety along the journey. As the two individuals stepped onto the void platform, the intricate array was activated, and in an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted. The primordial energy surged like the mighty rivers and seas, flooding into the formation, as if a cataclysmic event were about to unfold. Xiao Yuan exerted all his efforts to stabilize his mind, casting his gaze downward, where the jade platform emitted a dazzling silver light, followed by a dizzying whirl, transforming the world around him. For cultivators traversing the void, failing to attain the noble realm was akin to falling into a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, they could traverse countless miles. Yet the exquisite scenery remained forever out of reach. Xiao Yuan found himself in a similar predicament. Upon awakening, he discovered that the sights before him were no longer reflective of Ningzhou, but rather the quintessential beauty of an island. Seabirds glided lazily through the sky, occasionally releasing their hoarse cries, while the slightly briny, humid air wafted past, stirring memories within Xiao Yuan. With a long sigh, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had landed in a quaint little town on the island. The very spot where they had arrived was inscribed with intricate patterns, seemingly ready to unleash chaos at the slightest provocation. "Do not worry, Master Xiao," Zhou Wangming explained gently. "This is Qingkong Island. All visiting cultivators must reside here for a few days before proceeding to Yuxiao Island. Except for those of the Holy Master level, everyone else is subject to this arrangement that I hope you can understand. Guests follow the host's lead. There is no need for such formality, Elder Zhou," Xiao Yuan replied with a faint smile. "May I inquire if I can enter seclusion for cultivation within the town? The primordial energy on Qingkong Island is abundant. A single day's cultivation here is equivalent to 10 days elsewhere. If Master Xiao wishes to cultivate in seclusion, you are free to do so. However, if you find it dull, the island offers numerous attractions, not only the characters of Qingdao, but also other visitors," Zhou Wangming said with a gentle smile. "However, since you are here on Qingkong Island, there is one thing you must not miss at all." "I am eager to hear more," Xiao Yuan responded. "Fishing at the South Cliff," Zhou Wangming said, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. The South Cliff is backed by Qingkong Peak, where the winds are calm and the spiritual energy is rich. However, the waters below are complex. Home to numerous marvelous fish species, due to special restrictions, chaotic void currents swirl about, making it unwise for even king-level cultivators to venture into the sea to catch fish. This has preserved its unique environment. Each year, a plethora of foreign sea creatures thrive here. The inhabitants of Qingkong Island utilize the bamboo of Qingkong and the bait from South Cliff to fish for various exotic species. Regardless of whether they are disciples of the Zhou family or affiliates of Qingdao, or even visiting guests, anything they catch can be taken away without question from the Zhou family. That certainly sounds intriguing. Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. It seems that Elder Zhou has quite the fondness for this place. Those were days of youth. No need to dwell on them. If Master Xiao finds himself free tomorrow, you may go to South Cliff for fishing. Should you require a guide, simply instruct the staff at Beihai Tower. They are quite diligent and will reward those who bring guests to explore. Zhou Wangming said, relieved to see no resistance from Xiao Yuan, and he promptly left after entrusting the staff at Beihai Tower to take good care of him. Xiao Yuan seated himself in his room, meditating to alleviate the fatigue of his journey. Before long, he entered a state of tranquility and awoke to find the night deepening. That it was the night of September 22 ND. His idle conversation with the staff suddenly jolted him. He realized he was quite famished. Initially intending to consume a spirit-resolving pill to remedy his hunger, he was pleasantly surprised when the staff, seemingly aware of his predicament, smiled and said, Beihai Tower always prepares banquets for esteemed guests. Although you have not ventured out for 3 days, a mere command from you will have our local specialties served within moments. Intrigued, Xiao Yuan, seizing the opportunity presented by the Zhou family's hospitality, requested 7 or 8 local delicacies, dishes of abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin soup, deep-sea flounder head, shrimp and fishball tofu stew, and papaya-infused fish slices were presented before him, causing Xiao Yuan's expression to turn grave. Although Lan Xiong resided in Ningzhou, close to the sea, their cuisine remained rather conservative, primarily consisting of terrestrial fare, with stir-frying and deep-frying as the mainstays. Yet here, in the foreign seas, it appeared as if shackles had been cast off. The constraints of tradition were entirely abandoned, that a plethora of seafood accompanied by a modest selection of local vegetables filled the table, prepared in ways that either preserve the food's natural essence or serve raw. The dishes seemed to present themselves in their entirety, demanding reverence. Xiao Yuan found himself unable to eat, his chopsticks hovering over the spread as he gazed around in confusion. Beihai Tower welcomed both Zhou family guests and the elite of Qingdao, providing the finest food and lodging. Their ingredients came from the deep sea, often sourced from fierce beasts rich in primordial energy. The Tio maintained the flavor and preserved the essence of the energy. They were minimally processed, allowing cultivators to benefit from the meal in their practice. Having delivered the dishes, the staff discreetly retreated, aware that their esteemed guest hailed from the inner sea and wishing to avoid any semblance of discomfort on his part. Even if he did not move a single chopstick, they would not cast him a strange glance upon clearing the table. From the window, he noticed a young lad, around 17 or 18, lounging on the windowsill, sipping from a wine gourd while gazing at the moon, lost in thought. Xiao Yuan felt a jolt. Given the alignment of the windows, the youth could not possibly see the dishes on the table. Therefore, it must mean he was perceiving something through his spiritual sense, rather than mere sight. This revelation hinted at a potentially formidable level of cultivation, recognizing that extraordinary individuals exist among cultivators. Xiao Yuan understood well that one should not judge by appearances alone, and he maintained a respectful demeanor. Are you addressing me, fellow cultivator? Who else could it be if not you? The youth replied. Xiao Yuan suggested, since you believe Beihai Tower provides ample hospitality, why not inquire about the dining preferences of the guests, allowing them to order for themselves? The youth sighed. Could it be that you truly are only 16 or 17? Beihai Tower merely fulfills the role of hosting guests, with all expenses borne by the Zhou family. Thus they cannot interfere with the guest choices that if you wish to order, they will oblige, even offering ingredients from the northern plains and western deserts. But the staff will never take the initiative to speak. With that, the youth fell silent, leaving Xiao Yuan with food for thought. The latter chuckled wryly. Culinary customs vary greatly from place to place, and individuals' tastes are equally diverse. For instance, some regions avoid fish entirely, while others indulge in raw fish slices. Is it possible that Beihai Tower fears customers might misconstrue their dining choices as prying into their identities and thus act with discontent? It seems you are not entirely foolish, the youth retorted, but it is overly complicated. Xiao Yuan shook his head. Those invited to Qingkong Island by the Zhou family, as esteemed guests, are unlikely to be overly concerned with such trivialities. If one truly wishes to conceal their identity, why not simply consume a spirit-resolving pill for 3 to 5 days, leaving no trace behind? No one would be the wiser. Others may not care. But Beihai Tower cannot afford to overlook these matters. This spread of delicacies is a testament to the chef's efforts and should not go to waste. Xiao Yuan, perceiving the underlying message, promptly invited the youth. I sincerely invite you to join me inside to savor these delicacies and perhaps impart some culinary wisdom to me. Your invitation, not an imposition to mooch off your meal, the youth replied with delight, propelling himself through the window and landing smoothly in Xiao Yuan's room. Eagerly picking up chopsticks and devouring the food that in mere moments, a plate of fish was reduced to mere bones. Xiao Yuan blinked, stepping aside to observe the youth's voracious appetite. Those below the esteemed rank still revolved within the 5 elemental cycles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, unable to escape the desires of the palate and the cycle of grains. Even after years of consuming rice, transitioning to a different staple could prove challenging. Yet to pursue the path of cultivation, one must embody an attitude of embracing all things. Arriving at Qingdao as Qingkong. To not partake in the fish from South Cliff or the local vegetables would be akin to not truly visiting. After consuming the flavors of one's homeland for 30 or 50 years, one might find themselves shackled by these tastes, unaware that the heavens conspire to keep them in place. What you say holds great merit. But before Xiao Yuan could finish, a voice from above interrupted. Peng, you scoundrel, are you deceiving others for food again? This nonsensical rhetoric about the shackles of heaven cannot ensnare the children of Qingdao, and now you seek to ensnare outsiders that as a newcomer. You ought to regard this table of seafood and mountain delicacies as a lesson. Do not be easily deceived. With a flourish, Peng swept the entire table of dishes clean, leisurely producing a toothpick and reclining against the windowsill. Fellow cultivator, I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. In any case, it matters not. Just tell Su Dozui that it was you who invited me to share this feast. Xiao Yuan responded candidly. Indeed, it was I. Is it not true that you wish for me to impart some culinary knowledge? Indeed. Then it is settled, a mutually beneficial arrangement, that Su Dozui simply loves to chatter, Su Miyuki, overhearing from above. Gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to refrain from scolding. The esteemed guest below was personally invited by Elder Ming from the mainland, with specific instructions for Beihai Tower to take special care of him. Silly Peng, I am trying to extricate you from your predicament. Peng paused, scrutinizing Xiao Yuan with renewed interest. You truly are a guest invited by Elder Ming. Xiao Yuan replied. He introduced himself as Zhou Wangming. Peng immediately calmed down, while Su Miyuki upstairs closed the window, no longer engaging in idle banter. That my name is Peng, a native of Shiyang Island, that I was merely jesting with you before. No malice intended. Those absurd remarks of mine can be disregarded as mere bluster. Xiao Yuan smiled. Your sudden shift in demeanor is quite surprising. Even if I am a guest invited by Elder Ming, I am merely a traveler from overseas, unworthy of such deference. Not the same. Elder Ming is. Peng suddenly realized and halted his words. You, a traveler from overseas, why should I bother discussing such matters with you? In these next few days, would you care to accompany me to South Cliff for fishing? I shall personally guide you, allowing you to experience the renowned scenery of Qingkong Island. Fishing from the cliff. Soaring above the sea, and swimming amidst the waters. Chapter 55. Fishing at South Cliff. Peng's apology was somewhat awkward and clumsy. However, in Xiao Yuan's eyes, it radiated a certain innocent charm that reminded him of the naive and inexperienced Xiao Rou. Moreover, he regarded this minor episode as a mere embellishment to his journey, harboring no intention of harboring resentment. Pray tell, fellow Daoist Sure, when shall we venture to South Cliff, where the fish are abundant and the crowd sparse? It offers tranquility and the promise of a bountiful catch. What preparations shall we undertake? The guest's words reeked of naivety. Fishing at South Cliff was unlike any other place. The success of one's catch was dictated largely by chance, supplemented by skill and cultivation. For many years, a small group of friends would occupy their designated spots, patiently guarding their hearts and attuning themselves to nature. Peng chuckled. As for the likelihood of a successful catch, that remains a mystery known only to the heavens. Thus, dear guest, there is no need for you to prepare anything. Xiao Yuan pondered. His knowledge of Qian Island was scant. Outsiders referred to it collectively. Yet he had only established connections with a few nearby isles, seldom delving into the significant affairs of the islands. Observing Peng's demeanor, it was evident that the reputation of the Zhou family on Qian Island was formidable. It seemed that within the confines of Qian Island, there existed a singular voice. There is no need for such formality. Fellow Daoist sh, my name is Xiao Yuan. You may simply call me by my name or refer to me as Xiao Brother. Shipeng showed little reaction to Xiao Yuan's name, continuing to elaborate on the intricacies of fishing at South Cliff, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yuan's background. The two agreed to meet for night fishing at South Cliff the following day as they parted ways. The next day, Xiao Yuan once again invited Shipeng to lunch. This time, he exhibited a more refined demeanor while dining, sharing insights about the most tender and delectable parts of fish and meat, displaying a notable grace reminiscent of a dashing young gentleman. Before the sun had fully dipped below the horizon, Shipeng guided Xiao Yuan toward South Cliff. Most outsiders who visited Qian Island were merely transient guests, with this island being celebrated for its unique features among the Five Lands. Shipeng, adopting the role of a diligent guide, proclaimed, "Should you encounter any issues, simply present any disciple of the Zhou family with an invitation token, and you shall receive assistance, even if it is to retrieve a discarded shoe." Xiao Yuan was secretly astonished by the Zhou family's influence over Qian Island, which currently evoked envy from both the Lian Dao and Yu. The bluestone steps seemed to resonate with a harmonious melody. The sea breeze whispered through the bamboo groves, creating an enchanting accompaniment. Light and shadow intertwined, and a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Xiao Yuan suddenly experienced an overwhelming sense of belonging, as if he had found his home. This is Chengkong Peak. Before Shipeng could elucidate, Xiao Yuan grasped the reason behind the peak's name. The towering summit rose into the clouds, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur, as if it were a celestial pillar supporting the heavens and the earth. How high is this peak? Perhaps it reached thousands of zhang. It pierced through the barrier of fierce winds, standing firm and resolute. A bastion against the void, representing the most stable and grandiose gateway of Qian Island. Xiao Yuan gazed upwards, lost in thought, contemplating the towering Chengkong Peak, which resembled a colossal staff. Could it possibly be one of the weapons of the great emperor of the universe? As he tentatively recorded information about the mountain, a staggering figure materialized before him, causing his heart to race. 33.6 billion yuan yu. The price of a sacred weapon. He lacked even a fraction of that amount. If this mountain were to be replicated, it would not be a treasure, but rather a burden with no place to store it. Following Shipeng, they arrived at a grove of purple bamboo, where the emerald leaves and violet stalks complemented each other beautifully. The uniform texture and muted colors gave the impression of standing amidst towering purple jade. Shipeng snapped his fingers against the purple bamboo, producing a crisp, melodious sound. He glanced around furtively, as if he were a thief, and said, "The first challenge of fishing at South Cliff is to fell the bamboo." The purple bamboo grove possesses the ethereal essence of Chengkong. Its roots are deeply intertwined with the Tao, making it exceedingly difficult for those lacking exceptional skill to harvest it. "Xiao Brother, you may give it a try." Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Is it possible that Chengkong Island has restrictions against casually harvesting purple bamboo? Why does Brother Shi adopt such a cautious demeanor?" "Not at all." Shipeng waved his hand dismissively. "As the sun sets and the heavens meet the sea. South Cliff is frequented not only by fishers, but also by many visitors here to admire the scenery, that if one were to spend a considerable amount of time in the purple bamboo grove without successfully harvesting any, they would surely become the subject of ridicule. Is it truly that difficult?" Xiao Yuan's interest peaked, and he began to explore the purple bamboo grove. He soon spotted a slender, yet resilient stalk of purple bamboo. Retrieving the heaven-rank ice horizontal sword he had acquired from the Fan family, channeling his Yuan force, he struck at the base. Clang! The sound resembled two stones colliding, echoing with a dull thud. The root of the purple bamboo remained unscathed, bearing only a white mark. Shipeng cast a glance, hastily stepping back, his eyes darting around apprehensively, and murmured, "The purple bamboo is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. One must either possess formidable cultivation to shatter its Tao roots and sever it as ordinary bamboo, or utilize special treasures to slice through its inherent hardness. If you find yourself at a loss, I can lend you the electric eel sword that is quite effective for severing purple bamboo." The electric eel sword. Xiao Yuan recalled the trove of rare treasures from the storage ring he had obtained from Zhouwang Mountain, including the lion's bitter poison, whale swallowing jar, and electric eel sword, each of which was of heaven rank. However, brandishing the electric eel sword in this scenario could easily lead to complications, and borrowing it from Shi Peng would equate to admitting defeat. Xiao Yuan was decidedly reluctant to do so and began to contemplate other potential treasures that might sever the purple bamboo. He unsheathed the earth-rank Xingyang sword, channeling the meager amount of Xingyang Yuan force within him. As the essence converged upon the sword, a brilliant light erupted as he struck downward at the root. The blazing sun illuminated the heavens. The sword, imbued with both light and heat, seemed to transform into a radiant beam, effortlessly slicing through the resilient purple bamboo, which slowly began to topple towards the ground. Xiao Yuan focused his energy, leaping to pursue the falling bamboo, continuously wielding the Xingyang sword, before the 10-foot-long bamboo could reach the ground. He seized its base, the smooth surface devoid of any branches. Shi Peng watched, dumbfounded. The speed with which the Xingyang sword severed the bamboo exceeded his expectations. Even more astonishing was Xiao Yuan's swift pursuit of the bamboo as it fell, slicing through the branches without hesitation, swiftly returning before the bamboo could touch the earth. The durability of the purple bamboo was self-evident. Its roots were notoriously difficult to sever, as were its branches. However, Xiao Yuan chose not to hack against the direction of the branches, but rather pushed through, an act deemed nothing short of extraordinary for a second-tier cultivator. Truly, one cannot underestimate a guest personally invited by the revered Ming Zun. What shall we use for fishing line, hooks, and bait? Xiao Yuan's inquiry interrupted Shi Peng's reverie, prompting the latter to hurriedly produce an array of items. Fishing lines and hooks are generally crafted from the golden silkworm silk of Jinlu Island, known for its durability, capable of both flexibility and strength. Once we catch the spiritual fish, it rarely suffers grievous harm. The floats are crafted from the branches of Meiwa Isle, light and ethereal. Shi Peng produced the fishing line. Hooks, gold sinkers, and floats, swiftly affixing them to the freshly crafted purple fishing rod. The bait typically consists of local flora and fauna surrounding South Cliff. Wild or cultivated seeds, fruits, as well as earthworms and small insects. The unique Tao environment of South Cliff draws the extraordinary fish of the depths. Xiao Yuan queried, "Isn't sea fishing done with sea fish?" Shi Peng nodded and shook his head. "Certainly, one can utilize fish caught along the shores of South Cliff as bait, as long as they are nearby. The allure of the extraordinary fish is not merely the bait itself, but the Tao essence contained within it that I understand now." Xiao Yuan grasped the rod and hook, waving them a few times. "Shall we commence?" Shi Peng took his guiding role seriously, quickly leading Xiao Yuan to a tranquil spot, where the waters shimmered gently, undisturbed. "How about this place?" The unique terrain of South Cliff seemed to envelop the area in a natural barrier. Xiao Yuan instinctively activated the secret method of the sacred hand, employing the true eye of breaking arrays to observe the spiritual essence. Soon after, he smiled, "Brother Shi, your discerning eye is commendable, yet this location appears even more favorable." With a boost of energy, Xiao Yuan leaped gracefully, settling onto a smooth boulder surrounded by low shrubs, offering no obstructions. The sea churned just a couple of zhang below, providing an ideal and serene fishing spot. As Shi Peng approached seeking bait, his eyes lit up. "This spot is indeed bright and suitable. I wonder who has shaped it so smoothly." The bait consisted of a type of bamboo rice found near South Cliff. Formed into small balls, the extraordinary fish of South Cliff were remarkable. Catching one relied entirely on luck and Tao, thus there was no need to create a feeding spot. Simply casting the rod would suffice. Before the first line even touched the water, a commotion arose nearby, accompanied by a loud voice. "This fishing spot has long been coveted by young Master Shin. Which family's child is seated upon that rock? Hurry down and yield the spot to our esteemed guest." Xiao Yuan paid no heed, steadily casting his first line. The individual, witnessing this, hurried a few steps forward, fists clenched, unleashing Yuan force as if intent on seizing Xiao Yuan and throwing him to the ground. Before the gathered Yuan force could be unleashed, an overwhelming pressure descended from all directions, enveloping him like an iron cage, dense and suffocating. Dinghai, Jin Rong's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that this individual was likely a distinguished guest of the Zhou family. Wielding the Dinghai pendant, otherwise he wouldn't be constrained by the overarching Tao of Chung Kong Island that in that critical moment. Jin Rong suppressed his astonishment, redirecting his Yuan force to the side, causing the grass and rocks to tremble with a resounding crash. Xiao Yuan remarked nonchalantly, "Friend, you are disturbing my fishing." Shi Peng frantically gestured with his eyes, And Jean Rong, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly bowed. I, Jean, have acted rashly and ignorantly, offending the esteemed guest. I humbly request your forgiveness. The taste of wielding such power felt rather delightful to Xiao Yuan. Fishing at South Cliff is renowned across Qian Island, characterized by a spontaneous arrival and departure. With no prior claims to spots, however, it was unheard of to lay claim beforehand. Might you enlighten me, dear friend Jean, on this matter? Hey, how dare you be so audacious? You come to Qingkong to enjoy the wonders of Qian Island, and yet dare to insult the disciples of Jin Lu Island? Surely you are unaware of the reputation of the Zhou family over the 4 great holy islands beneath you, Xiao. Oh, and what reputation might that be? Your face is devoid of shame. Your attire reveals you as a person from the East Sea. I fail to comprehend why you exhibit such vulgarity and depravity, lacking any sense of propriety, that I have heard of the customs of the Thousand Islands, where local tribesmen are forbidden from intervening in the disputes of outsiders, that if you possess the capability, then let us engage in a contest, da-da. And who might you be? I remain unchanged in name and surname. A disciple of the alchemy sect known as Shen Luo, here by invitation to partake in this flower viewing festival. Upon hearing Shen Luo's incessant chatter, Xiao Yuan found it increasingly difficult to maintain his tranquil demeanor while fishing, and thus he reluctantly reeled in his line. Friend Shen, he remarked coolly, at your age, why do you behave like a child, stirring up trouble everywhere? No matter how formidable the alchemy sect may be, it is merely a name you bear. It cannot truly transform you. Xiao Yuan continued in a calm tone, I am Xiao Yuan, the renowned healer Xiao Yuan, that I am here to fish in peace. Do you have any objections, renowned healer Xiao Yuan? The others present turned pale, with Shen Luo paling the most. You are the new esteemed healer who broke the sacred barrier of Lu Ding Mountain. Such a ruckus is unbecoming. You truly bring shame upon the alchemy sect. Shen Luo clenched his fists, mockingly retorting, you are but a mere second-tier cultivator, while I, Shen Luo, am at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. A figure of the alchemy sect. How can you humiliate me? Draw your weapon and face me. Xiao Yuan regarded him coldly as Jean Rong and Shi Peng urged, no, absolutely not. The two exchanged glances. And Jean Rong added, Qingkong Island welcomes esteemed guests from afar, adhering to strict protocols. Even sparring is prohibited. Should a fight ensue, it would undoubtedly attract divine retribution and subsequent consequences. Both guests should consider this carefully. Even if I were at the 5th tier, taking your head would be but a moment's work, that I need not resort to intimidation or cunning words to lure you into my trap. I sit here. If you lack the courage to strike, do not linger here to vex me. Xiao Yuan's words struck Shen Luo's heart like a hammer, inciting furious rage within him, though he was held back tightly by Jean Rong. The Merchant Association sells the exorcism pill and has proclaimed that the Yuan Qin Merchant Association is in search of various rare pills, offering generous rewards. That I possess an ancient pill recipe called the Youth Preservation Pill, which, when consumed, restores one's youth and preserves beauty indefinitely, requiring only a few key ingredients. Calming himself, Shen Luo declared, I am willing to wager it as a stake, if you would engage in 3 rounds of intellectual combat. Xiao Yuan responded with a smile, I appreciate forthright individuals. What do you desire? Shen Luo fixed his gaze on Xiao Yuan and articulated slowly, I do not seek the secret techniques of the renowned healer. I only wish for the cultivation methods of the martial eye and the celestial hand. Should you win, the pill recipe is yours. Should you lose, the recipe remains with you, but you must provide the techniques. Your terms are rather lacking. What do you mean? I merely suggest the stakes are insufficient and your demands too steep. I am uninterested. Add 1 more youth preservation pill, a unique item in this realm. Once used at an auction in the Central Land, fetching a staggering 36 billion jade, yet remains priceless. Shen Luo replied, even if the martial eye and celestial hand originate from the imperial canon. Their engraved versions would hardly command such a price, that I accept the wager. Xiao Yuan clapped his hands against the stone, rising from the ground, and put away his fishing rod, declaring, let us verify the pills and recipes. Jean Rong and Shi Peng finally took on their roles as mediators, examining portions of the recipe and confirming its ancient materials and rich alchemical essence. Xiao Yuan permitted contact only with the youth preservation pill, estimating its reproduction cost at 3 billion jade, affirming its status as a top-tier alchemical product, overflowing with restorative energy. After deliberating, all three agreed that even if it were not the youth preservation pill, it remained a valuable elixir. Shen Luo dismissively remarked, "There is no need for such caution. As witnesses to this wager, both of you represent the Thousand Islands. When the time comes, we shall have esteemed alchemists verify it. I, bearing the title of an alchemy disciple, cannot deceive." Xiao Yuan tossed the pill bottle back and inquired, "So, how shall we compete?" Shen Luo, with a confident smile, proposed, in the spirit of fairness, "Let each of us suggest a method of contest. The first round shall be fishing. Whoever catches the most valuable fish within the stipulated time shall be deemed the victor. The loser shall then dictate the next round, and so forth until concluded. How does that sound?" Xiao Yuan scanned Shen Luo's freshly cut bamboo rod, and Jin Rong promptly interjected, "Friend Shen has only just arrived at Qingkong Island. Today marks his first visit to Nanya, or else he would not have chosen your fishing spot." Xiao Yuan nodded and declared, "Let the contest begin." Chapter 56. Fish Stream In. Having only arrived at Qingkong Island a few days prior, the reputation of fishing at Nanya had already reached Xiao Yuan's ears. Even if Shen Luo were not a novice, he felt no fear. In the realm of chance fishing at Nanya, a novice's fortune might surpass that of an experienced angler, for he had yet to test his own luck, in truth. While Shen Luo was cunning and opportunistic, he was nonetheless a disciple of a grand sect. This method of contest seemed quite reasonable, as it was impossible to cheat, and there was no biased judgment in the fishing at Nanya, ensuring a fair outcome. From now until dawn, the person who catches the most valuable fish shall be declared the winner. If no one catches anything by the hour of the pig, the contest shall continue until someone reels in a catch, even if it is just a tiny shrimp. The prime fishing spot was naturally claimed by Xiao Yuan. While Shen Luo settled a short distance away, casting a glance at Xiao Yuan. Under Jin Rong's guidance, he baited his hook. Shipeng observed Xiao Yuan as he cast his line back into the water, adjusting his float. After a brief wait, they entered a stable period, and with Jin Rong's suggestion, they sent someone to notify the Zhou clan elder of Qingkong Island. One was a guest personally invited by the revered Mingzun. The other, the son of an elder from the alchemy sect, a figure of high standing. Each was not to be trifled with, requiring a formidable presence for support that as the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon. Various crystal lanterns illuminated the vicinity of Nanya, casting a soft glow, creating an ambience of charm. Shen Luo was devoid of any desire to appreciate the moon or lanterns, although he had come for the flower viewing. His mind was solely focused on the water's surface and the bobbing floats. Yet after a long period of stillness, disappointment began to creep in, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuan, who sat as calmly as a monk. Seemingly unfazed by the contest's outcome, only deepened his unease. Xiao Yuan was not indifferent. He was contemplating how to catch the rare fish of Nanya. Perhaps fishing at Nanya was a game of luck and fate. But one should never truly treat it as a mere roll of the dice. Otherwise, the outcome would be entirely out of one's control. Casting his gaze around, he noticed several elegant anglers fishing by moonlight. Scattered like blossoms among the grass, one individual caught Xiao Yuan's attention. A figure clad in a conical hat and raincoat, seated steadily on a sturdy branch, swaying gently with the breeze, while their fishing rod and line remained steadfast, upright in the water. This state of being led Xiao Yuan into deep contemplation. Rather than fishing, it resembled a form of cultivation, harmonizing with the spiritual principles and elemental energy of this locale. In an instant, a surge of inspiration ignited within his mind that he immediately employed the array-breaking true eye from the secret techniques of the renowned healer to examine Qingkong Peak and the coastline of Nanya. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, and the more astonished, the more delighted So that's it. Just as Xiao Yuan experienced his epiphany, Shen Luo excitedly stood, suddenly yanking his fishing rod at a creature with 5 sharp angles erupted from the water's surface. Unfazed, Shen Luo grasped the starfish and held it aloft. Xiao Yuan, concede defeat. I've taken the lead. With this catch, your defeat is assured. Shipeng gazed at the deep, shimmering surface of the sea, where Xiao Yuan's float appeared as mere debris. Utterly motionless, prompting concern. Brother Xiao, why not try my fishing rod? After all, it has been soaked for a considerable time, absorbing the spiritual essence of Nanya. Xiao Yuan shook his head, seeing Xiao Yuan remain unfazed. Shen Luo seized the opportunity to press his advantage. His voice lowered to a whisper that did not disturb the tranquility of fishing, yet reached Xiao Yuan's ear with precision. Fishing at Nanya has always valued opportunity. I've caught a starfish, so tonight's bounty will surely be plentiful, that if you concede early, I might consider selling you the youth preservation pill as a reference. Xiao Yuan let out a cold snort, rebaiting his hook and adjusting his mindset as he cast his line back into the water. He endeavored to clear his mind, empty himself, and harmonize with the environment of Nanya. Not far from him, Peng gasped in astonishment. At one moment, it seemed as though Xiao Yuan had vanished from the stone. That sensation felt akin to running through a darkened forest, with Xiao Yuan appearing as a fleeting shadow illuminated by the crescent moon. How could Peng not be alarmed? He was a fifth-tier master, a young prodigy with astonishingly keen senses, which is precisely why he was specially invited by the Zhou clan to attend the flower viewing festival. Enjoying the hospitality of Chung Kong Island, that I in the depths of his intuition, Peng sensed that Xiao Yuan was likely to catch a fish. And indeed, just as that thought crossed his mind, Xiao Yuan gently flicked his fishing rod, causing a white fish to leap from the water, its pristine belly and scales gleaming beautifully. Peng instantly recognized it as a baisong fish. The baisong fish, resembling a pine tree, starts at about an inch long, growing 5 inches every 100 years. Consuming it can extend one's lifespan and nourish the meridians. If combined with other spiritual herbs, it can be refined into a longevity pill worth thousands. The baisong fish Xiao Yuan had caught exceeded an arm's length, clearly a spirit fish over 100 years old, with even a tiny portion of its flesh fetching tens of thousands of jade. Peng hurriedly explained the properties of the baisong fish to Xiao Yuan, whose eyes burned with fervor upon hearing that it could extend life. An absolute top-tier treasure. Not far away, Shen Luo also caught sight of the soaring baisong fish. After Jin Rong's explanation, his expression darkened significantly. How could Xiao Yuan be so fortunate as to catch such a valuable spirit fish? Jin Rong nodded in agreement, stating, in nearly a century, there have been no more than 30 white pine fish of this length, that if the people on the island were to learn of this, buyers would surely flock in droves, perhaps offering up to 10 million jade for a single one. Shen Luo gazed at the starfish, valued it merely a few hundred jade, and felt his enthusiasm wane. Regaining his composure, he continued to pursue the catch. Xiao Yuan, staring at the tranquil waters of the southern cliff, inquired, "Sure, brother, the sea surface appears calm. Even if we cannot sail or fly, there are many stones and plants to aid our efforts. Why is it that no one is casting nets? A single fish could yield millions in jade. How could anyone resist the temptation to expand their business?" Peng replied, "The seabed of the southern cliff is exceptionally peculiar. Not only do the natural restrictions hinder flying and sailing, but even fishing nets woven from golden silken threads can be corroded by prolonged exposure to seawater. If one were to make too much noise, it could provoke the fish, including spirit fish capable of wielding magical powers." That he gestured at the fishing line and hook, adding, "Even with a golden hook for solitary fishing, one must frequently maintain the line and hook. Replenishing materials and refining them, the IT sounded quite troublesome." Peng chuckled wryly. If it were not so, the southern cliff-esque miraculous fish would not be so precious. Xiao Yuan ceased his idle chatter and focused intently on fishing. The white pine fish seemed to open the floodgates, signaling to other fish, and Xiao Yuan began reeling in one after another. Rare species such as the Suan fish and the golden armored fish, each a treasure worth a fortune, ideal for alchemy or consumption. Shen Luo watched enviously as Xiao Yuan repeatedly cast and retrieved his line. Variously colored fish leaping into his bucket, he felt a surge of agitation. Wishing he could snap his bamboo rod in frustration and walk away. "Fish are coming," Jin Rong reminded, and Shen Luo quickly focused, reeling in a large gray dolphin, which was drawn to the shore by his spiritual force. "It's a gray celestial dolphin," Jin Rong exclaimed, even more elated than Shen Luo. "This is a rare material for waterway cultivation that a gray celestial dolphin of this size, rich in Tao essence, could fetch at least 50 million jade." As the son of the alchemy sect, Shen Luo, grounded in alchemy, was indifferent to the significance of waterway or fireway cultivation. He simply knew that his single gray celestial dolphin surpassed all the spirit fish Xiao Yuan had caught combined. "Haha, Xiao Yuan, it's not about quantity, but quality. After all this effort, my one fish eclipses all your catches." He patted the smooth back of the gray celestial dolphin, feeling quite pleased. Xiao Yuan replied with a mild smile, his voice neither loud nor soft. Is that so? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly yanked his rod, bending the purple bamboo pole under the strain as he sat firmly, channeling his spiritual energy to hoist an enormous creature from the water. Observing the similar streamlined shape and appearance, Shen Luo felt a moment of confusion. How is this fish so similar to my gray celestial dolphin? Jin Rong was too engrossed to pay him any mind. Watching in awe as a green dolphin leaped from the sea, his face flushed with excitement that it's a green celestial dolphin. A gray celestial dolphin takes over 1,000 years to turn white, another 1,000 to turn red, and yet another 1,000 to turn green. Its essence can be refined into a waterway treasure body. Jin Rong's voice trembled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo could hardly contain himself. The 10 major treasure bodies rank just beneath the 5 imperial bodies. Those who possess such a physique, if they are not slain midway, would at the very least achieve the status of a noble, often rising to that of a sage. Obtaining a green celestial dolphin for alchemy could yield a pathway to sagehood, making its value astonishingly high. With this thought, Shen Luo's gaze at Xiao Yuan burned with intensity. Xiao Yuan, however, was not at ease. Although the green celestial dolphin had been pulled from the water, its spiritual energy was formidable. The power it could unleash with a flick of its tail surpassed that of 9 bulls. Peng felt restless nearby, wanting to assist, but fearing that his good intentions might lead to the dolphin shaking free and inciting Xiao Yuan's wrath, that a fleeting azure light glimmered, and the airborne green, celestial dolphin broke free from Xiao Yuan's grasp, shooting straight towards the water's surface. Peng could no longer contain his composure and shouted urgently, "Be careful!" Reacting swiftly, Xiao Yuan sensed the moment the green celestial dolphin was about to escape and flipped over his by Shuet Dan Xinding, unleashing a powerful attraction that confined the creature in midair, forcing it into the cauldron. Onlookers from the nearby islands, drawn by Jin Rong and the others' commotion, turned their attention to the scene unfolding. Beneath the waning moon, the green dolphin soared, and the young man held the cauldron, resembling a gallant hero vanquishing demons. That green fish must be the green celestial dolphin, the one used for refining the waterway treasure dan. Such a high-ranking spirit beast can indeed be caught. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their attention riveted on the competition between Xiao Yuan and Shen Luo, many making their way to congratulate Xiao Yuan. Congratulations, friend, on catching the spirit fish green celestial dolphin. I am Ren Liyuan, serving as an elder in charge of Bu Sun Yu. I am willing to offer 200 million jade for the dolphin in your possession. Before Xiao Yuan could respond, someone in the gathering interjected, "Old Ren, do not be so hasty simply because this friend hails from the mainland. The green celestial dolphin is a rare treasure, and its ability to refine the waterway treasure dan is worth far more than just 200 million jade." The crowd turned to the speaker, who continued leisurely, "I, Zhou Fanqi, would never pressure anyone with my status that I will offer 300 million jade for the green celestial dolphin's essence, and will take no flesh." Xiao Yuan was taken aback, then smiled wryly, while the others looked similarly stunned. Even Ren Liyuan rendered speechless. Ren Liyuan's mention of his position as an elder of Bu Sun Yu held little weight, as many outsiders were unaware of the dynamics among the 4 major islands. However, once Zhou Fanqi revealed his name, who among them did not know he belonged to the prestigious Zhou family of Yuxiao? Xiao Yuan clasped his hands, addressing the elders and fellow cultivators. "I have only recently arrived at this precious land and, by chance, caught the green celestial dolphin. It is likely that I shall never again catch another of its kind. And as there is only one essence, we cannot all partake. Therefore, I propose to retain it for alchemical purposes. Perhaps you think the price is inadequate. Fear not, we can discuss it further. Surely there's a price that entices." Zhou Fanqi spoke earnestly. "You mainlanders may not understand the situation among the islands. While you covet the extraordinary abilities of the waterway treasure dan, you have not considered that the other spiritual herbs needed for its refinement are equally elusive. It would be wiser to sell it to me. Aside from the essence, the blood and flesh of the green celestial dolphin can also be used for dan refining, which I can handle." Xiao Yuan replied, "Let us discuss this matter at a later time, that I am currently engaged in a fishing competition, and this is a crucial moment. I ask for your understanding." With that, Xiao Yuan resumed his focus on the fish floats, while Zhou Fanqi persisted, attempting to negotiate with him. Shi Peng felt compelled to intervene, bringing Zhou Wangming into the conversation until he finally relented. Ren Liyuan, however, did not leave, quietly observing Xiao Yuan. With the emergence of the green, celestial dolphin, the tide had turned. Xin Luo, unable to concentrate on fishing, still managed to catch 5 or 6 more fish, each valuable for alchemical purposes, drawing considerable attention. Xin Dao, friend, if this continues, you are bound to lose. I have a strategy that could turn the tables. Xin Luo cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Fanqi, dismissing this young man of the Zhou family, and asked, "What do you propose?" Zhou Fanqi replied, "The green celestial dolphin is priceless, and Xiao Yuan will certainly refuse to sell it. You can then claim that the sale must be compared to the actual value of the catches. Despite his prize fish, he may still end up losing to you. Do you take me for a fool? Such a strategy would merely turn it into a competition of wealth. Xiao Yuan could easily enlist help to inflate the price of an ordinary fish, trading it back and forth." Xin Luo scoffed, "I would rather forfeit my reputation than become a fickle scoundrel." Zhou Fanqi insisted, "Leave this to me. You need not worry. When dawn breaks and you compare your catches, I will step forward and assert that some of the brightly colored fish are already spoiled inside, that if we do not establish a fair assessment of their value, it could jeopardize the integrity of the competition. I will request the marketplace officials from Chengkong to evaluate it, naturally distinguishing between high and low prices." Xin Luo's eyes lit up. This offered a glimmer of hope. He turned to Zhou Fanqi and asked, "What do you want in return?" Zhou Fanqi bowed. "I am not particularly talented, but I have a son with exceptional gifts who should be in a better place to cultivate. Unfortunately, he was not granted a spot at the Clan S Flower Appreciation event, and he may end up as an ordinary fisherman, unable to inherit the legacy that I see." Xin Luo decisively interrupted Zhou Fanqi's emotional appeal. "If you can manage this, I will handle the rest. Thank you." Xin Dao, friend, as expected of a disciple from a great sect, your demeanor is indeed magnanimous. Zhou Fanqi's flattery incited Jin Rong's ire, who scoffed inwardly, yet the tactic proved effective as Xin Luo's expression softened into a smile. Alas, this fleeting joy quickly morphed into fury. The three of them stared, frozen in place, at the serpentine fish trailing behind the golden fishing line. What in the world is that? Chapter 57. The Invitation to Alchemy. The waning moon cast its glow over the shimmering waves, when a dark dragon eel leaped from the water and soared toward the gathered crowd, evoking a sense of grandeur akin to a fish leaping over the sea. That a raucous cheer erupted as Xiao Yuan successfully landed the 10-foot-long dark dragon eel on the shore. Unbelievable! Shi Peng, filled with excitement, darted back and forth. "I have never seen anyone like Xiao brother, able to reel in the southern cliffs fish as effortlessly as scooping dumplings with a strainer, each one more ferocious and precious than the last." Ren Liyuan nearly tore out his own beard, snapping back to reality as he scurried around the dark dragon eel like a child. This is a dragon eel. It carries the bloodline of true dragons. Refining it can yield true dragon power, worth as much as the green celestial dolphin. Xiao Yuan remained remarkably composed as he nurtured the inked dragon eel within his magical vessel, unfazed by the murmurs of the onlookers. Turning his gaze skyward, he remarked, "Li Ming, please inquire with the one surnamed Shun. If he concedes defeat, that I shall take responsibility for it." Observing Shi Peng's self-assured approach, Xin Luo's expression turned grave, almost perspiring with anxiety. Even the thick-skinned and adaptable Zhou Fanqi found himself at a loss for words. While his plan had its merits, it paled in comparison to Xiao Yuan's extraordinary fortune, with precious catches surpassing one another, rendering any resolution by mere marketplace negotiations utterly futile. After all, numerous night fishers were present near Nanya, including members of the Zhou clan, Qiandao cultivators, and even terrestrial guests. The ink dragon eel, Xin Luo lamented inwardly. Judging solely by the value of this dragon eel, he had utterly failed. Glancing at the purple bamboo fishing rod, he cast it down with fury and declared, "I concede defeat. Inform Xiao Yuan that the next round will be a contest of alchemy, to take place in 15 minutes. Shi Peng's eyes widened. "Both of you have endured a sleepless night. Why not rest a while and resume the duel tomorrow? How can cultivators be compared to mere mortals? With the enhancement of one's spirit, vitality, and essence, if one cannot endure a night of fishing, it would be most disgraceful." Xin Luo retorted, "Do not speak further. Inform Xiao Yuan that this is also part of the trial." Should he lose, he may dictate the time, place, and method for the third round. With Ren Liyuan's assistance, Xiao Yuan placed the Qing Xian Tun, ink dragon eel, and white pine fish into a specially designed vessel for nurturing spiritual catches. Adhering to the Qiandao people's expertise in providing nourishment and bait. Thank you, Taoist Ren. You have been of tremendous help to me, Xiao Yuan expressed gratefully. Such is but a small matter, Ren Liyuan replied nonchalantly. Observing Ren Liyuan's discomfort, Xiao Yuan urged, "Speak plainly, Taoist Ren. There is no need for hesitation. I have matters to attend to. Brother Xiao, you are forthright that if I were to be overly coy, I would be unworthy of the brotherhood." Ren Liyuan sighed deeply. The crafting of the water spirit treasure pill is no easy feat. Just the 3 primary materials are exceedingly rare. Although you have already secured the most challenging Qing Xian Tun Yuan Dan, there are still Qing Mei Wood and Qing Sei Hai Dai, the so-called 3 Qings, as well as Sheng Ding, Sheng Hua, and Sheng Yao Shi, the 3 saints. Merely these 6 components are incredibly challenging to procure, let alone the myriad auxiliary materials required. Typically, a single furnace yields a maximum of 1 pill, with even the possibility of none being produced if you wish to create the water spirit treasure pill. I believe you will need assistance from Bu Sun Yu.My knowledge of Qiandao is limited, but may I ask what sort of person Bu Sun Yu is? Ren Liyuan's expression shifted. The Zhou clan of Yu Shao is a descendant of the Emperor of the Cosmic Sea, ruling over Qiandao. Their dominion encompasses the 4 major islands: Shiyang Island, Jinlu Island, Bu Sun Yu, and Meihua Island, established by the 4 great generals under the Emperor of the Cosmic Sea. If Brother Xiao can collaborate with Bu Sun Yu in pill crafting, the 3 saints can be provided by Bu Sun Yu, while the other 2 Qings can be obtained from the treasure repository. I assure you, Bu Sun Yu will enlist a senior elder-level alchemist to guarantee the successful creation of the pill. Xiao Yuan smiled. Such favorable conditions leave me pondering what I could offer in return to Bu Sun Yu. Ren Liyuan chuckled. Tio, speak frankly. Everyone desires the water spirit treasure pill, yet it can only yield 1, that I cannot turn a good deed into a malicious act of profit. The specific terms will be discussed in person by the elder from Bu Sun Yu at Bai Hai Lu. Rest assured, it will not merely be a demand for the water spirit treasure pill. With neither a formula, materials, nor alchemical prowess, Xiao Yuan knew he would seek assistance regardless of Ren Liyuan's intervention. But he could not agree too readily. Otherwise, negotiations would be unfavorable. Feigning contemplation, Xiao Yuan remarked, "A glimpse through the tube reveals a spot." Based on Taoist Ren's character, it is clear that Bu Sun Yu is not a tyrant lacking in integrity. However, the Qing Xian Tun Yuan Dan is singular, and aside from that, I possess only a few Yuan Yu, uncertain of how to adequately compensate Bu Sun Yu for his efforts. Ren Liyuan waved his hands dismissively. Brother Xiao is a guest of the Ming Zun, and Bu Sun Yu should assist in this endeavor. There is no need for you to feel indebted. First, deal with the troublesome spirit. Xiao Yuan looked up to see Shi Peng hastening towards him. Shen Luo concedes defeat in the first round, yet insists on holding the second round in 15 minutes, declaring that the specifics of the contest will only be revealed prior to the duel, to be held at Wang Chao Pavilion. Shi Peng cautioned, Shen Luo is not one to take lightly, especially with Zhou Fanqi by his side. One cannot predict his schemes, Brother Xiao, so exercise caution. Xiao Yuan nodded slightly. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it. The gathering moved to Wang Chao Pavilion, an elevated location along the broad mountain peak, featuring a grand pavilion where one could overlook the tumultuous tides. Reminiscent of an army in motion, invigorating the spirit, Shen Luo proclaimed, Xiao Yuan, the sacred hand is renowned for dismantling restrictions and creating illusions that I shall not take advantage of you. Let us test your skills in breaking the restrictions. As he spoke, Shen Luo produced 9 intertwined rings, a tangled mess that seemed impossible to unravel, causing unease at first glance. You must not use brute force to destroy the rings. Each must be solved individually to separate them all. Xiao Yuan accepted them, scrutinizing them closely. These 9 rings were unlike the ordinary 9-ring puzzle. The latter could be solved through sheer manual dexterity, while these were intricately combined through a unique array. Resembling a form of building blocks, one must locate the joints and extract them one by one. Otherwise, the entire structure would collapse instantly. The challenge lay in the interconnectivity of the 9 rings, each affecting the others, making the task far from simple. Xiao Yuan devoted most of his focus to refining the Wang Ding and cultivating Yuan Li, leaving little time for the esoteric arts of the Sacred Hand. In layman's terms, enhancing Yuan Li to advance his cultivation and refining the Dan Xi and Ding Tian Zi sword array to boost his combat prowess were his primary studies, while alchemy and restriction breaking were secondary. He was uncertain of his mastery of array techniques, but he could feel the complexity of the 9 rings restrictions. With his nascent understanding of breaking formations, he observed the patterns on the rings, causing his eyes to strain and tears to flow. Closing his eyes, 2 streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks, prompting Shipeng to exclaim in alarm, "Brother Xiao, are you all right?" Shen Luo, brimming with self-satisfaction, taunted, "The ring of alchemy is the supreme skill of my alchemical sect. You, a mere second-tier cultivator, have such shallow cultivation. How dare you attempt to discern its intricacies? Beware for your sight." Xiao Yuan replied coldly, "Is this not your own creation?" Shen Luo faltered. "What of it? It was never stipulated that it must be my creation. I merely proposed a challenge for you to solve, the deal you concede defeat." Chapter 58. The decisive kill against Shen Luo. Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Shipeng leaped up in agitation. "Despicable! You, a paragon of the alchemical sect, a figure of the sacred sun level, resorting to such underhanded methods in a duel. Truly a disgrace to the alchemical sect." He had discerned that Shen Luo had brought forth the unknown grade of the 9 rings with the intent to ensnare Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, unfazed, stated, "I concede defeat." The words lingered on Shen Luo's lips, but he swallowed them back, a sinister smile forming. "Brother Xiao, you may need to rest for 3 to 5 days. The flower viewing event has yet to commence, and I can linger on Chengkong Island for a while longer." Many who had come to Wangchao Pavilion to observe were drawn either by Xiao Yuan's reputation for catching the Qing Xian Tun and Ink Dragon Eel, or simply to witness the spectacle of an outsider facing ridicule on the island. Zhou Fanqi fanned the flames, inciting others to jeer, labeling Xiao Yuan a coward, lacking decisiveness, and afraid of losing, their taunts resonating like discordant notes in a melodious symphony, soft yet piercing. There is no need for rest. Defeating someone like you can be accomplished in a quarter of an hour. Xiao Yuan began to cultivate his Yuan Li to nourish his eyes, gradually regaining clarity. "Esteemed friends present, do any possess peculiar weapons for my use? Their rank need not be too lofty. Even Xin tier or Huang tier will suffice. Celestial or earthly tiers are acceptable, as long as they possess unique abilities. Other magical instruments would be hard-pressed to achieve the same effect, and it would be preferable for them to have their own distinctive forms." Ren Liyuan, with his worldly wisdom, brightened at once, deducing that Xiao Yuan aimed to showcase the second renowned skill of the Sacred Hand. The art of illusion that he called out. "I possess a peculiar lampstand that, when different fuels are used, produces varying colors. Its shape is the result of fire crafting, a rare stroke of genius, and is exceedingly difficult to replicate. I will lend it to Brother Xiao for your use." Xiao Yuan regarded the lampstand that Ren Liyuan held aloft. "Very well, Shen Luo, the 3rd round will test your perceptive abilities, that I shall create a replica within half a quarter of an hour. And alongside the genuine article, you will have 3 hours to discern which is which. Aside from the inability to utilize the distinctive effects of the magical instrument, all other means of identification may be employed. Failure to identify correctly or exceeding the time limit will result in defeat." With such a declaration, those familiar with the reputation of the Sacred Hand felt invigorated that I end the 2nd round. Shen Luo had showcased the alchemical sect's ultimate skill. While in the 3rd round, Xiao Yuan would not yield an inch, prepared to employ the art of illusion. As Shen Luo accepted the lampstand for a thorough examination, he noted its unusual shape. With naturally formed patterns that were challenging to wear down, that a glimmer of cunning crossed his mind. Earlier, the one surnamed Ren whispered to you, "Who knows what schemes they are plotting?" Though this lampstand is intricate, should multiple variations be crafted, there may be slight differences in appearance that outsiders cannot discern. Upon hearing Shen Luo's words, many in the audience furrowed their brows, as Ren Liyuan, serving as Bu Sun Yu's steward, was well regarded on Chengkong Island, leading them to doubt that he would engage in such ignoble acts. "Indeed," Ren Liyuan coldly retorted, surnamed Shen, "do not assume others share your despicable mindset, that I act with integrity and have no interest in such underhanded schemes. Were it not for your invitation, I would have sought a duel with you. This is merely a matter of principle. Why must you become so agitated, Taoist Ren?" You, Xiao Yuan interjected. What do you intend to do? We will recreate the lampstand here, in the presence of all esteemed friends, ensuring its uniqueness and authenticity. Agreed. Xiao Yuandao said. I have wronged you, Ren Daoyu. In the future, I shall express my gratitude. There is no need for such formality. It is merely a trivial lantern, a mere trinket that if it can convince a certain loquacious individual, what harm is there in its destruction? Upon finishing his words, Renluin immediately cast forth the peculiar lantern, suspending it in mid-air, channeling his original energy into the form of Dao fire to melt the lantern that I shall leave my fist imprint. Renlian struck the lantern with a punch, to which Shi Peng followed suit, declaring, I shall lightly sketch a Peng bird. With fingers poised like swords, he drew through the air, instantly generating a myriad of sword chi that transformed into a bizarrely shaped Peng bird. The onlookers, influenced by the atmosphere, either contributed their own materials or left their marks, including Jin Rong, Zhou Fangqi, and Shen Luo, who did not miss the opportunity. Ultimately, the lantern was refined into an extraordinarily intricate form, adorned with countless embellishments, resembling a treasure lantern, that we ought to take a picture, proposed a cultivator. The esteemed individuals nodded in agreement, and began to apply various techniques to imprint the appearance of the treasure lantern, both internally and externally. When Xiao Yuan received the treasure lantern, he felt a heavy force within it. He then took out the Danshin Ding, seated himself and the lantern within it, and after a brief moment, emerged, extending his hands to reveal two identical treasure lanterns. Shen Luo entered the pavilion, requesting the onlooking Dao friends to step back, preferably without anyone sending him sound transmissions, lest they have to start anew. As Shen Luo approached the stone table with the two lanterns, he quickly examined them, his expression brightening with joy. Xiao Yuan, your craftsmanship as a contemporary master is lacking. Your skill to create indistinguishable fakes is rather shallow. With at least 13 flaws, this imitation, let alone burning precious materials, would likely crack even with lamp oil. Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly. So, you have made your choice, that of course, Shen Luo declared confidently. I can discern the imitation at a glance. Xiao Yuan, haste does not yield fine tofu. Shall I give you more time to craft a more suitable lantern? The crowd gasped, gazing at the lanterns on the stone table. The signature skill of the contemporary master was so easily recognized. Shen Luo, under the watchful eyes of many, could not regret his selection. I choose this one on the left, he asserted, his gaze unwavering. Never one to look back. Did I ask the left one real or fake? Fake. Very well, Xiao Yuan concluded, conjuring the heavy Xuanzhong hammer and smashing the right lantern into a flat disc. What are you doing? Shen Luo exclaimed, startled, retreating hastily. It is merely a contest of wits. There is no need to panic. At this moment, neither of us has a way out, Xiao Yuan stated. Let us invite our fellow Dao friends to verify the goods. Ren Liyuan, Shi Peng, Zhou Fangqi, Jin Rong, and members of the Zhou clan surged forward. Surrounding the lantern Shen Luo had identified as fake. The curves are incorrect. The patterns are wrong. The engravings do not match. Jin Rong and others pointed out several errors until they were struck with a shock. This is the genuine article. It truly resembles the real thing, remarked an elder in green robes. Let us ignite and verify the seal. The crowd began to act, each nodding in agreement. Indeed, this is authentic. The elder shook his head, sighing. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. A mere trickery that eludes perception, leaving one ensnared. Shi Peng, realizing the implication, laughed heartily. Shen Luo, your arrogance has led you astray. Brother Xiao merely altered the genuine item slightly, and you believed yourself clever. Acting with such bravado, it is no wonder Brother Xiao can replicate it in mere moments, having seen through your hollow reputation. Shen Luo's smile froze, his expression darkening. Once confident, he now dashed to the forefront. Impossible! Absolutely impossible. My eyes do not deceive me. Though he was brash, he was no fool. Not easily misled by trivial sleights of hand, he had scrutinized both items thoroughly before making his decision. However, the more he observed the fake, the more it appeared genuine. That in a moment of revelation, as he attempted to inspect the other lantern, it had already become an irretrievable disc. That in such circumstances, he found himself at a loss for words. Glancing around, the crowd's expectant gazes bore down upon him, waiting to see if he would uphold his promise. That I concede, Shen Luo uttered begrudgingly, lowering his head. Chapter 59. renowned in Chenkang the onlookers, devoid of sincerity. Witnessed the once proud and arrogant Shin Luo concede, erupting in applause and cheers. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shin Luo had no choice but to present a formula for the nourishing beauty pill along with an ancient pill. A failed scheme indeed. Shi Peng scolded that as the cultivators gravitated towards Xiao Yuan, Shin Luo hurriedly retreated in disgrace. Brother Xiao, in all these years at Chenkang South Cliff, how many can boast of catching white pine fish, Qingxian mullet, and mo long eel in a single night? We have come from afar, so grant us the opportunity to witness it. Indeed, the legend of Qingxian mullet refining aquatic treasure pills is well known. Yet few have seen one caught. Let us broaden our horizons. Seeing the schemers follow closely behind Shin Luo and Zhou Fanqi, Xiao Yuan clasped his fists and addressed the crowd. Today, I owe much to the righteous words of my fellow Dao friends. Many have endured a long night with me. Let us take from the South Cliff and share it amongst ourselves. With a sweeping gesture, he revealed the day's catch, each fish lively in the water. Aside from the Yuan Dan, all the spiritual fish as flesh and blood would be shared among the group. That moment, in the Wanqiao Pavilion, we shall enjoy the gentle breeze and the waning moon, feasting on fish and wine as we watch the sun rise from the east, with the tides crashing. All the cultivators were momentarily stunned. Even the esteemed elder in green robes was taken aback. Speaking, even without the most precious Yuan Dan, the flesh and blood of these extraordinary fish and beasts is of considerable value. Brother Xiao, having traveled so far to Chenkang Island, would you not wish to take some exotic treasures back home? Born with talent, there is bound to be worth. Even if one spends a fortune, it shall return. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Shin Luo is a character of such nature. With just a few words, I could see through him. Had it not been for the assistance of my fellow Dao friends, he would never have easily conceded or surrendered his wager. Moreover, my ability to catch such a multitude of Yuan beasts and spiritual fish is indeed a blessing from Chenkang. A fortuitous encounter from the South Cliff. How could I act in a miserly manner? Let us all partake together. Shi Peng, invigorated with enthusiasm, leaped 3 times and bellowed, Brother Xiao, your magnanimity deserves a toast. We, the brothers of Qian Island, shall not stand on ceremony. Those with wine shall bring forth the drink, and those with strength shall lend their might, ensuring this grand event does not pass in vain. He pounded his chest, releasing 3 jars of fine liquor. I shall present all the precious clear spirits I have been reluctant to drink. The cultivators, aware of Shi Peng's reputation, were astonished. Clear spirit, that is the finest wine to accompany coastal delicacies. You would not even allow it to be poured into a gourd. You have always indulged in secrecy, yet now you are so generous. I, old Zhang, shall not hide my skills either. Let everyone see the culinary art of the Zhang family. In a flurry of activity, the atmosphere in Wanqiao Pavilion grew lively. All present were cultivators, each possessing unique abilities, swiftly preparing the cooking apparatus, igniting the flames. Renlian carefully collaborated with Zhang Xian, expertly butchering the over-century-old Qingxian mullet, mo long eel, and suan fish, striving to extract the Yuan Dan without compromising their flavors. The inner cores of the Yuan beasts were akin to the Dao seeds of cultivators, representing the essence of their original energy. Pure and unsullied. Xiao Yuan received 5 Yuan Dan, especially the one from the Qingxian mullet, which resembled a blue lotus seed, round, translucent, and clear. However, Renlian had done nothing to process them. He merely extracted them. Xiao Yuan gazed at the Yuan Dan of the Qingxian mullet, unable to suppress his myriad thoughts. How could a single Yuan Dan possess such strength, capable of transforming a mortal body into a treasure physique? The cost of divine-level replication was a staggering 420 million yuan. Compared to weapons of the same grade, the price of pills paled in comparison. Firstly, pills could be refined with high-level treasures, and secondly, many pills could be produced in one batch. Even though spiritual herbs were rare, they could be cultivated. Upon calculation, the royal-level Jingqidan was merely 600,000 yuan, and the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce listed the saint-level Puyadan at 3 million yuan, while the Qingxian mullet's Yuan Dan commanded a replication cost exceeding 400 million. It seemed that both it and the ancient nourishing beauty pill Shin Luo had lost to him were imperial-grade treasures. Regrettably, Yuan beasts could not possess the wisdom of demons, born from the essence of heaven and earth. Otherwise, they could embed their consciousness within the Yuan Dan and reforge their paths. They were destined to be mere pets or raw materials for pill concoction, unable to escape the natural restrictions of heaven and earth, nor the wisdom of cultivators that a Yuan beast of 3 millennia could rival Saint and Imperial levels that if it were at sea, stirring the waves could spell my doom. Yet, in the unique environment of South Cliff, it could not evade even a mere second-tier cultivator. In a sudden moment of audacity, Xiao Yuan conceived a bold idea. The imperial weapon in the mortal realm is akin to the embodiment of a great emperor. The vastness of the world offers no place untouchable, even within the infamous cave of 10,000 demons left by other emperors. The imperial weapon, the demon-suppressing pestle of the Compassion Temple, can traverse in and out with ease, quelling the chaos of demons. That it stands to reason that no matter how enigmatic and powerful the South Cliff Sea, under the watchful eye of the imperial weapon, it would be hard-pressed to evade its might. The reason it has not breached the restrictions of the South Cliff Sea may be akin to Xiao Yuan's current approach, treating the South Cliff Sea as a nurturing ground for special spiritual fish. Unaware that the descendants have become increasingly inept, with few capable of comprehending the profound laws of heaven and earth, thus qualifying to catch spiritual fish. The shout of Shi Peng roused Xiao Yuan from his reverie, prompting him to cast aside distractions and join the others in hearty feasting and revelry. The elder in green, having consumed an ample share of meat and broth, felt rejuvenated, as though basking in the gentle warmth of spring. He clapped Xiao Yuan on the shoulder and said, "I was initially concerned about your safety on Chengkong Island, yet you arrived and accomplished such a remarkable feat. Not only did you cleverly repel Shen Luo, but you also gallantly shared the precious spiritual fish that I believe that by tomorrow, the name of the illustrious Xiao Yuan will be known far and wide across Chengkong Island. Thank you for your kind words. Senior, may I inquire about your esteemed name? I am surnamed Zhou, and I serve as a fireman on the island." With that, he departed without a second glance at the various spiritual fish by the campfire. Xiao Yuan pulled Shi Peng and Run Liuan over, yet they claimed not to recognize the elder. Were it not for the Flower Appreciation Festival, I would have no right to linger about Chengkong. Shi Peng remarked, gesturing toward the revelers. Everyone here is in the same boat. Thus, I cannot identify them, and they likely do not know me either. Ren Liuan nodded in agreement, since he bears the surname Zhou. He must originate from the Zhou clan. Perhaps those from the Zhou family are aware of his background. They sought out a member of the Zhou clan for inquiry, yet he could not recall any specifics. Only that the elder seemed familiar, reminding him of an old tale. What tale? It is said that the current master of Chengkong Island worked as a cook at Bai Hai Lu years ago, and after his rise, many mocked him as a mere fireman. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that the elder in green is the master of Chengkong Island? Shi Peng mused. Could Zhao's affairs truly attract the attention of the island's master? Their questions remained unanswered for now, and they turned back to the tide-watching feast, savoring the tender by song fish, the resilient Mo long eel, and the silky Qing Xian pig. The cultivators drank and dined, composing poetry under the moonlight, inevitably discussing Xiao Yuan. Before tonight, the majority of the Outer Sea were unaware of Xiao Yuan's name and identity. After tonight, Xiao Yuan's fame spread across Chengkong. Chapter 60. Elder Bu Sun within Bai Hai Lu, Xiao Yuan awakened from his drunken stupor, gazing out the window at the moon hanging high in the sky. He felt compelled to find a servant to inquire about the duration of his slumber. The answer is 2 days and 1 night, came the response. During my rest, did the esteemed Ming Zun arrive? No, the servant replied. If you have already integrated into the customs of the Outer Sea, you may send a signal requesting Ming Zun to dispatch someone to escort you to Yushao Island. Otherwise, according to tradition, you may have to remain on Chengkong Island for a full 15 days. Curious, Xiao Yuan asked, what does it mean to integrate into the customs of the Outer Sea? The servant explained, Yushao Island is the heart of the Outer Sea, where the terrain and natural phenomena are the most perilous and intense. That it is surrounded by magnetic storms, akin to a moat protecting Yushao. Not only are outsiders at risk, but even those from the remote islands who have not cultivated according to the laws of the Outer Sea may encounter trouble in the magnetic storms. The mildest consequence is a disturbance in inner breath, leading to a severe illness. The most severe could obstruct one's path to cultivation, giving rise to chaotic thoughts. The lower one's cultivation, the more cautious one must be. Typically, it takes over 10 days to gradually refine and adapt to the elemental powers of Kong Island before entering the island itself. Xiao Yuan calculated. 6 days had already passed, yet in his pursuit of efficiency in cultivation, he had drawn power exclusively from the purest elemental jade, which likely offered little relief against the local customs. After pondering this, he tidied himself somewhat and knocked on Peng's door, receiving no answer for an extended period. Just as he prepared to step outside for a stroll, Peng entered from outside. "Xiao brother, you are awake. You are a fine individual in every regard, yet your capacity for drink leaves much to be desired." Xiao Yuan understood that this was not merely a matter of alcohol tolerance. It stemmed from consuming too much spirit-brewed wine for cultivation, as well as the toll of late-night fishing on his vitality. However, he refrained from explaining, instead inquiring how he might hasten his adaptation to the customs of the outer sea and to what extent he could enter Yushao Island, that I have yet to visit Yushao Island. So I cannot specify what level of adaptation is required. However, there is someone who can undoubtedly assist you with this inquiry. "Oh, Elder Bu Sunyu, Yin Tian Su." Xiao Yuan understood that Peng sought assistance for the invaluable Qing Xian pig essence pill from the recipe for the water-walking treasure pill. And thus he nodded in agreement. Peng, like a wild horse set free, hurriedly unleashed his golden sword to send a message to the waiting Ren Liyuan, arranging a meeting for the following day. Elder Yin Tian Su was tall and robust, with striking features and eyes that shimmered like jade, exuding an extraordinary presence. Ren Liyuan trailed behind him like a devoted apprentice. "Xiao Xiaoyu, you truly exude vigor and vitality. In just a few short days, I have heard your name mentioned almost incessantly. Many children in Busunyu wish to visit Kong Island to see you in person. Thank you for the compliments." Elder M.Y. modest reputation hardly warrants such attention. Xiao Yuan smiled, adding, "However, since Ren brother is not a stranger, let us speak candidly. What are your plans regarding the refining of the water-walking treasure pill?" "Straightforward indeed." Elder Yin Tian Su clapped his hands and laughed. "All the auxiliary materials required for the pill will be provided by Bu Sunyu, including the 3 saints and 3 greens. We do not need much. I kindly ask Xiao Xiaoyu to help catch one more Qing Xian pig." Xiao Yuan could not help but interject. Fishing in the South Cliff relies heavily on personal fortune. It is a well-known fact across the outer sea. How can Elder Yin be so certain that I will catch a Qing Xian pig next time? Elder Yin Tian Su stroked his beard with a knowing smile. "Given that you are competing with others on your very first fishing expedition and managing to catch various Baisong fish, Mo long eels, and even Qing Xian pigs without a trace of panic, it would be quite strange if you did not uncover the core secrets of the South Cliff." Xiao Yuan understood, realizing that the core secrets of the South Cliff must pertain to the terrain and laws of the South Cliff Sea. And he likely held the key. What are the core secrets of the South Cliff? I have resided in the outer sea for so long and have never heard of them. Ren Liyuan, having listened intently, could not hold back his curiosity and asked Xiao Yuan. Elder Yin Tian Su sighed. The terrain of the South Cliff Sea and its wondrous fish and medicinal herbs are a product of both natural formation and human intervention. Originally intended to cultivate special fish species for the sake of providing resources for the disciples of the Thousand Islands. Yet who could have anticipated that the descendants would falter, with fewer and fewer capable of unraveling the mysteries and pulling up rare and precious fish, transforming what should have been a regular fishing event into a game of chance. Elder Yin Tian Su offered no concrete answers, merely sighing, which left Ren Liyuan feeling despondent, but he turned to Xiao Yuan and asked, "The elder speaks of you mastering the mysteries of the South Cliff. Could you enlighten me, Brother Xiao? I am quite curious." Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment, recalling that night when he observed the South Cliff of Kong with the eye of a ray breaking. Carefully choosing his words, Tio put it metaphorically, there exists a type of fish that is drawn to light like moths to a flame, capable of absorbing the essence of various light sources to thrive and transforming the light surrounding it into protective weapons. What do you think would be the most efficient way to catch such fish? Naturally, it would be to use a light that can attract these fish, luring them into the net, Ren Liyuan replied, his gaze ablaze with excitement. Have you already comprehended this power? If, during the next fishing trip, they once again rush toward the bait without fear, I believe that would be the case, Xiao Yuan replied softly. Ren Liyuan gasped in astonishment, quickly grasping why Elder Yin Tian Su had smiled wryly. Countless heroes had studied this for centuries, Yet none could compare to an outsider like Xiao Yuan, who had grasped it in a single night. Truly, the adept do not struggle, while the struggling cannot comprehend. Xiao Yuan generously shared how he achieved enlightenment, how he integrated into the laws of the South Cliff, and how he became a part of the South Cliff Sea, making his fishing hook appear more exquisite than the food found in the sea, thus enticing the fish to take the bait. Ren Liyuan seemed bewildered, as if he were listening to a celestial being, while Elder Yin Tiansu occasionally nodded, as if gaining insight. Once Xiao Yuan concluded, Elder Yin Tiansu inquired, "Are you one of the 5 great imperial bodies? One of the 10 supreme bodies?" "Why does Elder say that?" "There are records in Busunyu that the young Emperor of Alchemy once visited Yu Xiao, and during a single night at the South Cliff Sea of Chengkong Island, he caught 300 fish, each of which was above the heavenly tier, rivaling those of the revered kings, that he once remarked that special physiques are favored by the laws of heaven and earth, making it easier to perceive the mysteries of the South Cliff Sea and to integrate with it." Elder Yin Tiansu continued, "The Emperor of Alchemy is indeed one of the 5 great imperial bodies. A Tao body naturally attuned to the primal force of the great Tao, cultivating at an astonishing pace." Ren Liyuan, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yuan, who merely rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. "Elder Yin, if I were of special physique, why would I covet the water-walking treasure pill? I would have long since sold the Qing Xian pig essence pill to friend. Our end at IT is merely that I have some understanding of the restrictions imposed by the saintly hand and happen to be situated in a place most conducive to resonating with the great Tao. The saintly hand truly lives up to its reputation. It is indeed formidable." Elder Yin Tiansu seemed to ponder something, nodding repeatedly. "You have even deciphered the restrictions of the South Cliff. Your skill in breaking through such barriers is indicative of your profound mastery. No wonder King Zhou personally invited you here." That he rose swiftly, resolutely declaring, "Xiao, my young friend, Bushuanyu invites you to the island, offering his utmost assistance in alchemy. Should you find the time after the successful refinement of your elixir, we would be grateful if you could help us procure another Qingxian Tunxian Yuan Dan if time does not permit. Consider it a gesture of goodwill between Bushuanyu and the saintly hand." What? Chapter 61. The 4 Divisions of the Universe C. The water-walking Baodan can transform a mortal body into a water-walking Baotai, while the Qingxian Tunxian Yuan Dan is undeniably a crucial component. The elusive green seaweed hidden in the depths of the ocean can only be harvested by experts of royal caliber or above. The Qingmei tree, on the other hand, requires the cultivation of over 10,000 acres of forest to yield a usable specimen. Even if a saint-level alchemist is provided with a saint-level furnace and saint-level extraordinary fire at no cost, the amount of yuanshi expended by Bu Xuanyu in refining the water-walking Baodan would exceed 3 times that of the Qingxian Tunxian Yuan Dan. Ren Liyuan was at a loss as to why Elder Yin had suddenly suggested aiding in the alchemical process, offering his services without any fee. In response to Ren Liyuan's skepticism, Yin Tianxu showed no intention of elaborating. Continuing on his own, "Xiao, my young friend, outside Yuxiao Island, there exists a Yuan magnetic storm. For cultivators below the saint level, crossing the storm is exceedingly perilous and requires a period of adaptation lasting nearly half a month. Given these circumstances, why not temporarily relocate to Bushuanyu's domain to commence the alchemical process? You may witness the successful refinement upon your return from Yuxiao." Xiao Yuan chuckled bitterly, as the saying goes. "One should not receive rewards without merit." I, Xiao, have no familial ties to Bushuanyu or Elder Yin, making it difficult to accept such generosity without reason. My young friend, your words are misguided. If 2 individuals wish to forge a friendship, one must take the initiative to extend an invitation. The Bushuanyu is willing to be that friend. Do you perhaps look down upon him? Bushuanyu, even on land, is a significant figure, comparable to any major sacred ground. How could I dare to show him disdain?" Xiao Yuan pondered aloud. "If that is the case, I shall graciously accept, but I must state one thing in advance. Should there be any Qingxian Tunxian Yuan Dan provided in the future, Elder Yin cannot refuse." Yin Tianxu laughed heartily. "It would be disrespectful to not reciprocate, and should you choose to offer a gift, it would be a gesture of friendship that Bushuanyu would not decline." He paused before continuing. "You have been in Chengkong for approximately 6 to 7 days. I trust you are gradually acclimating to the coastal environment. Your invitation to Yuxiao must be of great importance, and Bushuanyu cannot afford to delay. Thus, it is best to commence the alchemical endeavor sooner rather than later. Xiao Yuan proposed, "Shall we set off tomorrow?" "Very well. I shall await you at Beihai Tower along with Liu." As he watched Xiao Yuan depart, Ren Liyun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Elder, while Xiao Daoist is indeed remarkable, it hardly necessitates Bu Shu and you rushing to welcome him. One must remember that the spiritual herbs and divine grasses for the water-walking Baodan were painstakingly gathered by the disciples. Moreover, he is a person from the land, and will eventually leave the outer sea. Why not conduct business as usual?" Yin Tianshu sighed deeply. "You have indeed endured much hardship these years while managing affairs outside. If you were to cultivate for an extended period within the island, you would surely transcend worldly limitations and attain clarity of vision." After expressing his sentiments, Yin Tianshu elucidated, "Xiao Yuan has explicitly stated that he can harmonize with the South Cliff's Taoist environment, catching various wondrous fish, not merely by chance. You should comprehend the significance of such an individual's presence for Chenkong Island. Should he remain here for an extended duration, he could catch numerous rare treasures that we struggle to acquire. Longevity-bestowing white pine fish, strength-enhancing dragon eels, and the cultivation treasure, Qingxian Tunshan. Xiao Yuan managed to catch 3 in a single night, which alone guarantees his place in Chenkong." Yin Tianshu gestured towards Beihai Tower. "Do not forget. Xiao Yuan is the representative of Ming Zun, personally invited by Yuxiao Island from the Deyue dynasty, and he instructed Beihai Tower to prepare various spiritual items as meals to assist him in adapting to the outer sea." Ren Liyuan's eyes widened. "Are you implying that Yuxiao Island may assist him in refining the Baodan?" "That is beyond doubt. The Zhou family's treasury has been stocked for millennia. A few spiritual herbs are of little consequence. Moreover, there is a possibility of inviting Xiao Yuan to assist in fishing at the South Cliff." Yin Tianshu spoke earnestly. "Liyun, one must think long-term. Take the act of gifting fish at Wangchao Pavilion as an example. It shows that Xiao Yuan is not a miserly individual. He will not allow Bu Shuanyu to suffer any loss." Upon returning to Beihai Tower, Xiao Yuan once again invited Shi Peng to dine. Eager to hear tales of Bu Sunyu, in days of yore, the Emperor of the Universe, Xi had 4 great divisions, which included the Shi division that manipulated the weather, the Jin division that crushed enemies and seized flags, the Sun division that measured foes and supplied logistics, and the Hua division that improved the foundation and trained cultivators. When speaking of their ancestors' achievements, Shi Peng, half-drunk, spoke with fervor, as if transported back to that era of clashing steel. "We, Shirlu Island, are the heirs of the Shi division, while Bu Shuanyu represents the Sun division. There is no singular authority on the island. Rather, young disciples from various clans and families participate in the Flower Appreciation Conference before entering Luhua Island for cultivation, establishing merits for the Thousand Islands, thereby gaining acknowledgement from the War Division disciples. Subsequently, the Zhou family stamped the Emperor of the Universe's seal, appointing him as the division's commander to oversee the island." Xiao Yuan cautiously inquired, "Does the Sun division possess any unique techniques or treasures?" "Indeed, they do. Those are holy weapons nearing the level of imperial arms, passed down from ancient war generals, crafted from numerous celestial metals and rare treasures, steeped in the blood and Tao of many malevolent beings, refined by the Emperor of the Universe. The consciousness of these weapon spirits is not inferior to many long-lost imperial arms, yet constrained by the limitations of a single emperor in this realm. The paths of greatness stifled for eons, preventing them from breaking free." Shi Peng, enraptured, continued to boast, "We generally refer to them as Saint Extreme weapons or near-imperial weapons." After downing a cup, Shi Peng continued to reminisce about the feats of the Shiyang Island's earth-shattering transformations, Jinli Island's indestructibility, Bu Shuanyu's boundless reach, and the united resolve of Meihua Dun. These 4 near-imperial weapons combined to form the Universe Sea Array, rivaling imperial arms that if an imperial weapon, such as the Dinghai Pearl, were to anchor the formation, it would not pale in comparison to the contemporary emperors. The 4 great divisions in the Universe Sea Array represent the backbone of the Emperor of the Universe's expansion into the outer sea. Forged through trials against fierce beasts, treacherous terrains, and celestial phenomena. Furthermore, with the Emperor of the Universe having ascended just 50,000 years ago, many treasures remain untarnished by time, allowing the Thousand Islands to stand unafraid of any sacred ground. Xiao Yuan sighed wistfully. In those days, the Eastern Sea was largely infested with fierce beasts and treacherous lands, with tidal waves relentlessly assaulting the land season after season. Had it not been for the Emperor of the Universe's expeditions into the Outer Sea, followed closely by the Yutian Emperor and the Refinement Dao Emperor, it is likely that the world today would not even recognize the concept of the five continents. Raising his cup to Shurpeng, Xiao Yuan resolved a journey to the Sun Division, Bushuanyu, marking his entry into the Zhou family of Yuxiao. Yet, the meaning of boundless reach remained elusive to Shurpeng. He only knew it was the foundation of the Sun Division, imbued with tremendous power. Taking out the Yuan magnetic white jade, gifted by Yan Tianxiu, he employed a secret method for testing. The water column ascended merely to a third of its potential. Such results could likely be attributed to the consumption of South Cliff sea fish and various sea wines. Noticing that he still had two-thirds left to acclimatize to the Outer Sea, Xiao Yuan sent a message via the Golden Sword to Ren Liyuan, proposing they venture to Bushuanyu together. Yan Tianxiu graciously refrained from allowing Ren Liyuan to escort Xiao Yuan. Instead, he honored him as a guest, taking him aboard a spiritual vessel that soared through the clouds, crossing the sea towards Bushuanyu in the skies. Xiao Yuan gazed in awe at the towering Chenkong Peak, astonished by its grandeur. Realizing he could not see its summit even from this height, Yan Tianxiu chuckled. Yuxiao Cliff, Chenkong Peak, Dinghai Fortress, Qingxin Lake, Luhua Plain, alongside Shiyan Ocean, Jinchuan Flow, Xuanbu Dike, and Meihua Dune, collectively represent the 9 renowned sites of the Outer Sea. Do not think it strange that you, a newcomer from the Outer Sea, are astonished. Even we, born and raised on Thousand Islands, accustomed to its scenery, remain occasionally awestruck by these wonders. Xiao Yuan sighed. As the saying goes, reading thousands of volumes of books cannot compare to traveling thousands of miles. The ancients did not deceive me. Had I not personally visited the Outer Sea, how could I have known that what is considered a remote and desolate land, the extreme east domain of the Thousand Islands, is in fact a treasure trove of abundant resources and magnificent sights? Yan Tianxiu smiled silently, forming seals to activate the fish-shaped flying vessel. Without any visible action, the vessel traversed the void, landing upon an island. Initially intending to enjoy the maritime scenery, Xiao Yuan's expression suddenly shifted, exclaiming, "Kongmin?" On Yuxiao Island, the reclusive elder Zhou Fafan abruptly opened his eyes. A cold light emanating from his gaze, followed by a stern command. Swiftly investigate why the Sun Division has employed the boundless reach. The elder Zhou Mingheng, responsible for the watch over the past century, quickly formed seals, sending messages to Yuxiao's Dinghai Hall and the Sun Division's Miaoshuan Pavilion. Moments later, he received a report, his expression shifting from shock to bemusement. According to the report, it was to welcome the current saintly hand onto the island. Due to his cultivation not having transcended, the boundless reach was employed for protection. Even if an infant were to enter the island, there would be no need to deploy a near-imperial weapon. Something must surely lie beneath the surface. Though Zhou Fafan had secluded himself for many years, ignoring worldly affairs, he was no antiquated relic. He understood the state of the world, with so many saints and sacred artifacts at Bushuanyu. What warranted the use of a treasure of such significance? It was clear that this was meant to stir the Thousand Islands, particularly the Zhou family and the 4 divisions. Zhou Mingheng explained, "I once caught a distant glimpse of the current saintly hand. Though his cultivation is merely at the 2nd tier, he managed to unravel the ancient prohibitions left by the Xuanji saint. That it stands to reason that he has grasped the essence of the saintly hand's art of breaking prohibitions. The tidal array of Yuxiao has been tumultuous for over 20 years. I decided to invite him to test his abilities." Zhou Fafan's voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Since he is a guest of Yuxiao, why has he suddenly gone to Bushuanyu? There must be a reason behind this. Go and investigate swiftly. Zhou Mingheng complied and promptly made his way to Dinghai Hall, where the elders and stewards awaited the decree. His gaze swept across the assembly, landing on Zhou Wangming, to whom he offered a gentle smile. "Minger, how has your cultivation progressed? When might you attain the true meaning of the Taiyin?" Zhou Wangming hurriedly bowed. "In a year. I shall surely enter the realm of the month and achieve the status of a marquis." "Very good. You are indeed a prodigy of the Zhou family." Zhou Mingheng chuckled and inquired, "Not long ago, I instructed you to invite the Saint Hand to assist in deciphering the celestial tidal array. What progress have you made?" Zhou Wangming replied with calm composure, We have arrived at Chenkong Island for 7 days, currently refining and absorbing the primordial energy of 1,000 islands, acclimatizing to the local conditions, in order to traverse the elemental magnetic storm and reach Yuxiao Island. Before Zhou Mingheng could pose another question, Zhou Wangming had already clarified the matter regarding Bu Xuanyu's use of the within reach of heaven technique. 4 days prior, the same hand had been fishing at Nanya, and overnight he had caught 26 spirit fish, including rare treasures such as the white pine fish, blue immortal dolphin, ink dragon eel, and suan fish. The steward Ren Liyuan and elder Yin Tianxiu of Bu Xuanyu had invited the Saint Hand, presumably to concoct the water elemental treasure pill, as for the reason behind employing within reach of heaven. I suspect that Xiao Yuan may have uncovered the secrets of Nanya, realizing how to catch more spirit fish. Bu Xuanyu is, on one hand, seeking to curry favor with the Saint Hand, preparing to leverage his skills to catch more fish, while on the other, he is informing us that they have discovered another remarkable individual capable of fishing the sea fish of Nanya after the great emperor of refinement. Zhou Mingheng remarked, "Not every remarkable individual can catch the sea fish of Nanya, nor are all who catch them remarkable. The Bu Xuanyu should have no difficulty finding cultivators capable of ascending to the saint level. This matter, being blown out of proportion, is likely not as simple as you surmise. It cannot merely be for the water elemental treasure pill." Zhou Wangming furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that Yin Tianxiu is abusing his position to assist Yin Yu in refining the water elemental treasure pill, and is overly favoring the Saint Hand as a mere faade?" Zhou Mingheng replied coolly, "With the ferocious beasts of the outer seas subdued, our ancestors have strictly forbidden any unauthorized acts of aggression or conquest over the mainland. Naturally, there are numerous grievances within the 1,000 islands, not to mention the affairs of the 4 islands. Can the support behind the 4 be overlooked?" Zhou Mingheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, noted that the doors of the Dinghai Hall had suddenly closed. His crisp voice echoed from the shadows. "The Yin family has held the position of chief of the Seeking Division for 500 years. There are already whispers of Yin Xuanyu's undercurrents within the 1,000 islands. And given the current state of affairs, their arrogance is ill-advised that we must closely monitor the members of the Yin family. For the next century, they must not stray from the path." The crowd looked solemn and unanimously responded, "Understood." As Zhou Mingheng prepared to leave, he called out to Zhou Wangming once more. "Ming'er, ensure your tasks are carried through to the end. Bring the Yuxiao spiritual herbs and deliver them to the Saint Hand, assisting him in adapting to the environment of the 1,000 islands as quickly as possible, and avoid excessive contact with others." Zhou Wangming bowed. "I shall faithfully execute your orders." On Bu Xuanyu, Xiao Yuan was overwhelmed with astonishment. He was completely unaware that Zhou Wangming was seeking various spiritual herbs on his behalf and preparing to refine them for his swift entry into Yuxiao Island, but he merely reflected on the recent events. From the skies above Chenkong Island to his arrival at Bu Xuanyu, not only did he fail to see the full vistas of both islands, but he also felt as though mere moments had passed before he was suddenly transported from Chenkong Island to Bu Xuanyu. The sensation of traversing vast expanses of void felt akin to opening a portal and crossing state boundaries. However, Xiao Yuan soon sensed something amiss, as his divine-level duplication was in the process of recording information. Through his breath, he could capture the details of the treasured artifact, yet the time was too brief to allow for a complete transcription. This was starkly different from his experience at Ningzhou's portal. During that time, he could only record the array patterns and not the portal itself. Now, it seemed possible to record the portal's essence. Fortunately, Yin Tianxiu had no intention of concealing the truth and straightforwardly stated, "To demonstrate our regard for you, young friend, the division has specifically utilized within reach of heaven to directly transport you from Chenkong Island." Xiao Yuan was left utterly speechless. Within reach of heaven was a quasi-imperial weapon, the foundation of the Seeking Division. How could it be employed for his mere invitation? Having recently learned about the tales of the 5 islands and 4 divisions from Shepeng, Xiao Yuan understood the significance of such a national treasure in the hearts of the youth of the 1,000 islands. To put it bluntly, his current situation felt akin to a monkey in royal garb. With this thought, Xiao Yuan suddenly felt as though he were ensnared in some vortex. Yin Tianxiu, brimming with enthusiasm, attempted to introduce the sights of Bu Xuanyu to Xiao Yuan. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan had entirely lost his desire for such pleasantries. He did not even visit the famed Busun Dike, but instead produced the blue immortal dolphin essence pill, requesting to commence the alchemical process. Sure enough, that evening, before all the auxiliary herbs had arrived and the alchemical chamber for the water elemental treasure pill was fully prepared, Zhou Wangming hurried after him, explicitly requesting an audience with Xiao Yuan. This is the clear heart flower, the bright heart fruit, and the relaxing leaf. You can refine them with the water essence of the Thousand Islands, and in less than 2 days, they will meld with the environment, allowing you to set off for Yuxiao Island. Master Xiao, please refine them promptly, so you may return home sooner. Xiao Yuan replied, the water elemental treasure pill has yet to be started. Zhou Wangming decisively asserted, the water elemental treasure pill is of imperial grade and may take 3 to 5 months to complete. Does Master Xiao intend to remain at Bushuanyu indefinitely? Chapter 62. The Secret of Jiujing. The calculating pavilion of Bushuanyu. Zhou Wangming continued to apply pressure. If Master Xiao insists on the water elemental treasure pill, Yuxiao can undertake its refinement and present it to you upon your return. A token of our goodwill. Yin Tianxiu, seated at the head, immediately turned pale and barked, impertinence. Zhou Wangming smiled. Elder Yin need not be angered. Whether to stay or leave ultimately depends on Master Zhao's own disposition. We are merely expressing our respective intentions. Yin Tianxiu snorted in discontent. Master Xiao is a distinguished guest invited to Bushuanyu via within reach of heaven. How can one like you come and attempt to forcibly seize him? Would that not be a grave insult to Bushuanyu? Zhou Wangming countered. That statement is misguided. Were it not for the order from Yuxiao, I would have invited Master Xiao from Dua. Elder Yin would likely be unable to act with such brazen disregard. He turned to Xiao Yuan. Shall we take a stroll around our island? Very well. Xiao Yuan responded readily, while Yin Tianxiu's expression darkened. Zhou Wangming was well acquainted with Bushuanyu, recounting its landscapes and sceneries as if they were his own. The accompanying Run Liyuan and others were commanded to keep their distance. Ahead lay Busun Dike, one of the 9 scenic views of the outer sea, a barrier that enclosed an inner lake, where one could enjoy the harmony of sea and sky, accompanied by the resonant clash of lake and ocean. Xiao Yuan's expression shifted as he gazed at Busun Dike, which resembled a great sword cleaving through the waters. For a long while, he found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Wangming paid no mind, as many from the outer seas exhibited similar astonishment upon first witnessing the 9 grand vistas. Captivated by the majesty of heaven and earth, the profundity of the great Tao, the Yin family had governed the Seeking Division for 482 years, and after 18 years, the military division's recommendation had drawn considerable dissent from Yuxiao's 5 islands and the 4 divisions, who were eager for their younger disciples to excel, outshining their peers and reclaiming the position of War Master in the Seeking Division. Yin Yu was among the most prominent, having reached the pinnacle of the 5th level at a young age. Renowned for her striking beauty, drawing countless admirers, regrettably, she had yet to achieve completeness at the saint level. Remaining unable to ascend further, Bushuanyu had stationed individuals at Nanya for years, seeking the essence pill of the blue immortal dolphin to refine the water elemental treasure pill for her physical enhancement. Yet they were wary of others intercepting their efforts, thus proceeding with utmost caution. That a subtle smirk crossed Zhou Wangming's lips as he remarked, now that they are publicly inviting you to refine the pill, Master Xiao should grasp the ultimate outcome. Xiao Yuan finally withdrew his gaze from Busun Dike, forcing a smile. As for the internal matters of the Thousand Islands, it seems that Elder Wang should refrain from sharing too much with me. Moreover, if I can catch one blue immortal dolphin, I am confident I can catch another, that I trust that Bushuanyu's millennia of heritage would not be so myopic. Zhou Wangming shook his head. The blue immortal dolphin takes 3,000 years to mature, and they each inhabit different terrains, rarely crossing paths that as for the Sea of Nanya, the chances of another appearing may take a century or even a millennium. Are you willing to wait? I doubt Bushuanyu would. Did I understand your point? Bushuanyu may indeed be deceived. However, Xiao Yuan does not necessarily require the water elemental treasure pill. He merely wishes to refine it to gain a sense of it. From this perspective, the yearning for the water elemental treasure pill seems to provide Bushuanyu with even more reason to ensure its successful refinement, particularly given the intricate entanglements of internal strife within the Thousand Islands. Allow me to ponder this, Xiao Yuan replied. Zhou Wangming nodded and discreetly departed, not pressing further. Xiao Yuan gazed at Busun Dike, having cast aside thoughts of alchemy. He had more pressing matters at hand. With this in mind, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of excitement. As he stepped onto Busun Dike, his divine-level duplication began to relay information, revealing a replication cost of 480 billion jade. Clearly indicative of a saintly weapon tier. This was all quite ordinary. Any object in the realm could be replicated, provided it was self-contained. However, Xiao Yuan would not record treasures beneath the heavenly tier. Nor would he frivolously expend hundreds of billions of jade to replicate a mere dike. Yet, as he stood on Busun Dike for an extended period, he increasingly sensed familiar fluctuations of the Tao within, making it difficult to suppress his doubts. Was it possible that the Tao here bore a striking resemblance to the artifact that had transported him to Bushuanyu? Could it be that within reach of heaven was concealed within, or that Busun Dike itself held that very essence? With this thought, Xiao Yuan's excitement intensified, nearly overwhelming him. Had he not been bereft of the funds to replicate even a fraction, he might have recklessly attempted to replicate Busun Dike. After all, it was a supreme weapon, a quasi-imperial artifact. Is the fleeting joy of holding over 2 billion yuan truly so ephemeral? It seems that the moment one turns their gaze, worries about insufficient yuan arise. Fixating on the path of Buxunyu, Xiao Yuan resolutely decided to acquiesce to Yin Tianxu's demands, continuing the refinement of the water spirit elixir at Buxunyu, with the condition of gaining access to the scripture pavilion to seek information on the elusive realm of Zikitianya. Yin Tianxu was immensely delighted by Xiao Yuan's decision, assuring him that he could freely enter and exit the scripture pavilion to peruse the annals of history. Zhou Wangming had no words to offer. Yet he chose to remain at Buxunyu, awaiting Xiao Yuan's acclimatization to the external oceanic environment. Buxunyu was acutely aware of the adage that prolonged nights breed many dreams. Thus, the medicinal herbs and precious materials were swiftly delivered overnight. And the saint-level alchemists promptly commenced the crafting of the water spirit elixir. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yuan wandered about Buxunyu, diligently recording vast amounts of information about the outer sea in the scripture pavilion. Encompassing astronomy, geography, customs, and more. As time progressed, he became increasingly convinced that Zikitianya lay concealed within the confines of Bushuandi, and it was even possible that it existed as a transformation of Bushuandi itself. Drawing parallels, if Bushuandi served as a hiding place or incarnation of the quasi-emperor weapon, then the other 8 renowned sites, such as Chungkong Peak and Yuxiao Cliff, could certainly embody the same phenomena. Should he manage to acquire these 9 quasi-emperor weapons, their might would rival that of an emperor's weapon. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yuan could not suppress the intense urge to complete the 9 great landscapes. As for how to revert the quasi-emperor weapons from their 9 great landscape states back to their original forms, he currently lacked a definitive method, but had numerous ideas. For instance, refining these landscapes completely and harmoniously might naturally restore them to their essence. Alternatively, he could study the combat techniques of the Xuanbu to locate relevant records. Unfortunately, this was no easy task that on the first day of October, Buxunyu officially commenced the alchemical process, set amidst a valley. The alchemical chamber harnessed the fire of heaven and earth, amalgamating the essence of the sun and moon, with thousands of spiritual herbs and precious materials being tamed, among which the Qingxian Tun Yuandan, Qingmei Wood, and Qingsa Haidai stood out, as if a monarch presiding over his subjects at such a moment. There was no room for Xiao Yuan to intervene, despite his being a barely qualified heavenly-level alchemist. Zhou Wangming was right. Once numerous items were laid before him, he had no say in their handling, not even the opportunity to record the Qingmei Wood and Qingsa Haidai. It was not entirely due to Buxunyu's overbearing nature. It merely indicated that Xiao Yuan was incapable of processing them without risking damage to the precious materials. Let us depart. We shall return on the day the elixir is completed. The alchemists ignited the furnace. Xiao Yuan found it unreasonable to remain idle. Thus he accompanied Zhou Wangming to Yuxiao Island. The Yuan magnetic storm restricted the void, making it exceedingly perilous to traverse for those below the saint level. Thus, a sea vessel provided a safer passage. Zhou Wangming was not one for idle chatter. Aboard the sea vessel to Yuxiao Island, both he and Xiao Yuan were unusually silent. Chapter 63. The Tidal Secret Realm on the Outskirts of Yuxiao Island. Xiao Yuan beheld the renowned Yuan magnetic storm of the outer S. It was not a tangible phenomenon, shrouded in wind, rain, and lightning, but rather a field that appeared calm and undisturbed from a distance. indistinguishable from an ordinary sea surface. However, upon entering the area of the Yuan magnetic storm, it felt as though one had plunged into a chaotic sea, where the pathway and Yuan force storm intertwined in turmoil. Although the vessel rose within a protective light, those aboard could still feel a potent force attempting to extract something from within them. Fortunately, this feeling of agitation did not persist long, quickly stabilizing as they sailed towards Yuxiao Island. Xiao Yuan was secretly alarmed. With such a peculiar storm as a barrier, launching an assault on Yuxiao Island would undoubtedly prove arduous that Yuxiao's 9 layers are sealed. The golden locks shall not open at night. Standing on the vessel and gazing ahead, the island seemed endless, with majestic peaks, towering trees, ascending mists, and gentle breezes swirling. One could hardly call it an island if not for their presence at sea. Once they passed through the realm of the Yuan magnetic storm, the vessel soared high, lifting off the ocean's surface and heading towards the dock. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such maneuverability. The vessel landed steadily on the shore, and Zhou Wangming, gathering the clouds, led Xiao Yuan down from the ship that a carriage, drawn by a pristine white unicorn, a creature that was neither horse nor lion, was already prepared. After some twists and turns, they finally settled in the guest reception hall, where Zhou Mingheng, on duty at Yuxiao, greeted Xiao Yuan, exchanged pleasantries, and then commenced a feast. It was at this juncture that Xiao Yuan learned the reason for the Zhou family's invitation to Yuxiao. Yuxiao was an ancient land, with many areas still shrouded in mystery. Years prior, a secret realm had been discovered, its treasures glowing and its Tao energy flourishing, possibly concealing ancient relics. Zhou Mingheng, devoid of any airs of a sage, narrated the tale with warmth. The secret realm was surrounded by natural prohibitions formed by the tides of heaven and earth, requiring one to accurately pinpoint a 1 in 10,000 chance at a specific moment to avoid the restrictions and enter the realm. He expressed shame that, despite years of research by saint-level formation masters within Yuxiao, a passage had yet to be found. Months ago, the ancient holy site at Lidingshan had unexpectedly emerged, and the land Taoist of Huanyuan had sent invitations to the Thousand Islands, which was when he learned of the emergence of contemporary masters who had broken through the ancient holy prohibitions. Hence, he had embarked on this arduous journey, inviting Xiao Yuan to attempt unlocking the restrictions. Countless thoughts raced through Xiao Yuan's mind as he spoke. In the presence of a sage, there is something I wonder if I should articulate. However, he continued, I have perused the stories of the 4 parts of the universe at Buxunyu and heard that its lineage derives from the Xuanbu, which is adept at divining enemy strategies. They possess treasures to guard the islands. I wonder if Yuxiao has ever invited individuals from the Xuanbu to divine the entrance to the tidal secret realm. In the reception hall, with only Zhou Wangming accompanying him, Xiao Yuan spoke boldly, yet no one was startled. Zhou Mingheng merely smiled gently, that in the next century, the Xuanbu will change its war leader. It is indeed a turbulent time. Although Yuxiao is its master, it would prefer to remain uninvolved. 18 years is but a brief wait. Xiao Yuan seemed to exhale in relief. With Zhou Sheng's candor, I feel considerably reassured that I shall dare to act boldly. And it seems that even if I do not succeed, it will not be of great consequence. The intertwining paths of Chenkong, Bushuan, and Yuxiao, along with the flying vessels and sea ships, left Xiao Yuan with an overwhelming sense of travel fatigue, not from physical exhaustion, but from mental strain, overwhelmed by countless individuals and matters. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to waste much time. Firstly, the refinement of the water spirit elixir would take a minimum of 49 days and a maximum of 72 days. He had to be present when the elixir was completed, or else he would invite numerous troubles. Secondly, the Yuanshan Tower had only recently commenced operations, and without a master present, he was concerned that issues might arise. Thus, after reaching an agreement, Xiao Yuan merely rested for a day before allowing Zhou Wangming to escort him to the tidal secret realm. Zhou Wangming held a high position in Yuxiao, despite only having one companion. He could summon various esteemed individuals, even princes, to assist him. Moreover, with Xiao Yuan bearing the Dihai pendant, which sufficiently demonstrated his status as a respected guest, no one on Yuxiao Island dared to provoke him. As the flying vessel soared, the sights of the island flashed past, among which a grand, expansive cliff, gleaming like captivating gold, caught Xiao Yuan's attention. Master Ming, is that not Yuxiao Cliff? one of the 9 great landscapes of the outer sea? Zhou Wangming, piloting the vessel, did not glance back as he replied, "Indeed. The 9 great landscapes are renowned. I wonder if Xiao Yuan might have the chance to behold it in its entirety." Zhou Wangming replied. "Regrettably, Yuxiao Cliff is a place for the clan elder's secluded cultivation. It cannot be disturbed lightly. Even within the clan, apart from the princes preparing to break through, none below the sage level can approach. Only observe from afar." Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of regret. It appeared that not all of the 9 great landscapes were open for exploration. Yuxiao Island was vast, yet the flying vessel was swifter. And after several hours, Xiao Yuan arrived at the site of the tidal secret realm. From a distance, it appeared to be a barren expanse of sea, devoid of islands, rocks, birds, or human presence. Only the surging waves, one towering over the other. Xiao Yuan hastily activated the true Eye of Array, breaking to perceive the restrictions and the principles of heaven and earth in this location. However, the more he scrutinized, the more alarmed he became. The intricacies of the principles were profoundly complex, as if he were attempting to scoop the vast ocean with a gourd ladle. One could not hope to extract all the water, nor could he withstand the force of the waves. With a cough, Xiao Yuan spewed blood, and 2 streaks of crimson flowed from his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Wangming promptly channeled his Yuan force to alleviate the backlash from the tidal great array. The tidal heaven and earth array was an integral whole, with tides rising and falling, flowing with the waves. It was not a mere saint-level restriction that could be compared. Xiao Yuan's tone was somber. "Do not lose heart, Master Xiao. Even many royal-level formation masters within the clan cannot withstand the backlash of the tidal great array. Your ability to evade it in time is already remarkable." Xiao Yuan shook his head. "But I did not come to evade the array. I came to unlock the restrictions." Zhou Wangming inquired, "What is the situation?" "It will require some time," Xiao Yuan replied, surveying the tidal secret realm's marine expanse. "I wish to establish a dwelling here to observe and record the daily changes of the tidal great array and make some preparations that I ask for whether I can ultimately break the array. I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate." "Good," Zhou Wangming agreed decisively, promptly mobilizing personnel to bring forth the Grand Wei Palace. The saint-level artifact transformed from small to grand, instantaneously erecting a magnificent palace in this location. Within the palace, everything could be commanded by the artifact's spirit and me, whether it be food, drink, or materials. Xiao Yuan gazed in astonishment. "Did I ask this the extravagance of a great emperor's family? To actually forge a saint-level weapon as a mobile palace is truly remarkable. That it seems that my intention to simply establish a temporary residence in the Yuanshan Tower was far too modest. Who could have imagined such opulence? Indeed, poverty restricts the imagination." The Grand Wei Palace was equipped with all necessities for cultivation, dining, bathing, recreation, and relaxation, essentially a luxurious mansion transplanted to the outer sea. After exploring, Xiao Yuan felt an immense pressure. Should he fail to achieve his goal, how would he explain himself? Afraid of being consumed by shame, he could only immerse himself in the endeavor of deciphering the tidal great array, meticulously observing its shifts over time, while simultaneously studying the sacred hand's secret arts to enhance his own skills. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Xiao Yuan found himself no closer to unraveling the mysteries of the tidal great array. Faced with an entire river's worth of complexities, he had merely filled a single basin. Such a situation was untenable. If he continued in this manner, it would be exceedingly difficult to unlock the tidal secret realm. Even after a span of 18 years, let alone 80. Chapter 64. The Water-Walking Elixir. In truth, Xiao Yuan's mastery of array techniques hardly reached the heavenly level. This was evident from his training in the 2 paramount skills of the Sacred Hand's secret arts, the Eye of Array breaking and the mysterious Hand of Spirit seeking. Months had slipped by, and he had merely scratched the surface of understanding. His ability to persevere thus far was largely due to the exquisite lineage of array techniques imparted by the Sacred Hand. Most ancient arrays had notes left by previous masters, allowing for a methodical approach to their dismantling. This was also the reason why Luo Wei from the Great Yudao Academy had struggled for months at the Deer Peak, yet managed to breach the ancient Holy Dao's restrictions after acquiring the Sacred Hand's secret arts and Xiaoheng's guidance. However, the tidal secret realm of Yuxiao Island was truly enigmatic, with its infinite variations and intricate mechanisms. With his rudimentary skills in the eye of array breaking and his feeble divine sense, it was nearly impossible for him to unsettle the tidal Great Array. After a month of painstaking comparison against the ancient arrays documented in the Sacred Hands texts, Xiao Yuan finally realized that he could not shift the tidal Great Array by sheer force alone. Yet, he was unwilling to depart without making an effort. The prestige of the Sacred Hand was secondary. The real opportunity lay in accessing the imperial weaponry, a chance that was rare and precious. Any legacy associated with an emperor was invariably a sacred ground, where even entry was a challenge, let alone gaining access to the very foundations of imperial weaponry that he needed to fight for this chance. He resolved to push forward, and thus sent a message to Zhou Wangming, requesting permission to access the Sutra Pavilion for relevant materials. Zhou Wangming was agreeable and promptly consented, escorting Xiao Yuan to the Yuxiao Sutra Pavilion. This was not merely a single building or courtyard, but an entire mountainous forest, with texts and tomes concealed within the mountain's inner chambers, each inscribed with intricate array patterns. After passing through several layers of scrutiny, Xiao Yuan, adorned with the Dihai pendant, finally gained entrance, but he had little hesitation, first perusing information pertaining to the Sacred Hand, thereby acquiring a general understanding of this ancient lineage that had persisted for over 10,000 years. Following this, he delved into the methods for refining treasure, keenly observing how to locate treasures concealed within external objects or to extract the treasures themselves. Another month sped by, during which Xiao Yuan set aside thoughts of the water-walking elixir, focusing solely on this endeavor, and at last clarity emerged that he could either refine the eye of array breaking to its pinnacle, transforming it into the eye of martial truth, capable of discerning all illusions and realities in the world, or he could procure a highly effective artifact for calculation and reconnaissance, allowing it to operate autonomously, aiding Xiao Yuan in his analyses. Though he possessed numerous ancient methods to dismantle artifacts like the step-seeking dam and the void-ascending peak, reverting them to their fundamental state seemed to open a wide path ahead. Yet, upon careful examination, he realized this approach would yield little that if he had not perfected the eye of array breaking. How could he hope to ascend to the heights of the eye of martial truth? Without the immense resources necessary to replicate the step-seeking dam, how could he hope to refine and utilize it? Moreover, these tasks were not something that could be accomplished in mere months. Just as Xiao Yuan was on the verge of conceding defeat, Bu Xuanyu arrived, requesting an audience that in 3 days, the elixir will be completed. I invite you, Daoist Xiao, to attend. Yan Tianyu, brimming with arrogance, stretched his neck in front of Zhou Wangming, resembling a triumphant general returning from battle. Unfortunately, the latter paid him no heed. Have I been in Yuxiao for 70 days? Xiao Yuan inquired. Indeed, it had been 69 days since the alchemy began, and if he hurried, he might witness the completion of the elixir. Respectable Wangming, may I temporarily leave Yuxiao to visit Bu Xuanyu? Zhou Wangming smiled slightly that, of course, Master Xiao is welcome to come and go as he pleases, especially since Bu Xuanyu is not a stranger. Xiao Yuan nodded that I shall return after a few days. Perhaps circumstances will have shifted by then. Upon hearing of Yan Tianyu's visit, an exquisite idea blossomed in Xiao Yuan's mind, one that could potentially shatter his current predicament and even bring him immense benefit. Thus, he quickly acquiesced to Yan Tianyu's invitation to the island once more. After a tumultuous journey, Xiao Yuan arrived at Bu Xuanyu again. Yan Tianyu led him and Zhou Wangming swiftly to the alchemy chamber. The aroma filled the air, and the array could barely contain it, with vibrant rays of light streaming from the chamber, the commotion indicating that something extraordinary was about to be birthed out on the surface. There appeared to be only the alchemist and 2 acolytes, with only Xiao Yuan and his companions in attendance. Yet unseen by the naked eye, countless other gazes were fixed upon this scene, their fervent anticipation causing Xiao Yuan's back to flush with heat. The water-walking elixir was the focal point of all eyes. Amidst the multitude of expectations, the alchemist manipulated the cauldron, and a small white dragon emerged from the furnace, swaying its body, glancing left and right, its eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xiao Yuan dared not speak. Even pausing his breath, he recognized that this was the embodiment of the imperial-grade water-walking elixir. The alchemist shook his head slightly, retrieving a smaller furnace. Reciting incantations, and a magnificent brilliance erupted. The little white dragon danced into the light, transforming into a perfectly round elixir. With myriad Tao rhythms and purple mist enveloping the space, the alchemist presented the elixir to a certain elder, who then passed it to Yin Tianyu, ultimately placing it solemnly in Xiao Yuan's hands. Bu Xuanyu, with its millennia of heritage, was one of the four parts of the cosmic SEA.IT, was not merely a single family or individual S-domain. Its promises were as solid as gold, eternal and unyielding. The water-walking elixir is hereby presented as promised. Xiao Yuan accepted the cauldron, while Zhou Wangming remained silent. Donning his dark golden gloves, he gingerly extracted the water-walking elixir, rolling it in his hand as Yin Tianyu's heart bled with envy. Elder Yin, how is the water-walking elixir to be used? Yin Tianyu feigned composure, slowly revealing the secret method. Xiao Yuan laughed heartily. I have seen Bu Xuanyu's sincerity. It would be impolite not to reciprocate that I arrived in haste today and brought nothing. So I offer this water-walking elixir in exchange. That as he spoke, he returned the cauldron. Yin Tianyu was left dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, while even Zhou Wangming furrowed his brow. Did you truly just give us the elixir? A gentleman's word is his bond. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the gathering. The imperial-grade water-walking elixir was a treasure capable of transforming a mundane body into a precious one, and he simply offered it without reservation. Tears streamed down Yin Tianyu's face as he struggled to contain his excitement. Daoist Xiao's actions embody the spirit of the sacred hand. I am deeply impressed. Bu Xuanyu is immensely grateful. Xiao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Bu Xuanyu, emerging from the War Department, shares a mutual fate with Yuxiao Island. We rise and fall together. Elder Yan's words reflect a grand vision, and I too wish to contribute to this noble cause. That as Elder Yin trembled while returning the water-walking elixir to the alchemist. Many from the Yin family and Bu Xuanyu were left bewildered, quickly followed by gazes filled with profound emotion. Friend, this is a friend of Bu Xuanyu. The festivities continued, a celebration not only for the successful refinement of the elixir, but also to express gratitude toward Xiao Yuan. Among the attendees, one of the story's principal characters, Yin Yu, the contemporary leader of the Yin family, also made an appearance to express her thanks to Xiao Yuan. Truly, her beauty was unparalleled. A single glance surpassed 1,000. Even 1,000,000. That it could be said that she was unforgettable, captivating the soul, and exuding an otherworldly charm. With every gesture, she radiated the aura of someone who looked down upon the world, yet possessed an enchanting grace. Xiao Yuan regained his composure and returned her salutation with calmness, but he suddenly understood the reason for Yuxiao Island's estrangement from Bu Xuanyu. Should such a figure ascend to the position of the warlord of the Seeking Division, it would likely take 500 years to fulfill. Yet this was merely the appetizer. During the banquet, the current warlord of Bu Xuanyu, a figure just beneath the supreme leader of the Zhou family in the Thousand Islands, also approached Xiao Yuan for conversation, inviting him to be a guest at Bu Xuanyu, his demeanor warm and amiable. Xiao Yuan smiled in response, and as the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, he finally spoke. I have a request. Chapter 65. Borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha with the warlord of the Seeking Division and the master of Bu Xuanyu having departed, and Yin Yu lingering no longer. Xiao Yuan discerned their intention to leave. After a moment's patience, he spoke up. That I have long heard that the Seeking Division is founded upon the art of divining the enemy's strategies. With the treasured artifact, the inch of heaven and earth, possessing the power akin to that of a quasi-emperor, that I dare to request to borrow this treasure for a time. The atmosphere shifted as a ripple of surprise coursed through the assembled guests. Even Zhou Wangming, accompanying him, could not help but glance at Xiao Yuan. The leadership of Bu Xuanyu, especially the elder Yin and Dong, maintained their composure, speaking in a measured tone. Daoist Xiao, the inch of heaven and earth is the cornerstone of the Seeking Division. Not merely a matter for Bu Xuanyu alone. Unless it is a matter of life and death, it cannot be moved lightly. Xiao Yuan chuckled. Elder Yin, do not misunderstand. That my request to borrow is not to take the inch of heaven and earth away, but rather to borrow a fraction of its power to assist me in calculating the changes of a grand array. Yin and Dong exchanged glances with Zhou Wangming that I asked it regarding the matter of Yuxiao. Xiao Yuan replied, the borrowing of the treasure is solely my own initiative, for my personal use. Unrelated to Yuxiao, I do not wish for Elder Yin and the esteemed members of the Seeking Division to be misled. As for whether to borrow or not, there is no need for compulsion. Zhou Wangming's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated whether to speak up, but ultimately held his tongue. After a moment of contemplation, Yin and Dong chuckled heartily. Daoist Xiao's generous gift of the water-walking elixir carries profound significance for Bushuanyu. I shall take it upon myself to approve your borrowing of the inch of heaven and earth. But a time limit must be stipulated. Shortest 1 month, longest 3 months. There is no need to utilize its full power. Simply assisting in calculations will suffice. All costs incurred shall be borne by me. Xiao Yuan nodded that if the matter does not come to fruition, I shall withdraw willingly. Agreed. Yin and Dong inquired, where shall you be using it? Yuxiao Island, in the southeastern region, at Lingquan Mountain. Zhou Wangming timely spoke up. While Yin Hedong closed his eyes, communicating with the spirit of the treasured artifact. After a considerable pause, he slowly articulated, then let us make use of the Eastern Spirit Tower for the time being, and subsequently establish a smaller tower near Lingquan Mountain for reception. This task shall be overseen by Yin Tianxiu. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I shall impart to you the secret technique of Zhiqi Tianya, which allows for the utilization of artifact power. I implore you to keep this confidential. Xiao Yuan, stepping away, solemnly bowed and replied, I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Yinji Zhang, and I assure you that not a word shall escape my lips. After watching Xiao Yuan and Zhou Wangming depart, Yin Tianxiu inquired, is this the intention of Yuxiao? Yin Hedong shook his head, his expression grave that I am all too familiar with Zhou Mingheng. He would not engage in such duplicitous actions. If he wished to borrow Zhiqi Tianya, a simple edict would suffice. There would be no need for subterfuge. Yet he has remained silent, even opting to summon an unaccomplished sage from the land. It appears that this matter is of Xiao Yuan's own volition. It seems that after a century of selection, Yuxiao is unwilling to align with the Yin family. Nevertheless, Yin Tianxiu remained optimistic, smiling as he said, Uncle need not worry. The water spirit elixir has been successfully refined, and with URS aptitude, she will transform her ice soul body into the purest water spirit body within 6 months. At that time, securing a position among the nobility shall be a mere formality, that as long as Yuxiao does not sever ties, it is only necessary for Yuer to surpass her peers. The position of battle master will be within reach. Let us hope for such an outcome that on the journey back, Zhou Wangming repeatedly contemplated asking Xiao Yuan why he had taken the initiative to borrow Zhiqi Tianya. The artifact is foundational to the 4 sects of Yuhai, and this request for the Eastern Spirit Tower cannot remain concealed. It will undoubtedly cause considerable trouble for Yuxiao. Xiao Yuan, composed and unflustered, smiled gently. I recall that you, respected Master Ming, are not one to be indecisive. If there is something you wish to say, please do so candidly. I would even entertain a request for the borrowing of Zhiqi Tianya if necessary. Zhou Wangming replied, I understand that you, President Xiao, are also striving to decipher the tidal great array and locate a passage into the secret realm. However, the current situation in the outer seas is complex, and interactions between the islands are not as they once were. We must exercise caution. Your rash actions have left me feeling quite at a disadvantage. Still, I reiterate that until Zhiqi Tianya is employed, the request can be rescinded that I believe the Yin family will not publicize this matter. So you still have time. Xiao Yuan responded, if you truly cannot decide, you might consider consulting Saint Mingheng. That said, had it not been for the overwhelming complexity of the tidal great array, I would not find myself in a position to seek assistance. After all, the water spirit elixir is invaluable and can be utilized by anyone, serving as an enhancement for the Yin family. Zhou Wangming was unaware of the situation regarding the tidal secret realm, as the clan elders had made several attempts to decipher it without significant progress. Thus, he could neither gauge the clan's eagerness to unlock the secret realm nor anticipate the adverse effects of borrowing Tianya at a critical moment. When he presented this matter to Zhou Mingheng, he was taken aback by the straightforward and affirmative response he received. Observing Zhou Wangming's bewilderment, Zhou Mingheng's voice boomed, Ming'er, remember this. The Yuxiao Zhou family, the heirs of the Yuhai Emperor, are the masters of the 1,000 Islands. This was true a myriad of years ago, and it shall remain so for countless years to come that we grant autonomy to the 4 sects, honoring the great families of the islands and the practitioners of the lakes and seas. This is a commitment to the rules left by our ancestors, not an expression of fear or trepidation. Seated high above, Zhou Mingheng exhibited no overt actions, yet the aura emanating from his words could shatter clouds and sever streams. The Thousand Islands harbored many with ulterior motives, and some had even engaged with malevolent forces, extracting poison from the abyss of 10,000 demons to harm their own kin, seeking to alter the dynamics of the outer seas and undermine the teachings of our ancestors. They lurked in the shadows, inciting the youth of the Thousand Islands and even the 5 islands of Yuxiao, with the 4 sects of Yuhai not being spared. Their influence may have grown to an extent we could scarcely perceive. But Ming-Er, you must remember, as long as the Yuan magnetic storm persists, Yuxiao Island shall endure, the Dinghai Pearl remains, and the Zhou family shall stand resolute. Even if only one island in the outer seas belongs to the Zhou family, our descendants will inherit the legacy, purging the demonic atmosphere and restoring order to the outer seas once more. Do not be afraid. Do not worry. Do not be lost. And do not look back. Zhou Wangming was electrified, his gaze flickering with determination, and soon erupted into a smile. Thank you, uncle, for your enlightening guidance. After the matter of the title's secret realm, I shall seek seclusion to break through to the nobility level. Agreed. Maintain your cultivation progress. You will need to assert your dominance over individuals like Yin Yu at the Thousand Islands Grand Assembly 18 years hence. Zhou Wangming bowed in acquiescence to his uncle's directive. At the beach near Lingquan Mountain in the southeastern region of Yuxiao, within the Grand Weisheng Palace, Xiao Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, calmly observing the individuals from Buxinyu as they established the tower-shaped artifact according to the principles of the universe. In the exchange of elixirs for treasures, he acknowledged the gamble involved, yet fortune favored him. Not only did the Yin family readily agree, but the Zhou family also responded with remarkable efficiency, providing all necessary resources, including the Yuan Jade required for the utilization of Ji Qi Tianya. 7 days later, the transmission tower was completed, and Xiao Yuan ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, atop Buxinyu. Yin Hudong, adhering to the appointed time, activated the Quasi-Emperor weapon Ji Qi Tianya, channeling divine light into the eastern spirit tower of Yuxiao, which then redirected into the smaller tower on the beach. Prepared for this moment, Xiao Yuan calmly wielded the technique, unleashing the divine power from the Quasi-Emperor weapon into the tidal Great Array. Dominant, grand, vast, and unfathomable, he found it challenging to articulate the exact sensation of wielding the Quasi-Emperor weapon, particularly in the harmonious collaboration between the artifact's spirit and its master, akin to being immersed in the principles of the boundless ocean. Yet, crucially, this only tapped into a fraction of its might, mere calculations without any aggressive intent. How formidable must that imperial weapon be? Chapter 66. Water Spirit Body Dinghai Pearl. Dinghai Pearl. Xiao Yuan could no longer suppress his lingering desire for the imperial weapon. The Dinghai Pearl point one step away, just one step to ascend to the heavens. I must break the array at this moment. There was no need for Zhou Wangming to urge him. Xiao Yuan took it upon himself to delve into the title's secret realm, working tirelessly to uncover its secrets. Zhou Wangming watched in astonishment, even advising him to pace himself, reminding him that if he couldn't unlock it, it was fine. He should not exhaust himself here. With the assistance of the Quasi-Emperor weapon Ji Qi Tianya, Xiao Yuan's efforts to dismantle the array accelerated dramatically, akin to employing a magnifying glass and calculator, unraveling the tidal Great Array at a breathtaking pace. While the transformations of the universe were indeed profound, they were ultimately finite, especially considering that the artifact Ji Qi Tianya was specifically crafted to uncover the mysteries of the cosmos. Is this how one refines the martial Tao true? Xiao Yuan mused to himself. The Ji Qi Tian not only expedited his array-breaking efforts, but also provided a pathway to perceive the true nature of the universe. As the true eye for array-breaking became increasingly refined in its cyclical nurturing, it seemed to be on the brink of a qualitative transformation. After arriving at the Thousand Islands, Xiao Yuan underwent a baptism in the 2 grand libraries of Buxinyu and Yuxiao Island, deepening his understanding of the heritage of the sages. The so-called sage techniques were derived from the fundamental principles established by the first-generation sage, who, building upon the imperial canon and the Yuan Chen's methods, created a synthesis with array principles. Subsequently, the Xiao family incorporated their own secret techniques, solidifying this knowledge into a formal system. This led to two major arts for array breaking and illusionary deception, with the roots of the true eye for array breaking and the magical hands for exploration tracing back to the Yuan Qin's method of breaking the law of punches, forming the martial Dao true eye and the celestial concealment sage's technique. Though the first-generation sage obtained an incomplete imperial canon, the lineage remains intact, and there is still potential to revert to the original teachings and refine the techniques of the imperial canon. Xiao Yuan, who had merely glimpsed the threshold of the true eye for array breaking, was entirely unaware of the nature of the martial Dao true eye. However, now, with the aid of Zhiqi Tianyu to dismantle the tidal great array, he witnessed the interplay between human force and the power of the universe, the profound truths of the Dao laid bare before him. Xiao Yuan began to grasp what the martial Dao true eye truly represented. It is the eye of the heart, no longer constrained by mere sight. It transcends the superficiality of forms and symbols, emerging as an innate awareness that surpasses external forces, directly perceiving the essence of the universe. I still have a long way to go. Xiao Yuan sighed in resignation. Though the power of the martial Dao true eye filled him with envy, he was acutely aware of the distance that remained. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and the changes in the tidal great array were gradually explored by Zhiqi Tianyu. A stable passage into the secret realm was soon to be unearthed, and Xiao Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness. The accompanying good news was that although his eyes felt fatigued and strained, rendering him nearly blind, the true eye for array breaking was nearing completion. Suddenly, a sound reverberated, startling Xiao Yuan as he sought the source of the noise, which indeed pointed to a gap in the tidal sea array, a location capable of forming a passage into the secret realm. He hastily released the array flag, placing it at the focal point of the spiritual mechanism to stabilize the passage. After months of arduous labor and numerous challenges, he finally achieved success. May I inquire? Esteemed elder, which divine being you are? Was it the assistance of Yan Zhizhong or the guidance of my friend Yu Xiao that led to this? Xiao Yuan expressed his profound gratitude that I am called Bushuan Qi. Bushuan Qi, a companion of the Sun sect? Indeed, a partner of the battle master of the Sun sect. The voice was bright and clear, reminiscent of a child. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, saying, I appreciate your assistance. Bushuan Daoist. Had it not been for your help, I might have had to watch the spiritual mechanism slip away, uncertain of when I would succeed. Da. Xiao Dong mentioned that you specifically invited me to assist in breaking the restriction. Why are you dawdling? Stabilize the mystery, soon so I can return to sleep. The array has been broken, esteemed elder. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming, Are you the spirit of the quasi-emperor Weapon Xianya? I do not favor that title, just as Zhou Xiaobao does not relish the title of Yuhai. From now on, call me Bushuan Qi farewell. With that, Bushuan Qi's voice ceased, leaving Xiao Yuan stunned. Could it be that he had encountered the spirit of a quasi-emperor weapon? Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss for a considerable time, watching as the radiant light of the transmission tower diminished, that he hastily sent a notification via the golden sword to Zhou Wangming. As the golden sword shot forth, it swiftly returned with news that it turned out that Yin Tianxiu, upon learning of Busun's return at the Eastern Spirit Tower, recognized the completion of the task and extended an invitation for Bu Xuanyu to be his guest. Or perhaps to ascend Chengkong Island together for some leisurely fishing. Before long, Zhou Wangming arrived with a formidable entourage, each member sharp-witted and robust, their presence akin to an unstoppable force, soaring through the sky like a formation of geese. Each one at least of the esteemed rank. Zhou Mingshu's eyes sparkled like lightning as they were fixed upon the array gate established by Xiao Yuan. His expression gradually shifted from solemnity to astonishment. The gate had truly opened, stable and secure, revealing the secret realm beyond. He turned back with a hearty laugh, acknowledging the arduous efforts of Xiao Huizhu over the past days, and suggested he take a brief respite atop Yuxiao Peak. Wangming, please escort Xiao Huizhu there. Xiao Yuan, aware that the Zhou family preferred not to involve themselves with the secret realm, seized the opportunity to withdraw, accompanying Zhou Wangming to Yuxiao Peak, that I must express my gratitude to Xiao Huizhu. For without you, the title's secret realm might remain unseen for an indeterminate period. There is no need for such formality, esteemed Wangming. Xiao Yuan responded that we had a prior agreement, and now that the secret realm is opened, I am left wondering when I might have the chance to pay homage to the ancient relics and reminisce about the grandeur of the great emperor. and to return to Due in due time. Zhou Wangming replied, Xiao Huizhu, please understand, we dare not disturb the venerable Dihai. While we may gaze upon it from afar, a closer inspection will require some time. Xiao Yuan felt a flicker of displeasure. In the mountains, there is no cycle of years. In the depths of winter, one loses track of time. Practitioners pursue longevity and immortality, often placing less emphasis on the passage of time than ordinary folk. However, having spent nearly half a year in turmoil, including the new year amidst the erased chaos, Xiao Yuan found it hard to bear the unforeseen complications that arose. Yet, he did not display his frustration, calmly inquiring, how long must we wait? The Flower Appreciation Conference, held once every 60 years in the Outer Sea, begins on the 12th of February and lasts for 6 months. During this time, the Venerable Dihai will bless the selected participants of the Luhua Island Cultivation Program. At that time, Xiao Huizhu may enter and closely observe the virtues of our ancestors. Another 6 months, for every 100 miles, one has traveled 90, that very well. I shall wait. Xiao Yuan closed his eyes. The Venerable Dihai has fought valiantly alongside the Emperor of Yuhai. Casting a shadow over the 5 continents, the IT is already excessive for me to wish for a mere glimpse. Whether it be 2 months or even 2 years, I shall patiently wait. Venerable Wangming, I shall remain in Qingkong, fishing at the southern cliff, awaiting your commands. There is no need for such humility. When the time comes, I will certainly invite you to the event. Xiao Yuan maintained his composure as he traversed the stormy seas. Returning to Qingkong Island, the Baihai Tower, Shipeng was nowhere to be seen. Upon inquiring with the staff, he learned that the Flower Appreciation Conference would commence in 3 days on Luhua Island. And all the outstanding individuals from the Outer Sea, as well as the invited noble guests from the land, had already departed for Luhua Island. Qingkong Island had become considerably quieter. Observing the situation, Shipeng noted that most participants were at least at the 5th rank, but he decided it was unnecessary to partake in the festivities and to focus on matters of greater importance. With newfound determination, Xiao Yuan wielded the Dihai, pendant confidently. Seeking a tranquil cave on Qingkong Island to enter seclusion, he established the Emperor's sword array to secure the entrance. Over the course of half a month, he mastered the secret techniques, adjusting his mental and physical state to its zenith. When the moment of inspiration arrived and his primal energy surged, he consumed the water-walking treasure pill, which had cost him 22 billion jade. His pockets were empty, yet his body gleamed like jade. As the water-walking treasure pill entered his body and was refined, it immediately resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, opening the gates of the cosmos for Xiao Yuan and ushering in the true essence of water, transforming his entire being into a water entity. Gradually, every part of him, from bones to marrow, meridians to acupoints, underwent this metamorphosis without a single oversight. Time swiftly passed, and after consuming 6 anti-starvation pills, Xiao Yuan opened his eyes. Subsequently unleashing his primal energy with a powerful strike of his arms, that invisible waves spread like ripples on water, creating concentric circles that resembled a series of water wheels reflecting the full moon above. The water-walking treasure body was complete. Joy sparkled in Xiao Yuan's eyes as he seized the moment to reforge his essence of water. Having successfully cultivated the water-walking treasure body, he did not discard his yang body. Instead, he refined it anew, allowing the water Dao seed to shimmer with brilliance, akin to a high-grade magical artifact. Water nurtures wood, supporting the wood seed. Wood fuels fire, aiding the fire seed. The 5 elements nourished one another, and the fire seed derived from the Xuanji Dao field gradually expanded, ultimately transforming into a complete and flawless true Dao seed, achieving the 3rd rank. Within his Dantian, 3 Dao seeds, water, wood, and fire, spiraled around one another, with the anti-evil pill scripture and the blood heart cauldron each holding their ground, their brilliance radiant, and their presence formidable. Xiao Yuan's eyes glinted with a cold light as he exhaled a long breath. With a roar, all the turmoil and negative effects from nearly a year of adventures in the Outer Sea dissipated completely. That I possess a pearl, long imprisoned by the dust of toil. Now, with the dust settled, the light emerges, illuminating the myriad peaks. Xiao Yuan slowly recited, as the yang sword danced through the stars, slicing through hundreds of sword shadows. liberally expending his primal energy, that it was not until much later that his strength began to wane, prompting him to recline once more upon the stone bed. After 5 days of recuperation, Xiao Yuan emerged from seclusion, grasping his purple bamboo rod as he made his way to the southern cliff. With the mastery of the array's true eye and the enhancements of the water and yang dual treasure bodies, Xiao Yuan found it easier to enter a state of deep focus. He caught a Qinong fish, effective for invigorating the blood, classified as heaven tier, a Suan fish, beneficial for alleviating heart congestion, classified as respect-tier. In a frenzied state, Xiao Yuan gradually perfected his fishing technique, catching one fish after another. Regardless of whether they were for invigorating blood circulation, unblocking meridians, or nurturing energy for longevity, various miraculous fish and spirit fish could not escape Xiao Yuan's net. It seemed the fishing hooks he wielded possessed a marvelous ability, attracting the cunning and formidable fish of the southern cliff to leap onto his line. The Flower Appreciation Conference had drawn away all those who enjoyed the spectacle, leaving only a few scattered figures behind, making the southern cliff a notably quiet fishing spot. Xiao Yuan found himself nearly alone, the area serene, yet he was consistently reeling in fish, as if it were not fishing but rather netting. Many curious gazes were drawn towards him, and suddenly a voice resonated. All things must have moderation. One must know when to stop. Fellow Taoist, you have already caught an ample bounty today, attracting considerable attention. It is time to cease. Xiao Yuan immediately became alert, rising to full vigilance, elevating his sight and spiritual perception to their utmost limits, scanning the vicinity until he finally located the figure in a straw raincoat, seated calmly upon a nearby rock. Was it him? Xiao Yuan had previously encountered this figure, draped in a straw coat, during the duel with Xin Luo of the Liandao sect, blending seamlessly into the landscape of the southern cliff. It was he who inspired Xiao Yuan to think beyond mere fishing, leading him to discover the unique environment of the southern cliff and subsequently understand the truth of fishing there. Surveying his surroundings, many were peeking out from the woods, yet few paid attention to the figure in the straw coat, seemingly indifferent to him. What level of cultivation did this individual possess to have such an overwhelming presence that it felt as though it could directly penetrate Xiao Yuan's heart? This was far more terrifying than the mere formation of sound. If he were to harbor ill intentions toward Xiao Yuan, it would be all too easy to shatter his heavenly heart mirror inadvertently. After pondering, Xiao Yuan stood, releasing some small spirit fish and several repetitively caught yuan fish back into the southern sea, offering a respectful gesture towards the figure in the straw coat, but he then lifted his fish basket slightly as a sign before departing. Having fished for so many years, it was his first time witnessing a fellow angler releasing fish back into the southern sea. Wasn't that so? Even the tiniest spirit fish would be hidden away for personal cultivation. Speaking of which, just how many fish has he caught? The rod has been nonstop, and I can't even focus on watching the bobber. In contrast, shouldn't everyone be more interested in who he was and how such a character emerged from the outer sea? Casting all thoughts aside, Xiao Yuan leisurely returned to his secluded cave, tidying up his harvest from this trip when suddenly, the golden sword knocked at the door. Upon receiving the golden sword, Xiao Yuan learned of Zhou Wangming's invitation. The Flower Appreciation Conference had concluded successfully, and the cultivation spots on Luhua Island were secured. This group would visit Dihai Island together to pay their respects to the imperial weapons and receive blessings and disaster relief on the auspicious day of August 27th. Just 2 days hence, Xiao Yuan sprang into action, hastily sending a reply via the golden sword, making a general tidy-up before heading to Bai High Tower to await further instructions that he eagerly watched as Zhou Wangming arrived as promised. Taking Xiao Yuan aboard a flying vessel towards Dihai Island, from the windswept heights, gazing down upon the outer sea, those with keen eyesight could pierce through the mist and clouds, clearly discerning the layout of the 5 islands of Yuxiao and the 4 divisions of Yuhai. At the center lay Yuxiao Island, with Chenkong, Dihai, Luhua, and Qingxin Islands flanking it in the east, west, south, and north, while a further outer ring comprised Shiyang, Jinlu, Busun, and Meihua Islands, positioned in the northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. Countless smaller islets dotted the scene, resembling stars and diamonds scattered across the sea. With his true eye for breaking arrays now fully formed, Xiao Yuan could discern some outlines. Sensitive to the nuances of forbidden formations, he felt that the arrangement of these islands was not entirely natural, but rather a deliberate manipulation, crafted to create a specific array or restriction. Such immense power must have originated from the ancestors who established the sect. Few descendants possessed such capabilities. After reflecting on this, Zhou Wangming guided Xiao Yuan down to Dihai Island, where he was fitted with a special Taoist robe before entering the Grand Hall, Ho. In the Grand Hall, a throng of people stands tall and proud, each face adorned with a smile of self-satisfaction. Though they appear youthful, their remarkable accomplishments set them apart from the tens of thousands of participants, evoking a sense of admiration. Notably, there are no disciples below the 5th tier. Most are at the pinnacle of the 5th tier or in the esteemed realm of the venerable, having entered Luhua Island for further training and cultivation. Such a formidable force indeed attests to their status as one of the youngest among the great sanctuaries. Amidst the brilliance of Luhua's prodigies, Xiao Yuan stealthily infiltrates the space housing the imperial artifact, the Ding Heizu. Dead up close, he beholds the orb, a pulsating mass of fluctuating light, its radiance obscured from mortal eyes. Even with the array-breaking true eye in his possession, he gains little clarity, instead suffering from reddened eyes and tears of frustration. His heart sinks. Mere observation of the imperial artifact eludes him. Fortunately, with the divine-grade copying ability upgraded to level 3, he can glean information from the artifact's aura. Eagerly, he activates this ability, searching for the aura of the treasure within the cavern. Yet, to his dismay, he finds nothing, clean and unblemished, as if it were never present. What could this mean? Is it that the Ding Heizu does not dwell here year-round, or is it so profound that its aura cannot be discerned, with a myriad of questions swirling in his mind and no one to consult? He frantically invokes his divine-grade copying ability, seeking any treasure that could be replicated. Chapter 67. A twist of fate. The Emperor, the pinnacle of humanity, the culmination of the path, exerts dominion over the present and traverses the ages. As a conduit of the spiritual legacy, the imperial artifact stands as a sovereign entity that gazes down upon the world. Xiao Yuan misjudges the Ding Heizu's might, and, overly reliant on the power of his divine-grade copying, finds himself unable to access the treasure before him. With a bow of reverence, the elder of the Zhou family calls out, and hundreds of distinguished individuals from the outer seas prostrate themselves before the Dinghai divine pearl. A myriad of radiant lights emanating and permeating each onlooker's being. Xiao Yuan watches in astonishment, yet not a single beam of light reaches him, as though he were separated by an invisible barrier. Extinguishing his last flicker of hope, he clutches the Dinghai pendant at his collar. Caught in a moment of uncertainty, unsure whether to weep or to smile, that as the crowd dissipates, Xiao Yuan gazes longingly at the divine light of the Dinghai pearl. Unwilling to depart, just a step away, yet feeling leagues apart. Even should he lose his senses and rush towards the Dinghai pearl, the illusionary treasure would remain beyond his grasp. It is not merely that the Zhou family's imperial scriptures are renowned for their spatial mobility. Even ordinary imperial artifacts remain inaccessible to those of the 3rd tier or below. Xiao brother, is that truly you? A voice laced with excitement calls from the left, and Xiao Yuan manages a smile. Congratulations, sure brother, on the Flower Appreciation Conference and your ascent to Luhua Island. The outer seas will surely have a place for you. Shipeng scratches his head. Of course, come, let us head to Chinkong Island for a drink. I've acquired some yuan yu. Certainly, but I insist on treating to celebrate your newfound success. The maritime vessels are all of royal quality and thus exorbitantly priced to navigate. One must be well-versed in the outer sea routes. Shipeng, though financially constrained and a lover of fine wines and delicacies, cannot afford a vessel on his own. Fortunately, the 5 islands of Yuxiao are esteemed for their cultured exchanges, frequented by the gifted and affluent, making it likely to find companions for the journey to a last resort. There are shared vessels for transporting goods on the island, which wouldn't be a bother to board. Xiao Yuan and Shipeng have arranged for a vessel. He plans to leave the outer sea after this celebratory drink. The Tiansha ship, grand and formidable, glides through both water and air, adept in offense and defense. The owner, Jin Li, hails from a prominent family on Jinlu Island, known for their extensive connections and generosity. Upon revealing his name, the crew, recognizing him as one of the Flower Appreciation Conference's prominent figures, graciously provides them with seats that on the deck. A protective array envelopes the guests in a hazy glow as they soar through the turbulent winds. Clouds rolling and birds flitting past. Xiao Yuan, seldom indulging in leisure, savors the moment to drink with others and observe the world around him. He sips tea while Peng relishes his wine. Recounting the grandeur of the Flower Appreciation Conference, of distinguished individuals, diverse techniques, and an array of weapons converging in one place. Suddenly, a violent explosion disrupts their conversation, jolting them into heightened awareness as they turn toward the source of the sound. What has happened? Someone is injured. Be cautious. His flesh may explode. It's demonic poison. ISNT, that's Songja from Yinfei Island. What has happened to him? Stand back. A thunderous voice commands, parting the crowd that a figure with brows arched and a countenance like jade hovers in the air. Extending 2 fingers, summoning 9 beams of light that coalesce into a cage, enclosing the bloodied figure within. The explosion subsides gradually. Peng swallows hard. Songja is a talented individual from Yinfei Island. Though his origins are humble, he possesses formidable cultivation, ranking among the top 100 in the Flower Appreciation Conference. Jean Li, on the other hand, is a presence among the top 10 on the heavenly ranking. The Flower Appreciation Conference, hosted by the Zhou family of Yuxiao, aims to select gifted individuals under 60, providing them with extensive resources for cultivation. The first group below the celestial tier comprises the earthly rankings. Those above the venerable tier belong to the heavenly rankings. There are no restrictions on numbers, as long as one catches the eye of the Zhou family, or the 4 factions of Yuhai. Those daring enough to attend the conference are predominantly at the 5th tier or venerable realm, that if one is too weak, there is little incentive for mentorship. If one is too strong, they have long been nurtured by the great families, requiring no public display to vie for meager resources and fleeting fame. For instance, Zhou Wangming achieved venerable status before 60, a prodigy with aspirations of nobility, who must dedicate his time and energy to cultivation and experience, leaving no room to squander precious moments at the Flower Appreciation Conference. Outside of these exceptional individuals, for Jean Li to rank among the top 10 signifies he is a candidate for elder status. Second only to the holy heirs, as Peng elaborates. Xiao Yuan's gaze is drawn to the bloodied Songja, whose hair is disheveled, appearing delirious, with red-rimmed eyes and a massive frame, his body riddled with inexplicable explosive points. As if laden with explosives, dark, swirling currents intermingle with the crimson flesh, an utterly repulsive sight. Yet all this is obscured by Jean Li's Taoist light, somewhat alleviating the crowd's revulsion. Amid the crowd, someone cries out. This is undoubtedly a backlash from some demonic poison. No wonder Song has remained discreet. His shocking performance at the Flower Appreciation Conference is a result of violating the laws of the Thousand Islands and clandestinely employing demonic poison. I concur with Brother Chen's assessment. The red intertwined with black, perpetually spreading like maggots, is characteristic of demonic poison that at this moment. Songja shows no signs of reaction, unable even to mobilize his Yuan power to alleviate his suffering, indicating that the poison has invaded his mind and body. Those who are tainted by demonic poison must be eradicated. We must kill him. Yes, eliminate Songja, lest he bring calamity upon others. Jean Li activates his Taoist power, lifting Songja and casting him into a chamber, stating, "Dear friends, do not panic. This matter concerns not only the Flower Appreciation Conference, but also openly violates the laws of the Thousand Islands, which cannot be dealt with lightly. We must inform Yu Xiao and the elders of each island that he trembles slightly. Ascending to the top of the mast, to ensure everyone's safety, we must return to Dinghai Island. Please do not worry. We have contacted Yu Xiao for assistance, and there will be designated personnel to escort you away. As Jean Li departs, chaos erupts on the deck, with discussions buzzing fervently. Xiao Yuan remains silent, observing the reactions of those around him. Although he does not know these talented individuals, he can sense an undercurrent of emotion, compelling him to unconsciously employ the array-breaking true eye. Perhaps his gaze is too intense. Many individuals sense it and turn to look at him, that he responds with a smile. Just as some approach to converse, the door of the cabin above opens, and Jean Li calls out, "Do any of you possess elixirs or treasures capable of treating demonic poison? Please lend them for the sake of life. I shall repay you handsomely." Xiao Yuan quickly raises his hand. "I have the Xuanji Sainess exorcising pill, the cleansing heart pill, and the Xuanji pill." Jean Li's eyes brighten. "Excellent. Please, friend, come up for a discussion." With that, a staircase of rainbow light materializes, bridging the deck and the ship's cabin. Xiao Yuan pulls Sherpeng along and ascends, upon entering the room. Before he can assess the situation, Xiao Yuan throws out the pill vials. Supreme grade. Jin Li confirms briefly, administering the pills to Songzhe one by one and utilizing Yuan power to assist in their refinement. The Xuanji pills are especially effective against demonic poison. Soon, Songzhe's condition stabilizes, the explosions cease, the dark aura recedes, and his wounds gradually heal. The pills are quite effective. Thank you for your timely assistance. It was but a small act on my part. However, the situation for this friend Song is not optimistic. The pills can only slightly hinder the progress of the poison. Jin Li examines him further and states, the exorcising triad pill is particularly adept at dispelling demons and banishing poison. Moreover, Songzhe's pulse is steady, and his Yuan power operates spontaneously. He should be fine. Xiao Yuan shakes his head. The healer cannot cure the illness. The exorcising triad pill is meant for those afflicted by demonic poison, not for the monstrous beings that have fused with the poison, becoming indistinguishable from it. Having inherited the teachings of the Xuanji saint regarding the exorcising pill, Xiao Yuan, unlike others who may be novices, possesses a deep understanding of demonic poison. Activating the array-breaking true eye, he observes that the dark aura beneath Songzhe's eyelids has not been completely extracted. In other words, Songzhe himself is generating demonic energy. Jin Li's expression shifts that there truly such a bold and reckless individual in the outer seas. Xiao Yuan spoke meaningfully. Children are often drawn to play with fire. Unless they experience the sting of its flames firsthand, they seldom learn their lesson. The master of the Tianhai ship, Taoist Jin, should be well aware of the gravity of the situation and take measures to prevent others from being scorched. Sherpeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that there are accomplices of Songzhe aboard the ship?" No wonder some individuals were casting us glances that seemed to hunger for our very flesh. He slapped his thigh. "Xiao brother, have you discerned something?" Xiao Yuan shook his head in silence, but Jin Li had already grasped the situation, that he swiftly commanded the Jin family disciples aboard the ship to activate various defensive measures and remain on high alert. However, the discerning passengers had long been observing the Jin family's disciples, and upon witnessing the unfolding events, they quickly sprang into action, catching many of the Jin family disciples off guard and leading to their sudden demise. What on earth is happening? A bystander gasped in terror, but it did not take long for others to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Someone is attempting to silence witnesses. Do not approach the Jin family disciples. Gather with familiar faces to form a defensive perimeter and refrain from recklessly engaging. The occurrences across the various levels of the ship were soon relayed to Jin Li, who wore a grim expression but dared not assert his authority amidst the chaotic crowd. Instead, he maintained a steady position at the ship's core, employing the Tianhai's defensive formations to separate and disperse the warring cultivators, thereby safeguarding the Jin family disciples that Jin Li, in the name of Jin Lu Island and as the master of the Tianhai, hereby declare to all fellow Taoists, do not act recklessly or engage in conflict. Prioritize forming defensive formations to protect our companions. Word had already spread. Once Dinghai Island received the message, a sage elder would undoubtedly intervene, at which point all with ill intent would have nowhere to hide. Now is not the time to perish alongside them.